Chapter 1, The Empress Seeks Conception. Chu Xia, why am I not yet pregnant? Is it that you are incapable? In the great Qian palace, within the forbidden grounds of the ancestral dragon, an extraordinarily beautiful woman sat upon the lap of a bloodied youth. Her hair flowed like a cascading waterfall, her figure was alluring, and her enchanting golden eyes shimmered with a divine allure, revealing a hint of seduction amidst their sanctity. Chu Xia, weary and lacking strength, managed to open his eyes with great effort. I only promised to engage in dual cultivation with you. I am not responsible for anything else. No, it is imperative that I conceive. Continue. The woman disregarded his words and pressed herself against him once more. 2 hours later, the ground lay in disarray, torn garments scattered like remnants, and even the resilient jade tiles were fractured in a spiderweb pattern around the couple. The woman radiated vitality, her golden gaze glowing even brighter. Yet, a shadow of sorrow clouded her brow, revealing an inner turmoil. It still isn't working. Though you possess a pure yang constitution, your cultivation is far too weak to resonate with my imperial celestial body. However, it is not entirely in vain. At least my strength has considerably recovered. The woman, named Zhang Yunji, was the former empress of the Xianing dynasty, who had been betrayed by her subordinates 500 years prior and ultimately perished in a self-detonation. Yet, Zhang Yunji had not truly died. She had feigned death to escape, hiding deep within the ancestral dragon's forbidden grounds, waiting for the opportunity to exact revenge. Her injuries were grievous, and despite 5 centuries of arduous cultivation, her strength remained elusive. Her imperial celestial body was extraordinarily unique. To fully restore her peak power, she must first conceive the imperial fetus within herself, relying on the innate imperial energy during gestation to have even the slightest chance. However, the royal forbidden grounds were fraught with peril, and no one dared to approach. Occasionally, a eunuch or maid might inadvertently wander in, yet they were of no use. Were it not for the unexpected arrival of the bloodied and gravely injured Chu Xia, she would have intended to remain dormant for several centuries more. Observing the unconscious and feeble Chu Xia, a tender affection welled up in Zhang Yunji's heart. So this is the man of Zhang Yunji. Having not paid him much heed earlier, she now noticed that Chu Xia was quite handsome, a fortunate find for this lad. Wake up! Zhang Yunji gently pinched Chu Xia's cheek. Chu Xia, groggy and disoriented, instinctively murmured, come on, while I still draw breath, hurry and ravage me. Once I am dead, you will have no chance. Who says you will die? I am utterly depleted. My meridians are severed, my cultivation obliterated, and I bear at least 7 fatal wounds. Even a deity could scarcely heal me. Chu Xia's expression darkened. 18 years prior, he had transmigrated into this world, becoming the admired young master of the divine military general's manor. However, following his father's death on the battlefield, his status plummeted, and those once by his side revealed their true, despicable natures, including his fiancée, the 6th princess of Great Qian, Xiaolanqi. To eliminate him, Xiaolanqi had even resorted to the Longyuan guards to hunt him down. Chu Xia could scarcely fathom that the girl who had once vowed to marry him would now seek his life. Fear not, you are now the man of Zhang Yunji. I will not permit anyone to take your life. Her gentle hands caressed Chu Xia's cheek. With that, Zhang Yunji produced a pill adorned with golden patterns, placed it in her mouth, and leaned forward to kiss Chu Xia, channeling her spiritual energy to send the pill into his abdomen. Yet, just as Zhang Yunji was about to withdraw, she felt a sudden jolt in her heart. A resplendent azure lotus erupted from her chest, and as its petals unfurled, a pure black cauldron materialized, plummeting down and vanishing into Chu Xia's body. This is the cauldron of all gods. Zhang Yunji's expression shifted in astonishment. The cauldron of all gods was a cherished heirloom of the Zhang family, yet none since the ancestors had been able to awaken its power, resulting in it being sealed within the family bloodline. Now, it had seemingly chosen to detach from her and enter Chu Xia's body, an extraordinary occurrence. Could it be that Chu Xia possessed the innate ability to command the cauldron of all gods? Chu Xia, how do you feel? Chu Xia was taken aback. He had just heard a voice resonating from his heart, as if it had traversed the ages of primordial purity, resplendent and mighty. Holding the revered calamity, drawing back the heart, the cauldron reappears. All gods come to pay homage. Chu Xia suddenly turned inward, witnessing a pitch-black cauldron arrogantly engulfing his consciousness and taking over his dantian. From its mouth, chaos surged forth, and waves of dark spiritual energy erupted, swiftly coursing through Chu Xia's body, mending his previously shattered meridians, even making them sturdier than before. Visible to the naked eye, his wounds and damaged organs healed at an astonishing rate. Seeing Chu Xia's transformation, Zhang Yunji's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. Her intuition was correct. The cauldron of all gods had acknowledged Chu Xia as its master. This was utterly unimaginable. The cauldron of all gods had been passed down through the Zhang family for at least 100,000 years, during which many extraordinary talents and supreme powerhouses had emerged, yet none had managed to awaken it. To witness its revival in her presence was a momentous occasion. albeit not through her but through Chu Xia. Yet it made no difference. Chu Xia was now her man, the cauldron of all gods? Is this your gift to me? Chu Xia, having regained his strength, sat up, gazing at Zhang Yunji with a complex expression. He had assumed that this woman merely sought to use him as a vessel, not anticipating such a generous gift. Though he did not fully grasp the nature of the cauldron of all gods, its ability to resurrect him was undoubtedly no ordinary treasure. Of course. Who else but I could treat you so well? Zhang Yunji replied, her tone tinged with a hint of insecurity. Now that you have recovered, let us try again. Before Chu Xia could process her words, Zhang Yunji pounced on him once more, demanding her desires. A day, 2 days. Night and day blurred into one, a state of ecstasy. Days later, Zhang Yunji finally conceded. I understand now, it must be your insufficient cultivation that prevents me from conceiving. I shall give you 1 year. In this time, you must break through to the master realm. Afterward, you may return to the ancestral dragon's forbidden grounds for dual cultivation. During this period, I will enter seclusion and slumber. Moreover, you are now the man of Zhang Yunji. I do not care how many women you have outside, they may only be concubines. With that, Zhang Yunji waved her hand lightly, and Chu Xia felt a sudden spinning sensation, only to find himself crashing onto a soft, grand bed. This woman could stand to be a bit gentler. Chu Xia grimaced as he climbed to his feet. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a stunning young girl with bright eyes and a radiant smile, clad in a semi-transparent, pale pink garment that accentuated her graceful neck-end. Visible collarbone, her lips parted slightly, astonished as she gazed at him. Before the girl could utter a sound, Chu Xia swiftly covered her mouth, pressing her down beneath him, threatening, "Do not scream, or I shall strip you and toss you out." Chapter 2, Blackmailing the Princess. Wu, the girl, intimidated by Chu Xia's threat, nodded in fear. Where is this place? Chu Xia glanced around, discovering he was in a quaint yet lavishly adorned boudoir. Upon closer inspection, the furnishings were intricately designed with dragons and phoenixes, clearly the privilege of royal offspring. Where has Zhang Yunji thrown me? Just as Chu Xia was about to inquire, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Sister, are you feeling better? I've brought you ginseng soup, made from 500-year-old purple gold ginseng. Its effects are remarkable. This voice Chu Xia knew it all too well. It is indeed the 6th princess, Xiaolanqi, the fiancée who poisoned him to cripple his cultivation and pursued him to the forbidden land of the ancients. Chu Xia furrowed his brows as he cast a glance at the woman below him, her face pale with terror. She looked somewhat familiar. Yes, isn't this the eldest princess, Xia Zixin? At that moment, the door to the outer chamber was pushed open. Chu Xia inwardly cursed his misfortune. Xiaolanqi harbored unrelenting malice towards him. If she were to discover that he was still alive, she would undoubtedly act against him. While he had no fear of Xiaolanqi alone, she was always accompanied by the Dragon Abyss Guards during her outings. The Dragon Abyss Guards possessed strength beginning at the divine refinement stage, and they always moved in formidable numbers. Even with the restoration of his cultivation through the divine cauldron of 10,000 gods, he had only reached the 9th layer of qi. Gathering in a direct confrontation, he would surely be outmatched. With the door on the verge of being opened, Chu Xia found himself with no means of escape. Suddenly, he noticed that the phoenix cloak on the bed was quite thick. Without a moment's hesitation, he burrowed into the covers, one hand resting firmly on the girl's chest, his voice cold as he warned, "If I am discovered, you will not escape." Unscathed, Xia Zixin winced in pain, nodding repeatedly, and turned on her side, completely concealing Chu Xia's figure. Feeling the warmth and pressure of Chu Xia's hand, Xia Zixin's cheeks flushed crimson. At that moment, the door swung open, and footsteps approached. "Hey, Zixin, why is your face so flushed? You're not coming down with a fever, are you? Should I fetch the imperial physician to take a look?" Xiaolanqi's concerned voice filled the air. "It's nothing, I merely took some medicine, and my body feels a bit feverish." With her vital points held captive by Chu Xia, Xia Zixin dared not resist and could only concoct a flimsy excuse. Xiaolanqi sighed softly. "For this grand dragon festival, my royal sisters and brothers have truly suffered. As members of the Deqian royal family, this is an inescapable fate. Yet you, 6th sister, are nearing adulthood. When do you plan to wed General Chu Xia of the Divine Martial General's mansion? If you marry soon, you won't have to endure the same hardships as we do." Xia Zixin spoke earnestly. Chu Xia was momentarily taken aback. Why was Xia Zixin suddenly mentioning him? Could it be that she recognized him? He tightened his grip, silently warning her against any tricks. "Sister, what are you saying? It is impossible for me to marry Chu Xia, not to mention that the pillar of the Chu family has already fallen. Even if the Divine Martial General were alive, I could never be with him. I already have someone I admire." As she spoke the last words, Xiaolanqi's voice took on a shy tone. "Really? Which young master is so fortunate?" Xia Zixin inquired, curious. "Well, oh dear, it's still too early to speak of it. It would be embarrassing to reveal it now. You shall know in due time, sister." Xiaolanqi displayed a bashful demeanor typical of a young girl in love, leaving Xia Zixin momentarily entranced. Let's not dwell on this, I have matters to attend to. Sister, remember to drink the herbal soup, it will be good for your health. With that, Xiaolanqi took her leave. Only after her footsteps faded did Chu Xia cautiously emerge from the covers. Do you recognize me? Chu Xia asked, his brow furrowed in inquiry. Could you please loosen your grip? The eldest princess pleaded pitifully, her eyes glistening with tears. Do not feign innocence. The moment I release my hold, you will summon others. Do not think I am oblivious to your intentions. Chu Xia had suffered enough at the hands of Xiaolanqi. If he did not learn to be vigilant, his suffering would have been in vain, but it truly hurts. I am already gravely injured. If I were to die here, your predicament would only worsen. You seem quite articulate. You hardly resemble someone who was injured. Seeing that Chu Xia did not believe her, the eldest princess lifted her sheer skirt, revealing her smooth, flat abdomen. However, on the lower left side of her abdomen, there was a scar emanating dark energy. The scar was deep, seemingly inflicted by the claws of a ferocious beast, and it was a sight that could make anyone shudder. What is this? Just as Chu Xia was about to inquire, he suddenly felt the divine cauldron of 10,000 gods within him tremble slightly, as if intrigued by the dark energy of the scar. With a thought, he reached out towards the scar. The eldest princess blushed deeply but dared not resist, allowing Chu Xia to press against her abdomen. When he touched the wound, a sharp pain took her breath away, and tears welled in her eyes. She presented a truly pitiable sight, yet Chu Xia remained unmoved, his curiosity regarding the scar growing stronger. At the moment he made contact with the dark energy, the divine cauldron trembled once more, absorbing the dark energy entirely into Chu Xia's body. The eldest princess emitted a sound that was a mix of pain and pleasure, unable to suppress a soft moan. In a moment of urgency, Chu Xia bit down on her cherry lips, his gaze fierce as he urged her to remain silent. They were deep within the palace, surrounded by the dragon abyss guards. He could not afford to be careless. The eldest princess winced from the pain, quickly stifling her sound and imploring Chu Xia with her eyes. Their current position was undeniably intimate, causing the eldest princess, who had never experienced such closeness with a man, to have her heart race uncontrollably, a rush of blood surging within her, leading her to inadvertently spit out a mouthful of blood. Chu Xia was taken aback, shocked by the sudden influx of blood, causing him to momentarily freeze. But then he noticed the eldest princess slump down, unconscious. She can't be dead, can she? Panic surged within Chu Xia. He bore no grudge against Xia Zixin. If he inadvertently caused her death, it would be a grave sin. Hastily, he reached out to check her breath. Though weak, her breathing was still present. Thankfully, she had merely fainted. Slightly relieved, Chu Xia continued to press on the eldest princess' abdomen, extracting all the dark energy that had accumulated within her. The dark energy converged into the divine cauldron of 10,000 gods, quickly consumed by it. As Chu Xia pondered this, he observed another surge of black mist rising from within the cauldron. With a resounding boom, a torrent of blazing golden flames erupted. Amidst the flames, a book emerged. To be precise, it was a tome of cultivation techniques. The Great Sun Yang God Technique. Upon seeing the 5 golden characters on the cover, Chu Xia's heart raced. In the next moment, the book transformed into a golden light that integrated into Chu Xia's sea of consciousness. Like a divine revelation, the complete set of cultivation methods for the Great Sun Yang God Technique flooded into Chu Xia's mind. After a brief moment, he snapped out of his astonishment. A high-grade immortal technique. This is a cultivation method for immortality. Chapter 3, Sharing a Bed. The Deqian Kingdom revered martial arts, with practitioners classified into 5 major realms: Qi gathering, divine refinement, profound understanding, cataclysm, and mastery. Only by becoming a master could one possess the key to the path of immortality. However, cultivation techniques for immortality were monopolized by the royal family, who wielded them as bait, effectively controlling the martial forces of the entire Deqian dynasty. Chu Xia understood all too well how difficult it was to obtain a cultivation technique in Deqian. His father had dedicated his life to the empire, slaying countless enemies, yet his only desire had been to acquire a cultivation technique, a wish unfulfilled until his death. Never did he expect to obtain one so easily, and a high-grade immortal technique at that. With no time to spare, Chu Xia sat cross-legged and began to channel his spiritual energy, cultivating the Great Sun Yang God Technique. He practiced for half a day. As the sky darkened, Chu Xia suddenly opened his eyes. I actually broke through to the divine refinement stage. Chu Xia was filled with surprise and delight. Though he was at the 9th layer of Qi gathering, under normal circumstances, it would take at least half a year to break through to the divine refinement stage. The Great Sun Yang God Technique was indeed a high-grade immortal method, a realm apart from martial techniques. Just as he intended to continue his practice, his stomach growled audibly. Upon reflection, he realized that it had been 7 or 8 days since he was trapped in the forbidden land of the ancients, during which he had not consumed a single grain of rice he had managed to endure solely on willpower. Are you hungry? Would you like me to summon someone to prepare some royal dishes? The princess, who had been sleeping beside him, had long since awakened and was now curiously observing Chu Xia. Her complexion had noticeably improved since before. He was aware of her awakening, but at that moment, he was in a critical stage of his breakthrough. Seeing her being considerate and not making a fuss, he chose to ignore her. However, Chu Xia remained uneasy. There's no need for that. You need not resort to any tricks. I shall leave this place shortly. Why would I? You saved my life, and I am profoundly grateful to you, the princess replied with a warm smile. Chu Xia glanced at her abdomen after the dark energy had been absorbed. Her injuries seemed to have healed significantly. That is still unnecessary. He picked up the ginseng soup placed by the bed, ready to drink. If I were you, I certainly would not drink that, the princess suddenly said. Chu Xia furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, and dipped his finger into the soup. In an instant, the divine cauldron reacted, extracting a mass of poison from the ginseng soup. This poison Chu Xia was all too familiar with. It was precisely the toxic concoction that Xia Lanqi had used against hemolethal toxin that could sever one's meridians and obliterate their cultivation. Wasn't this ginseng soup prepared for the princess? What was Xia Lanqi thinking? Harming him wasn't enough, she even sought to poison her own sister. How did you know? Chu Xia asked, his brows knitting together. The princess sighed. Little Six never visits me. Her sudden appearance can only signal ill intentions. Indeed, the saying holds true, the most heartless are those of royal blood. After saying this, Chu Xia raised the bowl and drank the soup in one go, much to the prince's astonishment. You're throwing your life away? A mere poison cannot harm me, he declared with an air of bravado. Had it not been for the divine cauldron absorbing the toxin, he would not have dared to drink it. Seeing Chu Xia consume the poison without any adverse effects, the prince's eyes sparkled with realization. He could detoxify, no wonder he had survived little Sax's attempts on his life. Little Six, you've truly underestimated him this time. Chu Xia, would you consider collaborating with me? Xia Zixuan asked, her gaze fixed on him. Collaborate on what? Pretend to be my bodyguard to help me safely navigate the Ancestor Dragon Festival. In exchange, I can assist you in dealing with Xia Lanqi and help you investigate the true cause of your father's death. This woman possessed an impressive amount of knowledge. Chu Xia had underestimated her. The Ancestor Dragon Festival, he had vaguely heard of it, an intricate ceremony for the royal family of the Dacian kingdom to vie for the throne, fraught with peril. Each festival resulted in the demise of princes and princesses, and only those who survived could ascend as the next emperor or empress. I am but at the gathering chi stage. How can I possibly assist you? The princess shot him a flirtatious glance. You must be jesting. I can sense that you've just broken through to the refining spirit stage, she then sighed. While I fear not open confrontations, I dread the hidden traps. You are unafraid of poison. Even if only to assist me in testing it, you would be of immense help. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xia realized he had no better alternatives. Remaining close to the princess and acting in secrecy might be his best option. Very well, let us collaborate harmoniously. Chu Xia patted his belly. I am hungry. Xia Zixuan's face lit up with a radiant smile. Just wait, I shall ensure you are well fed. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a lavish spread of imperial cuisine appeared in the prince's chamber. Chu Xia devoured the food ravenously, as if he were a famished ghost, until he was utterly stuffed. Once satiated, Xia Zixuan moved to a corner of the chamber, seemingly activating some sort of magical formation. The wall descended, revealing a staircase leading underground. Below is a training room. It is seldom visited, and you may reside there temporarily. Alternatively, you could share my bed, provided we remain discreet. With a playful smile, Xia Zixuan presented him with two options. Chu Xia felt as though he had been teased. Without further thought, he laid down on the soft, fragrant bed. Xia Zixuan appeared momentarily taken aback. The young man, though not yet of age, had quite the audacity. Don't look at me like that. I cannot fully trust you yet. If you were to confine me in the basement to catch me unawares, I would be done for. Having nearly lost his life once, Chu Xia had learned a vital lesson: never trust women, especially the more beautiful they are. Xia Zixuan paused, then erupted into a fit of laughter. The loose garments she wore danced with her laughter, as if a tempest had suddenly arrived, threatening to spill forth. Unfortunately, Chu Xia remained unfazed, even too disinterested to spare her a glance. After being toyed with by Jiang Yinji for several days, he felt remarkably calm. The allure of women was but a fleeting illusion to him. Just wait until I recover, then we shall see who is truly audacious. The night passed in wakefulness. While Xia Zixuan slept soundly, Chu Xia felt no fatigue. Firstly, he feared the princess might not uphold her end of the bargain and would take advantage of his slumber. Secondly, he focused inward, discovering that the divine cauldron had unexpectedly ejected something. A dark green pill appeared before him. Upon connecting with the pill, a wealth of information flooded his mind. The accumulated evil pill. This pill bore a resemblance to the toxic effects of the dissolution powder but was far more potent, at least tenfold. Is this the function of the divine cauldron? The absorbed items are reinforced and then ejected, but why did it previously expel a high-grade cultivation method after absorbing the dark energy? Unfathomable. It seems further experimentation is required. Lost in thought, a soft, delicate arm draped over his chest. The princess murmured in her sleep, Mother Xian Yuan will surely avenge you. The wretched emperor must die. Chapter 4, The Dragon Abyss Guard. Vice-General. A murmur, laced with indignation, escaped Xia Zishuan's lips in her sleep, catching Chu Xia by surprise. He seemed to have stumbled upon some rather sensitive information. Xia Zishuan's mother was none other than Meng Wanqing, the deceased empress of the Great Qin dynasty, who had passed away over 2 decades prior. Legend had it that after giving birth to Xia Zishuan, the empress succumbed to hysteria, descending into madness. She would ramble incoherently, proclaiming herself to be a source of immortality, ultimately locking herself within an alchemic furnace, where she was charred beyond recognition. Xia Zishuan's nocturnal imprecations against her own father suggested a possible orchestration of Meng Wanqing's demise by the emperor himself. Chu Xia dismissed the notion with a shake of his head. Throughout history, monarchs have often been devoid of sentimentality. Regicide, fratricide, and matricide were not uncommon occurrences. There was no need for undue alarm. Moreover, this could very well be a ploy by Xia Zishuan to ensnare him, to elicit his sympathy and secure his unwavering loyalty. In the crucible of the imperial family, words were seldom trustworthy. Finding sleep elusive, Chu Xia gently disengaged Xia Zishuan's arm and rose to assume a meditative posture, resuming his cultivation of the great Sun Yang God technique. As spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, Chu Xia's body emanated heat, his temperature steadily rising. It's so hot. The warmth roused Xia Zishuan from her slumber, beads of perspiration forming on her brow. In a semi-conscious state, she loosened the ties of her fragrant gown, momentarily revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her figure. Yet, Chu Xia remained impervious, wholly engrossed in the pleasures of cultivation. A fleeting expression of disappointment crossed Xia Zishuan's face before she settled back into a tranquil slumber. The following morning brought a series of urgent knocks upon the door. Your Highness, the second prince seeks an audience. Startled from her reverie, Xia Zishuan's eyes flashed with suppressed ire. Composing herself, she adjusted her disheveled hair and attire, replying, have him await me in the main hall. Yes, Your Highness. Once the maid had departed, Xia Zishuan turned her gaze towards Chu Xia. The second prince's intentions are likely malevolent. I must confront him. Will you accompany me? Chu Xia, roused from his cultivation, slowly opened his eyes. Very well. Having pledged to collaborate with the princess, it was imperative to gain a deeper understanding of the current imperial dynamics. Then wait here while I procure suitable attire for you. Xia Zishuan exited the room, returning shortly thereafter. However, she found Chu Xia absent. Where has he gone? Chu Xia then re-emerged from behind the windowsill. Impressive. Such circumspection is conducive to longevity. Ignoring Xia Zishuan's remark, Chu Xia scrutinized the garments she held. You wish for me to impersonate a dragon abyss guard? Not impersonate, but become a genuine dragon abyss guard. Xia Zishuan presented Chu Xia with a dragon-shaped insignia of jade inlaid with gold, in addition to the 3,000 dragon abyss guards under the emperor's direct command. Each prince and princess has the right to recruit 100 such guards. As my contingent has recently suffered casualties, leaving vacancies, I shall appoint you to one of them. Rest assured, your identity will remain concealed. The identities and origins of my dragon abyss guards are known only to me and are inaccessible to outsiders. Chu Xia ceased his questioning and promptly donned the dragon abyss guard's attire. Unlike the standard uniform, this one was noticeably more refined, featuring subtle 3-clawed dragon embroidery on the collar. This is the vice-general's attire, indicative of a 5th-rank military officer. It grants permission to bear arms in most areas of the palace. Chu Xia's eyes lit up. This is indeed advantageous. Xia Zishuan then produced a gilded mask for Chu Xia. Were this to avoid recognition by the second prince? Chu Xia nodded in agreement. He had previously encountered the second prince, Xia Ruiming, who had taken exception to Chu Xia's betrothal to Xia Lanqi, displaying a hostile demeanor. Although considerable time had elapsed, and he might not recall him, prudence dictated caution. His father's death was excessively suspicious, and the entire Divine Might General's estate was currently in dire straits, warranting vigilance. After applying delicate makeup, Xia Zixuan changed into a black palace gown, exuding both nobility and the alluring charm of a mature woman. While not quite on par with Zhang Yunji, she was still among the most exquisite beauties Chu Xia had ever beheld. "Follow me, keep your head lowered. And maintain a distance of no less than 3 feet, but not too far." Upon exiting the room, Xia Zixuan's countenance transformed, adopting an aloof expression as she issued instructions to Chu Xia in an authoritative tone. Chu Xia glanced at Xia Zixuan's graceful figure and silently acknowledged the abundance of rules. Yet he maintained the prescribed distance and followed her. In the main hall of the Violet Moon Palace stood a tall, slender man clad in resplendent attire. His complexion was pallid, devoid of color, and his gaze was profound and frigid, seemingly devoid of emotion. This was none other than Xia Ruiming, the second prince of the Great Qian dynasty. Accompanying Xia Ruiming was a wizened old man in black robes, his aura as unfathomable as the sea. As the princess and Chu Xia entered the hall, both men turned their attention towards them. Xia Ruiming, his hands clasped behind his back, remained motionless as he spoke. "My sister's aura is weak, indicating a serious injury. As such, it is time to relinquish the keys to the Pavilion of Treasures." Xia Ruiming. "The Martial Ancestor Hall trial has not yet concluded. Are you so certain of my failure?" The princess's brow furrowed, a hint of sharpness in her eyes. With less than 3 days remaining until the Martial Ancestor Hall closes, the princess's failure is a foregone conclusion. Why waste time with further delays? The old man interjected with a cold snort. "Wu Yushan, who do you think you are? What right does a castrated dog have to flaunt himself before me?" The princess retorted. The black-robed elder was visibly enraged, his robes billowing as dozens of venomous centipedes emerged from his sleeves, crawling about in a disconcerting manner. "Enough!" Xia Ruiming cast a stern glance at the elder, exuding authority. The black-robed elder hastily retracted the centipedes, retreating to the side without further comment. "Sister! My subordinate is impetuous by nature and did not intend to offend you." Xia Ruiming said blandly, however, his words are not without merit. "With only 3 days remaining until the closure of the Martial Ancestor Hall, your current condition renders it impossible to complete the trial. Rather than struggle in vain, it would be prudent to relinquish the keys to the Pavilion of Treasures in advance. In return, I shall present you with a 4th-grade essence nurturing pill to aid in your recovery." With that, Xia Ruiming produced a sandalwood box, revealing a pill that emitted an unusual, subtle fragrance. "Have you finished? If so, you may take your pill and depart from my Violet Moon Palace. Your presence is not welcome here." The princess waved her hand dismissively. Instantly, several Dragon Abyss guards materialized, their presence imposing, drawing their swords in a gesture of expulsion. Xia Ruiming narrowed his eyes, a hint of malice flashing within them. "Foolish woman. Xia Zixuan, in 3 days' time, I shall await you outside the Martial Ancestor Hall to witness your humiliation. I trust you will not regret your decision." With that, Xia Ruiming turned and departed without looking back. Chapter 5, The Hall of the Martial Ancestor outside the Ziyue Hall. Wu Yushan spoke in a low tone, "Master, that woman Xia Zixuan is exceedingly ungrateful. Should I discreetly teach her a lesson?" Despite his attempt to soften his voice, it could not disguise the essence of a eunuch. In the carriage, Xia Ruiming's gaze fell, and without warning, he struck Wu Yushan across the face. "No matter how ungrateful Xia Zixuan may be, she is still my half-sister. Do you wish for me to bear the infamy of being unfilial? Forgive me, master." "I spoke out of turn," Wu Yushan stammered, kneeling in fear. "Xia Zixuan must not come to harm. Yet it would not be amiss if a few more souls perished within her Ziyue Hall." Wu Yushan nodded repeatedly, "I understand, master." "Indeed," Xia Ruiming replied, casting a dispassionate glance at Wu Yushan. "I have heard that you have been getting quite close to Princess Xia Lanqi lately." Wu Yushan's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily explained, "Master, you misunderstand. The sixth princess sought my assistance in refining a medicinal elixir. She offered a princely sum. And I thought to earn more for you. You are quite thoughtful, Xia Ruiming mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Though the young sixth princess was not yet of age, her abilities were remarkable, having formed a bond with the holy son of the ascending immortal sect. With their backing, the upcoming Zulong festival would surely be more fiercely contested. As the final year approached, the atmosphere was fraught with uncertainty. None could predict who would emerge victorious. Wu Yushan quickly donned a sycophantic smile. Surely, it will be you, master. From today onwards, the Ziyue Hall shall bolster its defenses, particularly against the disturbances of poisonous creatures, Xia Zishuan instructed. Inside the hall, she turned to Chu Xia. You shall accompany me to the hall of the martial ancestor. Very well, Chu Xia replied without hesitation, eager to witness the grandeur of the hall. Your injuries have yet to heal, it is too perilous to venture to the hall now. Cautioned two strikingly beautiful dragon abyss guards, twin sisters whose prowess was formidable, both masters of the profound realm. Time is of the essence, you two shall accompany me. Xia Zishuan commanded decisively. The group swiftly boarded the carriage and soon arrived at the hall of the martial ancestor. Upon disembarking, Chu Xia felt an inexplicable pressure envelop him. Looking up, he beheld an ancient edifice that spanned the heavens. Its vast structure appeared venerable yet intact. Adorned with intricate carvings and surrounded by a thick ring of towering locust trees that cast a shadow over the hall, lending it an air of somberness. Stay close and do not wander, Xia Zishuan instructed, striding purposefully towards the interior. The twins flanked her, their expressions tense and serious. As they traversed to the main hall, they encountered no obstacles nor any sign of life, yet Chu Xia sensed that this place was extraordinary, harboring an enigmatic aura. The main hall was spacious, dominated by a dark stone tablet inscribed with the words, Martial Ancestor Xian Kong. Who is he? Chu Xia inquired, puzzled. I do not know, Xia Zishuan replied. The history of this hall predates our great Qian dynasty. It likely belonged to a martial master of a bygone era. Approaching the stone tablet, she pressed her hand against it. In an instant, the hall reverberated with a resounding roar, and the surrounding tiles fell away, revealing 8 concealed passages leading underground. It begins. Stay vigilant. Your cultivation is insufficient. Follow closely behind me, Xia Zishuan advised, selecting one of the entrances. Is there significance to this entrance? Chu Xia asked. None at all. When the trials of the hall commence, 8 entrances are revealed, each leading to a distinct space with varied challenges. The trials differ each time, relying solely on fortune. As a thought crossed his mind, Chu Xia asserted, if you trust me, follow this way. He gestured towards the southwestern entrance. Xia Zishuan hesitated for a moment, then decided to follow Chu Xia. The twins exchanged glances, surprised by the trust the princess had in this newcomer. Despite his handsome appearance, his youth raised doubts about his discernment. However, since the princess had faith in him, they followed suit without protest. Chu Xia wasted no time and stepped into the passage, soon arriving at a vast underground chamber. At its center stood a sword radiating a chilling luminescence, perched atop a massive jade stone. A sword trial? This is the end. Xia Zishuan's countenance darkened at the sight. The twins displayed expressions of despair, glaring at Chu Xia. You are leading us to our doom. The most challenging trial of the hall is the sword trial. Only those possessing a well-honed sword intent can draw the sword. Even a master cannot succeed without it. Is drawing the sword the only criterion for success? Chu Xia inquired, undeterred, as he approached the suspended sword. Under the astonished gazes of the princess and the twins, Chu Xia confidently grasped the hilt and lifted the sword with ease. Is it difficult? He executed a simple sword-drawing gesture, releasing a misty projection of swordlight. Xia Zishuan was left speechless, while the twins stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. In the next moment, a dark mist enveloped the sword in Chu Xia's grasp, causing it to vanish without a trace. Just as I suspected, Chu Xia mused inwardly. When Xia Zishuan initiated the trial, the Wanshen Ding had reacted. Guided by the Wanshen Ding, he had chosen the southwestern entrance, and indeed, something within was ripe for absorption. As the sword disappeared, Chu Xia turned his focus inward, quickly discovering a brand new sword materializing from the Wanshen Ding. Superior spiritual tool, Chu Xia sword. A spiritual tool. This is a treasure only cultivators are entitled to wield. Chu Xia rejoiced, not hesitating to summon the Chu Xia sword. The fierce and domineering sword aura filled the entire chamber in an instant. Both Xia Zishuan and the twins were irresistibly drawn to it. What an overwhelming sword aura, I can scarcely breathe. Xia Zishuan exclaimed, struggling to maintain composure. A common sword could not possess such brilliance. This was undoubtedly the power of a superior artifact honed through countless trials. After regaining her composure, Xia Zishuan remarked, Chu Xia, you have not disappointed me. Whether we can succeed in the trials of the Hall of the Martial Ancestor rests entirely in your hands. Chapter 6, The Swordsmanship Trial. Has the trial not yet concluded? Of course, this is merely the first stage. The real trial lies ahead, replied Xia Zishuan. Her expression fraught with concern. What troubles you? It is my fault for not clarifying beforehand. The trials in the Martial Ancestor Hall are divided into 3 stages, with the specific difficulty determined by the first stage. Since you have chosen the swordsmanship trial, the subsequent stages will undoubtedly pertain to the sword as well. This is the most arduous of all trials, and a moment's inattention could even lead to fatal consequences, she explained, her tone tinged with helplessness. Having not fully recovered from her injuries, Xia Zishuan initially intended to scout the path, but unexpectedly, she had passed the first stage of the swordsmanship trial. Now, retreating was no longer an option, she could only forge ahead. What does it matter? We shall proceed, Chu Xia replied, sensing the tremors of the divine cauldron, indicating there were still treasures below that piqued its interest. This was an excellent opportunity to enhance his strength, one he could not afford to miss. Very well. Let us continue. A spark of determination returned to Xia Zishuan's eyes as she delved deeper along the passage. The twins followed closely behind, bowing apologetically as they passed Chu Xia. Chu Xia, I underestimated you, your valor is remarkable. May I see your treasure? Chu Xia generously handed over the absolute killing sword. The artifact, ejected from the divine cauldron, seemed to resonate with him, as if it had recognized its master, making it impossible for outsiders to seize it. The twins simultaneously took hold of the absolute killing sword, caressing it with fascination. How adorable! It feels so hard, a mere poke would surely be lethal. Hearing their descriptions, Chu Xia's lips twitched involuntarily. There was something decidedly amiss with their mental state. They did not linger long, however, returning the sword to him before hastily pursuing Xia Zishuan. After traversing several dozen meters through the tunnel, Chu Xia arrived at a second underground chamber. This space was significantly larger, adorned with several trees, and the ground was soft with moss, the air saturated with moisture. Upon closer inspection, he could hear the gentle sound of a nearby stream. Be cautious, Xia Zishuan warned, raising an eyebrow before stepping back several paces and producing a firework-like device, which she shot into the air. In an instant, a brilliant red light illuminated the entire chamber, revealing a rusted iron sword embedded in the thicket nearby. The sword was covered in talismans, soaked in vermilion, emanating a faint red glow, with runes flickering into view. I feel a bit dizzy. Me too. The twins were immediately struck with intense discomfort upon seeing the iron sword, as if the world was spinning. Their strength sapped, collapsing to the ground in weakness. Xia Zishuan fared slightly better but was not unscathed, her breath quickened, and her face flushed, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Chu Xia, sensing the peril, supported her and guided her back into the tunnel. Once he had set Xia Zishuan down, he turned back to assist the twins, hoisting them under each arm and bringing them along. Are you all right? Xia Zishuan inquired, gripping Chu Xia's arm. I'm fine. You all take a moment to rest, I'll investigate. Returning to the underground chamber, Chu Xia scrutinized the iron sword for a while, confirming it posed no threat, before boldly approaching it. He cautiously reached out to touch the sword. In that instant, a piercing sword intent was absorbed by the divine cauldron. The next moment, a sword manual was ejected from it, swiftly merging into Chu Xia's mind before he could comprehend its contents. Tai Yi Xianjin Sword Art. Overwhelmed with joy, Chu Xia realized he had acquired a high-grade spirit-level sword technique, equivalent in quality to the Great Sun Yang God Art. Within a mere day, He had obtained 2 cultivation manuals. The experience was exhilarating. Seizing the moment while Xia Zishuan and the twins had yet to recover, Chu Xia intended to practice the Tai Yi Xianjin sword art right there. However, he noticed the iron sword beginning to crack, rapidly disintegrating into a pile of iron shavings, along with the talismans falling away. Suddenly, a withered claw burst forth from beneath the iron sword, startling Chu Xia. Reacting swiftly, he wielded the absolute killing sword and slashed at it. The claw, as hard as iron, sparked upon impact, yet could not withstand the sharpness of the high-grade spirit sword. Severing with a crisp snap, a chilling roar erupted from below. Chu Xia speculated whether a zombie was sealed beneath the iron sword. Without hesitation, he drove the absolute killing sword into the ground repeatedly, continuing until the cries ceased. Unable to quell his curiosity, he began to excavate the earth. Beneath the soil lay decayed, fragmented remnants of a corpse, covered in green moss. It truly is a zombie, Chu Xia remarked in surprise. The martial ancestor hall was indeed sinister, harboring the undead. Fortunately, he had just acquired the absolute killing sword, making the confrontation with a mere green-haired zombie trivial. Without such a sword, any ordinary warrior facing such a creature would likely meet a grim fate. Shaking his head, Chu Xia was about to refill the hole when he noticed something glowing faintly beneath the corpse. Hastily, he unearthed it. After cleaning it off, he revealed a small green medicine vial. Just as he opened it to inspect, a swirl of dark energy enveloped it, and the pill was swiftly consumed by the divine cauldron. Chu Xia was momentarily speechless but quickly reconciled with the benefits the cauldron had provided him. After all, the cauldron would surely reward him in kind. Indeed, moments later, a pristine pill was regurgitated by the divine cauldron. Pei Yuan pill. Grade 9? Chu Xia was astonished. Earlier that day, when Xia Ruiming had arrived, he had valued a grade 4 Pei Yuan pill highly, yet here he was acquiring a grade 9 one. The disparity between the two was astronomical. This was a supreme healing elixir, no matter how grievous the injury. One pill would ensure a full recovery. A priceless treasure for preserving one's life. Chu Xia promptly stored it securely. He then found a clean patch of ground, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate the Tai Yi Xianjin sword art. Time slipped away unnoticed. Eventually, a thunderous sword cry erupted from within him. What is happening? Xia Zishuan and the twins rushed over in alarm. Chu Xia's eyes gleamed with sword intent. The absolute killing sword danced in tandem with his burgeoning energy, effortlessly severing nearby trees into fragments, even indenting the heavy rock walls with sheer force. Okay, here's the refined version of the text you provided. Focusing on improved English and removing irrelevant elements. Chapter 7, Prodigy surveying the remnants of the sword chi's destructive display, Xia Zishuan's radiant eyes shone with unbridled delight. Ordinary martial practitioners could not conjure sword chi. Only after comprehending sword intent could one truly command its razor's edge. For Chu Xia to wield such power at his tender age and apparent cultivation level suggested a foundation meticulously forged through relentless training from his youth. Yet, how could this be? Surely, he hadn't begun his swordsmanship journey in the womb. He was a genuine prodigy, beyond all doubt. The twins echoed her astonishment, their gazes upon Chu Xia infused with a newfound reverence. How long have I been training? Chu Xia inquired, rising to his feet. 2 days have elapsed, Xia Zishuan responded. 2 days? Chu Xia was astounded, feeling as though merely a fleeting moment had passed. The cultivation technique was profoundly mystical, capable of completely eclipsing one's awareness of the passage of time. How much time remains before the trial concludes? Less than half a day. A shadow of concern once again veiled Xia Zishuan's features. Despite successfully navigating 2 trials, the final one presented the most formidable challenge. Despite multiple attempts over the past 2 days, she had made no progress. Now that Chu Xia had awakened, perhaps he could conjure a miracle. Her eyes, brimming with expectation, fixed upon Chu Xia. Follow me, I shall elucidate the nature of the final trial. Very well. Chu Xia followed her through a lengthy subterranean passage, arriving at the deepest chamber. The chamber was encircled by water, with a circular platform, exceeding 20 meters in diameter, at its center. The platform was constructed from a dark Resilient black iron, riddled with a dense array of perforations. At the heart of the platform stood a stone table, upon which rested a wooden box. That is the reward for completing the martial ancestor hall trial, the cultivation technique, 5 elements art, a cultivation technique? Chu Xia's brow furrowed. He wondered about its quality. But the myriad god's cauldron remained indifferent. Is it deemed unworthy? If the reward was within reach, why not claim it? Chu Xia asked. Observe, Xia Zishuan replied. One of the twins promptly handed her a pebble. Xia Zishuan hurled the pebble onto the platform with considerable force. In an instant, a multitude of sword chi bolts erupted from the platform's perforations, engulfing the entire area in a torrential barrage. Before the pebble could traverse even 3 meters, it was struck by the sword chi and instantly reduced to dust. Such is the predicament. I have explored numerous avenues, but none have allowed me to approach the central area, Xia Zishuan admitted, her face etched with frustration. One of the twins added. We even attempted to use wood and corpses to obstruct the sword chi, but to no avail. The materials lacked the necessary fortitude to withstand the onslaught. The sword chi was formidable, even a grandmaster-level expert, subjected to such a concentrated assault, would likely be rendered into a pincushion. Chu Xia surveyed the scene, acknowledging the lack of viable alternatives. The trap, though seemingly obvious with apparent vulnerabilities, proved effective due to its sheer potency. Gazing upon the absolute fiend's sword in his grasp, Chu Xia's mind sparked with an idea. I may have a solution. He promptly cast the absolute fiend's sword forward. As the sword neared the ground, Chu Xia flicked his fingers, causing it to hover in midair. With graceful gestures, Chu Xia manipulated the absolute fiend's sword, guiding its ascent and descent in a mesmerizing dance. This was swordsmanship, a fundamental sword control technique employed by sword cultivators. Chu Xia's cultivation of the Grand Clarity Mystic True Sword Manual naturally encompassed this technique. And even after a mere 2 days of practice, he had grasped the basics, enabling him to control the flying sword within 100 meters. To Xia Zishuan, however, this spectacle was nothing short of astonishing. It was the very embodiment of a sword immortal's art. Her gaze upon Chu Xia transformed, now tinged with awe. A true genius. To manifest the abilities of a sword immortal through martial prowess was the hallmark of extraordinary talent. Despite the spectacle, she entertained no suspicion that Chu Xia might be cultivating immortal techniques. After all, the imperial family's monopoly over such practices had been an immutable truth for half a millennium. In her understanding, even if immortal techniques existed, one would need to attain the strength of a martial grandmaster to qualify for their cultivation. Chu Xia had only recently broken through to the refinement realm, barely meeting the minimum requirements for an immortal cultivator. Go! With a forward thrust of his finger, Chu Xia propelled the absolute fiend's sword into the platform. In an instant, a myriad of sword chi bolts erupted. Chu Xia's brow furrowed as he skillfully maneuvered the absolute fiend's sword, evading the sword chi's deadly strikes, swiftly advancing toward the center. With a sharp sound, the absolute fiend's sword pierced the wooden box, then rotated 90 degrees, hoisting the box aloft. It then traversed the dense rain of sword chi once more, returning to Chu Xia's waiting hand. In a matter of moments, Chu Xia had effortlessly resolved the challenge that had vexed Xia Zishuan and her companions for 2 arduous days. Xia Zishuan received the wooden box, opened it, and confirmed the presence of the 5 elements art cultivation technique. Chu Xia, I am deeply indebted to you. Without your aid, I would never have succeeded in the martial ancestor hall trial. Consider me in your debt. Should you ever require anything, do not hesitate to ask, Xia Zishuan declared earnestly, playfully winking at Chu Xia. A shiver ran down Chu Xia's spine. Images of the events in the ancestral dragon forbidden land flashed through his mind. He felt as though Zhang Yunji had instilled a profound psychological shadow. When would this sage mode end? Your Highness, there is a problem. Having claimed the reward, the passage should have reopened upon successful completion of the trial. However, the entrance above remained sealed, the twins reported in quick succession. Xia Zishuan recognized the anomaly. The trial is not yet over? As Chu Xia was about to speak, he abruptly sensed a chilling, sinister aura rapidly approaching. Without hesitation, he acted on instinct, unleashing the absolute fiend's sword in a preemptive strike. imbued with the spiritual power of the great Sun Yang god art. The sword's blade erupted in a blinding flash of incandescent light. The searing sword chi cleaved through the air, striking something with a resounding crash. Chu Xia's gaze focused, revealing a creature shrouded in black smoke, resembling a mountain spirit, sprawled upon the ground. The blow had inflicted grievous damage, cleaving a half-foot-long gash in the beast's chest, exposing bone. Yet, the creature was remarkably resilient, twisting its body and lunging once more, teeth bared in a ferocious snarl. A savage beast! Xia Zishuan exclaimed, her eyes flashing with sudden fury. Bai Ji, Qingyu, restrain it. The twins responded instantly, drawing their swords and engaging the beast in a fierce struggle. Chu Xia then recognized the familiar black aura emanating from the monster's body. It was the same aura he had extracted from Xia Zishuan's abdominal wound. It became clear that Xia Zishuan had been injured by the savage beast, explaining her immediate anger upon seeing it. The savage beast was undeniably powerful. Despite the twins' best efforts, their chi and blood surged, their eyes reddened with exertion, yet they remained outmatched. Sensing the dire situation, Xia Zishuan steeled herself to intervene, disregarding her injuries. However, Chu Xia preempted her, brandishing a sword incantation. The absolute fiend soared once more, plunging from the sky and impaling the savage beast's nape. With a sickening crunch, the sword severed both the beast's cervical vertebrae and its thick hide. In an instant, blood gurgled like a fountain, accompanied by a surge of dissipated black mist. Chapter 8. Fools. Chu Xia acted with such swiftness that by the time Xia Zishuan realized what had transpired, the savage beast lay lifeless upon the ground. Initially, the twins had steeled themselves for a fierce confrontation, but upon witnessing the fallen creature, they were rendered speechless. The three exchanged astonished glances with Chu Xia. Clearly, this savage beast was no formidable opponent. With a smile, Chu Xia approached the beast's corpse and casually rummaged through its remains. Unbeknownst to him, the dark energy emanating from the creature was swiftly absorbed by the Wanshen Ding. It was only then that Chu Xia recognized the dark energy as the demonic essence of the creature, which was a low-tiered demon beast. Upon hearing Chu Xia's remarks, Xia Zishuan and the others were left utterly bemused. Was this truly something a human would utter? Although the beast was not a particularly powerful demon, it was still a creature of that realm. Even an expert at the Xian stage would require the aid of several allies to secure victory. During the previous trial, Xia Zishuan had suffered grievous injuries from a surprise attack by a savage beast, leaving her poisoned and on the brink of death. Who could have anticipated that Chu Xia would slay the beast with a single stroke? Was this the true essence of a swordsmanship genius? As the passageway opened, it became evident that this savage beast was indeed the final trial. Your Highness, let us take this beast back. I have heard that its flesh is remarkably tender and nourishing, Bai Ji and Qingyu exclaimed with enthusiasm. Very well, Xia Zishuan replied, smiling. Having successfully passed the trial, she felt a weight lift from her shoulders. The trial at the martial ancestor hall was part of the ancestral dragon ceremony. Overcoming this hurdle was essential for her to progress further. Otherwise, she would have to leave the Deqian Palace in disgrace, receiving a meager fief and living out her days as a minor lord, a fate she could hardly bear to contemplate. Chu Xia, let us depart, Xia Zishuan said cheerfully. Approaching him, Chu Xia rose, wearing a contented smile. All right. Just as he was about to hoist the beast, the twins hurriedly intervened, insisting that he allow them to carry it instead. You are the great benefactor, such menial tasks are beneath you. Go wash your hands, and leave the beast to us. Well, if you insist. Chu Xia was more than happy to be relieved of the burden. Soon, the group retraced their steps through the subterranean passage, returning to the grand hall of the martial ancestor. Congratulations to Her Highness the Crown Princess on passing the trial. His Majesty bestows upon you 1,000 taels of gold, 50 spirit herbs, and 3 superior martial arts manuals. Laughter echoed from outside as an elderly eunuch with a youthful visage entered with a hearty laugh. Chu Xia's expression shifted to one of surprise. This eunuch was undoubtedly a master, likely a grandmaster, and the strength of his spiritual energy rivaled that of his father. The Deqian Palace was indeed a place filled with hidden talents. Even an eunuch could be a martial arts grandmaster. Greetings, Eunuch Shan. I thank His Majesty for the rewards. The elderly eunuch, with a benevolent expression, squinted and smiled. The rewards have been sent to the Ziyue Palace. His Majesty also instructed me to remind the Crown Princess that in a few days, it will be the Queen's Memorial Day. Do not forget to pay your respects at the royal tomb. Xia Zishuan paused, her hands tightening into fists, but quickly regained her composure. Zishuan will not forget. Eunuch Shan nodded slightly. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. No sooner had he finished speaking than he vanished without a trace. Let us return. Xia Zishuan instructed. Chu Xia nodded and followed suit. Something feels amiss. Xia Zishuan furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself. What seems off? The queen had passed away over 20 years ago, and her father had never mentioned it. Why this sudden reminder to pay respects today? This does seem somewhat peculiar. Regardless, I have always honored my mother's Memorial Day every year. Xia Zishuan appeared somewhat disheartened. Born into royalty, one must tread cautiously, especially regarding the emperor's words, which must be weighed and analyzed for any hidden implications. Were it not for the steadfast belief that supported her, she might have abandoned the role of crown princess altogether. Why so glum, sister? You are fortunate to have emerged from the martial ancestor hall alive. Just as they stepped outside, a mocking voice rang out. Xia Ruiming approached in a resplendent golden carriage, seated high within it, extending a hand through the draped curtains. Crown Princess, at this juncture, what more is there to say? Hurry and relinquish the key to the treasure pavilion, do not disrupt the rules. Wu Yushan emerged ominously from behind the carriage, his gaze sharp and aggressive. Xia Ruiming. Are you so certain that I cannot pass the martial ancestor trial? Xia Zishuan, already in a foul mood, could hardly contain her fury upon encountering Xia Ruiming's provocations. How about we make a wager? Xia Ruiming asked confidently. He had investigated and knew that Xia Zishuan had chosen the most challenging swordsmanship trial. Given her strength, passing was utterly impossible. Her denial was merely a stall tactic. As the elder sister, I shall not take advantage of you, lest it be said that I bully those younger than me. Let us wager 100 taels of gold, shall we? Xia Ruiming paused, then smirked. Sister, you underestimate me. He waved a hand, and Wu Yushan promptly retrieved 10 gleaming gold ingots. I shall accept this without reservation. With a flick of her hand, Xia Zishuan accepted the 10 ingots. Just as Xia Ruiming's frown was about to deepen, Bai Ji and Qingyu emerged, carrying a bloodied savage beast. Is there anything else to discuss? Xia Zishuan jangled the gold ingots in her hand, casting a scornful glance at Xia Ruiming. Fool, you are eager to deliver gifts. If the treasure pavilion were to fall into your hands, a deficit would be inevitable. With that, Xia Zishuan ascended into the carriage of Ziyue Palace and departed with grace. Bang! Xia Ruiming, seething with anger, unleashed his spiritual energy, tearing the carriage's canopy asunder. Curse it, how could this be? She actually passed the swordsmanship trial and hunted a savage beast. Losing 100 taels of gold was inconsequential to him. But seizing control of the treasure pavilion had just become a formidable challenge. Wu Yushan hastily retrieved the shredded canopy and reattached it to the carriage. Your Highness, do not be upset. I have placed numerous insects in Ziyue Palace. With your command, I can retrieve the key to the treasure pavilion tonight. Foolishness! If this reaches my father's ears, how will he perceive me? You are truly insufferably foolish. Withdraw those insects at once, I shall devise another plan without your meddling. Enraged, Xia Ruiming kicked Wu Yushan from the carriage and waved his hand, sending the carriage racing away. Your Highness, wait for me. Wu Yushan, in a state of panic, could no longer disguise his voice, his eunuch's high pitch betraying his urgency as he chased after the departing carriage. Chapter 9, Ablutions. Having barely settled into the carriage, Xia Zishuan tossed 100 gold ingots to Chu Xia. I owe my victory to you. Consider this a token of my gratitude. As if concerned that Chu Xia might still be wanting, Xia Zishuan added, this is merely an appetizer. Continue our collaboration, and you shall certainly receive your due rewards. Many thanks, Your Highness, Chu Xia responded casually, pocketing the gold ingots and resuming his meditative repose. Observing Chu Xia's impassivity, Xia Zishuan surmised that he was unsatisfied, and she began contemplating a grand surprise. Such a prodigy of boundless potential must be secured firmly within her grasp. Chu Xia, however, was preoccupied with his inner world. He beheld tendrils of potent spiritual energy ceaselessly erupting from the myriad gods' cauldron, coursing through his meridians. This was the cauldron's recompense for absorbing the monstrous beast's demonic aura. Such surging power was poised to elevate Chu Xia's cultivation significantly. He had no time for distractions. Channeling his energy into relentless cultivation, not a moment to be squandered. Upon returning to the Violet Moon Hall, Chu Xia immediately retreated to the princess's chambers, where he sat cross-legged and commenced fervent cultivation. So diligent, aren't we? Truly a youthful prodigy, Xia Zixuan remarked approvingly as she followed him. Time elapsed swiftly, and midnight soon arrived. Chu Xia had finally assimilated all the spiritual energy discharged by the myriad gods' cauldron. This endeavor had yielded substantial progress, propelling his cultivation to the 4th level of the refinement realm, a remarkable 3-tier leap. Such advancement had been inconceivable in the past. Chu Xia began to harbor aspirations. Were he to vanquish more monstrous beasts, his cultivation would undoubtedly ascend even more rapidly. A rumble emanated from his stomach, a stark reminder that 3 days had passed without sustenance. Chu Xia rose and discovered a table laden with food. From the bathing chamber, the sound of cascading water echoed. The princess was in the midst of her ablutions, seemingly unconcerned with the presence of a man within her chambers. However, Chu Xia, in his current state of detachment, felt no stirrings of desire. He approached the table and devoured the food ravenously. Satiated, Chu Xia was about to recline when Xia Zixuan emerged, clad only in a gossamer robe. Her exquisite form was barely concealed, radiating an enthralling allure that would bewitch any beholder. She approached with a radiant smile, presenting Chu Xia with an intricately embroidered pouch. This is for you, a storage pouch capable of holding hundreds of pounds without adding any weight. Your gold ingots can be concealed within, alongside other treasures I have prepared for you. A storage pouch? Chu Xia had only heard of such mystical artifacts reserved for cultivators. They were not available on the open market. However, considering Xia Zixuan's status, Chu Xia was unsurprised. The imperial family possessed a monopoly over cultivation techniques and, by extension, magical artifacts. Then I shall accept it gratefully. Chu Xia received the pouch, peering into its inky depths. It required spiritual perception. Chu Xia nodded, channeling his energy into the pouch, revealing a modest space containing several items, changes of clothing tailored to Chu Xia's measurements, a pair of exquisitely crafted boots, provisions, and 50 stalks of spiritual herbs encased in sandalwood boxes. Spiritual herbs were rare commodities, each possessing considerable value. These must have been imperial gifts to Xia Zixuan. Yet she had relinquished them all to Chu Xia. So generous? Chu Xia mused. He glanced up to find Xia Zixuan regarding him with a warm smile. Accept them. I have no need for spiritual herbs, but they will greatly benefit your diligent cultivation. No ulterior motives? Chu Xia inquired cautiously. Xia Zixuan feigned surprise, then giggled. Of course not. What are you imagining? Very well. Chu Xia had half expected her to be enamored of his physique. Go and bathe, I shall retire for the night. Xia Zixuan stretched languidly, returning to her bed and drifting into slumber. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xia entered the bathing chamber. He surveyed the scene, women's garments strewn about haphazardly, hairpins and ornaments scattered indiscriminately. Chu Xia was at a loss for where to place his feet. Was she merely unkempt or uninhibited? Chu Xia shook his head, gathering the scattered garments and tidying the space. Only after considerable effort did Chu Xia remove his Dragon Abyss Guard uniform and immerse himself in the fragrant pool. The water was heated by red flame crystal stones. Its temperature slightly elevated, but Chu Xia could withstand it effortlessly, thanks to his mastery of the Great Sun Divine Art. After soaking for a while, Chu Xia found it quite agreeable and commenced his cultivation. An hour later, Chu Xia emerged from the bathing chamber. He circulated his spiritual energy, evaporating the moisture from his hair. Observing Xia Zixuan's ungainly posture on the bed, Chu Xia sighed softly and gently covered her with a phoenix shawl. As he prepared to resume his cultivation, Chu Xia noticed that the entrance to the basement was ajar. After a moment of hesitation, he descended into the basement. Sharing a room with Xia Zixuan was inconvenient, he needed a sanctuary of his own. Reaching the basement, Chu Xia lit a lamp, revealing a spacious area cluttered with antiques. Calligraphy, paintings, gold, silver, and a collection of peculiar books. Chu Xia glanced at them, discovering that they were tales of the strange and supernatural, folklore, and local anecdotes. He had not expected the princess to have such interests. However, as he continued to browse, Chu Xia sensed something amiss. Though disguised as supernatural novels, the contents were filled with romantic dalliances, some of which were quite salacious, causing Chu Xia to frown. He shook his head, quickly setting down the book. He composed himself, tidied the basement, retrieved a soft cushion, and sat cross-legged, preparing to cultivate. He dared not neglect the task assigned by Zhang Yunji. Reaching the Grandmaster realm within a year would be no easy feat, he must be diligent. Ah, yes, I can test the efficacy of these spiritual herbs. Chu Xia opened the storage pouch, removing the 50 sandalwood boxes and extracting their contents. In that instant, the myriad god's cauldron pulsed once more. Before Chu Xia could react, a surge of black spiritual energy enveloped the 50 stalks of spiritual herbs, devouring them in a single gulp. Chu Xia remained calm, his face alight with anticipation. Having consumed 50 stalks of spiritual herbs, he wondered what wonders the myriad god's cauldron would produce this time. After a patient wait, the myriad god's cauldron trembled again, and a golden elixir levitated into the air, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. Chapter 10, Dust Cleansing Pill. A dust cleansing pill. A superior spiritual pill. It possesses the miraculous effects of marrow washing, impurity purging, and transformative rebirth. Chu Xia, sensing the pill's essence, couldn't help but gulp. A spiritual pill, a medicinal marvel that only cultivators possess the ability to concoct. Its efficacy far surpasses ordinary pills like the Qi cultivation pill. This dust cleansing pill undoubtedly holds immense benefits for Chu Xia, capable of significantly fortifying his constitution. Without hesitation, Chu Xia ingested the dust cleansing pill. After a brief interlude, drowsiness overcame him, and he succumbed to slumber. Orchid Creek Palace. Within and without the palace, hundreds of maids and eunuchs busied themselves, seemingly preparing to welcome the arrival of a distinguished figure. A eunuch, carrying a bucket of water, stumbled in his haste, spilling its contents upon the ground. Xia Lanqi, passing by, was splashed with droplets upon her skirt, igniting her fury. Blind, worthless cur. Drag him away and behead him. 2 dragon abyss guards swiftly apprehended the eunuch. Your Highness, temper your anger. The Holy Sun is due to arrive imminently, a maidservant hastily interjected, seeking to pacify her. Xia Lanqi grasped the maid's hand, her voice tinged with trepidation. Shaoran, I feel a sense of unease. Brother Su Xia hails from a celestial sect. Will he look down upon us? The mundane imperial family? Your Highness, rest assured. The Holy Sun holds you in such high regard, he would never concern himself with such trivial matters of status. I can only hope so. In this world, the celestial Tao reigns supreme, regardless of the great Qian dynasty's dominion in the mortal realm. It remains inferior in the face of authentic immortal forces. Xia Lanqi has never cared for the ancestral dragon ceremony. In her eyes, even were she to ascend as the Empress of Great Qian, the immortal cultivation techniques passed down by the dynasty would be insufficient for her to attain immortality. Only by joining a true immortal sect like the Ascending Immortal Sect could she have the opportunity to strive for the great Tao of eternal life. That is immortality. After all, is it not far superior to being an empress of a mundane world? This is the primary reason why Xia Lanqi severed her ties the moment she met Su Xia. Chu Xia may be considered a young prodigy within the great Qian Empire, but his potential is ultimately too limited, incomparable to even a fraction of Brother Su Xia's. It is not that I am heartless, but cultivators must be ruthless and unscrupulous. After all, the path of cultivation is one of defying fate. Without the resolve to defy the heavens, how can one speak of cultivation? Xia Lanqi forced a sweet smile. Come, accompany me to await Brother Su Xia's arrival outside the palace. I will use my charm to ensnare Brother Su Xia. As her words faded, a deafening sword cry echoed from the firmament. A blue sword shadow descended from the heavens, appearing before Orchid Creek Palace in an instant. From atop the flying sword descended a handsome man in white robes, exuding an otherworldly aura. Seeing Xia Lanqi rushing out, the man gently landed. "Brother Chu Xia. I have missed you dearly. I implore you to extend your stay this time, allowing Lanqi to fulfill her duties as a host and guide you through the scenic beauty of our great Qian." Chu Xia smiled faintly. "I fear I must disappoint you. I am merely passing through Great Qian to gather materials for refining dust-cleansing pills. I can only stay for half a day before departing for the eternal wilderness to rendezvous with my fellow disciples." "Ah. It matters not, Brother Chu Xia. Half a day is sufficient. Allow Lanqi to entertain you properly." With these words, Xia Lanqi intimately linked her arm with Chu Xia's as they entered Orchid Creek Palace. "Hey, are you alright?" Chu Xia vaguely felt someone pinching his face. He abruptly awoke, only to find himself submerged in the bathing pool. No longer in the basement. However, the once clear water had transformed into a murky blackness, with a layer of oil floating on the surface. "What's going on? Are you trying to boil me?" Chu Xia asked, bewildered. Xia Zishuan glared at Chu Xia, exasperated. "I should be asking you that. This morning, I went to the cultivation room to check on you, only to find you lying motionless on the ground, covered in filthy grime. I even ruined my dress carrying you here, and my hair was full of dirt. It took me ages to clean it all off." "Oh." Chu Xia then recalled what had transpired. Is the effect of this dust-cleansing pill so potent? He assessed his physical condition, feeling an unprecedented lightness and comfort. "You should leave first. I'll clean myself up." "Alright, I've prepared a change of clothes for you. Change into them yourself. I've discarded the soiled ones." With that, Xia Zishuan left the bathing room. Chu Xia rose from the pool and thoroughly cleansed himself with hot water, gazing at his radiant, baby-smooth skin in the mirror. Chu Xia was rendered speechless. Truly a transformative rebirth. Although he had become more tender, his physical strength had been significantly enhanced. He ran a dagger across his arm, but the sharp blade failed to leave even a mark. Furthermore, Chu Xia's senses of smell, hearing, and sight had been greatly amplified. He felt completely rejuvenated. But these were not the most significant changes. Chu Xia could sense a subtle resonance between himself and the spiritual energy of the world, greatly increasing his absorption rate. It was as if a fish that had lived in a sewer for years had suddenly swum into a vast river. Is this the effect of a superior spiritual pill? My cultivation speed should be several times faster than before. Chu Xia secretly rejoiced. He was now more confident in completing the task of breaking through to the Grandmaster realm within a year. Stepping out of the bathing room, Xia Lanqi had already prepared a table full of dishes. Chu Xia rubbed his stomach, feeling a genuine hunger. However, strangely, as he sat down and gazed at the lavish spread, Chu Xia felt no appetite. He sensed that the dishes no longer smelled as appetizing as before, even emitting a slightly foul odor. "What's wrong? Is it not to your liking?" Xia Zishuan inquired. Chu Xia nodded, unable to pinpoint the specific reason. Xia Zishuan pondered for a moment, then said, "Wait here, I'll have someone grill the savage beast meat we brought back yesterday." "All right. The meat of demonic beasts is rich in spiritual energy, so it should taste better." As Xia Zishuan departed, Chu Xia sat cross-legged and began cultivating the great sun divine art under the sunlight. As he practiced, Chu Xia sensed something amiss. Within his body, a golden flame ignited out of nowhere. Chu Xia abruptly opened his eyes, extended his palm, and a golden flame flickered from his fingertip. Although the flame was small, the temperature it emitted was astonishingly high, instantly igniting the surrounding wooden furniture. Crap! Chu Xia hastily retracted the flame and extinguished the fire with water. This is the Great Sun Divine Flame. Strange, according to the Great Sun Divine Art, one must cultivate to at least the 3rd level to condense the Great Sun Divine Flame. Yet I have only just entered the 1st level. How am I able to condense the Great Sun Divine Flame? Could it be related to my pure Yang constitution? Chapter 11, Suppressing Jian Yunji? Just as Chu Xia intended to resume his cultivation, Xia Zishuan returned, bearing the aroma of roasted beast meat. Enticed by the savory scent, Chu Xia immediately indulged, devouring the meat with gusto. The spirit-infused roasted meat was tender and succulent, exuding a subtle, sweet milky fragrance, its juices incredibly rich. Before long, Chu Xia had consumed several pounds of roasted meat, much to Xia Zixuan's astonishment. "I must inform you of something," Xia Zixuan stated. "Xia Lanqi is currently hosting a cultivator from the Ascendant Immortal sect at her Lanqi Palace. This individual, named Chu Xia, is likely the object of Xia Lanqi's affection." Upon hearing this, Chu Xia furrowed his brow. Ascendant Immortal sect? What manner of power is that? It is a venerable and enigmatic cultivation sect situated to the north of the Great Qian dynasty. Though comprising fewer than 100 individuals, each possesses the bearing of an immortal, capable of flight, teleportation, and feats of earth-shattering magnitude. Martial arts grandmasters are but ants in their sight. So, a cultivation sect. Chu Xia mused. "You should be aware that the late Xian'an Empress, Zhang Yunji, may yet linger," Xia Zixuan continued, holding a cup of warm tea. "The ancestral dragon ritual serves not only to select a new emperor but also, and more importantly, to suppress Zhang Yunji's lingering resentment." Indeed. The selection of an emperor is but a consequence of the ritual's primary objective, to subjugate Zhang Yunji. Having shared a substantial amount of information regarding the ancestral dragon ritual, Xia Zixuan quenched her thirst with the fragrant tea. "When will the ancestral dragon ritual formally commence?" Chu Xia inquired. "By my reckoning, approximately 1 year hence," Xia Zixuan replied. By the way, I will be visiting the imperial mausoleum tomorrow morning to pay respects to my mother. I would appreciate your company." Chu Xia's mind stirred. The imperial mausoleum is situated on the western outskirts of the imperial capital, along West Street. The Divine Marshal General's mansion also resides on West Street. "Perhaps I could steal a glance at my home along the way." Chu Xia nodded in agreement. "Very well." Swords echoed. As Xia Lanqi gazed adoringly at Chu Xia's departing figure, his sword cutting through the wind. "Only a man of such celestial grace is worthy to be my consort." "Your Highness," the maid, Sharan, said hastily, "I have investigated. The elixirs that the immortal Su desires are indeed within the Great Qian Palace. But they are stored within the Pavilion of Treasures, accessible only by the eldest princess." Xia Lanqi frowned. Xia Zixuan is not to be underestimated. To obtain the elixirs from her will be no simple task. But for the sake of brother Chu Xia, I shall persevere, no matter the difficulty. "Prepare my conveyance," Xia Lanqi commanded. "I shall go to Mingxian Hall and have a discussion with Xia Ruiming." The following morning, Chu Xia emerged from the basement to find Xia Zixuan still slumbering. Her posture remained unrefined, her gossamer nightgown bunched above her head, her striking legs fully exposed. Even her most intimate garments were plainly visible. Chu Xia gazed intently for a moment, then confirmed one thing: the sage mode had ended. Chapter 12, Sister. As the sun ascended in the sky, the morning mist gradually dissipated. A carriage draped in black curtains was slowly departing from the Great Qian Palace. Outside the palace gates lay the Wuhuang Avenue, which traversed the entirety of the imperial capital. Crossing the Emperor's Bridge and passing through the shaded paths, the carriage soon reached the bustling city center and turned onto West Street. Not far ahead stood the residence of the Divine Marshal General. The Chu family had been the most elite force under the Great Qian royal banner since the kingdom's founding 5 centuries ago. Whether in seizing the throne or in safeguarding the realm, the Divine Martial Army had achieved remarkable feats. Unfortunately, by the time it reached the generation of Chu Xiao's father, the family's fortunes had waned. Once boasting a formidable army of 1 million, the Divine Martial Army now dwindled to a mere 100,000, otherwise, his father would not have. Before long, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the Divine Marshal General's residence. Xia Zixuan glanced at Chu Xia and remarked that the carriage would slow down, taking about a quarter of an hour to reach the West City Gate. She assured him she would catch up. Adorning the Dragon Abyss Guard mask, Chu Xia leaped from the carriage and, instead of entering through the main gate, stealthily made his way to the back courtyard, scaling the wall. The servants within had mostly been dismissed, and the garden in the back courtyard had fallen into disrepair after being neglected for some time. "Is that young master?" An elderly man with a cane approached Chu Xia, trembling slightly. Chu Xia removed his mask, revealing his true identity. "Su Guanjia, how did you recognize me?" The old man named Su Shu, had devoted his life to serving the Chu family. Upon confirming it was indeed Chu Xia, Su Guanzhou was elated. I have watched you grow, young master. Your silhouette and mannerisms are etched in my memory, how could I mistake you? Chu Xia nodded. Su Guanzhou, you have suffered these days. How is the situation at home? Have you faced any oppression? Su Shu shook his head. Though the general has passed, his residual influence remains. The petty scoundrels do not dare to act recklessly against the general's residence. However. But what? The family's resources have been entirely allocated to compensate the fallen soldiers of the Divine Martial Army. Our wealth has been depleted, and the household's daily expenses are barely manageable. Moreover, rumors are circulating that the general's residence is on the brink of collapse, causing the servants and maids to flee. Chu Xia furrowed his brow. What of the compensation funds allocated by the court? I do not know, I have not even heard of them. None? Or have they been intercepted? A glint of severity flashed in Chu Xia's eyes. He needed to investigate this matter thoroughly. What of Bai Wei? Is she at home? The young lady is at home. She has not attended the academy for quite some time. Young master, you should visit her, only you can uplift her spirits now. Without further ado, Chu Xia proceeded toward the inner residence. Soon, he arrived at a tranquil and elegant courtyard. Just as he was about to knock, the door swung open, revealing a pale, frail girl, as delicate as a leaf that could be swept away by the wind. Their eyes locked. Chu Baiwei paused for a moment before her face transformed into a radiant expression of joy, and she rushed forward, embracing Chu Xia tightly. Brother, you have finally returned. I knew you would not abandon me. Chu Xia gently patted her slender back, his voice solemn. Why have you become so thin? Do you not remember what I told you? Regardless of what happens, your health is paramount. Chu Xia's mother had passed away during childbirth, and now, with their father gone, only Chu Baiwei remained as his blood relative. During his time in the Great Qian Palace, his greatest concern had been for this young sister. At merely 13 years of age, she should have been enjoying the comforts of the general's residence but had instead faced immense turmoil, her father slain in battle, his remains lost, and her brother missing without a trace. It was a miracle she had not succumbed to despair. Wiping away her tears, Chu Baiwei revealed a bright smile. Brother, I am hungry. Can you make me some egg fried rice? Feeling a pang of sorrow, Chu Xia ruffled her hair, opening his storage pouch to reveal an array of food and pastries, which he placed in the room. He then produced 100 taels of gold, instructing her to hide them carefully. Focus on regaining your health. I am quite busy at the moment with many matters to attend to. When I finish, I will return to see you. If you have not gained 10 pounds by then, beware, I shall whip you. Startled, Chu Baiwei quickly covered her backside, her expression turning pitiful. I will eat on time, I promise. Good. Though Chu Xia had a multitude of words to share, he understood that this was not the time for a family reunion. Do not speak of my return to anyone, and do not mention it to the elders. Only you and Su Guanzhou need to know. With that, Chu Xia said no more and departed from the general's residence. Outside the West City Gate, Chu Xia caught up with the carriage just in time. Upon seeing him return, Xia Zixuan did not inquire further but merely glanced at him before resuming her gaze out the window, her demeanor serene. The black palace attire enhanced her tranquil and solemn aura, a stark contrast to her usual casual demeanor. Chu Xia remained silent, sitting cross-legged as he continued to cultivate the Grand Sun Yang divine art. The strand of Grand Sun Yang flame, having grown significantly stronger through last night's practice, now burned with a diameter comparable to that of a pinky finger, radiating a noticeably higher temperature. He refrained from unleashing it carelessly, for the carriage would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. Such power was not typically possessed by mere martial artists. With the Grand Sun Yang flame and the supreme killing sword at his disposal, Chu Xia felt a profound sense of security. Unbeknownst to him, the carriage had traversed a mountain path leading to the outskirts. Just a few miles ahead lay the royal tombs. At that moment, however, Chu Xia suddenly sensed an impending danger. Get down! He instinctively pressed Xia Zixuan's head down into his embrace. Simultaneously, A sharp whistling sound pierced the air as a crossbow bolt, as thick as a thumb, shot forth, striking the carriage with tremendous force and splintering it. Enemy attack. In an instant, over a dozen dragon abyss guards reacted, encircling the carriage protectively. Xia Zixuan, resting on Chu Xia's thigh, commanded with a resolute voice, "Bai Ji, Qing Xian. Pursue the assailants and ensure they are captured alive." Understood. The twin sisters, both at the profound realm, unleashed their exceptional agility, darting towards the direction from which the crossbow bolt had come. Just then, a cascade of large stones suddenly tumbled down from the hillside beside the road. Weighing several hundred pounds, the falling rocks descended with ferocious momentum. Should they strike, even the dragon abyss guards would find it difficult to withstand. Retreat down the mountain. Chu Xia decisively scooped up Xia Zixuan and fled downhill. The dragon abyss guards swiftly followed suit. At the foot of the mountain lay a vast tea garden, dense with flourishing tea trees, providing ample cover for potential threats. Caution was paramount. The dragon abyss guards forged ahead to clear the path, while Chu Xia closely shielded the princess, vigilant of any unusual movements around them. It was then that the twin sisters returned swiftly, with Bai Ji holding up a bloodied head. She placed the head underfoot and reported, "Your Highness, the assassin appears to be a death warrior. Upon our interception, he chose to take his own life. Regardless of their origin," she continued, "those who dare to assassinate the princess must pay with their lives." Chapter 13, An unforeseen circumstance. The fierce demeanor of the twins left Chu Xia in awe. The two sisters possessed a certain valiant spirit, perhaps. Had they been part of the divine martial army, they could have ascended to the position of commanding general. Xia Zixuan furrowed her brows in silence. Since her father had summoned her to the royal mausoleum to pay respects to her deceased mother, she sensed something amiss. Now, her apprehensions had materialized. Ordinary assassins would not dare to attempt an attack on the eldest princess of the great Qian nation near the royal mausoleum. The identity of the enemy had thus been narrowed down to a minuscule circle. The other 6 princes and princesses each harbored motives for murder. Yet, Xia Zixuan instinctively believed that the one who might ultimately seek to eliminate her could very well be her exalted father. He would never truly accept her, after all. Contemplating this, Xia Zixuan's expression turned somber. However, she quickly regained her composure. Taking a detour, she would traverse the tea garden and scale the mountain ahead to reach the mausoleum, regardless of who sought to impede her. Today she must pay homage at her mother's grave. With that, Xia Zixuan rose and prepared to cross the expansive tea plantation. Bai Ji and Qing Yu immediately sprang forward, employing their lightness skills to navigate the treetops, remaining vigilant. The other Long Yuan guards were adequately trained, dispersing around Xia Zixuan to form a protective circle, ensuring that no one could approach within 100 meters. Chu Xia, moving leisurely behind, surveyed the entire situation. His sword intent could extend over 100 meters, enabling him to detect any disturbances in advance. For now, the enemy exhibited no further movements. Yet, the true peril might lie within the royal mausoleum. Should someone harbor murderous intent and be resolute in eliminating Xia Zixuan, they would certainly lay an ambush within. Cradling the Juetia sword in his arms, Chu Xia felt no significant turmoil within. Having promised to cooperate with Xia Zixuan, he would safeguard her to the best of his abilities. However, if a master-level adversary emerged, the eldest princess would need to fend for herself. Soon, the group successfully crossed the tea garden and began their ascent. The stone steps leading up the mountain were broad and easy to navigate. The twins led the charge, forging ahead. Xia Zixuan, still recovering from her injuries, found the climb somewhat arduous, beads of perspiration forming on her brow. At that moment, a hand extended toward her. "Here, lean on me," Chu Xia offered. Xia Zixuan glanced at him, said nothing further, and placed her hand on his arm, utilizing his strength to ease her ascent, feeling considerably relieved. "If the enemy is too formidable, feel free to retreat. Our partnership does not necessitate dragging you into danger." "That is precisely my intention," Xia Zixuan replied, slightly taken aback, casting an irritated look at Chu Xia. "You are quite pragmatic. It's only human nature." Xia Zixuan shrugged off Chu Xia's arm and quickened her pace up the mountain. Despite the pain in her abdomen rendering her face pale, she did not slow down. Shortly thereafter, they reached the hillside. Before them lay a dense forest. At the edge of the thicket, the outline of the royal mausoleum was faintly discernible. The twins pressed on ahead, wielding their swords to cleave through vines and underbrush, clearing a path. Xia Zishuan leaned against her waist, catching her breath momentarily. Turning back, she saw Chu Xia still moving slowly, causing her frustration to flare. Gritting her teeth, she once again quickened her pace, even as pain tugged at her lips. In no time, they safely arrived at the royal mausoleum. Surrounded by verdant mountains, the mausoleum was cloaked in withered vines and ancient trees, adorned with rare flowers and auspicious herbs. The soft cooing of distant birds echoed like the cries of an infant, creating an atmosphere ripe with melancholy. A profound sense of solemnity permeated the air. Ultimately, all mortals must face death, regardless of the power wielded by emperors in life. They too must rest here after a century. Only by becoming an immortal can one transcend the shackles of mortality. Whether a true path to eternal life exists remains uncertain. However, even an additional century of existence attracts countless souls. Standing at the foot of the majestic mausoleum, Chu Xia was suddenly engulfed by a wave of realization. Roar! His reverie was abruptly interrupted by a low growl. Beware, there are beasts. Xia Zishuan's brows furrowed. How could there be beasts within the guarded mausoleum? Are they deliberately luring them here to confront me? A beast, as large as a bison, approached, its eyes glowing crimson, smoke billowing from its nostrils as it staggered closer. This creature was unusual, seemingly drugged, its bloodthirsty instincts fully awakened. It would pose a formidable challenge, they must unite to swiftly eradicate it. The twins wore grave expressions, sensing an impending fierce battle. At that moment, two additional low growls resonated from other directions. Two more beasts appeared. All three bore crimson eyes and emanated malevolent energy. This was indeed a considerable undertaking. Xia Zishuan's lips curled into a cold smile. She could now almost conclusively identify the true mastermind behind these events, the Emperor himself. Only he possessed such means. Truly, my dear father. It seemed that today she would have to resort to the life-preserving measures bestowed upon her by her mother. Before Xia Zishuan could fully process this, Chu Xia had already darted forward, his Chu Xia sword slicing through the air, unleashing a brilliant blaze of golden light. Without any hesitation, he cleaved the first beast in two. The scorching sword energy instantly cauterized the wound, preventing a single drop of blood from spilling as the creature collapsed lifelessly to the ground. What a stroke of fortune! Chu Xia was elated. With these three beasts, his cultivation would undoubtedly surge. Regardless of who the puppet master was, he felt compelled to express his gratitude upon encountering them. How fortuitous it was to receive such assistance. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xia employed the sword control technique, the Chu Xia sword whistling as it arced through the air, decapitating the remaining two beasts with ease. Though these creatures were slightly larger and possessed a more robust demonic energy than those encountered in the martial god temple, they stood no chance against the Chu Xia sword, imbued with the essence of the blazing sun. Moreover, after consuming the Chichon pill, Chu Xia's spiritual power had significantly amplified, enhancing his swordsmanship. Such low-tier demonic beasts posed no challenge, whether faced with 3 or 30, they would be no match for him. Is that it? Bai Ji was left utterly astonished. Xingyu gazed at Chu Xia with newfound admiration, nearly losing her balance. Xia Zishuan stood in disbelief. How had he grown so much stronger in just 2 days? That strike was astonishingly powerful, even a transformation realm warrior might struggle to withstand it. Chu Xia meticulously inspected the three beasts, allowing the divine pillar to absorb their demonic energy before rising with satisfaction, addressing the group. What are you all staring at? It was merely a trifling matter. Chapter 14, The Art of Wealth Creation. Gather a few people to assist in skinning and butchering the meat. It would be best to light a bonfire to smoke it, as this will help prevent spoilage. Upon hearing Chu Xiao's call, the twins and the other members of the Long Yuan Guard finally reacted. Without waiting for Xia Zishuan to speak, they all stepped forward, and under Chu Xiao's guidance, they meticulously dismembered the 3 large savage beasts. Once completed, they had accumulated approximately 700 to 800 pounds of prime meat, a bountiful harvest that should suffice for Chu Xia for several days. At this time, the twins had successfully kindled a fire and even foraged for some spices and wild onions nearby. They retrieved a pouch of fine salt from their storage bags and transformed into cooks, diligently assisting Chu Xia in marinating the beast's meat. Observing this, Xia Zixuan felt an inexplicable discomfort. The Long Yuan guards, who had once been fiercely loyal to her, were now turned into Chu Xia's lackeys. The admiration in their eyes was impossible to conceal. While Chu Xia's prowess in slaying 3 savage beasts was indeed impressive, she was still the sovereign here. Xia Zixuan shook her head in resignation and proceeded deeper into the imperial tomb. It was only then that the Long Yuan guards realized they had urgent matters to attend to. This was not the time for roasting meat. However, with the fire already lit, they could not simply abandon it. The twins immediately summoned the 2 weakest members of the Long Yuan guard, instructing them, "You two will be responsible for roasting the meat. The rest will continue onward to ensure the safety of Her Highness." Although the savage beasts had been dealt with, they could not guarantee there were no other dangers lurking within the imperial tomb, so caution was imperative. Chu Xia cast a reluctant glance at the roasting meat before ultimately following in Xia Zixuan's footsteps. Inside the imperial tomb, the trees loomed overhead, obscuring the sunlight. Xia Zixuan's steps came to a halt at the entrance of a mausoleum. This tomb was constructed within the mountains, spacious and seemingly bottomless, yet no immediate danger was detected. Approaching a gravestone, she read the inscription, "Tomb of Meng Xuanqing, 16th Empress of the Deqian dynasty." After a brief silence, she began the solemn act of sweeping and paying her respects. She did not seek help from anyone and diligently completed the ritual alone, taking nearly half an hour. Having finished, Xia Zixuan appeared to harbor no lingering attachment. She promptly turned to leave. Upon returning to the Ziyue Palace, it was already afternoon. The journey back had been uneventful. Chu Xia, relishing the tranquility, sat in the carriage, indulging in the feast of roasted meat, having consumed over 10 pounds. Eagerly, he descended into the basement upon arrival to commence his closed-door cultivation. The Wanshen Ding absorbed the demonic essence from the 3 savage beasts, exuding a substantial amount of spiritual energy, nearly filling Chu Xia's dantian. He would need at least 2 days to fully digest such an abundance of spiritual energy. As for Xia Zixuan, she appeared utterly exhausted, returning without even shedding her clothes, collapsing into sleep. It was only when Chu Xia noticed the tear stains at the corners of her eyes that he realized her emotions were not as tranquil as they seemed. 2 days swiftly passed. Refreshing. At last, I have refined all the spiritual energy. Nurtured by the vast influx of spiritual energy, Chu Xia's cultivation surged dramatically. In just 2 short days, he broke through several levels, reaching the 8th layer of the spirit refinement realm. With just 2 more savage beasts, he felt he could potentially challenge the transcendence realm. However, it appeared there were no further opportunities to encounter savage beasts in the immediate future. Nevertheless, even through regular cultivation, Chu Xia believed he had a chance to break through to the transcendence realm before the next month arrived. After a brief period of adjustment, he emerged from the basement, only to find Xia Zixuan absent. The room was in disarray, personal garments strewn about, the bed unmade, and cosmetics haphazardly left on the vanity. Unable to bear the sight, Chu Xia began to tidy up the room. Just as he finished, Xia Zixuan returned, looking disheveled. Upon seeing the spotless room, her fatigued expression transformed into one of delight. "Wonderful! Seeing the room so clean and tidy lifts my spirits immensely. You should invite others to help you clean more often. I prefer not to have anyone else enter my room. Besides, there is a large man hidden away in here, which makes it inconvenient for others to come in and clean." "True enough," she conceded. "However, given that I am staying under your roof, some tidying up won't waste too much time. Consider it paying rent." Stretching languidly, Xia Zixuan shed her outer garments and tossed them into Chu Xia's hands. "I'm going to bathe now. If you have time, please wash my clothes as well." "Do you truly see me as your servant?" Chu Xia frowned. Under the pillow lay 50 taels of gold and a bottle of 5th-grade body refinement pills. "Is this sufficient as compensation?" Upon lifting the pillow, Chu Xia indeed found 5 gleaming gold ingots and a vial of pills. "Your Highness, you are too generous. Henceforth, I shall take charge of your laundry and ensure it is impeccably clean." "Ah, I appreciate that." As she spoke, the door to the bathing chamber cracked open, and a cascade of recently discarded garments flew out, landing in Chu Xia's embrace. We might as well wash it all together. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Xiaolanqi arrived at Ziyue Palace bright and early. Sister, you must help me. The door burst open, revealing Xia Zixuan sprawled on the bed with a long yuan guard atop her back. I'll come back later. Xiaolanqi's face flushed crimson as she quickly exited, leaning against the door, still in shock. This woman was utterly indiscreet, brazenly indulging in her desires by engaging with her subordinate in broad daylight. How scandalous! Yet, that long yuan guard's figure seemed oddly familiar. Inside, an awkward silence enveloped the room. Both the crown princess and Chu Xia were momentarily taken aback. Why didn't she knock before entering? Xia Zixuan exclaimed in a fluster. Chu Xia, unhurried, donned the long yuan guard's mask. What's the fuss? She didn't see my face. But my reputation. Xia Zixuan was at a loss for words. Chu Xia chuckled, you and your sister wish each other ill. Practically yearning for a brawl, and now you care about her opinion? True, Xia Zixuan's resolve to eliminate Xiaolanqi strengthened. Come in. Sitting up, she adjusted her somewhat disheveled attire. It was her own fault for having Chu Xia massage her. It had taken 10 taels of gold to convince him. And barely a few minutes into her enjoyment, Xiaolanqi had barged in. You owe me some time later, she shot a glance at Chu Xia. With an eye roll, Chu Xia promptly donned the mask once more. Moments later, Xiaolanqi re-entered, her cheeks still flushed, unable to meet Xia Zixuan's gaze. Observing this, Chu Xia couldn't help but smirk internally. What a drama queen! A woman willing to eliminate her fiancé for a new lover, pretending to be innocent. If not for his plans to deal with Xiaolanqi, he would have been tempted to slay this vixen on the spot. To avoid succumbing to his murderous impulses, he simply turned away, preferring not to see her. Chapter 15. Let me have a child. Xiaolanqi chose to remain silent about the earlier incident. Upon entering the room, she immediately approached Xia Zixuan. Sister, Xia Ruiming is truly despicable, he has caused me great distress. Do not rush, take your time to explain, Xia Zixuan replied, curious to see what schemes this little imp was concocting. Sister, do you remember I mentioned I have someone I admire? His name is Chu Xia, the son of the Holy Immortal Sect. A few days ago, he sought my assistance in procuring some high-quality spiritual herbs. Xia Ruiming, having somehow learned of this, claimed he possessed the herbs I needed. I foolishly believed his deceitful words and gathered 1,000 taels of gold, only to be swindled. The herbs he provided were nothing but inferior goods. When I confronted him, he dismissed my concerns, stating that the herbs were exchanged from the treasure pavilion and that I should take my grievances to you. Tears glistened in Xiaolanqi's beautiful eyes, portraying a picture of profound indignation. She continued, her voice quivering, I know this matter does not involve you, dear sister, but I cannot let it go unchallenged. I implore you to devise a strategy with me to confront Xia Ruiming, so that we may at least reclaim the wealth he has wrongfully taken from me. I assure you, I will not let you labor in vain, any restitution we receive will be split evenly between us. Sister, what do you think? Xia Zixuan listened patiently and smiled noncommittally. This is neither a trivial matter nor an insurmountable one, it ultimately depends on how you wish to proceed. Certainly. We must make a grand affair of it, ideally stirring the ears of father and bringing Xia Ruiming to disgrace, Xiaolanqi declared without hesitation. Her delicate features contorted with indignation, her cheeks puffed in a manner that exuded an endearing ferocity. Even Xia Zixuan had to concede that her sixth sister was undeniably charming. Despite knowing she had been poisoned by her, one could hardly harbor any anger upon gazing at her countenance. Such an innate ability to evoke pity could indeed be deemed a remarkable talent. Very well, return and await my news, Xia Zixuan replied with a radiant smile. Thank you, dear sister, Xiaolanqi exclaimed, playfully planting a kiss on Xia Zixuan's cheek before skipping away. In an instant, the smiling Xia Zixuan's expression hardened, her face shadowed by a veil of frost. What a perilous woman, at merely 16, she conceals such depth. I wonder how formidable she will become in 2 years. At that moment, Chu Xia removed his mask and approached. Are you truly intending to assist this vixen against the second prince? Why not seize the opportunity if it promises profit? Xia Zixuan replied with keen interest. Chu Xia shrugged. As long as you do not fall for their schemes and come crying to me later. Rest assured, I am not so foolish, Xia Zishuan yawned, reclining once more on her bed in a comfortable posture. Let us continue, my expenditures are not frivolous. The following day, while Chu Xia was still in secluded cultivation, Xia Zishuan had already set out early to the treasure pavilion. The pavilion held a unique status as a subsidiary institution of the Deqian royal treasury, dedicated to providing rare materials and resources for the royal family. The extraordinary spiritual herbs presented to the royal family from various regions were primarily stored within the pavilion, where princes and nobles could redeem them according to their needs. The value of the treasure pavilion is self-evident, ideally under the emperor's complete control. However, it was entrusted to Xia Zishuan due to her mother, Mang Wanqing, who had significantly aided the emperor during the last Ancestor Dragon Festival, leading to the emperor's promise to place the pavilion in her care upon ascending the throne. Xia Zishuan inherited the pavilion from her mother, which had made her a target of envy over the years. Many sought to obtain the key to the pavilion, not just Xia Weiming alone. Within the resplendent tower, Bai Ji and Xingyu escorted Xia Zishuan into the treasure pavilion. Before a massive iron door forged of steel, as thick as a city wall, Xia Zishuan slowly produced a delicately crafted purple jade pendant. The pendant emitted a gentle glow, casting a violet light that illuminated the iron door. In an instant, the mechanisms on the door clicked and whirred, and the array of restrictions was unlocked. As the door gradually opened, a rich aura of spiritual energy wafted forth. Old Mu, thank you for your hard work, please bring me the account books for this month. As Xia Zishuan finished speaking, an elderly man, stooped and silver-haired, appeared seemingly from nowhere. Miss, please wait a moment. The old man entered the pavilion at a leisurely pace. Yet he did not keep Xia Zishuan waiting long before returning with the account books in hand. Xia Zishuan perused the documents briefly, her expression revealing her understanding. Just as she was about to depart, she suddenly recalled something. Old Mu, how much of my redemption quota remains? Miss, you still have 3,000 available for redemption. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Zishuan instructed, convert it all into spiritual herbs suitable for enhancing the cultivation of those in the divine spirit realm and the profound realm. Old Mu's expression shifted slightly in surprise, yet he did not inquire further and once again entered the pavilion. Moments later, he emerged carrying a box taller than himself. A total of 300 spiritual herbs, please count them, Mississippi. There's no need for that, I trust your integrity, Old Mu, Xia Zishuan smiled. Old Mu, once the steward of the Meng family, had been by her mother's side since her birth, and now he had served for 4 to 5 decades. Yet, his appearance seemed unchanged. In her mother's memories, he had already looked like this when she was a child, as if time had frozen around him. Mississippi. Old Mu seemed to have something to say but shook his head. It's nothing, take care, Mississippi. Thank you, Old Mu, please take care of yourself. If you need anything, send word, and I'll arrange it for you. No need, I am quite well here, he replied. Xia Zishuan did not press further, nodding as she took her leave. Upon returning to the Ziyue Palace, Xia Zishuan instructed Bai Ji and Xingyu to deliver the box to her chambers. Meanwhile, Chu Xia, still in the underground training area, suddenly felt the myriad god's cauldron tremble violently. What is happening? Rushing out, he found the ground strewn with various spiritual herbs, a rich medicinal aroma wafting through the air. Do you want them? They are yours, Xia Zishuan beckoned playfully to Chu Xia, her expression radiant. Chu Xia's gaze darkened. And what is the price? Let me have a child. Xia Zishuan fixed her gaze on Chu Xia, making a startling declaration. Chapter 16, the seed-bearing bag. Chu Xia was rendered speechless, his desire for the elixir extinguished in an instant. Even the divine cauldron ceased its tremors, as if it too found the request rather excessive. May I first hear the reason behind this? Chu Xia inquired, somewhat taken aback. Zhang Yunji's need for a child stemmed from her reliance on the innate imperial aura to restore her strength, but what was the case with Xia Zishuan? Reproducing was a natural human inclination, did it require justification? Xia Zishuan smiled sweetly, yet her explanation evidently failed to sway Chu Xia. All right, I confess, I am somewhat frightened, she admitted. Is it due to the assassination at the imperial mausoleum? Xia Zishuan shook her head. As the eldest princess, I have faced countless assassination attempts throughout my life. Such threats do not terrify me. However, since the commencement of the ancestral dragon ceremony, I have been overwhelmed by a profound premonition I may not endure until its conclusion. Initially, I had not contemplated the matter of reproduction, but while paying homage to my late mother at the mausoleum, it struck me, if I were to perish, who would tend to my mother's grave? If my lineage were to perish with me, would I possess the face to confront my mother in the afterlife? Yet, if I were to have a child, everything might transform entirely. Even in death, my child could inherit my will, pursuing the goals I could not achieve. And even if my child faltered, my grandchild would still carry on my bloodline, ensuring that one day, my aspirations would be fulfilled. Chu Xia comprehended. Xia Zishuan was not merely seeking a child but rather a glimmer of hope. The burden she bore was perhaps greater than Chu Xia had perceived. It was not entirely incomprehensible. However, time was of the essence. Did she truly intend to attend the ancestral dragon ceremony with a burgeoning belly? Who said I must bear the child myself? Chu Xia was taken aback. You wish for a child, yet do not intend to bear it yourself. What is your aim? Could it be that this world possessed surrogacy techniques? If so, Chu Xia had indeed been remiss in his knowledge. Come here, and I shall enlighten you. Xia Zishuan beckoned with a playful finger. Unable to quell his curiosity, Chu Xia approached. Xia Zishuan leaned closer, whispering in his ear, in the treasure pavilion. There exists a relic, a treasure from a bygone era, known as the seed-bearing bag. It possesses the ability to transform and nurture all things. If we were to mix your essence with mine and place it within the seed-bearing bag, an embryo could be formed, and we could freely control the incubation period. Should I successfully seize the throne, it may prove unnecessary, but if I were to suddenly perish, the seed-bearing bag could be sent out of the palace. And in 10 months, my child would be born. Chu Xia furrowed his brow, astonished. Cultivators were truly remarkable, capable of crafting such artifacts. More importantly, it sounded rather feasible. As a contingency plan, it was indeed commendable. See, I have even produced the seed-bearing bag. Xia Zishuan cautiously lifted her skirt, revealing a white ribbon tied around her thigh. Attached to the ribbon was a palm-sized, emerald-green pouch. It was undoubtedly a treasure of considerable rank, far surpassing Chu Xia's own absolute kill sword. Suddenly, a thought struck Chu Xia. He wondered if the divine cauldron could absorb the seed-bearing bag. May I touch it? He asked. You wish to touch my leg? Xia Zishuan playfully blinked. Chu Xia chuckled, boldly reaching out to caress her leg, venturing deeper until his hand rested on the seed-bearing bag. However, the divine cauldron exhibited no reaction to the seed-bearing bag, which was somewhat disappointing. Have you had enough? You have yet to answer me. Why choose me? Why must there be so many reasons? I find you pleasing to the eye, is that not sufficient? Xia Zishuan felt a hint of embarrassment. In truth, her choice of Chu Xia had been deliberate. Firstly, he was quite young, and the quality of his essence should be exceptional, allowing for prolonged preservation. Secondly, among all those she had encountered, his cultivation talent was unparalleled, holding significant potential to become a true cultivator. If she were to bear a child, securing a father with promise would undoubtedly be advantageous. What say you? Have you made up your mind? Chu Xia pondered for a moment. I shall accept this task. Whether it is Zhang Yunji or Xia Zishuan, having one more child poses no harm. Moreover, with me around, how could Xia Zishuan possibly perish so easily? He resolved to secure the 300 spirit herbs. I have been awaiting your words. Xia Zishuan exclaimed joyously, promptly handing the seed-bearing bag to Chu Xia. You may proceed with your affairs, I shan't intrude further. I shall return later. No sooner had she spoken than she vanished from sight, leaving Chu Xia in a state of bemusement. Wait, is that it? You leave me to deal with the fifth young lady? Chu Xia could no longer contain himself. Here I am, assisting you in bearing a child, and you do not even extend a modicum of effort? Yet, gazing at the scattered spirit herbs, he felt a sense of relief. Business is business, one ought not to set expectations too high. Chu Xia first stowed the seed-bearing bag before swiftly gathering the spirit herbs scattered across the ground. As anticipated, each herb he touched was promptly absorbed by the divine cauldron. Before long, all 300 spirit herbs had vanished within the cauldron. To his delight, an ancient, yellowed tome suddenly emerged from the divine cauldron. Is this not a pill? Chu Xia was slightly surprised but not disappointed. If it were a cultivation technique, that would be even better. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the 3 large characters inscribed on the cover, Pharmaceutical Goddess Formula. In the next instant, the pharmaceutical goddess formula transformed into streams of ethereal light, swiftly merging into Chu Xia's sea of consciousness. A torrent of information surged forth. This is alchemy. And not merely any kind of alchemy. It was a legacy secret technique bequeathed by a renowned healer named Sun Zhongyuan. Though Chu Xia knew not who Sun Zhongyuan was, one could surmise that anyone worthy of the title healer must be a prominent figure within the realm of cultivation. Moreover, the pharmaceutical goddess formula was extraordinary. It encompassed both alchemy and a cultivation technique requiring advancement. The pharmaceutical goddess formula was divided into 9 tiers. The method for advancement was quite unique, necessitating the refinement of corresponding pills without the aid of any external forces. Although Chu Xia had inherited the pharmaceutical goddess formula, he had only grasped a small fraction of it thus far. He needed to break through the first tier of the pharmaceutical goddess formula to truly enter the fold and become a competent alchemist. The first pill he needed to concoct was known as the essence replenishing pill. It was a lower-grade spiritual pill, though classified as such, its refinement posed significant challenges. Requiring a diverse array of spirit herbs, numbering in the dozens, many of which Chu Xia had never even heard of. Its efficacy was remarkably potent, serving as a genuine restorative pill. Regardless of how severely one's vitality was depleted, consuming just 1 pill would ensure immediate revitalization, restoring vigor and allowing for vigorous activity without restraint. Whether or not it was effective was inconsequential, what mattered was that I had always held a passion for alchemy. Chapter 17, Great Supplement in the Basement. Chu Xia immersed himself in the profound practice of the divine pharmacist technique. This method, though enigmatic, did not enhance his cultivation level. Yet it significantly refined his delicate control over spiritual energy, an essential talent for any alchemist. Moreover, during his cultivation, flashes of inspiration regarding alchemy would occasionally ignite in his mind. After merely half a day's training, Chu Xia had amassed an extensive foundation of knowledge concerning spiritual herbs, enabling him to identify the pharmacological properties and preparation methods of over 1,000 varieties. Such expertise typically required years of diligent study by many alchemists. Yet Chu Xia achieved it in just half a day. The divine pharmacist technique was indeed remarkably potent. He had yet to even break through the first level. If he were to attain the 9th level of perfection in the future, his alchemical skills would render him invincible. Curiosity regarding the identity of the immortal healer, Sun Zhongyuan, piqued in him, prompting a desire to unearth historical records for further information. Having fully grasped the foundational experience of an alchemist after half a day's practice, Chu Xia knew he must personally concoct a Yuanling Qi boosting pill to advance to the first level of the divine pharmacist technique. He would need to seek assistance from Xia Zishuan. Observing the empty herb pouch, he felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Was he truly expected to resurrect a skill he had lost for 18 years? Yet, faced with a tattered pouch, he found it impossible to muster any enthusiasm. Are you ready? Footsteps approached as Xia Zishuan entered the underground training chamber. Upon entering, she immediately noticed Chu Xia staring blankly at the herb pouch. Come on. It's been half a day, haven't you begun yet? Is it really that difficult? Chu Xia retorted impatiently, you make it sound easy, why don't you try? Xia Zishuan chuckled awkwardly, I may have the desire, but I lack the strength. How about I lend you a hand? After all, she felt a sense of responsibility for her own request. Moreover, having her supervision would offer more assurance. What if Chu Xia attempted to deceive her? Do you even know how? Chu Xia questioned skeptically. If I don't know, I can learn, it's not that difficult, she replied, her face flushing as she spoke. However, having committed to her words, she steeled herself and closed the basement door, stepping closer to Chu Xia. In the silent underground chamber, the sound of Xia Zishuan's racing heartbeat was distinctly audible. With a puff, she extinguished the candlelight, plunging the basement into darkness. Unable to see Chu Xia's face, she felt somewhat relieved. You talk, and I'll do the work, let us not waste any time. Yet, Chu Xia was acutely aware of her bashful demeanor. After consuming the dust-cleansing pill, his vision had significantly improved, granting him almost night vision capabilities, enabling him to see clearly even in complete darkness. Alright, I'll teach you. Chu Xia declared, grasping Xia Zixuan's hand, sensing a slight tremor in her body. Half an hour later, Chu Xia and Xia Zixuan emerged from the basement. Xia Zixuan rushed into the bathing room, covering her mouth, and did not reappear for quite some time. When she finally did, she found Chu Xia relishing a piece of grilled beast meat. Anger surged within her, and she stormed over, shooting him a glare before snatching the meat from his hands and devouring it in a few bites. Still not full? Chu Xia chuckled. Shut up. This must not be mentioned to anyone, otherwise, I'll bite you to death. Chu Xia shrugged. What about the spiritual herb matter? We'll discuss it tomorrow, I'm tired, she replied, diving into bed and falling asleep immediately. The following day, while Chu Xia was cultivating in the basement, Xia Zixuan suddenly burst through the door. She tossed a bag of spiritual herbs onto the floor and looked at Chu Xia with a knowing gaze. Why do you need so many vitality-boosting herbs? She inquired. I'm weak, I need to concoct some pills to replenish my energy, he explained. You can refine pills? I know a thing or two. Perfect. Accompany me to Mingxian Hall tonight. Xia Ruiming is organizing an alchemist conference, inviting renowned masters from Daqian. Xia Lanqi will stir up some excitement, we might as well join in the fun. Without giving Chu Xia a chance to refuse, she turned and left. What was going on? Had they truly conspired against Xia Ruiming? Regardless, it wouldn't hurt to observe. Chu Xia dismissed further thoughts and emptied the bag of spiritual herbs onto the table. There were dozens of varieties, all suitable for crafting Yuanling Qi boosting pills. He promptly summoned the absolute sword and began slicing the herbs. Given the limited quantity, he had enough materials to produce 3 Yuanling Qi boosting pills. 3 attempts should suffice. The most challenging aspect of the divine pharmacist technique's breakthrough lay in the prohibition of using any external tools for pill refinement. This meant even a pill furnace was off limits. So how would he refine? By hand, of course. Chu Xia possessed the inherited knowledge of the immortal healer, Sun Zhongyuan. Although he was still in the theoretical phase, the methods were undoubtedly viable. Moreover, he had a natural advantage. He practiced the fire-attributed cultivation technique, the Great Sun Divine Technique, which allowed him to summon the Great Sun Flame. Additionally, he was of the pure yang physique. Using his body as a furnace was not a daunting task for him. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xia calmed his mind. He placed the first herb in his palm and began to channel the Great Sun Flame for refinement. As the golden flames enveloped the herb, he meticulously controlled the intensity of the fire. Soon, the herbs began to melt, their medicinal properties extracted, impurities gradually eliminated. And before long, they transformed into a pristine medicinal liquid. The refining process proceeded smoothly, far surpassing Chu Xia's expectations. He encountered no obstacles in controlling the fire, as if he had mastered it completely. Was this yet another benefit of the pure yang physique? Chu Xia did not dwell on it. He focused intently and successfully shaped a plump Yuanling Qi boosting pill, radiating a faint spiritual light. The fragrance was uniquely refreshing, it seemed to be a success. Without hesitation, he swallowed the Yuanling Qi boosting pill. As its effects coursed through him, his blood surged, and he felt invigorated, as though he could effortlessly vanquish 10 bulls. Such powerful effects. Chu Xia was astonished. The Yuanling Qi boosting pill was indeed an extraordinary tonic, not something an ordinary person would dare consume recklessly. However, Chu Xia was no ordinary individual. With renewed vigor, he proceeded to refine the remaining 2 portions of herbs. He chose not to consume these 2 pills immediately but stored them in his storage pouch instead. Chu Xia discovered that the Yuanling Qi boosting pill not only revitalized one's spirit but also rapidly replenished energy, alleviated fatigue, enhanced willpower, and even had certain healing properties. Its applications were remarkably broad. He resolved to refine more for future use. Subsequently, Chu Xia immersed himself in the practice of the divine pharmacist technique. After successfully breaking through to the first level, he once again gained a portion of the immortal healer's legacy. Chapter 18, Dragon Blood Pill. As night descended, the Mingxian Hall was ablaze with light. In the spacious courtyard, numerous alchemical furnaces were arranged, their flames glowing fiercely. A dozen elegantly dressed and extraordinary alchemists gathered together, exchanging toasts in a convivial atmosphere, illuminated by the flickering candlelight. I proposed a toast to His Royal Highness, the Second Prince. It was well acknowledged that the Second Prince's appreciation for talent was known to all, and our humble presence at the grand banquet in the Deqian Palace today was solely due to his recognition. Xia Ruiming waved his hand. All of you are renowned alchemists of the Deqian dynasty, the pillars of our nation. It is my honor to host you. There is no need for formality. Let us all drink together, for the time has come for you to showcase your skills. In stark contrast to the lively scene in the courtyard, the atmosphere on the second floor was noticeably subdued. Among the invited guests were Princess Xia Zixuan, Princess Xia Lanqi, and the third prince, Xia Zheyan. With 4 of the 7 princes and princesses gathered, it was indeed a significant occasion, especially with the Grand Dragon Festival underway. In this time of rivalry among the royal offspring, such an assembly was a rare opportunity. Additionally, a few other guests were present, primarily court eunuchs and powerful officials, presumably Xia Ruiming's allies. Chu Xia was not well versed in court matters, yet he recognized one individual. His familiarity with this person was evident. Dressed in black, with a robust physique radiating a primal aura, he was named Lu Qifeng, a deputy commander of the Divine Martial Army and a former comrade of Chu Xia's father. A formidable warrior at the 5th level of the transformation realm. Upon seeing Lu Qifeng, Chu Xia felt a twinge of sentimentality. After his father's demise, the Divine Martial Army had become a mere shell of its former self. Although many loyal soldiers chose to remain, some ambitious individuals sought new paths. Lu Qifeng was certainly not an exception. It was likely that half of the army's leadership had already departed. Yet, Chu Xia understood this pursuit of advancement. After all, it was human nature to seek higher ground. The glory of the Divine Martial Army had long since faded. At that moment, a commotion arose from downstairs. It is about to begin, I shall go take a look. Xia Lanqi rushed down first. The third prince, Xia Zheyan, smiled and said, "Sister, let us also descend. I am quite curious about what our second brother intends to concoct with so many alchemists gathered. I have heard he has spent a considerable fortune to procure rare herbs." Xia Zixuan nodded. "Zheyan, I heard you recently secluded yourself at the Wujizong and successfully broke through to the transformation realm. Congratulations." "Just fortunate," Xia Zheyan replied with a calm smile. Soon, the group made their way to the courtyard below. At that moment, the Longyuan guards under Xia Ruiming were transporting a batch of rare herbs. Among them, a striking half-man-tall crimson spirit fungus drew the most attention. Its surface was covered in numerous blisters, appearing somewhat glaring, as if tainted by toxins. Yet, upon closer inspection, an indescribable fragrance wafted forth, invigorating the senses. The alchemists gasped in awe at the sight of the fungus. It was an extraordinarily rare mutated blood fungus, refined with the essence of the xuanjiao. Such a large specimen was unheard of, and it was prime material for concocting the dragon blood pill. Its unparalleled quality suggested that the resulting pill could reach the 9th tier. Even Xia Zixuan was astonished by Xia Ruiming's extravagant display. The price of this mutated blood fungus was undoubtedly staggering, a treasure that would be hard to find even in the treasure pavilion. Today, I invite all the alchemists present to concoct the dragon blood pill. The alchemist who produces the highest quality pill will receive a reward of 1,000 taels of gold. Anyone confident in their alchemical skills may begin. Upon Xia Ruiming's announcement, the alchemists were invigorated. Even for the affluent, 1,000 taels of gold was no small sum. In an instant, numerous alchemists hurried forward to gather ingredients, hastily beginning the process of creating the dragon blood pill. The air soon filled with the rich aroma of herbs as the furnaces began to steam. Suddenly, Xia Lanqi leaned closer to Xia Zixuan. "Sister, why not give it a try? You are a 7th-tier alchemist and no less capable than they are. If you manage to produce the highest quality dragon blood pill, not only could you earn 1,000 taels of gold, but you would also establish your reputation among these alchemists. The treasure pavilion indeed requires a skilled alchemist to oversee its affairs. This is a win-win situation." Xia Zixuan was taken aback by Xia Lanqi's words. Could it be that she was an alchemist? Despite spending so many days together in the Ziyue Hall, he had never seen her concoct a single pill. She certainly kept her talents concealed. Xia Zishuan chuckled softly. Although she was unaware of Xia Lanqi's ulterior motives, she sensed the girl was not entirely benevolent. Since the moment Xia Lanqi sought her help, Xia Zishuan had suspected she and Xia Ruiming were conspiring against her. Perhaps today's spectacle was specially arranged for her. Yet, she had not yet discerned the intricacies of their scheme. Moreover, Xia Lanqi's words struck a chord with her. The treasure pavilion indeed lacks skilled alchemists. With so many alchemists present, it could indeed be an excellent opportunity. Just as Xia Zishuan hesitated, Chu Xia suddenly appeared beside her. Your Highness. As a member of the royal family, it would be unwise to partake in this endeavor. Allow me to handle the alchemical matters. You? Xia Zishuan regarded Chu Xia with skepticism. While he claimed to be adept at alchemy today, she harbored doubts about his abilities. I acknowledge your talent in swordsmanship. But alchemy is an entirely different realm. Surely, you cannot be a prodigy in both fields. And who might this be? Xia Lanqi inquired with curiosity. Her gaze fixed on Chu Xia. Despite his masked visage and deliberately deepened voice, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. You have met him before, Xia Zishuan replied. Xia Lanqi's cheeks flushed as a realization struck her. If he was indeed the subordinate of the princess, he must also be an alchemist. Since he had volunteered, perhaps it would be worth allowing him a chance. Xia Zishuan found it difficult to refuse at this juncture. And she genuinely wished to see what audacity Chu Xia possessed to compete against such a multitude of alchemists. If he was unafraid of embarrassment, what had she to fear? Very well, you may give it a try, Xia Zishuan acquiesced. Without further ado, Chu Xia stepped forward to gather the materials for the dragon blood pill. Approaching an unoccupied alchemical furnace. Despite his ability to concoct pills by hand, it was prudent to maintain a low profile in this setting. The dragon blood pill was merely a low-tier spirit-grade pill, and for Chu Xia, who had already surpassed the first layer of the divine alchemy technique, its creation posed no challenge. Yet, casual attempts would not suffice, it was the quality of the pill that ultimately mattered. Thus, he resolved to apply careful thought and effort. With a moment's contemplation, Chu Xia devised a plan and promptly set about the alchemical process. Chapter 19, The master the art of alchemy is evident to those who possess it, and those who do not. Upon a mere glance, Xia Zishuan was astonished by Chu Xia's remarkable skill. His adeptness in alchemical practices was nothing short of impressive. With a fluidity akin to a gentle stream, he deftly introduced each spiritual herb into the cauldron, demonstrating an impeccable understanding of the precise order of their addition and an extraordinary control over the flames. Although he started later than others, Chu Xia's progress in concocting the dragon blood pill quickly surpassed his peers, drawing the attention of onlookers. Your subordinate from the Longyuan Guard is quite exceptional. What rank of alchemist is he? Xia Lanqi could not help but inquire, intrigued. It was no wonder Xia Zishuan had become involved with the Longyuan Guard. This individual possessed considerable talent. I am uncertain, Xia Zishuan replied, concealing Chu Xia's true identity. His name is Xia Chu, and he is around 30 years of age. Xia Zishuan was acutely aware of Chu Xia's astonishing potential. Not only was he a genius in the sword arts, but he also demonstrated significant prowess in alchemy. Most impressively, he was merely 18 years old. The thought of what such a person might achieve in the future was almost unfathomable. She resolved to keep him close, ensuring no one would snatch him away. However, curiosity piqued within her. How would Xia Lanqi react if she were to discover that this very man was her discarded fiancé? Chu Xia? 30 is considered quite young for an alchemist, Xia Lanqi mused, recollecting. Is it possible that the Xia Chu who assisted you in passing the sword trial at the Martial Ancestor Hall is the same person? Indeed. Xia Zishuan confirmed with a smile. Fascinating. Alas, he is already under your command, otherwise, I would have sought to recruit him for myself. As the two conversed, a sudden explosion erupted from the cauldron of another alchemist, scattering unformed spiritual herbs across the ground and leaving him bloodied and disheartened. Useless. Take him away. Xia Ruiming commanded with a frown, gesturing for several Longyuan guards to escort the alchemist away. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed from beyond the courtyard walls, causing the surrounding alchemists to flinch involuntarily. Only Chu Xia remained unfazed, immersed in the joy of his craft. Success! An elderly alchemist with graying hair beamed as he opened his cauldron, releasing a plume of spiritual mist and a vibrant red pill that soared into the air. A keen observer immediately recognized its grade, exclaiming, "It is an 8th grade dragon blood pill. Truly worthy of Master Lin Yu." The white-haired elder, examining the dragon blood pill in his hands, stroked his beard and remarked, "The dragon blood pill possesses remarkable properties for refining marrow and enhancing vitality. The higher the grade, the broader its applicability. This 8th grade pill, even consumed by a master-level expert, will yield significant effects." Xia Ruiming expressed his satisfaction, declaring, "Master Lin Yu, the chief alchemist of the Medicine King's Valley, has indeed proven his worth. With the emergence of this 8th grade dragon blood pill, today's competition should be devoid of suspense." "Not so fast. Are you so eager to declare victory? Afraid of an unfavorable outcome?" Xia Lanqi retorted, her eyes reflecting a simmering resentment as they locked gazes with Xia Ruiming. Xia Ruiming merely smiled, "Sister, do not blame your elder brother. I have not deprived you of any herbs you required. If you find the quality lacking, perhaps it is a matter of your own discernment and not my fault. Rest assured, when Chu Xia arrives, I shall recount the situation truthfully," Xia Lanqi declared, crossing her arms and invoking Chu Xia's name in an attempt to intimidate Xia Ruiming. Yet Xia Ruiming remained unperturbed. Only those lacking in ability would idolize cultivators as treasures. "To me, they are worth little. When I ascend as the new emperor of Diqian, my first action will be to subdue the surrounding cultivation forces, forcing them to bow before me." "You speak nonsense. What makes you worthy of such claims?" At that moment, the third prince, Xia Zheyin, intervened, positioning himself between the two. "Second brother, sixth sister, we are family. Why quarrel over an outsider?" "Humph! Who considers him family?" Xia Lanqi scoffed, directing an accusatory glare at Xia Zheyin. "You need not meddle. Xia Ruiming has wronged me." "Not you. Stand there and speak without feeling the discomfort. Perhaps you would like to compensate me with 1,000 taels of gold? If not, do not presume to dictate my actions." Her barrage of accusations left Xia Zheyin speechless, awkwardly rubbing his nose and retreating with a forced smile. Meanwhile, more alchemists succeeded in crafting dragon blood pills, though none matched the quality of Lin Yu's 8th grade creation, causing Xia Ruiming to dismiss them with indifference. "That will suffice." Chu Xia nodded in satisfaction. Truthfully, it was his first experience with the alchemical furnace, and he found it somewhat cumbersome compared to handcrafting pills. Hence, he had taken a bit longer than anticipated, but the impact was negligible. Taking a deep breath, he opened the cauldron. With a resounding pop, a surge of multicolored spiritual energy shot skyward, releasing a unique fragrance that permeated the air for dozens of meters around. Instantly, the entire Mingxian hall fell silent, all eyes converging upon Chu Xia. Lin Yu was struck with disbelief, staring at the dragon blood pill emerging from the cauldron as if he had witnessed a ghost. "What grade of dragon blood pill is this?" Xia Lanqi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Although she lacked knowledge of alchemy, she could discern that this dragon blood pill appeared distinct from those produced by other alchemists. While others bore a dark crimson hue, the one crafted by Xia Chu was semi-transparent, resembling a lustrous red glass orb surrounded by wisps of spiritual mist. Its appearance was extraordinary. Suddenly, Lin Yu dropped to his knees, his eyes filled with fervor. "A spirit pill. This is a concoction only a master alchemist can produce. Today, I have truly witnessed the extraordinary. May I inquire the esteemed name of this master?" "Spirit pill? Master?" Lin Yu's declaration left the assembly in shock. Just as there are masters in martial arts, so too are there masters in the path of alchemy. However, those who earn the title of master are unparalleled experts, a rarity even within the vast Diqian Empire. Especially rare are the masters of alchemy, their value immeasurable. To think that a member of the Long Yuan Guard under the Grand Princess could be a master alchemist, this was no trivial matter. Such a revelation could potentially influence the direction of the ancestral dragon festival. The gazes of numerous court officials shifted toward the Grand Princess. Their ambitions ignited as they sought to align themselves with her. The ancestral dragon festival was not merely a contest among princes and princesses. It also represented an opportune moment for officials to establish their alliances. Those who successfully aligned themselves during this festival would undoubtedly reap significant rewards when the new emperor ascended the throne. Chapter 20, Undermining in Person Alchemist Master? Chu Xia was equally taken aback by Lin Yu's words. The dragon blood pill was indeed a low-grade spiritual elixir that he had devoted considerable effort to refine. While the elixir was categorized into various grades, Lin Yu's 8th-grade dragon blood pill was merely a mundane 8th-grade pill. Whereas even a 1st-grade spiritual elixir crafted by Chu Xia would far surpass the ordinary grade by 100-fold. Yet, could one truly claim the title of alchemist master merely for producing a single spiritual elixir? Such a title seemed to lack substantial value. Especially considering that Chu Xia had only begun his journey into alchemy just yesterday. This dragon blood pill was merely his 2nd creation. This is Summer Chu, the vice-commander of the Longyuan Guard in the Ziyue Palace, a seasoned alchemist nurtured by our palace for many years, Summer Zixuan stated as she stepped forward. She feared that Chu Xia might inadvertently reveal too much or, worse, be swayed by others. Chu Xia paused for a moment before comprehending Summer Zixuan's intentions. Leaning closer to her, he whispered, "Your Highness, you seem rather possessive." Summer Zixuan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shot him a playful glare. The charm in her gaze was enough to dazzle anyone present. The officials in attendance felt their resolve weaken, although the crown princess was renowned for her beauty. She had always maintained an icy demeanor, making her seem almost unapproachable. However, this fleeting expression revealed a side of her that caught everyone off guard. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yu remained oblivious to this exchange, his attention fixated on Chu Xia. "Senior Summer Chu, please accept me as your disciple," Lin Yu exclaimed, kneeling before Chu Xia with a resounding thud as his forehead struck the ground. This unexpected display of reverence left the onlookers in astonishment. Lin Yu, in his 80s and the chief alchemist of the Medicine King Valley, sought to take on a mentor who appeared to be no older than 30. Despite the mask he wore. Was this not a complete reversal of hierarchy? Chu Xia, too, was taken aback but quickly responded, "I have no intention of taking on disciples. Please rise." "No, senior. If you do not accept me today, I shall remain here in prostration," Lin Yu insisted, continuing to bow fervently. Chu Xia was rendered speechless. Is this elder not a bit too childish for his age? He mused, as Lin Yu's forehead began to bleed from the repeated impact. Chu Xia genuinely feared that if he persisted in refusing, the elder might indeed harm himself. "Enough, please get up. I shall tentatively accept you as a nominal disciple. But do not expect me to dedicate much time to your instruction, I can only offer a few pointers in my spare moments," Chu Xia relented, not wishing to bear the guilt of seeing the elder injure himself. Moreover, Chu Xia had a certain understanding of the Medicine King Valley. Within the Great Qian Empire, it was the most significant grassroots alchemist faction, with most alchemists emerging from its ranks. The influence of the Medicine King Valley was profound, both in society and the imperial court. It was said that establishing a medical practice required certification from the valley. Thus, accepting Lin Yu as a disciple proved advantageous for Chu Xia. "Thank you, master." Lin Yu's face relaxed, and he bowed 3 more times before rising unsteadily. "Second Prince. In today's alchemy competition, the victor is undoubtedly my master, Senior Summer Chu. The spiritual dragon blood pill he crafted is valued at no less than 5,000 taels of gold. Even martial masters would be drawn to it." Eager to bid for it, Lin Yu declared, his face stained with blood as he addressed Summer Weiming. Summer Weiming's expression darkened, as if he had just consumed 10 pounds of excrement. He never anticipated that Summer Zixuan concealed such a powerful trump card, and a young alchemist master at that. The significance of this title surpassed even that of a martial master. Summer Chu? I have never heard of him. Where did he emerge from? Could it be that Summer Zixuan has been nurturing him in secret? Her fortune is astounding, such a rare alchemical talent may not appear once in a century. How did she come across him? Why are you silent, brother? Are you reluctant to part with the prize money? Speak up, it's merely 1,000 taels of gold. If you cannot afford it, I shall cover it for you. After all, forging a friendship with an alchemist master is worth any expense. Summer Lanchi said with a radiant smile, stepping forward and clapping her hands. Behind her, The Long Yuan guard presented a neatly stacked pile of gold ingots, 110 tael ingots shimmering under the night sky. Chu Xia's expression unexpectedly turned peculiar. Summer Chu. This is a reward from the palace for you. Feel free to use it, my Lanchi palace has a collection of rare spiritual herbs. And you are welcome to visit any time. Summer Lanchi beamed, her youthful charm illuminating the room. Her bright eyes and radiant smile embodying the ideal of beauty in the hearts of men. Had Chu Xia not known her true nature, he might have been enchanted. Undermining in person may not be quite appropriate, Summer Zixuan interjected suddenly. Oh, sister, do not be so petty. I merely admire the excellence of Summer Chu as an alchemist. Besides, if he is truly loyal to you, he would not be easily swayed by others. Or do you fear that you may not measure up to me? Summer Lanchi replied, her eyes narrowing playfully. Ha! You think too highly of yourself. Summer Chu, since the sixth princess has extended a warm invitation, you should accept. It would be delightful to visit Lanchi Palace, and if you catch the sixth princess's fancy, you might even become a consort, Summer Zixuan remarked nonchalantly. Fully aware that Chu Xia would never be swayed by Summer Lanchi. Then I shall express my gratitude to the sixth princess, Chu Xia said. Promptly accepting the 1,000 taels of gold and stowing it away in his storage pouch. One must seize free opportunities, vengeance and profit are not mutually exclusive. One must maintain principles, one cannot forsake wealth for the sake of revenge. Seeing Chu Xia accept her gold ingots, Summer Lanchi wore a triumphant smile. With my charm, a mere alchemist is easily manageable. Summer Zixuan, prepare to lament. Wait, where has the second prince gone? Someone suddenly exclaimed. As the commotion settled, everyone turned to find that Summer Weiming had stealthily slipped away. Even Chu Xia had not noticed when he had departed. Could it be that the esteemed second prince could not afford 1,000 taels of gold? What is happening? Wait, I still have the dragon blood pill. Chu Xia suddenly recalled, realizing that this elixir, valued at 5,000 taels of gold, would now belong to Summer Weiming. Chapter 21, with great efforts in a bid to evade the bounty of 1,000 taels of gold, Xia Weiming surprisingly fled from his own Mingxian hall. This incident swiftly spread throughout the entire Deqian palace overnight. In an instant, the reputation of the second prince soared. And it seemed nearly impossible for him to shake off his frugal image. Meanwhile, Chu Xia had returned to Ziyue Hall. Accompanied not only by the dragon blood pill but also by an old man. To be precise, Lin Yu had stubbornly insisted on following him. Chu Xia was unable to deter him. Master, may I have the privilege of visiting your alchemy chamber? What? You do not possess an alchemy chamber? Your Highness, I must. With all due respect, express my dismay. A master alchemist of your caliber is a rarity, with no more than 5 in the entirety of the Deqian Empire. You deserve to enjoy the treatment befitting the backbone of the nation. How could it be that you lack even a single alchemy chamber? If this were to leak out, it would indeed be a disgrace for you, Your Highness. Though Lin Yu appeared frail, he was an incessant flatterer and chatterbox. Upon arriving at Ziyue Hall, he rambled on endlessly, even chastising Xia Zixuan. Upon witnessing the change in Xia Zixuan's expression, which turned a shade of green, Chu Xia found it difficult to suppress his amusement. Fortunately, with a mask obscuring his face, Xia Zixuan could not discern his expression. Your disciple is your responsibility. I shall excuse myself. Xia Zixuan, fuming, left, adhering to the principle of out of sight, out of mind. With Xia Zixuan no longer drawing attention, Chu Xia was left to contend with Lin Yu, the incessant talker. Despite his exceptional flattery skills, the relentless chatter soon became irksome. However, regardless of how Chu Xia indicated his desire for solitude, the old man remained oblivious, steadfast in his refusal to depart. Chu Xia could not simply dash to the princess's quarters in front of him, and within Ziyue Hall, he had no other refuge. Thus, he reluctantly led the old man on a meandering tour of the hall. Although he had resided in Ziyue Hall for some time, aside from Xia Zixuan's quarters, he had rarely ventured elsewhere. During their exploration, Chu Xia discovered that Ziyue Hall was quite expansive, featuring a remarkably large garden in the rear, filled with an array of exotic flora, meticulously maintained. It was a full moon night. Despite the late hour, visibility in the garden remained excellent. With Chu Xia's keen eyesight, It appeared no different from daytime. He even observed plump koi fish in the pond, bobbing their heads and blowing bubbles. These koi were no ordinary fish. They radiated spiritual energy, resembling some form of ethereal creature. Master, how elegant it is to observe koi beneath the moonlight. Truly befitting of a master alchemist. Lin Yu seized the moment to flatter. Chu Xia rolled his eyes, dismissing him. The two gathered some firewood from a storeroom, igniting a small fire by the pond, and proceeded to catch the largest and plumpest koi, scaling and preparing it for grilling. After days of feasting on savage beast meat, a change in flavor was much needed. Lin Yu was taken aback. Is Master truly grilling fish? Is this an offering for your newly initiated disciple? Master, please rest, your hands are too precious for such labor. Allow me to take care of this. Lin Yu said earnestly, volunteering to handle the grilling. Is this old man intending to stay for a meal? Chu Xia thought, exasperated. He grabbed another koi and began grilling as well. Soon, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. The fish's flesh was remarkably tender, promising a delightful taste. Furthermore, Chu Xia found that since practicing the divine alchemy technique, his control over heat was impeccable. Such mastery over the flames translated into an unparalleled grilling prowess. No matter how skilled a barbecue chef might be, they would surely pale in comparison to him. Should misfortune befall me? Perhaps I could open a barbecue shop and not worry about making a living, Chu Xia mused, flipping the fish. I have attained enlightenment. Lin Yu suddenly exclaimed, leaping 3 feet into the air in astonishment. Chu Xia was startled, nearly dropping the fish. Are you unwell? Master, your efforts are truly commendable. Lin Yu exclaimed, filled with excitement as he knelt and bowed 3 times, causing the grass beneath him to bend with the force of his forehead. What is this old fellow blathering about? What commendable efforts? Chu Xia thought, bewildered by his dramatic reaction. Master, your act of flipping the fish was a subtle hint for your disciple, indicating that all endeavors must consider their duality, just as with grilling fish, so too with alchemy. As alchemists, we often apply heat from below, leading to uneven cooking of spiritual medicines. This minute discrepancy can profoundly affect the potency of the elixirs. However, thanks to your guidance, I have grasped the essence of this principle, the act of flipping. By timing it right and flipping the spiritual medicine, we can ensure an even distribution of heat, maximizing its potency. Such a simple concept, yet I had never contemplated it before. Master, I am truly fortunate to have you as my mentor. With your guidance, I may one day surpass the master level. With laughter, Lin Yu declared, I will return to ponder your teachings. Next time, I shall prepare a grand offering to show my gratitude. He then exited Ziyue Hall with a silly grin. Is that what you think? I was merely grilling fish. Chu Xia chuckled, realizing he could not catch up to the old man, who had dashed away too quickly. Amused, he seasoned the grilled fish with salt, cumin, and chili powder, savoring the delectable meal. Within no time, he had devoured the entire koi, bones and all, leaving him satisfied. After eating to his heart's content, he returned to the princess's quarters. Upon entering, he found Xia Zixuan fast asleep, murmuring incoherently. Curious, he leaned in to listen. No. You can't eat that. Chu Xia, you scoundrel. Why is she cursing in her sleep? Chu Xia pondered, shaking his head. He proceeded to tidy up the scattered clothes in the bathing area before indulging in a bath and then retreated to the underground training chamber, retrieving the dragon blood pill. After confirming that the Wanshen Ding showed no interest in the pill, he swallowed it and began the process of refining it. Chapter 22, The fish cannot return to life. The primary efficacy of the dragon blood pill lies in its ability to enhance the vital energy and blood production. In simpler terms, it fortifies the bone marrow and increases its hematopoietic capacity. For martial practitioners, this pill is considered a rare treasure, as their training consumes considerable amounts of vital energy. However, for cultivators, its significance is rather limited. Cultivators aspire to a lofty and ethereal existence, avoiding the brutish melee battles that martial artists engage in, which they deem beneath them. Chu Xia, however, is unconcerned with such distinctions. Any elixir that proves beneficial is deemed valuable. By enhancing his vital energy, his physical strength and vitality will be richly invigorated. Until he becomes a true cultivator. These enhancements will indeed be of great assistance. As the dragon blood pill begins to take effect, Chu Xia feels a tingling sensation coursing through his bones. A strange itch he cannot scratch, which is quite uncomfortable, though fortunately, it lasts only a short while. After a quarter of an hour, his bone marrow starts to warm up. Chu Xia distinctly senses an increase in his energy levels. The downside, however, is an inexplicable surge of excitement that renders him unable to concentrate on his training. Memories of the ancestral dragon's restricted area surge unbidden in his mind, followed by recollections of events from the previous night in this very basement. He thinks of Xia Zixuan's delicate hands and her rosy lips. Suddenly, he finds himself nostalgic for his previous sage-like demeanor. Now, he cannot calm himself to meditate and instead picks up a romantic illustrated book from Xia Zixuan's collection. Titled Celestial Master, Please Stay Overnight. Chu Xia, you scoundrel! Early in the morning, as Chu Xia peruses the book in the basement, Xia Zixuan storms in, visibly enraged. How dare you curse at me? Chu Xia retorts. He refrained from any nocturnal escapades involving her the previous night, exerting considerable self-control, so he is puzzled by her ire. Did you roast the koi I've been raising in the back garden? Xia Zixuan's eyes widen in disbelief as she questions him fiercely. Chu Xia nods. I roasted two, but I only ate one. What is the problem? You owe me a fish. Xia Zixuan, overwhelmed with emotion, squats down and begins to cry, crystalline tears cascading from her eyes. Chu Xia is taken aback. It was merely 2 fish, is it worth such distress? Those were treasures left to me by my mother. I've nurtured them for 20 years. There are only 7 left. Wait. Those plump koi were heirlooms from the queen? Who could have guessed? Observing Xia Zixuan's tears, Chu Xia feels compelled to offer some consolation. The fish cannot return to life, may you find solace. At his words, Xia Zixuan nearly chokes. You have quite the knack for consolation. Wiping her tears, she fixes her gaze on Chu Xia and says, I can forgive you, but you must assist me with a favor. Chu Xia suddenly senses a hint of conspiracy. Surely. She isn't putting on an act to gain sympathy and then raising her demands? It seems like something she might do. Yet, with no evidence, he finds himself at her mercy. Speak, then. If it's reasonable, I shall grant your request. Go to the Lanqi Hall and help me steal something. Steal from Xia Lanqi? Chu Xia's interest is piqued. What is it? A portrait, my mother's portrait, painted by the renowned artist from the previous dynasty, Digu Xian. It was lost shortly after completion, and through my investigations, I discovered that it was stolen by Xia Lanqi's biological mother, concubine Jean. After her death, the portrait came into Xia Lanqi's possession and is likely hidden in the underground treasury of Lanqi Hall. This portrait is immensely important to me. If you can retrieve it, I will forgive you and grant you a request. Xia Zixuan, with a hint of allure, bites her rosy lip, seemingly hinting at something. Chu Xia feels invigorated. I shall go to Lanqi Hall at once. Not so fast. Xia Zixuan clasps his arm. If you approach Xia Lanqi directly, it may arouse her suspicion. You must allow her to invite you. Do you have a plan? Xia Lanqi will be studying at the Hanlin Academy today, and her classes will end at the hour of Shin. You can appear along her route back to Lanqi Hall, creating an opportunity for a chance encounter. If she sees you alone, she is sure to extend an invitation. What a clever plan! If Xia Zixuan hadn't meticulously devised this, Chu Xia would hardly believe it. Are you not concerned that I might truly fall for Xia Lanqi? After all, she is my fiancée. Xia Zixuan smiles charmingly. I trust my judgment and yours. I can sense that you are a person of integrity and purity, incapable of harboring even a grain of malice. Flattered, Chu Xia encourages her to continue. Xia Zixuan, with a captivating glance, retrieves a technique manual from her storage pouch and hands it to him. Transformation technique? What purpose does it serve? Chu Xia inquires curiously. This is a martial technique left to me by my mother. Though it appears to be merely a martial arts manual, its origins are extraordinary. It is derived from a simplified version of a cultivation technique passed down from a previous dynasty. Mastering it grants precise control over all muscle groups, allowing one to alter their voice and facial contours, achieving flawless disguise so subtle that no one would suspect a thing. Should you master the transformation technique? Even if Xia Lanqi demands you remove your mask, you will be able to respond effortlessly. However, a word of caution, this technique should not be employed for prolonged periods. Ideally not exceeding 1 hour, otherwise, the muscles may become rigid, making it difficult to revert to your original appearance and voice. This technique indeed holds promise. Chu Xia accepts it eagerly. However, upon receiving it, it is absorbed by the divine cauldron. Xia Zishuan, believing he has stored the technique in his pouch, urges, "Hurry. You only have half a day left." With that, she departs from the basement. At this moment, Chu Xia gazes inward at his dantian, observing the technique being expelled by the divine cauldron. Sky-stealing technique. As expected, it is another high-quality celestial technique, similar to the transformation technique. It also belongs to the realm of disguise, yet its efficacy far surpasses the latter. It does not require the manipulation of the physical body but instead creates an illusion that obscures others' perceptions. It can alter not only voice and appearance but also height, weight, body shape, and even overall aura, making it imperceptible even to masters. Without hesitation, Chu Xia begins to cultivate it. By afternoon, he has grasped the basics of the sky-stealing technique. Although not entirely proficient, it suffices for his needs. As he channels his spiritual power over his face, Chu Xia's appearance begins to shift. After some adjustments before the mirror, he molds a visage that is utterly ordinary, devoid of any distinguishing features. This will do. The hour of Shen is approaching. Prepare to depart, Xia Zishuan's voice calls from outside the door. Chapter 23, Teach me alchemy, endlessly repeating the dogmas of the imperial clan, with their elaborate rituals and methods of governance, had worn my ears thin with tedium. It was utterly vexing. As the imperial carriage returned to the Lanqi palace, Xia Lanqi mumbled her complaints incessantly. Sitting beside her, Xiaoran knelt and diligently massaged her shoulders, soothingly saying, "Your Highness, just endure a little longer. In 2 months, you will turn 18. Once you pass the graduation examination of the Hanlin Academy, you will no longer have to study." The mention of the examination only added to my frustrations. Although Master Ji is a formidable expert, his narrow-mindedness rivals that of a eunuch. He regards me with disdain and will surely devise a way to hinder me during the examination. I truly wish to leave this palace. Your Highness, please do not say that. Your status as a princess of Diqian allows you to remain close to Su Xianshi. Without your royal identity, his regard for you would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Xia Lanqi furrowed her delicate brows. Are you implying that without my status as a princess, I would amount to nothing in Su Zhiga's eyes? A cold glance from Xia Lanqi made Xiaoran's face turn pale, and she immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Your Highness, forgive me." Enough, rise. Xia Lanqi sighed lightly. In truth, I am aware of what you say. However, relying solely on my status will not truly impress Su Zhiga. I must become stronger, such as it becoming the first 18-year-old master in the past 500 years of Diqian. This is precisely why I must triumph at the Ancestor Dragon Festival. At that moment, Xia Lanqi suddenly heard the sound of a sword slicing through the air. What is that noise? Go investigate, she instructed, her brows knitted in concern. Several Long Yuan guards promptly set off and soon returned to report, Your Highness. Someone is practicing swordsmanship at the Yangxin Lake. It appears to be a medicinal alchemist under the command of the Grand Princess. Xia Chu? Xia Lanqi's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest. Halt the carriage. Xia Lanqi stepped out of the carriage and approached the lakeside. Yangxin Lake is a man-made scenic lake within the Diqian Palace. Though not large, it boasts charming scenery, with crystal-clear waters and various pavilions and corridors for shelter from the wind. Many often come here to row boats, relax, or enjoy tea and chess with friends. As she stood by the lake, Xia Lanqi saw a Long Yuan guard wearing a golden mask, walking on the water's surface while practicing swordplay. The sword in his hand appeared extraordinary, its rippling aura and sword energy creating waves across the lake. His graceful movements and divine swordsmanship captivated Xia Lanqi, causing her eyes to shine with admiration, and she could not help but applaud. Startled by the applause, Xia Chu quickly sheathed his sword and leapt gracefully to the shore. I pay my respects to Her Highness the Sixth Princess. Xia Chu. I now believe it was you who assisted Xia Zishuan in overcoming the sword trials of the martial ancestor hall. I never expected you to possess such remarkable talent in both alchemy and swordsmanship. I truly wonder how Xia Zishuan nurtured you. Your Highness, you flatter me. Xia Chu replied modestly. Xia Lanqi's mind raced, and she said, Xia Chu, I recently acquired some spiritual herbs, but I am uncertain about their ages. Could you assist me in examining them at the Lanqi Palace? Rest assured, I shall not let you make a trip in vain. I have plenty of spiritual herbs stored. And you may take what you need as a personal gift from me. This may not be appropriate. Why? Are you afraid of the Grand Princess's reprimand? That is not the case. The Grand Princess is open-minded and would not interfere with my matters. Then what is there to hesitate about? Come with me. Very well. Xia Chu reluctantly nodded. Filled with delight, Xia Lanqi invited Xia Chu into her carriage as they returned to the Lanqi Palace. During the journey, Xia Lanqi chattered excitedly, showering Xia Chu with compliments. Xia Chu merely listened quietly. When was the last time he had spent time alone with Xia Lanqi? It was probably when they were 16. On a spring outing together. Back then, Xia Lanqi was a shy girl who would blush at the mere act of conversing. In just 2 short years, the transformation in her was remarkable. Xia Chu felt a sense of nostalgia. Yet he understood that the girl who once declared she would marry no one but him had long since disappeared. The past was behind them and not worth longing for. The only way to stabilize his own heart was to eliminate her. Before long, the carriage arrived at the Lanqi Palace. Xia Lanqi led Xia Chu directly to the back hall, entering a storeroom dedicated to spiritual herbs. The room was not large, but it held a significant quantity of herbs. However, they were in disarray, as they seemed to have been recently acquired, with some still bearing traces of wet soil, likely dug up just days ago. The key herbs I need are Xin Yang grass, Yusui vine, and Fulong fruit. Please help me select those that are over 200 years old. Master Xia Chu. Simple enough. Having cultivated the medicine god technique, Xia Chu found it effortless to identify ordinary herbs. After a brief examination, he quickly selected a few specimens, each meeting the required age, particularly one Yusui vine that exceeded 300 years. Excellent! Xia Lanqi exclaimed in delight as she stored the chosen herbs in her storage pouch. The remaining herbs are of no use to me, please take them all. Master Xia Chu. Such generosity? The leftover herbs, while slightly younger, are still over 100 years old. Individually, they may not hold much value. But there are over 200 here. Is your Highness serious? Of course, but I have a small request. Could you teach me alchemy? The art of pill-making requires extensive study and accumulation. If your Highness wishes to learn quickly, I fear I may be unable to assist. It is not that complicated. I merely wish to personally concoct a 10-fragrance pill to gift to Chu Xia. Xia Lanqi playfully stuck out her tongue, her eyes sparkling with youthful affection. Ah! I see. The 10-fragrance pill is relatively easy to make. If you prepare the herbs, I can guide you step by step. The herbs are already prepared. Master Xia Chu, please follow me to the alchemy room. Inside the alchemy room, the fire was warm. Xia Chu had already successfully refined a 10-fragrance pill. The entire room was suffused with a complex fragrance, reminiscent of an endless field of flowers. Xia Lanqi closed her eyes and took a deep breath. How fragrant! This is 10 times more delightful than any 10-fragrance pill I have used before. Master Xia Chu, you truly deserve the title of medicinal alchemist. I have demonstrated the process of refining the 10-fragrance pill. Would you like to try it yourself, Your Highness? Xia Lanqi smiled sweetly, no rush, it's nearly dark. And dinner is ready. Master Xia Chu, why not join me for a meal first? One needs strength to refine pills. Oh, it's all right. If my royal sister were to complain, you could place all the blame on me. Xia Lanqi took hold of Xia Chu's arm and began to walk, leaving him no chance to object. Chapter 24, Summer Lanqi's Affliction. The dinner prepared by Summer Lanqi was extraordinarily lavish, with ingredients of the highest quality. far surpassing Chu Xia's expectations. To put it plainly, he had anticipated a feast featuring the meat of rare beasts, yet here, such delicacies seemed trivial. A plethora of exotic beast meats adorned the table, including a dish crafted from the heart and liver of a dragon. The dragon is considered the apex of beasts within the Great Qian dynasty. Its emergence necessitates a military force numbering in the tens of thousands for eradication. Chu Xia's father had once led the divine martial army to eliminate a dragon's nest, slaying 4 mighty dragons in a bloody confrontation. Yet now, the entrails of such a creature had become mere ingredients, gracing the dining table. Was this the true extravagance of royal offspring? What of the eldest princess? The fare at the Ziyue palace rarely included beast meat, let alone dragon flesh. Master Xia Chu, please partake of the meal, Summer Lanchi urged, her curiosity about his masked visage evident. Previously hesitant to inquire, she felt it was time to see the face of the man favored by Xia Zishuan. Very well. As the mask slipped away, an unremarkable face came into view. Upon seeing Chu Xia's true appearance, a flicker of surprise crossed Summer Lanchi's mind. Although it was not what she had envisioned, it did not disappoint her. His features were plain, neither strikingly handsome nor unattractive, but his demeanor exuded an air of reliability, marked by a calm yet vibrant presence. His talents, a master alchemist and swordsmanship expert, added considerable merit to his character. Of course, no meal is complete without wine. Xiaoran, fetch a jug of my prized medicinal wine, Summer Lanchi commanded. Your Highness, you still have alchemy to conduct later. Perhaps it would be best to abstain from alcohol? Chu Xia suggested. A small drink is harmless, it enhances the spirit, she replied confidently, and he reluctantly nodded in agreement. With the presence of the 10,000 gods cauldron, he felt secure that Summer Lanchi would not attempt to poison him. After undergoing the purification of the Dichen pill, his physique surpassed that of ordinary warriors. If she sought to intoxicate him for information, it would be a futile endeavor. He opted to observe her intentions. The meal extended over an hour, during which a 3-liter jug of medicinal wine was nearly consumed by the two. Chu Xia felt little effect, but it was evident that Summer Lanchi had indulged. Her cheeks flushed and her speech somewhat slurred, though her awareness remained intact. This surprised him, he had always known her to be quite intolerant of alcohol. When had she become so adept at drinking? Xiaoran, fetch another jug of medicinal wine, she exclaimed, slapping the table. Your Highness, it is rather late. Perhaps we should conclude for the evening, I must return, Chu Xia thought, keen to seize the opportunity to steal a portrait. It was the perfect moment, given her inebriation. No, you still need to assist me in crafting the 10 fragrance pill, she protested, swaying as she rose to head toward the alchemy room. Shouldn't you dissuade your mistress? Chu Xia inquired of the maid by his side. I dare not, for she is unlike others. When intoxicated, her memory sharpens. Should I provoke her now? I would surely face punishment tomorrow, Xiaoran replied timidly. Summer Lanchi possessed such a peculiar constitution? Doubts crept into Chu Xia's mind, leading him to ponder whether this person truly was Summer Lanchi. Her unusual behavior raised suspicions of possible possession. He resolved to test her. Following her into the alchemy room, Summer Lanchi began preparing the spiritual herbs, swaying slightly. The 10 fragrance pill is crafted from the natural fragrances of 10 different herbs. Each combination yields a unique aroma. Pray tell, which scent does your Highness prefer? Chu Xia inquired. Her gaze swept across the wooden rack of herbs. Orchid grass, fennel wax, and white needle fruit, these 3 are my favorites. Upon hearing this, Chu Xia's brow furrowed slightly. He had not erred, those 3 scents were indeed her long-standing favorites. To articulate this without hesitation while intoxicated confirmed that she was indeed Summer Lanchi and had not been possessed. My lady, the sobering tea has arrived, Xiaoran announced as she approached with the tea. Summer Lanchi took a hearty gulp without a word, then moved directly to the alchemy furnace. Following Chu Xia's guidance to begin crafting the 10 fragrance pill, she displayed an innate talent, quickly mastering the techniques, and after several attempts, successfully produced a pill of acceptable quality. Carefully storing the 10 fragrance pill, she turned to Chu Xia and said, "Thank you, Master Xia Chu." Xiaoran, prepare the herbs from the storeroom and deliver them to Master Xia Chu. Also, bring an additional 100 pounds of dragon meat. Before long, Xiaoran returned with the items. Summer Lanqi filled a storage bag and personally handed it to Chu Xia. Please do not decline, Master Xia Chu, it would be a slight against me, Summer Lanqi. In that case, I shall accept graciously, he replied, taking the storage bag without hesitation. A slight infusion of spiritual energy revealed that the bag was of superior quality, capable of holding 1,000 pounds of items. Such enchanted storage bags were rare treasures, crafted only by the artifact masters of cultivation sections. While their cost might not be exorbitant, their scarcity rendered them invaluable, particularly to the royal family of the Great Qian dynasty. All indications suggested that Summer Lanqi possessed considerable wealth, demonstrating both generosity and a willingness to spend. Just as Chu Xia accepted the storage bag, Summer Lanqi suddenly wavered, collapsing into his arms. He instinctively caught her, momentarily stunned by her softness against him. Following the allure of wealth, she now employed the charm of beauty? With such dual tactics, it seemed she was resolutely intent on undermining the eldest princess. Xiaoran fetched the medicine, she murmured, clutching Chu Xia's arm weakly before losing consciousness completely. Not good. The princess is afflicted again. I shall fetch the medicine, Master Xia Chu, please tend to her, Xiaoran exclaimed, hurrying away. Afflicted? Chu Xia was puzzled. Did Summer Lanqi suffer from an ailment? He laid her flat on the table, grasping her wrist to sense her condition but found nothing amiss. Her internal spiritual energy flowed seamlessly, betraying no signs of illness. Xiaoran quickly returned with a blood-red pill, prying open Summer Lanqi's mouth to administer it. Chu Xia's brow tightened. The blood soul pill. This was a nefarious concoction, requiring the heart's blood of a living person for its creation, a method employed only by those who practice dark arts. Chapter 25, Infiltration of the Sleeping Quarters. After consuming the blood soul pill, Xia Lanqi soon regained consciousness, her complexion noticeably improved, though she still appeared somewhat frail. I hope Master Xia Chu was not too amused, she said. Xiaoran, please escort Master Xia Chu out. Yes, Your Highness, the maid Xiaoran replied, without elaborating further. Chu Xia nodded and followed the maid out of Lanqi Palace. What illness has the sixth princess contracted? Chu Xia inquired curiously along the way. Xiaoran's expression turned troubled as she said, I'm not sure, Your Highness. As mere servants, we dare not pry into your affairs. The previous close attendants of the princess met their demise for speaking out of turn. A slight frown creased Chu Xia's brow. He had noticed that Xia Lanqi frequently changed her attendants, having inquired a few times about it, but she had always given him evasive answers. It turns out they had been executed. This is where I must leave you. I need to return and attend to my master. Please take care, master. You may go. As Chu Xia departed, Xiaoran retraced her steps. However, just a few steps later, she was struck on the back of the head and fell unconscious. Chu Xia swiftly dragged her into the nearby flower bushes, stripped her of her outer garments, and concealed his own clothing in his storage bag. With the art of disguise once again employed, Chu Xia's spiritual energy surged, allowing him to assume Xiaoran's likeness. Every contour, gesture, and mannerism became nearly indistinguishable from the original. Moments later, after donning Xiaoran's attire, he returned to Lanqi Palace. He was about to head towards the alchemy chamber when he suddenly spotted a shadow gliding towards him like a specter. Good heavens, am I seeing ghosts at this hour? Chu Xia's heart raced, his energy coiling in anticipation. Yet, as the shadow drew near, it revealed itself to be an elderly matron, her hair a mix of gray, leaning on a cane. May I inquire what you are up to? The matron asked, her voice dark and unsettling. Chu Xia shook his head, nothing at all. Consider yourself fortunate, but it is a pity, for had you been of use, your flesh could have served well in concocting the blood soul pill. She remarked ominously before vanishing like a wraith. Only then did Chu Xia breathe a sigh of relief, sensing that the matron possessed formidable strength, likely a master practitioner. The blood soul pill was her creation? Without further contemplation, he hastened back to the alchemy chamber. Upon his arrival, he found Xia Lanqi seated before the alchemy furnace, still looking exceedingly weak. Take me back to my chambers, she commanded. Chu Xia complied, moving to support her as they exited the alchemy chamber. Thankfully, his prior exploration of Lanqi Palace's layout had provided him with knowledge of the sleeping quarters' location, preventing any slip-ups. Soon, he had escorted Xia Lanqi back to her chambers. Once inside, she immediately headed for the bathing room. "What are you dawdling for? Help me change," she urged. "Oh." Chu Xia feigned calmness as he entered the bathing room to assist Xia Lanqi in shedding her garments. Xia Lanqi glanced at him with a hint of suspicion. "Why do you seem so distracted?" I am merely concerned for your highness's health," Chu Xia replied, his emotions tangled. Having known Xia Lanqi for many years, this was the first time he witnessed her in such an unguarded state. It must be said, the youthful beauty of an 18-year-old is indeed captivating. And it was challenging to maintain composure in the presence of such a flawless figure. "What is there to worry about? I won't perish just yet," Xia Lanqi said nonchalantly. "Carry me to the pool and fetch me a jug of deer blood wine. Even in such a state, you wish to drink?" Without further thought, Chu Xia lifted Xia Lanqi and carried her into the bathing pool, then returned to the bedroom. He found himself in a dilemma. Where could the deer blood wine be hidden? He began searching around, suddenly noting that the layout of this bedroom bore a striking resemblance to that of Xia Zishuan's quarters. There must be a basement. Approaching the corner of the room, he noticed a bookshelf that likely concealed the entrance to the basement. With keen observation, he discerned that the shelf was movable. Promptly, he pushed the shelf aside, revealing a hidden door behind it. The door was neither locked nor warded, swinging open with ease. Descending the stairs into the basement, he lit a lamp and discovered a spacious area filled with treasures. The most absurd sight was an entire wall stacked with gleaming gold ingots. Numerous antiques, paintings, and precious herbs adorned the space, far too plentiful to count. Suppressing the urge to seize everything, Chu Xia proceeded to search the wine storage area. This must be the deer blood wine. Upon locating a jug of crimson liquid, he quickly returned to the bathing room. As he entered, an idea struck him. He still possessed a jisha, a substance whose toxicity far surpassed that of hua qi san. If he were to blend the jisha with the deer blood wine now, he could likely achieve his revenge. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided against it. Should Xia Lanqi perish within the palace, it would surely cause an uproar. With the next trial approaching swiftly, it would be more prudent to act during the hunt. Better to allow her to live a few more days. Pushing open the door to the bathing room, he found the air thick with steam, and to his surprise, Xia Lanqi had already succumbed to slumber in the bathing pool. He placed the deer blood wine beside her and quietly exited. Re-entering the basement, Chu Xia began to examine the paintings and artifacts. Most depicted themes of seeking immortality, revealing Xia Lanqi's fervent desire for cultivation. After some time, he finally unearthed a portrait of a gentle-looking woman, strikingly similar to Xia Zishuan. The signature read the sage of painting, Di Gu Xian, this is it. Just as he was about to place the portrait into his storage bag, the Wanshen Ding trembled slightly. Suddenly, a wisp of green smoke seeped from the portrait, swiftly consumed by the Wanshen Ding. Following that, a sheet of gold leaf emerged from the vessel. What is happening? Chu Xia was bewildered. He carefully examined the gold leaf, which appeared to bear an illustration of some sort, resembling a diagram of human meridians, though distinctly different from common representations. Unable to decipher its meaning at the moment, he decided to store the gold leaf and portrait together in his bag. With Xia Zishuan's task completed, he began to sift through the myriad treasures in the basement. Given the limited capacity of his storage bag, it was essential to select only the most valuable items. The gold ingots were too heavy to carry much, but he could certainly take some herbs and antiques. There were also numerous gemstones and jewelry that seemed quite valuable. After a thorough search, filling his storage bag to capacity, Chu Xia finally ceased his activities. As he prepared to stealthily depart, a sudden voice called from the bathing room. "Xiaoran, where have you gone? Come in and help me scrub my back." Chapter 26, Breaking through the profound realm. The night was deep and cold. By the time Chu Xia departed from the Lanqi hall, it was already well into the night. He was utterly exhausted. While assisting Xia Lanqi with her bath was merely a trivial task, the real challenge lay in discreetly escorting Xiaoran back to the Lanqi hall, which had consumed considerable effort. Chu Xia was particularly apprehensive about encountering his old wet nurse. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. even if there were any oversights. At least they could not be traced back to Chu Xia. Even if they were, it mattered little, as he was still ostensibly under Xia Zixuan's patronage. The intrigues of the royal family were as commonplace as daily life, a dance of overt and covert maneuvers that was entirely normal. Upon returning to the Ziyue Palace, Chu Xia intended to take a bath and rest. However, he was met with the sight of Xia Zixuan, wide-eyed and seated on the bed, still awake. "Why are you up so late? Engaging in cultivation?" Chu Xia teased. Upon witnessing Chu Xia's relaxed demeanor, Xia Zixuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. His playful banter indicated that the night's endeavors had gone well. "Where's the portrait?" Chu Xia inquired as he retrieved the image of Empress Meng Wanqing from his storage pouch. Xia Zixuan was overjoyed and rushed to seize the portrait, but Chu Xia deliberately held it high out of reach. "I risked my life to procure this for you. Is the princess too stingy to express her gratitude?" Xia Zixuan shot him a sidelong glance, then, with a bashful demeanor, wrapped her arms around his neck and sweetly said, "Thank you, brother Chu Xia. You are truly wonderful." Ugh! Chu Xia felt goosebumps rise on his skin. He hastily handed over the portrait. "You still owe me a favor. Don't forget." With that, he retreated to the bathing chamber for a soothing soak. 3 days later, in the basement, spiritual energy swirled and surged. With a surge of spiritual force, Chu Xia felt a monumental shift in his essence. He had finally broken through to the profound realm. Opening his eyes, he wore a satisfied smile. The term profound refers to a crucial acupoint in the human meridians, the Tongshan acupoint. This point serves as a vital bridge for the communication of spiritual energy between the body and the external world. Once the profound realm is attained, this acupoint is unblocked, allowing practitioners to more fluidly channel their spiritual energy and utilize basic magical techniques. However, due to the monopolization of cultivation techniques by the royal family, even practitioners who reach the profound realm in the Great Qian dynasty find it challenging to master magical arts. Even the simplest of spells are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Nonetheless, achieving the profound realm dramatically enhances a practitioner's capabilities. Simply projecting spiritual energy to augment weapons can significantly increase lethality. Enveloping the body with spiritual energy also offers a degree of defensive capability. A practitioner who reaches the profound realm is regarded as possessing considerable strength among common folk, becoming an entity not to be trifled with. It has only been about half a month since leaving the ancestor dragon Forbidden Land. Chu Xia felt a surge of excitement at his breakthrough to the profound realm. He was one step closer to breaking through to the master realm. The next time he entered the ancestor dragon Forbidden Land for dual cultivation with Zhang Yunji, he might just find himself in a position of dominance. As these thoughts ignited a fire within him, he returned to his chamber only to find no sign of Xia Zixuan. He stepped outside, seeking some fresh air. Spending all day in the basement had cast a shadow over him. He needed to bask in the sunlight. "Chu Xia, what brings you out here to enjoy the sun today?" A familiar figure approached. "Bai Ji? Or Chengyu?" Chu Xia asked awkwardly, for the two twins were indistinguishable, even in voice. "I am the elder sister, Bai Ji. My sister is on duty today, accompanying the princess out of the palace." "Out of the palace? Where did she go?" Chu Xia inquired. It seems there was a shipment of substandard spiritual herbs from the 100 Herbal Garden, and the princess was furious. She took the Ministry of Punishment personnel to hold them accountable, threatening to execute a few as a warning. "Unfortunately, I was on leave today and missed the opportunity, otherwise I could have had a few heads." Bai Ji expressed her regret. "Do you enjoy killing?" Chu Xia asked, somewhat incredulously. Bai Ji nodded earnestly. There is nothing more visually pleasing than watching the warmth of blood on the blade gradually cool and congeal. As long as you're happy." Chu Xia thought to himself, labeling her as a madwoman. Finding a sane person in the Great Qian Palace was exceedingly difficult. Chu Xia, may I quietly ask you something?" "But you must not tell the princess." "Go ahead," Chu Xia nodded. Bai Ji leaned closer and whispered, "Have you slept with the princess?" Chu Xia was taken aback. "Why would you think that?" "It's just a guess, but I feel the way the princess looks at you is different, almost intimate." As if there are no secrets between you. I can't quite articulate it, but it's certainly not a typical master-servant relationship. Suddenly, Chu Xia playfully tapped Bai Ji on the head. When the princess returns, I'll inform her that you are spreading rumors about her. Don't! Bai Ji panicked. I was just casually speculating, I didn't mean to stir trouble. She clung to Chu Xia's arm, adopting a pleading tone. Please, don't tell the princess. Or I'll be doomed. Then help me wash my clothes, Chu Xia said. Pulling several sets of soiled garments from his storage pouch and stuffing them into Bai Ji's arms. Make sure they're clean and pressed, without a single stain. And I won't expose you. All right, Bai Ji replied, looking quite pitiful as she carried the dirty clothes away. As evening approached, Xia Zixuan returned to the Ziyue palace accompanied by the Long Yuan guards. From a distance, Chu Xia could already smell the scent of blood. Each Long Yuan guard was splattered with considerable amounts of blood, indicating they had not been idle. You have broken through? Upon seeing Chu Xia basking in the sun in the courtyard, Xia Zixuan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized something and asked excitedly. Chu Xia nodded. A genius. You are the true embodiment of a prodigy. Just half a month ago, you had only broken through to the spirit-refining realm. And today you've reached the profound realm. At this rate, reaching the master realm is merely a matter of time. While excitement coursed through her, Xia Zixuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. With Chu Xia's astonishing growth potential, could she truly keep him under her control? Once he no longer needed her identity as a shield, it might mark the day he would leave her side. Unless she could emerge victorious in the Ancestor Dragon Festival and ascend to the throne as Empress. Or perhaps lost in thought, Xia Zixuan's cheeks flushed slightly. I'm going to take a bath now. As she walked away with grace, Chu Xia found himself speechless. What was the point of telling me you're going to bathe? Do you expect me to scrub your back as well? Chapter 27. The hunt begins on the first day of October. The morning light was warm and inviting. Today marked the second round of the Ancestral Dragon Festival's hunting trials. Early in the morning, the Grand Xian Palace was bustling with activity as the 7 princes and princesses set off with their elite subordinates. The capital city was under martial law, with streets deserted and numerous Long Yuan guards stationed at every critical juncture. Within the palanquin of the Ziyue Palace, Xia Zixuan was sprawled over her writing desk, catching up on sleep. Known for her fondness for slumber, she had risen early today, only to grumble incessantly throughout the journey. Qingyu approached with a steaming bowl of lean meat porridge, saying, Your Highness, please eat something, the road ahead is still long. The hunting grounds lay over 500 miles away on the Wangu wilderness, and even with relentless travel, they would not arrive until noon the following day. Xia Zixuan wearily waved her hand. Chu Xia, you can have it. Don't wake me until noon. With that, she pulled the blanket over her head, completely isolating herself from the world. Chu Xia, not one to be polite, finished the breakfast in a couple of bites. Chu Xia, I leave the princess in your care. The palanquin cannot accommodate many. Bai Ji and I shall ride outside, Qingyu announced before turning to leave, drawing the curtain behind her. Chu Xia leaned against the window, idly examining a piece of gold leaf. After several days of observation, she had surmised that this gold leaf was likely a celestial talisman, significantly different from ordinary ones. Its precise purpose eluded her, but she chose to keep it close, sensing it might prove useful. At noon, the royal hunting party temporarily encamped by a lakeside for a respite. Xia Zixuan finally awoke, stretching and placing her delicate foot on Chu Xia's thigh. I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Rice porridge, perhaps? How about you eat it yourself? Chu Xia retorted, nudging her foot away. Xia Zixuan's cheeks flushed as she recalled something. Well, a little taste wound tea hurt, she said, crawling closer. Your Highness, lunch is ready, Bai Ji called from outside the palanquin. Ugh. I'm not hungry, you all eat, Xia Zixuan replied, her voice muffled. Bai Ji responded with a hint of confusion, sensing something amiss with the princess's tone. As evening approached, Chu Xia exclaimed, Enough! Do you really think this is a meal? Pushing Xia Zixuan away. She grinned, teasing, Look at you being stingy. It's just a bit of rice porridge. It won't bankrupt you. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. followed by a gust of wind and the acrid scent of gunpowder filling the air. All personnel, be on guard. Protect the royal family. A commanding voice rang out, accompanied by a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Xia Zishuan's expression shifted. By Ji, what is happening? Your Highness, we are under attack. The palanquin of the third prince has been bombed. Who dares to act so boldly at this moment? Xia Zishuan was taken aback. This royal outing was of utmost importance to the Great Qian dynasty, with the elite Longyuan guards deployed in full force, including several master-level protectors, both visible and hidden. Unless they are cultivators, who would possess such audacity? I will investigate. Chu Xia tightened her belt and leaped from the palanquin. Ahead, an elderly general clad in silver armor. The venerable General Zhong Hai was engaged in fierce combat against several assailants on a hillside. Seeing the silver-clad general, Chu Xia was astonished. General Zhong Hai was a renowned figure in the Great Qian dynasty, celebrated for his countless victories against both enemies and demons. Even at the age of 100, he was still a formidable force on the battlefield, having single-handedly established the dynasty's stability. Chu Xia recalled visiting General Zhong Hai with her father during her childhood. When the general had shown particular favor toward her, wishing to take her as his protégée. However, he had later retired to the south for a peaceful life. To encounter him again today, still brimming with vigor, was unexpected. The general, now over 150 years old, appeared to have grown younger. Likely due to his successful cultivation, possibly having reached realms beyond mere mastery. As the general engaged the assailants, it became evident that, despite their strength, they were no match for him. They were gradually pushed back, one of them even meeting a swift end at the point of the silver spear. The Longyuan guards began to mobilize, swiftly surrounding the area and eliminating all threats. Master-level cultivators were abundant, their presence far exceeding expectations. Within a short span, the skirmish concluded. Over 20 assailants, including 7 masters, were all vanquished. General Zhong Hai returned, his spear adorned with 3 bloody heads, casually discarding them to the ground. We must ascertain the identity of the attackers and report back to the palace for reinforcements, General Zhong Hai remarked, his brow furrowed. The journey ahead may not be peaceful. Suddenly, Xia Zishuan descended from the palanquin. Thank you, General Zhong, for your hard work. General Zhong Hai nodded slightly. Your Highness is too kind, it is my duty. Without further ado, she hurried toward the palanquin of the third prince, Xia Zhiyan, with Chu Xia trailing behind her. Third brother, you truly are resilient. Your palanquin was reduced to ashes, yet you emerged unscathed? The voice of the second prince, Xia Ruiming, reached them as they approached. At the same time, Xia Lanqi and 2 other princes joined them, Xia Jincheng, Xia Yuanfang, and Xia Masheng. Greetings, Your Highness, they all spoke in unison to Xia Zishuan. Xia Ruiming, though acknowledging Xia Zishuan, chose to feign indifference. However, Xia Zishuan was determined not to let him off easily. You all mustn't follow the example of the second prince. To quibble over a mere 1,000 taels of gold is beneath our dignity as members of the Great Qian royal family. A stifled laugh escaped from somewhere among them. Xia Ruiming's face stiffened, shooting a glare in response. At that moment, Xia Zhiyan, dressed in fresh attire, stepped out. Are you all right? Xia Zishuan inquired with concern. Xia Zhiyan beamed brightly. Thank you for your concern, sister. I'm fine, I have thick skin, but a few eunuchs and maidservants were not so fortunate. Be more cautious in the future. The outside world is far more perilous than the palace, and danger can arise at any moment. Chapter 28, The punishment of the eldest princess. Once safety was assured, the hunting party set out again, journeying through the night towards the ancient wilderness. Although traveling at night posed greater dangers, the presence of General Zhong and over 10 adept masters provided a formidable safeguard, ensuring that significant issues were unlikely to arise. Within the royal carriage, the dim light flickered. Xia Zishuan was explaining the circumstances of the ancient wilderness to Chu Xia. The wilderness was rife with ferocious beasts, with 3 notorious lairs being particularly treacherous, teeming with countless fiends. Should one venture too deep, even the most formidable masters might not escape unscathed. The primary objective of this hunt was to capture 3 specific beasts, the iron-eating pig, the black blood sheep, and the ghost horned ox. Their heads were the most valuable offerings for the ancestral dragon ceremony, thus, all 3 must be collected to deem the hunting trial successful. She presented images of the beasts. detailing their habits and characteristics, urging Chu Xia to study them closely. Moreover, each hunting team was limited to 10 members. With the two of them and by Ziqinjiu, they could select 6 additional companions. I have chosen 6 elite members from the Long Yuan Guard for you to meet shortly. Our situation is rather precarious. From what I've gathered, Xia Mingrui and Xia Lanqi both command masters, while the status of the others remains uncertain. However, our Ziyue Palace lacks a master to protect us, making us vulnerable in perilous situations. Fortunately, the 3 beasts we need to hunt are not exceptionally powerful, merely rare, thus luck plays a significant role in this endeavor. Xia Zishuan regarded the hunt with utmost seriousness, her expression and tone reflecting her concern. After a pause, she added, additionally, today's ambush has left me anxious. We cannot rule out the possibility of further traps in the ancient wilderness. If we encounter them, it could lead to direct confrontations with formidable masters. While I possess strategies to deal with such adversaries, I cannot guarantee absolute safety. I do not wish to speak overly pessimistically, but the circumstances are undoubtedly graver than you anticipate. Should you wish to withdraw, I shall not impede you. After all, we are not bound by blood, and I would not want you to risk your life for my sake. Chu Xia chuckled, no need to play the emotional card, I am not swayed by such tactics. Xia Zishuan, feeling exposed, ceased her pretense and affectionately clung to Chu Xia's arm, saying, as long as you assist me in overcoming this hunting trial, I shall heed your every command. If you instruct me to go east, I shall not dare venture west. You have such faith in me. Yet I have only just broken through to the Transcendence realm. Among your Long Yuan Guard, my strength is hardly noteworthy. Xia Zishuan gazed earnestly at Chu Xia. You are different from the others. I know you have cultivated a method of cultivation, correct? After spending so much time together, if Xia Zishuan could not discern this, her years as a princess would have been in vain. Previously, she refrained from mentioning it so as not to intimidate Chu Xia. However, the situation had changed, and she now sought a true ally. Choosing Chu Xia was indeed a gamble, yet Xia Zishuan had always believed that her luck would not falter. Chu Xia shrugged, neither confirming nor denying her assumption. Enough with the sentimentality, get some rest, tomorrow is the main event. Xia Zishuan's face brightened, and she affectionately wrapped her arms around Chu Xia's. I will sleep while holding onto you. Suit yourself. Chu Xia moved aside the obstructing table, lay down, and soon succumbed to slumber. The night passed without incident. As dawn broke, Chu Xia opened his eyes to find Xia Zishuan crouched before him, eagerly savoring her breakfast. Little glutton, I've caught you stealing food. Xia Zishuan feigned innocence, are you going to punish me? Chu Xia could not suppress a shiver, the princess had grown increasingly audacious. She needed to be taught a lesson. Grabbing her hair, he pulled her closer, crouching down to position her over his knee, and began to administer a playful spank. Thump. Thump, thump. Xia Zishuan was caught off guard by this form of punishment, her cheeks flushing crimson as she covered her face. After the light chastisement, Chu Xia released her. Suddenly, Xia Zishuan, with newfound determination, lunged at him, pinning him down and enveloping him with her skirt. Don't move. Leave it to me. At noon, under the bright sun, the hunting party arrived at the ancient wilderness. This place was peculiar. Just 10 miles away lay lush greenery and picturesque landscapes. Yet upon entering the ancient wilderness, the surrounding flora rapidly turned withered and desolate. From a distance, the verdant mountains and the barren plains formed a stark, clear boundary. Upon nearing this boundary, the hunting party halted. 7 princes and princesses disembarked from the carriage one after another. Your Highness, do you feel unwell? Noticing Xia Zishuan's unusual gait, Bai Ji and Shang Yu rushed forward with concern. Xia Zishuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she endured the discomfort and replied, I am fine. My legs have gone numb from sitting for too long. After sitting from dawn until noon, how could her legs not feel numb? Chu Xia, trailing behind, silently scoffed. As they stepped into the ancient wilderness, Chu Xia walked atop the soft yellow sand when he suddenly felt a shift in atmosphere. The concentration of spiritual energy surged, seemingly multiplying several times over. The divine cauldron trembled in response, as if reacting to something within the wilderness. Esteemed princes and princesses, according to protocol, once the hunt begins, the entire ancient wilderness shall be sealed for 3 days. During this time, regardless of the dangers encountered, no outsiders shall be permitted to enter and provide aid. Therefore, you must rely solely on yourselves to navigate these challenges. I urge everyone to proceed with caution, prioritizing your safety above all else. An elderly eunuch with white hair and a youthful visage stepped forward. It was the same eunuch Shan they had met in the martial ancestor hall. He was the chief eunuch of the Dacian palace, a trusted confidant of the emperor, holding significant power and respect that even the princes and princesses regarded with deference. General Zhong Hai approached as well. The ancestral dragon's grand hunt has officially commenced. I wish you all a triumphant return. As his words fell, Xia Weiming dashed into the wilderness, followed closely by Xia Lanxi, Xia Zhiyuan, and others. Xia Zixuan's group was the last to enter. Your Highness seems remarkably composed. Do you have a favorable route in mind? Bai Ji inquired curiously. It is too hot, let us first seek a shady spot to escape the heat. We will venture deeper into the wilderness once the sun sets, Xia Zixuan fanned herself. Chu Xia shook his head in resignation. I told you not to overexert yourself, and now you can hardly move, can you? However, Xia Zixuan's plan quickly fell through. The ancient wilderness was devoid of life. Everywhere she looked was barren, either yellow sand or jagged stones. The ground was riddled with pits and cracks, making it impossible to find a place to take cover from the sun. Bai Ji and Xingyu could only fetch a piece of black cloth to create a makeshift sunshade, shielding Xia Zixuan from the sun. Enough dawdling, I will scout ahead. You all hurry and catch up. Chu Xia could no longer contain himself, as the divine cauldron continued its persistent tremors, indicating that the treasure was likely nearby. Chapter 29, The exquisite demon locking tower. The outskirts of the vast wilderness remained relatively safe. As Chu Xia journeyed forth, he encountered no traces of demonic beasts. Guided by the divine cauldron, he pressed on. Upon reaching a sand dune, the cauldron began to tremble vigorously. Was this the location? Chu Xia summoned the bloodthirsty sword, employing his sword control technique to dig beneath the dune. However, the loose sand quickly filled the pit he had created. Frowning, he widened his efforts, flattening the entire mound. Dust billowed around him until, after lowering the dune by several meters, a withered vine came into view. With a swift stroke of his sword, he severed the vine, revealing a crack at its center from which dark red liquid oozed. Sensing the cauldron's agitation, Chu Xia reached out to touch the liquid. Instantly, a substantial amount was drawn forth, completely absorbed by the cauldron. Moments later, a palm-sized green sprout emerged from within. A sapling of the Enlightenment tree? Recognizing the significance of this sapling, Chu Xia was taken aback. Although he was unaware of the tree's nature, its name hinted at something extraordinary. He decided to take it back and plant it somewhere suitable. Just as he thought this would be the conclusion, the cauldron began to tremble once more. Was there more treasure beneath? Chu Xia's curiosity piqued as he continued to excavate with the bloodthirsty sword. When the entire vine was finally exposed, he discovered that its roots encased a delicate tower. This exquisite tower stood half a meter tall, a seven-tiered structure intricately carved and hollow throughout. Its form remarkably beautiful yet marred by grime and battle damage. Before Chu Xia could examine it closely, the tower was swiftly engulfed by the cauldron. After a brief wait, the tower re-emerged, seemingly restored, radiating a soft, precious light, its damage repaired, emanating an aura of grandeur and extraordinary spirit. The exquisite demon locking tower. Could it be a breeding ground? A wave of astonishment washed over Chu Xia as the information flooded his mind. This artifact was designed to imprison demons. Any beast ensnared within would face relentless refinement. The tower's master could control the will of the captured beasts, even transforming them into puppet servants. What a remarkable acquisition! With the vast wilderness teeming with demonic creatures, he could capture several and confine them within the exquisite demon locking tower, whether for taming or as a reserve food source. Eagerly, Chu Xia extracted the tower, channeling his spiritual energy to attune with it. The quality of this artifact appeared exceptionally high, far surpassing that of ordinary spiritual tools. It seemed there was a beast imprisoned within, cradling the exquisite demon locking tower in his palm. Chu Xia peered inside to see a demoness shackled by dark iron chains in the tower's highest cell. She bore an uncanny resemblance to a human woman. Yet protruding from her forehead were sharp, dagger-like horns. With long, snow-white hair and a lithe figure, her face was obscured by cascading locks, rendering her features indistinguishable. As Chu Xia prepared to scrutinize her further, he suddenly found himself within the confines of the exquisite demon locking tower. The chains rattled ominously. The white-haired demoness charged against her cage, revealing blood-red eyes that fixated fiercely on him. "You little imp, who are you?" Her voice was chilling, exuding an aura of intimidation. Instinctively, Chu Xia stepped back. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that as the tower's current master, this formidable demoness was now merely a captive, unable to pose any threat. Gaining confidence, he retorted, "How dare you speak to your master in such a tone?" "Master? Ha ha ha, little imp, what delusions are you entertaining? What? The exquisite demon locking tower has changed hands? Who are you? What is your connection to the ancient Tao Lord?" The ancient Tao Lord? Could he be the former master of the exquisite demon locking tower? What business is it of yours? You're merely a captive. Prepare to be refined. Without hesitation, Chu Xia activated the locking mechanism of the tower. In an instant, thunderous lightning erupted within the cell, transforming into whips as thick as a bowl, mercilessly striking the white-haired demoness. "Stop, please!" A harrowing wail echoed. The demoness thrashed wildly, attempting to break free from her chains, but to no avail. After several lashes, she collapsed, unconscious. Finally, Chu Xia beheld her true visage. Indeed, she was an unparalleled beauty, her enchanting features captivating, her form exquisite. And within her brow lay a hint of imperial grace, suggesting she was once a figure of great significance in the demon realm. If only he could refine her into a servant. Shaking off such thoughts, he withdrew his consciousness and returned the tower to his dantian. Having broken through to the transcendence realm, his dantian had expanded significantly, now capable of housing various items, serving as a small storage space. However, ordinary objects could not be stored, only artifacts like this one. "Your Highness, why has the sky suddenly darkened?" Xia Zishuan looked up to see that the once clear sky was now shrouded in ominous clouds. "I do not know, but perhaps it is for the best. At least I need not worry about sunburn." Just then, Chu Xia returned. "The path ahead is safe. Let us hurry, we have already delayed too long," Chu Xia urged. Xia Zishuan nodded, her gaze evasive, unable to meet his eyes directly. "Let us proceed to the southwest to hunt the ghost-horned bull. This demon possesses formidable strength. And attacking while we are at our peak will enhance our chances of success." With that, she led the way southwest. Traveling across the desert was slow. After more than 2 hours, they finally reached the vicinity of the demon lair, where the number of visible beasts began to increase. Along the way, they had slain a few smaller demons, most of which were solitary and posed little threat. At the foot of a barren mountain lay the entrance to the demon lair. "Everyone, stay alert and prepare for battle," Xia Zishuan commanded, raising her hand to reveal a beautifully crafted bow. "So, the princess is an archer, how fitting," Chu Xia mused. The Dragon Abyss guards immediately stepped forward to provide protection. As they approached a cave entrance, a rustling sound erupted from within, and 100 red-eyed rats surged forth. Without hesitation, the Dragon Abyss guards engaged the demon rodents in fierce combat. Chapter 30. The value continues to rise. The Dragon Abyss guards at the transformation tribulation stage possess formidable strength. Slaying the demon rats was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. And the battle concluded in an instant. Bai Ji and Xing busied themselves with collecting the demon rats, skinning them for meat, and preserving them in salt water to store in their bags. Chu Xia frowned in disbelief. "You actually eat rat meat?" "What rat meat?" "This is prime demon beast flesh. Delicious when roasted," Bai Ji replied. "The demon rats thrive on underground spiritual herbs, making their flesh succulent and notably potent for enhancing vitality," Xing added. "Well, if that's the case, it does sound appealing. I should have caught a couple of demon rats earlier," Chu Xia lamented. Regretting not having captured two to nurture in the Linglong locking demon tower for a continuous supply of rat meat. After processing the demon rats, the group officially ventured into the cave. After delving over 100 meters, they arrived at the entrance of the demon lair. The lair was a vast underground nest filled with numerous dark passages, pits, and crevices, with many entrances. It was said that the underground spaces of the 3 major demon lairs were interconnected. However, the terrain was complex, and even with a map, finding the correct path was uncertain. Xia Zixuan produced 10 glowing fireflies, distributing them among the group. Once we enter the demon lair, the danger will significantly increase. Remember, our objective is to locate the ghost horned bull. Do not engage in prolonged battles with other demon beasts. If possible, flee first, and if escape is not feasible, we will regroup and eliminate them as quickly as possible. Understood, Your Highness, the Dragon Abyss guards replied in unison, their demeanor cold and emotionless. The strongest among them stepped forward to lead the way, while 2 guards remained vigilant at the rear. Xia Zixuan was securely protected in the center of the group, flanked by Bai Ji and Cheng Yu. Following a winding downward tunnel, they entered chamber after chamber, encountering signs of various demon beasts, yet the ghost-horned bull remained elusive. Your Highness, if we proceed further, we will enter the core area of the demon lair, where we may encounter 5th-tier great demons. One of the Dragon Abyss guards reported with concern. Xia Zixuan's brows furrowed slightly. We must continue deeper. We have come this far, retreat is not an option. The guards steeled themselves, fully alert. After passing through a narrow passage, their vision opened to a vast underground space, humid and warm, teeming with numerous spiritual herbs that seemed endless. What a pity the age is lacking, Xia Zixuan remarked with a hint of regret. Such a vast expanse of spiritual herbs. If only they were older, their value would be immeasurable. Yet it was evident that this was a feeding ground for demon beasts, giving little chance for the herbs to mature. Nevertheless, Chu Xia swung his Chu Xia sword, severing large swaths of spiritual herbs and stuffing them into the Linglong locking demon tower. With the intention of raising demon beasts, gathering ample feed was essential. Suddenly, the Wanshen Ding trembled slightly. Following its sensation, Chu Xia struck the rock wall with his sword. The wall crumbled, revealing a concealed small chamber within. It was no larger than a room, yet it housed many spiritual herbs, and due to its avoidance of demon beast grazing, the herbs here were of high age. Generally over 100 years. How did you discover this? Xia Zixuan's eyes sparkled with surprise. I sent. Chu Xia casually fabricated a response before diving into the opening to harvest the herbs. After collecting 200 to 300 spiritual herbs, he emerged, thoroughly satisfied. Is this the innate talent of a pill master? Bai Ji and Cheng Yu exclaimed in awe, their gazes filled with admiration. Your Highness, be cautious. There is a strong scent of demon beasts approaching, and in great numbers. Prepare for battle. Xia Zixuan drew her bow, 3 arrows poised to launch. In the next moment, accompanied by a deep, rumbling growl, 12 creatures resembling massive capybaras, larger than calves, emerged. 4th-tier demon beasts, spirit collapsing bison. So many have appeared. Boom! 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 3 arrows struck one of the beasts, the spiritual energy exploding with a sharp crack, yet only leaving 3 indentations, failing to penetrate its tough hide. Xia Zixuan frowned, as expected of a 4th-tier demon beast. She quickly knocked 3 more arrows and released them. Simultaneously, the Dragon Abyss guards engaged the spirit-collapsing bison in combat. Despite the bison's lack of aggressive tendencies and slow movement, their thick hides rendered them difficult to harm, leading to a protracted struggle. With a limited number of guards, each was forced to confront 2 bison, making effective retaliation nearly impossible. Soon, they found themselves steadily pushed back into the narrow passage. Chu Xia, forget the herbs, we must retreat. Xia Zixuan called out to him from the dark tunnel. Whoosh! A streak of swordlight shot forth, slicing cleanly through one of the spirit-collapsing bison. The blade continued, aiming at another bison, but this time it missed the kill, merely stunning it with the sword's energy. One by one, the bison fell, and within 10 breaths, the cave fell silent. The Chu Xia sword hovered in mid-air. Chu Xia leisurely stepped out from the dark tunnel, beckoning the sword to fly back to him, concealing itself. At that moment, he noticed Xia Zixuan, Bai Ji, and Cheng Yu staring at him with wide, incredulous eyes. What are you dawdling for? Let us proceed, no need for detours. Chu Xia clapped his hands and resumed leading them deeper into the cave, sweeping up any spiritual herbs they encountered, regardless of their age. Your Highness. Bai Ji gulped, her mind racing with questions. Xia Zixuan shook her head, do not ask anything, do not say a word. Though she knew Chu Xia would be stronger after breaking through to the transcendental realm, witnessing him instantaneously slay 12 fourth-tier demon beasts left her in a state of shock. The combat prowess of fourth-tier demon beasts rivaled that of warriors at the transformation tribulation stage. While the spirit-collapsing bison lacked ferocity, their durability was undeniable. And they were certainly much stronger than third-tier beasts. Chu Xia's prowess as a swordsman was undeniably on the rise. Xia Zixuan suddenly felt that she might have placed her bets correctly. As they continued, Chu Xia abruptly halted, nearly causing Xia Zixuan to collide with him. "What is it?" Chu Xia pointed ahead. "Is that the ghost-horned bull?" Following his gesture, Xia Zixuan looked up to see a robust black bull, its body entirely dark with sharp horns, laboriously grazing on moss high upon a rocky outcrop. Xia Zixuan was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming with delight, "That's it! Surround it!" But just then, a flash of golden light swept by, transforming into a massive golden net that enveloped the ghost-horned bull entirely. "I spotted it first, Xia Zixuan, you should look elsewhere." A voice dripped with sarcasm echoed lightly. Chapter 31, The unanticipated acquisition of a fifth-tier demon beast. A middle-aged man clad in a black robe adorned with cloud patterns approached, wielding a hunting net to strangle a ghost-horned bull, expertly severing its head. Holding the bull's horn in one hand, he descended slowly, casting a provocative glance at Xia Zixuan before turning away. "Lu Qin!" Xia Zixuan furrowed her brow, feeling a surge of displeasure, yet she refrained from contesting his claim, watching helplessly as he departed. "Who is this man?" "His name is Lu Chen, a member of the Long Yuan Guard under the fourth prince, Xia Jincheng. He holds the position of a second-rank martial officer and is the youngest martial arts master within the Long Yuan Guard, having entered the master realm at the age of 43. He is now merely 46, in the prime of his life," Bai Ji whispered to Chu Xia. No wonder Xia Zixuan managed to suppress her anger. Facing a master-level opponent, even if they teamed up, their chances of victory were slim. "Is that it?" Chu Xia asked, looking at Xia Zixuan. Xia Zixuan's expression tightened. "What else can we do? We cannot fight him, we must continue searching." Despite her words, it was evident that Xia Zixuan was seething with resentment. The ghost-horned bull they had painstakingly sought had been snatched away, significantly delaying their hunting progress and leaving them with little time. "Don't you have a trump card?" Chu Xia inquired. Xia Zixuan shook her head. "That is for self-preservation. If Lu Chen had attacked us, I would have shown no mercy, but since he has left, there is no need to waste my treasures." Remaining calm is not a bad thing. It must be said, this hunting expedition was exceedingly unfavorable for Xia Zixuan. Without a master-level powerhouse to support them, they were at a considerable disadvantage. Chu Xia had never faced a master before and found it difficult to gauge the disparity in strength, making it imprudent to act recklessly. However, allowing Lu Chen to leave without consequence left Chu Xia feeling unsettled. "You all continue searching for the ghost-horned bull, I will follow him and observe. Don't act recklessly, we still have time and should avoid unnecessary risks," Xia Zixuan advised. "No worries, I won't engage without certainty." Chu Xia said no more and stepped onto the Jusha sword, employing sword flight to soar into the air. Flying on a sword. The onlookers gasped in awe. This was a technique reserved for cultivators. Xia Zixuan immediately turned to her companions, sternly instructing them to keep any information regarding Chu Xia strictly confidential. Fortunately, she was surrounded by trusted allies, otherwise, if word got out, Chu Xia's safety would be jeopardized. The Deqian royal family would never permit outsiders to possess cultivation techniques. Lu Chen moved swiftly through the layered, intricate demon cave, navigating it as if it were flat ground, presenting no hindrance to him. However, despite his speed, it was still reliant on his physical prowess, and compared to the sword-flying Chu Xia, he held no advantage. Chu Xia trailed Lu Chen at a safe distance of about 100 meters. If any other martial artist attempted to follow Lu Chen, his master-level instincts would have detected them long ago. Yet, due to Chu Xia's mastery of the stealing heaven and changing day technique, he could alter and conceal his own aura. Although Lu Chen was a master, he was ultimately not a cultivator and lacked the spiritual awareness to sense Chu Xia's presence. The sword flight technique also had the advantage of producing almost no noise unless accelerated. Particularly in the dark confines of the demon cave, it provided even greater concealment. Boom! A sound of an explosion echoed. Chu Xia, soaring on his sword, peered downward to see Lu Chen engaged in battle with a demon beast. The creature was a large spider exuding a green poisonous mist, capable of shooting poisonous threads and possessing speed and strength comparable to Lu Chen. It was likely a fifth-tiered demon beast. That fellow seems to be having bad luck. I wonder if he can handle it. Chu Xia landed on a rocky pillar, leisurely watching the spectacle. Clearly, Lu Chen was not a match for the spider, having failed to gain any advantage in several encounters, and was entangled in its poisonous threads. The threads were not only toxic but also remarkably resilient, rendering Lu Chen unable to free himself for the time being. Seeing the situation turn dire, Lu Chen hesitated, throwing a large net over the poisonous spider and seizing the opportunity to escape. What a chance! Chu Xia dove down, landing behind the spider, and activated the Linglong Demon Locking Tower, capturing the incapacitated spider within. Success! Chu Xia was elated. Capturing such a fifth-tier demon beast was no small feat for his current strength. Yet, he had effortlessly secured it. Not only had he acquired a fifth-tier demon, but he also obtained Lu Chen's discarded net, crafted from a unique material capable of withstanding the struggles of a fifth-tier beast. Perhaps it was even a treasure, now added to Chu Xia's collection. After securing the poisonous spider, Chu Xia did not linger, rising on his sword to pursue Lu Chen. This man was surprisingly swift in his escape. Had it not been for Chu Xia's keen perception, tracking him would have proven quite challenging. Damn it! I wasted a demon-catching net. This demon cave is indeed as formidable as rumored. Lu Chen grumbled, yet his spirits seemed relatively high. At least he had managed to seize the ghost-horned bull, ensuring his trip was not in vain. The bull's head could fetch 5,000 taels of gold from the fourth prince. To earn substantial rewards, one must inevitably take risks. The thought of Xia Zixuan and her companion's disgruntled expressions made Lu Chen unable to suppress a laugh. The esteemed princess, in such a dire predicament, lacking even a master by her side, why bother joining the hunt? She might as well return home for a leisurely nap. Muttering to himself, Lu Chen suddenly felt fatigued. Oh no, the spider's venom is stronger than I anticipated. He quickly found a spot to sit, opened his storage pouch, and consumed 7 or 8 detoxification pills before settling down to circulate his energy for recovery. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Xia realized it was an excellent opportunity for a surprise attack. However, he refrained from rushing in, instead immersing his consciousness into the Linglong Demon Locking Tower. Having just acquired a fifth-tier demon beast, he intended to make the most of it. In the lowest level of the locking tower, the poisonous spider was confined within a cage crafted entirely from black iron, seamlessly sealed and airtight. Chu Xia's consciousness passed through the iron walls and entered the cage, first removing the demon-catching net from the spider before activating the formation to administer a fierce electric shock to the creature. In an instant, lightning crackled and sparks flew. The spider could not withstand even a single round and collapsed, convulsing on the ground. So weak? No. It must be that the woman at the top possesses an extraordinary strength. The locking tower's electric punishment was quite formidable, a fifth-tier demon could not endure it. The woman's power was undoubtedly beyond the fifth-tier threshold. But how to tame this demon beast? Chu Xia suddenly recalled that there seemed to be a storage room within the locking tower that he had yet to inspect. With this thought, Chu Xia's consciousness drifted into the storage room. The space was modest, filled with an assortment of chaotic items. Yet, what immediately captured his attention was a small yellow bird dozing on a table. To be precise, it was a golden-winged hawk. Was this also a demon beast imprisoned within the locking tower? But why was it not confined in a cage? Chu Xia curiously approached for a closer look. As if sensing Chu Xia's gaze, the little yellow bird abruptly opened its eyes wide. The two locked eyes for a moment before the bird hastily rose. Kai Kai welcomes the esteemed master of the tower. Who are you? Chu Xia inquired. I am Kai Kai, a spirit pet under the ancient Dao monarch. Before the Dao monarch ascended, I was left here as the guardian spirit of the tower, tasked with overseeing the demon Empress. Chapter 32, Slaying the Master. Upon hearing Kai Kai's words, Chu Xia's expression became peculiar. The demon emperor? Is she referring to the white-haired demoness imprisoned at the pinnacle of the demon lock tower? A name like that could only belong to an extraordinary individual. What astonished Chu Xia even more was the revelation that the previous master of the exquisite demon lock tower, the ancient Tao Lord, had actually ascended? Ascension signifies becoming an immortal. It is truly unexpected that the former master of the demon lock tower possessed such formidable strength. What a treasure I have stumbled upon! Setting aside these thoughts, I have just captured a demon beast. How can I tame it to obey my commands? Kai glanced around and immediately discerned the situation within the tower. A 5th-grade red-eyed poison spider, is it? Simple enough. Master of the tower, please allow me a moment. I shall arrange everything promptly. In the next instant, Kai unfurled her golden wings and vanished as if traversing through the void. What a surprise! It seems this little yellow bird has an extraordinary origin as well. Chu Xia's consciousness sank back to the first level. He observed that the large spider had awakened and was respectfully kneeling on the ground, awaiting Chu Xia's arrival. Kai landed on Chu Xia's shoulder. Master of the tower. This red-eyed poison spider has been completely tamed. From now on, it will obey your every command. If you instruct it to go east, it would not dare venture west. Should you demand its life, it would hesitate not for a moment. So obedient? Naturally. As the guardian spirit of the tower, although Kai's strength is not high, taming demon beasts of 5th grade and below is a walk in the park. For 6th grade beasts, it may require some effort, but it is not a significant issue. I assure you, Master, that for any beast below 8th grade, entrusting it to Kai will not disappoint you. Seeing Kai's proud expression, Chu Xia couldn't help but chuckle. This little yellow bird indeed possesses some skills. And what great demon beast are you? In her former life, Kai was a 12th grade golden-winged roc, who, upon death, had her soul refined by the ancient Tao Lord into a spirit pet, intertwined with the fate of the exquisite demon lock tower. Within the tower, Kai can exhibit the strength of a 9th grade demon beast at most. But that is not fixed. If the demon lock tower were filled with demon beasts, all above 10th grade, Kai's strength could rise correspondingly, making her a 13th grade demon not out of reach. Alas, Kai's soul has fused with the tower, and it seems she will never leave it to soar freely in the outside world. After saying this, Kai's expression dimmed somewhat. Chu Xia was left with many questions. But recalling Lu Chen outside, he decided to postpone the discussions. Retrieving the bull's head is the immediate priority. Kai, please assist me in sending out the red-eyed poison spider. Understood. In the next moment, Chu Xia's consciousness returned, and the red-eyed poison spider appeared beside him. Chu Xia pointed towards Lu Chen in the distance, making a gesture across his throat. The red-eyed poison spider instantly comprehended Chu Xia's command. Swiftly climbing up the rock wall until it reached above Lu Chen's head, and then, descending silently on a silken thread, it stealthily approached Lu Chen's side. With a sudden rush, the red-eyed poison spider opened its sharp mandibles and unleashed a torrent of dark green venom. The unexpected assault caught Lu Chen completely off guard. By the time he sensed danger, he was already drenched in venom, which began to emit a plume of green smoke, accompanied by excruciating pain. Damn demon spawn! Lu Chen rolled away, using the earth to scrape off some of the venom while channeling his entire spiritual energy to stave off the spread of the toxins. However, the ferocity of the 5th grade demoness poison was overwhelming. He quickly became dizzy and unstable. The red-eyed poison spider cared not for his plight and lunged forward, its spider legs attacking Lu Chen with relentless ferocity. The master-level warrior still possessed some prowess. Even while poisoned, he fought back against the red-eyed poison spider, fueled by rage. His combat strength seemingly heightened, momentarily suppressing the spider's onslaught and severing 2 of its legs. Witnessing the red-eyed poison spider falter, Chu Xia ceased his concealment and unleashed the sword control technique, directing the absolute kill sword to strike from behind. Completely engrossed in his battle with the red-eyed poison spider, Lu Chen was utterly unprepared for another enemy. His back was entirely exposed, and in an instant, he was struck by the absolute kill sword. This blow landed on Lu Chen's protective spiritual energy, inflicting no substantial harm but tearing a portion of his defenses apart. The red-eyed poison spider seized the opportunity, launching another fierce attack that sent Lu Chen crashing against the rock wall, after which it spat out a thick web infused with venom, binding him firmly against the wall, rendering him immobile. Who dares to ambush me? Step forward if you possess the skill. Lu Chen roared, struggling furiously, causing the rocks to tremble. Yet he remained unable to break free. Panic surged within him. If this continued, he would surely perish. Chu Xia remained silent, once again directing the absolute kill sword straight for Lu Chen's chest with fierce intent. With a sickening thud, Lu Chen, already on the brink of collapse, could hardly defend himself. His protective energy shattered, and the sword's aura pierced through his chest. The absolute kill sword returned to Chu Xia's hand. Indeed, the Taiji Xianjin sword technique is immensely powerful. Combined with the high-grade spiritual weapon, the absolute kill sword, it is sufficient to breach the defenses of a master-level warrior. Moreover, I have yet to employ the great Sun Yang flame. It seems that even in a direct confrontation, I might have the opportunity to slay a master-level warrior. However, theory is one thing, and practice is another. Master-level warriors are no mere targets. Even in face-to-face combat, a surprise attack is difficult to execute successfully. Yet this illustrates the substantial worth of cultivators. After all, Chu Xia had just broken through to the Tongxian realm, 2 major levels below that of a master. The advantage of cultivators over martial artists is immense. After a while, seeing that Lu Chen had completely ceased to breathe, Chu Xia approached. Given that Lu Chen was covered in webs and venom, Chu Xia refrained from taking action himself, instead instructing the red-eyed poison spider to retrieve Lu Chen's storage pouch. This low-grade storage pouch bore no array restrictions, making it accessible to anyone. Upon opening it, Chu Xia discovered a treasure trove of items within. Various spiritual herbs numbered at least 500, over a dozen bottles of spiritual pills, mainly comprising essence cultivation pills, detoxification pills, and blood replenishing pills. There were also some freshly captured demon beast meats, hides, and fangs, all suitable for use as refining materials, with rarity correlating to value. As for the rest, there was little of significance. For instance, some martial arts manuals were of no interest to Chu Xia. Who would waste their energy on martial arts after practicing cultivation techniques? Yet, they could still be sold. Finally, the most crucial item was the bull's head of the ghost horn bull. Unexpectedly, in addition to the ghost horn bull, there was also a black goat's head. A black blood goat. Splendid. Now I have 2 of the 3 offerings needed. I merely need to find the iron-eating pig to complete the set. With a smile, Chu Xia tucked the storage pouch away, recalled the red-eyed poison spider into the exquisite demon-locked tower, and began his return along the same path. Chapter 33, Mysterious Iron Ore. Upon returning, Chu Xia found Xia Zixuan still leading a search party. Although they had hunted several demon beasts, the elusive ghost horned ox remained undiscovered. How did it go? Xia Zixuan inquired eagerly, yet her heart carried little hope. After all, Lu Chen was a master-level warrior. It seemed improbable to reclaim something taken by such a formidable opponent. It's resolved, Chu Xia said, producing the severed heads of the ghost horned ox and the black blood sheep, casting them onto the ground. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him. And Xia Zixuan's mouth fell agape in astonishment, speechless. What was happening? Had Chu Xia truly retrieved the ghost horned ox? And he had also acquired a black blood sheep? How had he achieved this? Did you confront Lu Chen? Xia Zixuan pressed urgently. He is dead, Chu Xia revealed without evasion. Dead. Xia Zixuan was momentarily stunned, then quickly pulled Chu Xia aside, whispering, "You killed him?" No, it was merely bad luck on his part. He encountered a 5th-tier demon beast that devoured him. And I reaped the benefits, Chu Xia explained. Xia Zixuan was left dumbfounded. Was it truly possible? Was Lu Chen's misfortune so profound, or was Chu Xia's luck extraordinarily favorable? It seemed almost surreal. She shook her head, opting not to dwell on it. After all, they were in a demon den, teeming with creatures. Even a master-level warrior could easily find themselves in peril if they were not vigilant. Regardless of the truth, it was prudent to accept Chu Xia's account. Good fortune was not a crime. Summoning the remaining Long Yuan guards, Xia Zixuan declared, "We have secured the ghost-horned ox and black blood sheep. Now, we need to locate an iron-eating pig to complete this hunting trial. From what I understand, their habitat is primarily within another demon den. We shall withdraw along our original path and head towards the entrance of that den, taking a moment to rest along the way. The hunt has just begun. And we have ample time, so there is no need to rush. Venturing deeper into the demon den poses risks. encountering a fifth-tier demon beast could spell trouble. Therefore, retracing our steps is the wisest choice. Chu Xia, however, did not mind delving deeper into the demon den. He was keen to test his luck in capturing more fifth-tier demon beasts. Yet, respecting Xia Zixuan's decision, he voiced no objections. He also had thoughts of Xia Lanqi. The demon den's intricate environment was perfectly suited for covert actions. This opportunity to eliminate Xia Lanqi was one he could not afford to miss. After gathering their belongings, the group began their journey back through the demon den. The return path posed little danger, and they soon reached the surface of the eternal wasteland. Night had fallen, and the temperature difference between day and night in the wasteland was stark, with the ground coated in thick silver frost. However, the darkness did not hinder their progress. After observing the stars and confirming their direction, Xia Zixuan led the team forward. After over 2 hours of trekking, they arrived near the entrance of another demon den. The ground here was sunken, riddled with deep, bottomless pits. Some appeared barren, devoid of life, yet within them thrived dense forests. Chu Xia sensed that one particular pit emanated a rich aura of spiritual energy and suggested to Xia Zixuan that they enter the demon den through this route. After a moment of contemplation, she acquiesced. A Long Yuan guard promptly retrieved a rope, securing one end while tossing the other into the pit. One by one, they descended swiftly to the forest floor below. Utilizing the light from luminous stones, they quickly located the entrance to the demon den. They encountered no obstructing demon beasts. But upon entering the cave, they discovered it was densely populated with a peculiar purplish-red flower. What an odd scent, surely it's not poisonous, Qingyu remarked, pinching her nose. Chu Xia glanced at it and replied, those are the flowers of the purple snake vine. They are not toxic in themselves but attract venomous insects and snakes. They can serve as food for the red-eyed venom spider, so we might as well gather some. Once everyone had passed through the cavern, Chu Xia summoned the Jusha sword, extracting the purple snake vines from the ground and walls, storing them all within the Linglong Demon Lock Tower. Suddenly, he realized that the Linglong Demon Lock Tower could also serve as a storage space, far surpassing the capacity of a storage bag. After collecting several hundred pounds of purple snake vines, Chu Xia rejoined the group as they ventured into the demon den. The first level of the cavern was vast and humid, containing numerous underground lakes of varying sizes. Scattered around were many carcasses of crabs and similar crustaceans, most having recently succumbed, their flesh harvested. It seems we are not the only ones choosing this entrance, Xia Zixuan murmured. I wonder who it could be. If it's Xia Lanqi's team, that would be fortuitous. The nearby demon beasts have been cleared out, we shouldn't waste time here. Let us press deeper, Xia Zixuan urged. Beneath an underground waterfall, they discovered the second level of the demon den, where traces left by others were evident. Chu Xia took the lead, soaring on his sword to conduct a brief search, ensuring the area was safe before signaling for Xia Zixuan and the others to descend swiftly. The path ahead proved much smoother, with tiered steps resembling terraces facilitating their descent. Before long, they found themselves deep within the demon den. Along the way, they encountered numerous demon beast carcasses, which saved them substantial time. Upon reaching the bottom, they found themselves surrounded by various passageways, seemingly carved out by demon beasts. Intricate like an ant colony. A resounding rumble echoed from below, suggesting a battle was underway nearby. It appears we are quite close to another team. For now, let us focus on finding the iron-eating pig, Xia Zixuan stated. Your Highness, the layers here contain abundant iron ore, and since the iron-eating pig feeds on metals, following this lead should enhance our chances of discovery, Bai Ji suggested. Xia Zixuan nodded in agreement, confirming their course. And the group heightened their vigilance as they began their search. The labyrinth of tunnels soon left them disoriented, rendering them unable to discern directions. Mark the path as we go, so we can find our way back, Xia Zixuan instructed. Suddenly, Chu Xia felt the Wanshen Ding tremble slightly. This way, follow me, he said, taking to the air on his sword and accelerating forward. Xia Zixuan, without hesitation, followed closely behind. Before long, under Chu Xia's guidance, they arrived at a relatively spacious underground cavern. The cave was brilliantly illuminated, with glowing ores scattered about blue, purple, and green light mingling together, creating a striking visual spectacle. Chu Xia even pondered whether this place might emit radiation, but after a brief stay, he felt no discomfort. Such abundant mysterious iron ore. Alas, it cannot be taken out. Otherwise, it would be a significant windfall, Xia Zishuan lamented. The value of mysterious iron ore is exceedingly high. Even the most ordinary vein can fetch tens of thousands of gold taels. This vein appears substantial, potentially worth over 100,000 taels, Chu Xia remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Just because you cannot take it does not mean I cannot, he thought, considering that the Linglong Demon Lock Tower had ample unoccupied space. He could easily store several tons of ore to bring back with him. Chapter 34, The Slaying of the Zombie Hag. Though the thought of wealth had crossed his mind, the extraction of such a vast quantity of mysterious iron ore posed a considerable challenge. Relying solely on the absolute kill sword for this task would be dreadfully inefficient. Thus, Chu Xia chose to proceed with caution, embarking on an exploration of the surrounding area. The tremors of the divine cauldron persisted, guiding him deeper into the cavern, where he traversed a hidden passage and arrived at another grotto. This new location was lush with vegetation and radiated a profound aura of spiritual energy. Chu Xia's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Surely, treasures awaited him here. Just as he moved forward, a stone hurtled towards him. He swiftly sidestepped. The rock soaring past him like a cannonball, embedding itself deeply into the cavern wall. What on earth? Chu Xia concentrated and conjured a sphere of blazing solar flame, releasing it into the air where it erupted into hundreds of fiery sparks, igniting the flora below. Amidst the roaring flames, anguished cries echoed. A group of creatures resembling giant pangolins, yet larger than calves, scattered in panic. What manner of beasts are these? Chu Xia dove down and seized one, swiftly placing it into the enchanted beast locking tower for Kai Kai to examine. Master of the tower, this is a fourth-tier beast known as the Gold Digger. Its strength is average, yet it excels in burrowing and excavation. Certain sects in the cultivation world domesticate large numbers of gold diggers for mining purposes, far surpassing human efficiency. Elated by Kai Kai's revelation, Chu Xia felt his fortune was truly turning. It was as if someone had placed a pillow under his head while he was dozing off. Without hesitation, he captured all the frantically scurrying gold diggers and stored them in the enchanted beast locking tower, urging Kai Kai to expedite their training. At that moment, the flames had engulfed the entire cave, billowing smoke rising ominously. Just as Chu Xia prepared to retreat, a fierce wave of spiritual energy surged from within the cavern. There were indeed treasures to be found. Summoning his protective spiritual energy, Chu Xia charged into the inferno. Thanks to his training in the Great Sun God technique, he possessed a formidable resistance to flames. The searing heat scorched his body, yet he found it oddly comforting. He pressed onward until he reached a depression at the cavern's center. Here, a spring gushed forth, accompanied by swirling white mist, a vapor rich in spiritual energy. Unable to resist, Chu Xia greedily inhaled. However, before his hand could grasp the liquid, the divine cauldron voraciously consumed the spring's water. Simultaneously, a shallow blue spiritual herb was drawn from the spring's depths. Instantly, a torrent of vapor emanated from the herb, causing the humidity in the air to surge dramatically and suppressing the once ferocious flames. What manner of spiritual herb is this? Chu Xia marveled. Yet, just as he reached for it, a chilling glint struck out from nowhere. A razor-sharp steel needle shot towards him, capable of piercing through flesh with ease. In a moment of crisis, Chu Xia activated the absolute kill sword to block the attack. With a sharp clang, the needle was deflected, but a barrage of needles followed, each exuding a frigid aura. This presence felt familiar. Was it not the aura of the old hag he had encountered in the Lanshi Palace? Realizing the peril, Chu Xia hastily seized the spiritual herb and fled on his sword. As he darted away, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkened walls of the cavern. Sword flight. This brat has pilfered the methods of the immortals. Seize him. The figure moved with astonishing speed, overtaking Chu Xia in an instant. Feeling the bone-chilling breath trailing behind him, Chu Xia's skin prickled with fear. He quickly summoned the great sun flame, forming a wall of fire to obstruct his pursuer. With a resounding crash, the elderly hag collided with the fiery barrier, sparks flying amidst her ghastly screams. What manner of creature is this? Chu Xia thought, dread coiling in his gut as he refrained from looking back, urging his spiritual energy to accelerate his escape through the labyrinthine passages. Yet soon after, he felt the cold presence closing in again. Realizing that he could not continue to flee, Chu Xia resolved to counterattack. He darted into a narrow crevice and released the red-eyed venom spider. The spider swiftly grasped Chu Xia's intent, weaving its silk into a web and lying in ambush. Chu Xia concealed his presence, waiting in the shadows as the chilling aura drew ever closer. With a swift swish, the ghostly figure approached. Now! The red-eyed venom spider seized the opportunity, launching its web to ensnare the specter. The venom mingled within the web, sizzling as it made contact, releasing noxious fumes. Almost simultaneously, Chu Xia unleashed the great sun flame, channeling it through the absolute kill sword and striking down upon the dark figure. Sparks erupted as the shadow was cleaved apart, revealing the true visage of the elderly hag. Her wrinkled face glowed with an eerie green hue, and two sharp fangs extended grotesquely from her mouth. A zombie! Chu Xia understood now she was a creature of the undead, not fully alive, hence the chilling aura that surrounded her. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the great sun flame to strike again, while the red-eyed venom spider continued to ensnare the zombie's movements. The creature howled in agony. But the searing pain from the sunlight was unbearable, rendering her unable to resist. As a being of darkness, she fundamentally feared the light, and the great sun flame, akin to the midday sun's blaze, was her natural enemy. It wasn't long before the zombie hag was consumed and reduced to ashes. Was it truly this effortless? Chu Xia was taken aback. He had anticipated a fierce battle, only to find the zombie utterly incapable of withstanding the great sun flame. Could she truly have been a master-level opponent? The red-eyed venom spider, rummaging through the ashes, retrieved a storage bag and presented it to Chu Xia. Good job. Chu Xia instinctively reached to pat the spider, but seeing it coated in venom, he thought better of it. After returning the spider to the locking tower, he opened the storage bag to inspect its contents. Most of the items were sinister artifacts and some dark elixirs. Among them was a substantial quantity of blood soul pills, the very ones Summer Lanchi had consumed. Additionally, he discovered several frozen corpses, either palace maids or eunuchs, likely servants of the Lanchi palace. A shiver ran down his spine. Could these blood soul pills have been crafted from them? Moreover, the bag contained a pig's head. This must be the cranium of the iron-eating pig, he mused. Without any effort, he had gathered the 3 offerings he needed. Chu Xia took the pig's head out separately, while deciding not to discard the rest. An ingenious idea to deal with Summer Lanchi began to form in his mind. Chapter 35, Taming the Gold-Digging Beasts once safety was confirmed. Chu Xia leaned against the stone wall and retrieved the azure spiritual herb he had previously acquired. This herb was translucent and moist, resembling a piece of ancient blue ice meticulously sculpted into an exquisite artifact. It felt cool to the touch and emitted a refreshing fragrance. When infused with spiritual energy, its surface would ripple like water, accompanied by a significant increase in the surrounding humidity, even forming mist. Regardless of its medicinal efficacy, it would undoubtedly serve as an exceptional humidifier. In the next moment, the myriad god cauldron trembled slightly and consumed the herb. Chu Xia had anticipated this and patiently waited. After a brief interval, a blue pill was expelled from the cauldron. The runling pill, a 5th-grade spiritual pill, was said to enhance the quality of water spiritual roots. Chu Xia's eyes flickered with interest. Spiritual roots are an indispensable innate condition for cultivators. Without them, even the most profound cultivation methods would be futile. However, the Dacian dynasty prohibited ordinary people from cultivating, leaving no means to test one's spiritual root or its quality. Chu Xia had no knowledge of his own spiritual root, but it was highly likely he possessed a fire-type root, given that he was of the pure yang body. This runling pill could elevate the grade of one's spiritual root, undoubtedly a valuable item, though regrettably useless to him at present. He decided to store it away, hoping for an opportunity to sell it for a good price later. After a brief respite, Chu Xia began his return journey. He soon arrived back at the cavern filled with mysterious iron ore. Kai, how goes the taming of the gold-digging beasts?" he inquired. "Report to the Tower Master." "All is well, all 46 gold-digging beasts have been successfully tamed. Moreover, you are fortunate, Tower Master, as one of the beast cubs possesses a remarkably pure bloodline. With some nurturing, it has the potential to evolve into a 6th-tier demon beast upon reaching adulthood." "That is indeed splendid. Chu Xia promptly released all the gold-digging beasts, commanding them to commence mining the surrounding iron ore. With deep roars, the beasts began to burrow and excavate, creating a lively scene. Xia Zishuan and the dragon abyss guards were drawn over by the commotion. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of so many demon beasts, Xia Zishuan was initially startled. But relief washed over her when she saw Chu Xia directing them. However, a significant question soon arose in her mind. Wait, how can he control beasts? While there are some docile species among demon beasts, taming them is notoriously challenging. It is said that only certain sects within the cultivation world possess the techniques for beast taming. How did Chu Xia achieve this? Noticing the puzzled expression on Xia Zishuan's face, Chu Xia understood her unvoiced inquiry and tossed the head of the iron-eating beast her way. Xia Zishuan gasped in astonishment. He managed to gather 3 tribute offerings just like that? Bai Ji and Qing Yu were equally dumbfounded. After laboriously searching for half a day without finding a single strand of pig bristle, Chu Xia had resolved the matter in a single outing. Did that not imply that this hunting trial had already succeeded? And it had only been a day since they set out. This efficiency was truly astonishing. It felt as if they had not contributed in the slightest, merely following Chu Xia along for an effortless victory. How frustrating. With your capabilities, it makes us seem utterly inept. Why is everyone so silent? Chu Xia chuckled. Xia Zishuan opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. The shocks Chu Xia had delivered were so numerous that she felt somewhat numb, as if anything he accomplished was merely to be expected. Let us set up camp. We have worked hard today and deserve a good rest. Bai Ji, Qing Yu, you will gather firewood to roast the meat. Xia Zishuan organized the tasks and selected a higher ground for their camp. Once the others were occupied, she approached Chu Xia alone. After dinner, come to my tent. With that, she hurried away. Chu Xia smiled softly. The crown princess had indeed grown bolder. The aroma wafted through the air, although the demon beasts were fierce. Their meat was undeniably a rare delicacy. Even without spices, simply roasting it made for an exquisite meal. This is so delicious, Qing Yu remarked, wearing a blissful expression. Gathered around the campfire, everyone sat in a circle, sharing the roasted meat. Chu Xia consumed more than half on his own. Bai Ji gazed curiously at Chu Xia's stomach, astonished. Eating dozens of pounds of roasted meat without any noticeable change, his physique was truly formidable. I'm full. Chu Xia patted his belly and returned to the mining area to supervise the progress of the gold-digging beasts. They had gathered a substantial amount of raw ore, estimated to be in the thousands of tons. The raw ore would require smelting to transform it into mysterious iron. Although Chu Xia's sunfire could also be used for smelting, the quantity was too great to waste his own spiritual energy. He decided to transport it out instead. He first stored this batch of raw ore in the second level of the Linglong Lock Demon Tower. By the way, Kai, please inform the gold-digging beasts to record and report any signs of other humans they encounter. Understood, Tower Master. The Crown Princess certainly had a grand disposition. Her tent was set up on elevated ground and was much larger than the others, rivaling a proper house. Chu Xia pushed aside the tent flap. As soon as he entered, Xia Zishuan covered his mouth with her hand. Lower your voice, they can hear us. I can remain silent, can you? Chu Xia grinned mischievously as he appraised Xia Zishuan. Her cheeks flushed, but her competitive spirit was ignited. Fine, let us see who gives in first. I'll match you all the way. How strange, where has the ghostly woman gone for so long? In a cave suffused with chilling air. Xia Lanqi felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Your Highness, do not worry, the ghostly woman is a master-level expert. Even if she encounters a fifth-tier demon beast, she will handle it effortlessly. Let us wait patiently a while longer, a dragon abyss guard reassured her. Xia Lanqi furrowed her brows. About to speak when a string of silver bells tied around her wrist suddenly chimed melodiously. Brother Chu Xia! Xia Lanqi exclaimed joyfully, immediately following the sound of the bells. The other dragon abyss guards, not daring to be careless, quickly accompanied her, protecting her side. Before long, Xia Lanqi burst into a vast cavern. A thick, acrid scent of blood assaulted her senses. There, a massive black-brown python lay coiled on the ground, riddled with sword wounds, blood pooling around it and staining the earth. Several young men and women were in the process of dissecting the python's carcass. Xiaolanqi's gaze fell on Chu Xia among them, her face lighting up with joy. Just as she was about to call out, her eyes widened in shock. "Brother Chu Xia, be careful!" Another giant python, seemingly appearing from nowhere, shot toward the group like an arrow, targeting the young men and women. "Demon, perish!" Chu Xia's brow furrowed as he swiftly unleashed a sword ray. Imbued with an astonishing wave of spiritual energy, accompanied by a dragon-like roar that severed the python's head. "Brother Chu Xia, your swordplay is remarkable." No wonder the master only passed the flying dragon sword technique to the Holy Sun. To have such profound swordsmanship after merely 7 years of cultivation is unprecedented among the ascending immortal sect since its inception. The Holy Sun is so handsome. Watching the admiration in the eyes of the female cultivators directed towards Chu Xia, Xiaolanqi's heart sank, suddenly overwhelmed by a potent sense of crisis. Chapter 36, The Sacred Fire. Immortal in the depths of the demon cave, the sun and moon were obscured. However, one could deduce that it was approximately noon on the second day of entering the ancient wasteland. Chu Xia had spent 2 hours in the princess's tent, ultimately emerging victorious. Yet, as the victor, he received no rewards. Instead, he was met with the princess's complaints before being unceremoniously dismissed. "Ah, women!" Chu Xia shook his head in resignation and continued his mining efforts. After 2 hours of diligent work, the golden digger had excavated a substantial portion of the mysterious iron ore. Chu Xia collected these ores, filling the lower 5 levels of the demon ceiling tower to capacity. In another 2 hours, he would nearly have extracted all remaining mysterious iron ore. "Goo goo!" A golden digger ran up to Chu Xia, making a commotion. What was it saying? Kai's voice emerged from within the tower, master of the tower. "This little creature claims it has discovered traces of a group of humans heading towards the Great Fire Cave." "The Great Fire Cave? What manner of place is that?" After a brief communication with the golden digger, Kai explained, "It is located in the central region of the ancient wasteland, where a blazing dragon is said to be imprisoned. I recall now, it is the wicked dragon that the ancient Path Lord suppressed here many years ago." "Please elaborate." Approximately 500 years ago, the ancient Path Lord visited the ancient empire to meet with the mystical Empress, Zhang Yunji, but was ambushed by a group of sinister cultivators. This group was formidable, led by one who claimed to be the sacred fire immortal, who was, in truth, a blazing dragon that had strayed into the path of evil. The battle raged in the ancient wasteland, with the enemy's onslaught being ferocious. Yet, the ancient Path Lord prevailed, single-handedly slaughtering all the evil cultivators. However, the blazing dragon possessed a unique constitution, making it difficult to vanquish. Thus, the Path Lord utilized his unparalleled powers to forge a purgatory, subduing the blazing dragon within. One would think that after so many years of suppression and refinement, the dragon would have perished completely. How could it still be alive? Upon finishing her explanation, Kai's tone turned somewhat perplexed. "Wait. You mentioned that the ancient Path Lord came to visit Zhang Yunji?" Chu Xia was astonished to hear Zhang Yunji's name once more in this context. The ancient Path Lord was already a top-tier figure on the verge of ascension at that time. It was remarkable that he sought an audience with Zhang Yunji. What immense strength must she possess? Chu Xia realized he had underestimated his dual cultivation partner. Does the master of the tower also know the mystical Empress? I have heard she is a peerless beauty and a top-notch powerhouse in the cultivation world, renowned for her strength and beauty, with countless admirers. Even the ancient Path Lord harbored deep affections for Zhang Yunji, often presenting her with rare treasures whenever he acquired them. Unfortunately, I have never seen her and cannot ascertain whether she truly possesses the legendary beauty that moves heaven and earth. By the way, when the Path Lord departed the ancient empire, he drank bitter wine alone, muttering about the inevitability of fate and the unpredictability of karma, pounding his chest in despair. At the time, I thought his resolve had shattered, yet not long after, he ascended. Chu Xia furrowed his brow in silence. Something felt amiss. If Zhang Yunji was indeed that powerful, how had she been overthrown by the Deqian Empire? Even if she had been betrayed by her subordinates, it couldn't have been the work of just any subordinates. Yet, throughout the 500 years of the Deqian Empire's rule, there seemed to be no formidable cultivators. Moreover, The land of the Deqian Empire hardly appeared to be bountiful, otherwise, the royal family would not have to toil so hard to monopolize cultivation methods. Clearly, there were hidden secrets. It seemed he would have to inquire further when he next encountered Jiang Yingji. Master of the Tower. Do you intend to visit the Great Fire Cave? Kai Kai suddenly inquired. Perhaps. I cannot yet confirm if the Golden Digger has spotted Xiaolanqi and her companions. I plan to wait until after the extraction of the mysterious iron or before making any decisions. Master of the Tower, I suggest you go. The wicked dragon is exceptionally powerful and has a penchant for human flesh, capable of consuming thousands in one bite. If it breaks free from its seal, the consequences would be dire, Kai Kai expressed with concern. Furthermore, you need not worry, even if we encounter the unleashed wicked dragon, we have a trump card. What trump card? The demon Empress, Kai Kai chuckled. We can have her battle the wicked dragon, and if they both sustain injuries, it would be all the better. This little yellow bird possesses considerable audacity. We shall mine first, Chu Xia decided, needing further contemplation. While the Golden Digger continued its work, Chu Xia sat cross-legged and commenced his cultivation. The dense spiritual energy within the demon cave was indeed an excellent locale for training. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. Upon opening his eyes, Chu Xia discovered he had broken through to the second level of the profound realm. Such rapid advancement indicated that this demon cave was indeed conducive to cultivation. Chu Xia felt an impulse to remain here long-term. With the exquisite demon ceiling tower at his disposal, he could capture and tame demon beasts, and with time, he might even cultivate a formidable army of them. If he could tame all the demon beasts within the ancient wasteland, he might even have the leverage to instigate a rebellion. How could Chu Xia not be tempted? He restrained his thoughts and proceeded to gather the mysterious iron ore strewn about. It seemed the demon ceiling tower was on the verge of being completely filled. Chu Xia also took a moment to check on the status of the demon Empress. She remained unconscious, but he couldn't tell if it was genuine or feigned. He attempted to activate the formation, unleashing a bolt of thunder upon the demon Empress. There was no response, it appeared she was indeed still in slumber. Returning to the camp, Chu Xia swiftly entered the princess's tent and shook her awake. Though she initially exhibited signs of morning grumpiness, upon seeing Chu Xia, she quickly regained her composure. After hearing Chu Xia's account, Xia Zishuan furrowed her brows and asked, "Do you intend to seek out Xiaolanqi alone? Do you not require my assistance?" "No need, your presence would only be a burden," Chu Xia replied bluntly. Xia Zishuan was left speechless. While it was true, such frankness felt a tad harsh, a more tactful approach would have sufficed. "Fine, since the offerings have been collected. We can return early to fulfill our duties and secure a commendable rank. Many elders are watching this hunting trial, and gaining their recognition will greatly aid our future endeavors." Xia Zishuan concluded with a nod. "Then I shall take my leave. We shall meet again in 2 days." With that, Chu Xia mounted his sword and vanished in an instant. Xia Zishuan shook her head in exasperation, a sense of unexplainable worry creeping into her heart. Despite her immense sacrifices, why did she still feel unable to grasp this man? He moved like the wind, so effortlessly. Could such a man truly be mastered solely through one's own strength? Forcing emotional ties might only lead to unintended consequences, driving Chu Xia further away. Perhaps, being a dutiful and unassuming companion was the most fitting approach. Adopting a mindset of non-competition in hopes of achieving unexpected results. With that, Xia Zishuan made her resolve. Chapter 37, Honey Crystal Gugu. The gold digger beast led Chu Xia into a cavern, the very place where it had previously encountered others. The temperature within the cave was frigid, with thick frost coating the surrounding rock walls. Some cold attribute spiritual herbs grew within, yet all had been harvested. Judging from the traces and the lingering fluctuations of spiritual energy, it was highly probable that the team led by Xiaolanqi had passed through here. Chu Xia summoned the other gold digger beasts and instructed, "Scout the surroundings." Having a troop of obedient beasts at his disposal proved to be quite advantageous. He could rest while the gold digger beasts thoroughly explored the area. Under their guidance, Chu Xia soon arrived at another nearby cave. Inside, he was met with the sight of 2 massive serpent corpses. Each python exceeded 50 meters in length, their girth rivaling that of a cart, reminiscent of a dragon. The serpents bore signs of dismemberment, with several vital parts removed. Master of the tower, these are a male and female Xianyin pythons, formidable among 5th-tier beasts. Their blood is extremely lean, making it excellent for poison refinement, but the most valuable part is the snake gall, which can be used to concoct dust-cleansing pills. Kai explained. Examining the wounds, it appears both Xianyin pythons were slain by a single sword strike, likely by a sword cultivator of early foundation establishment level. Chu Xia was momentarily taken aback. Is it possible for a cultivator of merely early foundation establishment to slay 5th-tier beasts? So, the Master Realm is essentially the pinnacle of Qi refinement? My Xian Realm cultivation only equates to the peak of body refinement? Indeed. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. To ordinary people, a martial arts master was already quite powerful. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, being a martial arts master was merely the most basic threshold. Master of the tower. There is still ample flesh from these Xianyin pythons that can be collected as feed, Kai suggested. Very well, there's still some space, Chu Xia nodded. Commanding the gold digger beasts to dismember the Xianyin pythons and store the remains within the Linglong demon ceiling tower. Once that was accomplished, Chu Xia continued onward. The gold digger beasts led him to yet another cave, one much more concealed, lacking any proper entry path. They had to burrow through the earth, creating a makeshift passage. This cave was shrouded in darkness, yet it was suffused with a sweet, enticing aroma. Chu Xia activated the great Sun Yang flame to illuminate the cavern, revealing an enormous pale blue flower. The fully bloomed flower had a diameter exceeding 30 meters, secreting a warm, syrupy nectar that wafted steam, reminiscent of a hot spring. What is this? Chu Xia inquired. This is a divine nectar flower, quite rare at such a size. Its nectar is rich in spiritual energy, a favorite among beasts. But the most valuable part lies in its roots, which encase a honey crystal. Consuming it can greatly enhance one's physique and cultivation, Kai replied. Chu Xia felt a surge of desire. Without hesitation, he summoned the Jusha sword to slice open the earth, exposing the roots of the divine nectar flower. After a thorough search of the immense roots, he soon found the honey crystal that Kai had mentioned. The honey crystal appeared translucent and glistening, resembling a solidified syrup, roughly the size of a barrel. He took a small taste and found it quite delectable, though excessive sweetness could become cloying. The effects were undeniably potent. After consuming a small piece, warmth spread throughout his body, as if filled with spiritual energy. He promptly sat cross-legged to cultivate. Time passed, and after half a day, he had consumed the entire honey crystal. His cultivation had surged directly to the 5th level of the Xian realm. And this was merely the beginning. He still had a vast reservoir of spiritual energy to digest. Once he fully assimilated the honey crystal, he might very well break through to the 9th level of the Xian realm, or even reach the Transcendence realm. Truly a remarkable treasure, Chu Xia nodded in satisfaction. Thanks to the gold digger beasts, he had stumbled upon such a deeply hidden gem, which he would have struggled to find alone. As he slowly rose, he noticed the gold digger beasts sprawled around, their bellies round from feasting on the nectar, now blissfully asleep. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xia gathered some nectar to store in the Linglong demon ceiling tower. With a thought, he took a portion of the nectar and brought it to the cage where the demon Empress was held. She remained motionless on the ground, and Chu Xia paid her little mind, leaving after delivering the offering. So, this is the Great Fire Cave? The gold digger beasts gathered at the entrance, hesitant to venture further, clearly sensing a terrifying aura within that instilled fear in them. Chu Xia did not press them, returning all the gold digger beasts to the demon ceiling tower before flying into the cave alone on his sword. Upon entering, he was immediately met with a pungent sulphurous stench and a wave of heat. The cavern was vast, stretching beyond sight, filled with towering lava columns, the rocks appearing as though they had been tempered by extreme heat, taking on a glassy texture. In the distance, an eerie red glow emanated, sporadically releasing scorching waves of flame that leaped hundreds of meters into the air. Boom! Suddenly, a cacophony of thunderous roars echoed from afar. Chu Xia soared higher to get a better view, catching a glimpse of several figures engaged in battle with a fiery beast, though they were at least 10 miles away. He strained his vision and could make out their silhouettes. My eyesight has noticeably improved, it seems the honey crystal indeed enhances one's physique, he murmured, gradually approaching the scene of the conflict. He had yet to spot Xiaolanqi, but the combatants were unfamiliar to him, leaving no impression. Judging by their fighting techniques, they were clearly formidable warriors above the master realm. The sudden emergence of so many masters warranted caution. After traversing 5 miles, Chu Xia could clearly discern the features of the combatants. 3 men and 3 women were engaged in battle with the fiery beast. They appeared youthful, dressed in opulent attire that did not resemble that of palace dwellers. Their techniques and demeanor were distinctly different from those of palace martial artists, exhibiting ethereal movements and resonant energy, unmistakably the style of cultivators. Especially the primary attacker, whose swordsmanship was exceptionally fierce, accompanied by a roaring dragon's cry with each strike. Such prowess was not possessed by ordinary sword masters. Where did this group of cultivators emerge from? Chu Xia pondered, inching closer. Having approached within a mile of the battlefield, he paused to employ the steal the sky and change the sun technique to conceal his presence, avoiding detection. In such a gathering of experts, maintaining a low profile was undoubtedly the prudent course of action. As he scanned the area, Chu Xia's expression suddenly shifted. He spotted her. Xiaolanqi was indeed present, taking refuge in a secure spot on the ground, guarded by several members of the Long Yuan Guard. Throughout, her gaze remained fixed on a young and handsome sword cultivator. A realization dawned upon Chu Xia. That person could very well be Chu Xia, the brother Xiaolanqi had mentioned. Chapter 38, Xiaolanqi consumes the accumulated evil pill. The battle continues. Led by Chu Xia, 6 formidable cultivators engaged in a fierce confrontation with a formidable beast. Despite their exceptional strength and seamless collaboration, their relentless assault met with equally tenacious resistance from the opposing creature. This was a 6th-tier flame-winged demon, encased in a thick layer of crimson shell. Boasting formidable defenses and the ability to withstand extreme heat, capable of surviving within molten lava. It was apparent that these individuals lacked experience engaging in battle with the flame-winged demon in a region rife with magma. Although they could potentially vanquish it, it would undoubtedly demand considerable effort and might incur casualties. A disdainful voice echoed in the air. After observing for a moment, Chu Xia shifted her focus away and fixated on Xiaolanqi, her eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent. As her spiritual energy surged, Chu Xia's appearance began to morph. In a short while, her form diminished significantly. Her posture hunched, and her face became lined with wrinkles, resembling a zombie crone. Draping a piece of black cloth as a cloak over the deadly sword beneath her feet, Chu Xia activated her sword manipulation technique, soaring forward with an ethereal grace. This time, she did not conceal her presence and was swiftly detected by Xiaolanqi and her companions. "Old witch, you finally returned. I thought you were in trouble." Xiaolanqi exclaimed, her excitement palpable, showing no doubts about the old woman's identity. Chu Xia slightly parted her lips, emitting a somber tone. "I encountered a troublesome beast. After resolving that, I followed the prince's aura here." "Wonderful. With the old witch by my side, I feel a great sense of security," Xiaolanqi replied, glancing ahead. "Earlier, I met brother Chu Xia, who mentioned taking me to a good place, perhaps to grant me an opportunity. Hence, I followed him." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Cultivators place immense value on opportunities, as significant ones can even alter their fate. Xiaolanqi sensed that her good fortune was poised to arrive. "Then allow me to congratulate you in advance, Your Highness," Chu Xia said coldly. Suddenly, Xiaolanqi grasped Chu Xia's arm and pulled her behind a stone pillar, whispering, "Old witch, give me a blood soul pill, but keep it discreet, do not let brother Chu Xia discover it." "Is she about to act up again?" Chu Xia pondered, retrieving a pill and handing it to Xiaolanqi. However, this was not the blood soul pill, but rather the accumulated evil pill she had acquired earlier. Its toxicity was magnitudes greater than that of the blood-dispersing powder. Even a master-level cultivator would lose their cultivation or even perish upon consumption. Chu Xia believed in a reciprocal exchange. "You provide me with the blood-dispersing powder, and I offer you the accumulated evil pill, fair and reasonable." Receiving the pill, Xiaolanqi paused momentarily, inquiring, "Old witch, why does this blood soul pill feel different?" "This is an improved version. Its efficacy surpasses that of the ordinary blood soul pill." Ah, I see. Thank you, old witch, Xiaolanqi said, her face beaming as she carefully stored the pill away. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Under the relentless assault of Su Xia and his companions, the flame-winged demon was finally defeated. Its shell was exceedingly tough. Even Su Xia's Qingxian sword struggled to breach its defenses, truly worthy of being a sixth-tier beast. This creature had never been seen before, likely a rare variety. Unfortunately, it was too large, otherwise, bringing it back to the sect could yield significant contributions. Su Xia gracefully descended, calming his turbulent breath, and turned to a pale-faced girl, asking, "How is junior sister Zhou Yu's injury?" Suddenly receiving Su Xia's concern, Zhou Yu's initially ashen face flushed with color as she softly replied, "Thank you for your concern, brother. I am fine, consuming a cultivation pill should suffice for my recovery. Here, take mine, my cultivation pill is of the 8th grade and will be more effective for healing." Su Xia offered her a pill. This scene did not go unnoticed by Xiaolanqi. Although she trembled slightly, she quickly composed herself and approached, exclaiming, "Brother Su Xia is so impressive, you effortlessly defeated a 6th-tier beast, truly a powerful cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage." Su Xia displayed a refined and nonchalant smile. 6th-tier beasts are indeed rare, but I have previously slain a few alone, so it is not a significant issue. Such arrogance. Nevertheless, upon hearing his words, the admiration in the eyes of everyone present for Su Xia intensified. Waving his hand, Su Xia continued, "Let us proceed, beyond this magma region lies our destination. It is rumored that a fierce dragon is imprisoned there, and our purpose is to investigate this matter." A dragon? Xiaolanqi's expression shifted. Not a flood dragon, but a true dragon? Such a mythical beast remains hidden within the lands of the Great Qian dynasty, how could I have been unaware? However, it was understandable. If it were a true dragon, aside from cultivators, no one could approach it. How magnificent! I cannot wait to witness brother Su Xia slaying the dragon. Xiaolanqi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Slaying a dragon may be an exaggeration, but if a true dragon is indeed hidden here, the Golden Core cultivators of the Ascension sect will undoubtedly take action themselves, and we may have the fortune to share in the glory. Engaging in light banter, the group traversed through the magma region. Chu Xia lingered at the rear of the procession, her gaze fixed intently on the flame-winged demon, which lay slowly sinking into the lava. This 6th-tier beast was not yet entirely deceased. If captured within the Linglong Demon Tower, it might still be salvaged. Should she succeed in taming a 6th-tier beast, the benefits to Chu Xia would far surpass those of the red-eyed poison spider. Even if she could not save it, the blood and flesh of a 6th-tier beast were invaluable, ensuring no loss. With determination, Chu Xia concealed her presence to the utmost, gliding just above the molten surface, and with a swift motion, successfully retrieved the barely breathing flame-winged demon. Kai immediately assessed the state of the creature. "Master, this flame-winged demon is likely beyond saving. Without spiritual medicine, it probably won't last 3 days." Chu Xia frowned slightly. "What if I possess a 9th-grade cultivation pill?" The cultivation pill. Although it is 9th grade, its efficacy still falls short. At most, it offers a 60% chance of saving the flame-winged demon. Then I shall attempt to save it. Chu Xia directly handed over her cherished 9th grade cultivation pill to Kai, along with some aged healing herbs. The value of a 6th-tier beast was immense, warranting the risk. Subsequently, Chu Xia rejoined the group. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. She witnessed Xiaolanqi stealthily consuming the accumulated evil pill. This was far easier than Chu Xia had anticipated. Could this signify the completion of her revenge? Cough, cough. In the next moment, Xiaolanqi erupted into a violent coughing fit. The nearby Longyuan guards were immediately alarmed. Su Xia, too, looked over with concern. "Sixth princess, are you all right?" Xiaolanqi waved her hands repeatedly. Cough. "I'm fine. Brother Su Xia, it's just that the air is too dry, making my throat uncomfortable." Su Xia replied, "We are almost there, let us set up camp. You all rest here for a while we explore the surroundings." "That sounds good, please be cautious, brother Su Xia." Chapter 39, Is Xiaolanqi a demon? After Su Xia and his companions departed, Xiaolanqi could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground, violently coughing, blood escaping her lips. The medicine was evidently taking effect. Chu Xia approached her discreetly, supporting her with a steady hand. Your Highness, do not panic, this is a normal reaction. Once your qi and blood are flowing smoothly, you shall feel better, she reassured, her cold gaze sweeping over the others. What are you all waiting for? Quickly set up camp so that the princess may rest adequately. The Long Yuan guards, visibly intimidated by the ghost matron, immediately began to erect tents upon hearing her command. In a short while, Xia Lanqi's luxurious tent was ready, and Chu Xia assisted her inside. At this moment, Xia Lanqi's consciousness was fading, her ability to walk completely depleted, reliant solely on Chu Xia's support to move even slightly. Once inside, as she lay down, Xia Lanqi grasped Chu Xia's hand tightly. Ghost matron, I feel so unwell, it feels as though my internal organs are ablaze. Can you assist me? Ah, now you understand the torment of being poisoned, Chu Xia replied, initially contemplating revealing her true identity. However, she reconsidered, suspecting that Xia Lanqi might possess some hidden trump card for survival. If she were to expose herself now, Xia Lanqi might seize the opportunity to retaliate, leading to mutual destruction, a grave loss for Chu Xia. Patience was required. She gently patted the back of Xia Lanqi's hand. Your Highness, those destined for greatness have divine protection. You will be fine. Endure a little longer. Trusting the ghost matron, Xia Lanqi gritted her teeth, striving to hold on until her face turned pale and her breath became faint. As Xia Lanqi approached the brink of collapse, Chu Xia realized that if she remained any longer, it would be difficult to explain upon Suju's return. Time was of the essence, she needed to slip away. Yet, just as she prepared to rise, an extraordinary wave of spiritual energy erupted from Xia Lanqi. This energy, akin to a dazzling starry sky, enveloped her entirely. In mere moments, the starlight vanished back into her body. Gradually, Xia Lanqi's breath normalized, and her complexion began to regain its vibrant hue. What is happening? Chu Xia was taken aback. The poison from the Jisha pill had actually been resolved by Xia Lanqi? Master of the tower, this woman is problematic, Kai Kai's voice echoed from within. How so? There is a demonic aura within her, and it is formidable, even I must tread carefully. Chu Xia furrowed her brow. Are you suggesting that Xia Lanqi has been possessed by a demon of considerable power? Could it be that my earlier suspicions were correct? If that were the case, it would explain the drastic change in Xia Lanqi's demeanor. Had she misjudged her all along? Possession? No, Kai Kai means that this woman is inherently a demon. Her demonic lineage was merely dormant until it was suddenly awakened. This may be a form of self-preservation. I suspect she could be the reincarnation of a significant figure from the demon realm. Is Xia Lanqi the reincarnation of a great demon? Never mind that. As long as she is not possessed, it is acceptable. This realization brought Chu Xia a sense of relief, allowing her the moral justification to proceed with her intentions. Gazing at Xia Lanqi, who was regaining her vitality on the bed, Chu Xia silently summoned the Juesha sword. If the poison could not end her life, then perhaps physical means would suffice. Wait. Kai Kai interjected once more. What is it? Chu Xia asked, her brow knitted in concern. Master of the tower. Have you forgotten your own identity? You are the master of the Linglong demon-suppressing tower. When encountering demons, it is only fitting to subdue and tame them. You want me to tame Xia Lanqi? Chu Xia raised an eyebrow. This suggestion intrigued him, although Kai Kai had yet to reach a definitive conclusion. She was certain that the demon soul within this woman was at least of the 13th rank, rivaling even the demon Empress herself. It was highly probable that she had chosen reincarnation after failing at tribulation, and her demon soul remained remarkably intact. In this life, she possessed extraordinary potential, with the possibility of ascending to the realm of demon immortals. If she could be tamed before her power fully manifested, it would be immensely beneficial to the master of the tower. As Kai Kai elaborated, Chu Xia felt increasingly compelled. Murder had always been a base form of retribution. To strike at the heart was the superior strategy. If he could tame Xia Lanqi and make her serve him, it would be the most fitting punishment for her. Can you tame her? Chu Xia inquired. Kai Kai responded, it is uncertain, but I can certainly try. The worst outcome would merely be a failed taming. And at that point, Master of the Tower may still take her life. That is indeed a valid point. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xia made his decision. He promptly retrieved the demon-catching net obtained from Lu Chen and ensnared Xia Lanqi, subsequently placing her within the demon-suppressing tower. Only demons could enter the tower. And Xia Lanqi's successful confinement therein confirmed her true nature. She had concealed her identity far too well. How long will it take? Chu Xia asked. Kai replied. Regardless of success, an answer will be revealed within the hour. I have been guarding the tower for a millennium and possess ample methods for taming demons. No matter Xia Lanqi's background, she is currently just an ordinary person with average cultivation, making the likelihood of taming her quite favorable. Leave it to you, Chu Xia said, choosing not to linger any longer as he exited the tent. Your Highness is unwell and resting. No one is to disturb her. He cautioned the Long Yuan guards outside before drifting away slowly. Instead of returning, he ventured deeper into the cave. The further he delved, the higher the temperature rose. Looking up, even the rock walls glowed with a fiery crimson light. As the spiritual energy dispersed, Chu Xia gradually revealed his true form. He soared through the air on his sword. Finding no trace of Su Zhu and the others, only discovering a bottomless, fiery pit at the cave's deepest point. Searing flames leaped from the entrance, creating a heat wave potent enough to char a person to a crisp. Chu Xia could barely endure the intense heat, wondering how Su Zhu and his companions managed. Master of the Tower, the fire dragon is likely imprisoned at the pit's bottom. I recall there being a subterranean palace there. And on the third level lies the seal of the fire dragon. Special mechanisms and formations must be unraveled to access it. I will transmit the method to you, and you will be able to unlock it shortly. With that, Kai concentrated her energy, projecting a unique wave of spiritual power. After receiving it, a memory concerning the mechanisms and formations surfaced in Chu Xia's mind. Master of the Tower, I must focus on taming. If any issues arise, call for me multiple times. I fear I may not hear you. Very well, attend to your tasks. Chu Xia was in no rush. He first circled around the fiery pit, conducting a simple inspection, and tested the flame's temperature. Confirming it posed no significant threat to him, he then descended into the pit. Reaching the bottom, the temperature soared to more than double that of above, yet Chu Xia felt an unexpected sense of comfort. He was even tempted to sit down and meditate for a while. Practicing the Great Sun Divine Technique in such an environment should yield remarkable results. Chapter 40, Taming Xia Lanqi. Chu Xia suppressed the urge to cultivate, for he had already caught sight of Su Zhu. The six of them formed a circle, advancing slowly. Suspended among them was a cerulean orb emitting a chilling aura, assisting in lowering the temperature. So this was the method to enter the fiery pit. It appeared even foundation-building cultivators could not withstand the oppressive heat here. Moreover, the blaze obscured their vision and perception, preventing them from noticing Chu Xia, who was merely a dozen meters away. It seemed that cultivators were not as capable as one might think. With a soft chuckle, Chu Xia decided against wasting time on them. He soared upward on his sword, gliding over Su Zhu and his companions. Brother, did something just fly overhead? You must be imagining things, the environment is so harsh here, who else could possibly enter? Su Zhu frowned, continuously channeling spiritual energy to activate the power of the ice orb, unable to divert his attention. Focus on the journey, do not get distracted. Understood, brother. After flying for a while, Chu Xia found his path blocked by a thick cliff wall. He gracefully descended, his gaze fixed on the rock face, exploring inch by inch. Found it. In a fiery crevice, he discerned the remnants of a structure, including a sealed stone door. However, the temperature within the fissure was rather high, and Chu Xia was uncertain whether he could endure it. Let us give it a shot. Chu Xia held his breath, his body resembling an arrow as he swiftly darted through the flames and into the depths of the crevice, arriving before the stone door in an instant. A faint scent of charred matter wafted through the air. That was close. If I had hesitated even a moment longer, I would have been singed. Calming himself, Chu Xia turned his attention to the stone door. It was adorned with peculiar runes, though he could not comprehend them. He recalled the corresponding symbols and methods to decipher them from the memories provided by Kai. Mimicking the pattern was not challenging. Chu Xia promptly channeled his spiritual energy, connecting the runes in a specific sequence. A moment later, the stone door quivered slightly and opened automatically. Chu Xia entered the underground chamber, erasing the spiritual energy on the door, which then closed behind him. He took a brief survey of the environment within the chamber. The temperature was not high, but it was stifling. After walking a short distance, he entered a spacious hall. The ground was littered with ruins, and numerous desiccated corpses were visible, likely those slain by the ancient Path Lord in years past. Nearby, several metallic artifacts remained intact. Chu Xia casually picked up a sharp sword. Though 500 years had passed, the sword still gleamed with lethal brilliance. Its quality surpassed even that of his own Chu Xia sword. However, as he held it, his palm inexplicably tingled. Chu Xia hastily discarded the sword, only to find several tiny puncture wounds bleeding in his palm. Indeed, the wicked treasures of the malevolent cultivators were hazardous. It seemed prudent not to meddle with them. He refrained from further touching the relics of the evil cultivators and continued deeper into the underground chamber. Soon, he arrived at the entrance to the second level. This area was also sealed by a heavy stone door. Chu Xia repeated his previous method to open it and stepped into the second level. Once again, he was greeted by the sight of desiccated corpses, this time in even greater numbers, an estimated 200 to 300 bodies. The temperature here was higher, and the corpses had begun to carbonize. Some metallic objects had melted into pools of molten iron. Chu Xia dared not linger and pressed onward to the entrance of the third level. However, this stone door appeared to have been violently damaged, riddled with cracks. The runes shattered and unopenable. Chu Xia attempted to assault the door. As stones fell away, he sensed he might have a chance, so he intensified his attacks, wielding the Chu Xia sword in a frenzy. Finally, after relentless effort, the stone door collapsed with a resounding crash. Just as he was about to pass through, a wave of scorching heat rushed toward him. Instinctively, he leaped back several meters to evade it. Simultaneously, a fiery claw crashed through the back entrance. The claw was larger than the doorframe, barely managing to extend a few talons, furiously raking at the ground and walls, leaving deep gashes. After a while, perhaps realizing it could not further damage the door, the claw gradually withdrew. Could this be the blazing fire dragon? If one claw is this enormous, then the creature as a whole must be astonishingly massive. Chu Xia took refuge behind a stone pillar, struggling to regain his composure. What was even more concerning was that the blazing fire dragon seemed to roam freely on the third level, implying it had escaped its seal. This is troublesome. Kai Kai? Chu Xia called out several times but received no response. He found a concealed spot to sit and entered the Linglong locking demon tower with his consciousness. Upon entry, he saw Xiaolanqi imprisoned in a cage beside the demon emperor, arcs of purplish-red lightning incessantly penetrating her form. Xiaolanqi's gaze was vacant, her pain rendering her numb as if her soul had departed. Yet, upon seeing Chu Xia, a flicker of shock and confusion crossed her eyes. Chu Xia, you're still alive? No, you lack a physical body, you're dead, transformed into a vengeful spirit to ensnare my life, aren't you? Xiaolanqi perceived Chu Xia's consciousness as that of a vengeful spirit. Terror filled her eyes, as if his appearance evoked a fear far greater than the lightning coursing through her. Do you wish for my demise? Chu Xia stood outside the cage, his cold gaze fixed upon Xiaolanqi. A tremor ran through her heart, and she suddenly burst into laughter. Chu Xia, you should not be here. I am about to die. Even in death, I will become a vengeful spirit. While alive, I can kill you once, and in death, I can slay you a second time. Do not harbor foolish hopes, even as a ghost, you are unworthy of me. Hearing Xiaolanqi's words extinguished the last flicker of hope within Chu Xia. Intensify the efforts, he instructed Kai Kai. Understood, master of the tower. This is my forte. But if the methods are too severe, they may affect her psyche. It matters not, rendering her a fool is preferable. That may not be the case. But those tamed through extreme measures often become fanatically devoted, akin to zealots of certain cults. Although difficult to control, once mastered, they exhibit greater loyalty than ordinary servants. Chu Xia nodded slightly. That sounds promising, proceed as you see fit. Understood, Master of the Tower. Xia Lanshi, overhearing the exchange between Chu Xia and the little yellow bird, was momentarily stunned. Master of the Tower? Demon servant? What are they discussing? Yet, Xia Lanshi had no time for further contemplation. In the next moment, hundreds of bolts of lightning struck down simultaneously. These lightning bolts did not penetrate her body but surged into her, racing through her meridians with wild abandon. The agony was more intense than 100,000 ants gnawing at her flesh, more harrowing than being drawn and quartered, yet Xia Lanshi could not faint. Forced to endure the torment in its entirety. Chapter 41, A swift retreat. Observing Xia Lanshi's torment, Chu Xia felt no compassion. This was the retribution she deserved. Master. The flame-winged ghoul has nearly recovered from its injuries. Overwhelmed with gratitude, it willingly submits, sparing us the need for taming, chirped Kai Kai, fluttering its tiny wings. Instantly, the flame-winged ghoul was presented before Chu Xia. Its colossal form prostrated itself in a posture of devout humility, its 6 pairs of triangular compound eyes brimming with gratitude. Is it truly reliable? Chu Xia inquired. He was disinclined to readily trust the loyalty of a demonic beast, sufficient assurance was paramount. Rest assured, Master. Demonic beasts tamed within the demon confinement tower are branded with a spiritual mark of fealty, precluding any possibility of betrayal. Master can decide the fate of his demonic servants with a mere thought. Chu Xia nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, he detected a commotion emanating from the outside world. Kai Kai, continue subjugating Xia Lanshi. Flame-winged ghoul, prepare for combat, Chu Xia commanded. Upon issuing these instructions, Chu Xia's consciousness returned to his physical form. He strained his ears, discerning that the sounds originated from the 2nd level. Could Chu Xia and his cohort have breached the array and infiltrated so quickly? Soon, the stone gate leading to the 3rd level began to tremble. Chu Xia mounted his sword and concealed himself upon a broken precipice, masking his presence. Moments later, a thunderous explosion reverberated as the stone gate collapsed. Ha, the armor-piercing talisman bestowed by the sect master is indeed potent. Regardless of any array or restriction, it can be blasted open directly. Truly, Senior Brother Su is remarkable. This armor-piercing talisman is profoundly arcane, even if it were given to me. I wouldn't know how to activate it. But who constructed this underground palace? Despite the passage of so many years, the arrays remain operational. The 6 members of the Ascending Immortal sect sequentially entered the 3rd level. Chu Xia, noticing the claw marks on the ground, displayed a solemn expression. The demonic dragon lurks below, exhibiting vigorous activity. Its danger level may exceed the sect's assessment. Exercise utmost caution. With that, he subtly rotated a ring on his index finger. And instantly, a multitude of magical artifacts materialized from thin air. These are magical treasures temporarily lent to us by the sect master. Each of you, select 3 to equip. Furthermore, ingest an anti-fire pill and a solidifying pill. During the operation, stay close behind me and avoid dispersion at all costs. Should we encounter the demonic dragon? Do not engage in prolonged combat. It is a formidable foe beyond our capabilities. Our sole objective is to retrieve a single dragon scale before retreating. Having spoken, Chu Xia immediately assumed a cross-legged posture, consuming pills to regulate his vital energy, striving to swiftly return to his peak state. The remaining 5 members also braced themselves, selecting their magical artifacts, ingesting their pills, and joining him in a meditative stance in preparation. Chu Xia observed all of this without intervening. In his estimation, Chu Xia and his party would serve as pathfinders, sparing him considerable trouble. And should danger arise, they would bear the brunt of it, allowing Chu Xia to seize opportune moments. Thus, Chu Xia patiently awaited developments. After an incense stick's worth of time, Chu Xia was the first to rise. Let's go. The group assembled and traversed the shattered stone gate, entering the 3rd level of the underground palace. After a while, Chu Xia moved deliberately, following in their wake. Upon descending to the 3rd level, Chu Xia surveyed the scene. Everywhere, there were remnants of devastation. The subterranean environment was exceedingly complex, with countless pits, flowing lava, shattered boulders, and collapsed rock pillars, resembling a battlefield in the throes of apocalyptic collapse. Chu Xia and his companions proceeded with utmost caution, advancing under cover, their focus unwavering. Barely daring to breathe, Chu Xia remained unhurried, finding a secluded corner to sit cross-legged, patiently biding his time. Roar! A crisp dragon's roar, accompanied by lingering echoes, reverberated through the air. Instantly, flames erupted, and a surge of intense heat assailed them. Chu Xia, witnessing this, immediately soared into the air, brandishing a frigid talisman and hurling it forth. The talisman detonated mid-air, transforming into countless icy iron chains that ensnared the fiery mass. The 10,000-year ice soul contained within the ice talisman suppressed the flames enveloping the fiery dragon, revealing its true form. It was a red dragon exceeding 100 meters in length, its scales a deep shade of crimson, bordering on black and violet. Its draconic eyes exuding an imperious yet manic malevolence. Confronted with the iron chain restraints, the fiery dragon displayed a hint of disdain, merely flicking its claws to sever the chains. Simultaneously, it pivoted, and its tail swept out horizontally. Retreat quickly, Chu Xia warned, sensing danger. He unleashed another talisman, which exploded into a dense, all-encompassing white mist. Before the mist could fully dissipate, a burst of fire erupted, spewing forth a column of orange-red flames. Golden light shield. Chu Xia retreated while summoning a golden magical artifact. The artifact instantly expanded several hundredfold, transforming into a golden wall that obstructed the onslaught of flames. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xia and his party hastily retreated, reaching the second level before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Senior Brother Chu, this demonic dragon is far too powerful. It must possess at least the cultivation of a golden core realm cultivator. Terrifying. Had we been engulfed by those flames, we would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. The others exclaimed, their hearts still pounding. Chu Xia's expression was also grave. It appears the intelligence was flawed. The demonic dragon's strength far surpasses our predictions. Let's retreat and report back to the sect master for her judgment. It's a pity we lost a golden light shield. That was a high-grade spiritual artifact that the sect master had specifically lent me. Preserving our lives is paramount. Even if we successfully subdue the demonic dragon, we wouldn't receive any substantial rewards. Let's withdraw quickly. Senior Brother Chu is right. We've done our utmost. With a consensus reached, Chu Xia and his party promptly evacuated the underground palace. Worthy of cultivators, their escape speed is quite impressive. Chu Xia was unable to contain himself. He had held high expectations for these cultivators from the ascending immortal sect, but this was the outcome? Suddenly, intense heat approached. Chu Xia's heart skipped a beat. Could he have been discovered by the fiery dragon? He cautiously peeked out, only to find the fiery dragon sprawled upon the golden light shield, scratching at it incessantly with its claws. Its sharp dragon teeth gnawed at it, producing an ear-splitting grinding sound. It's sharpening its teeth. Chu Xia was astounded. Kai. What do we do now? Chu Xia asked. Master, have you encountered the fiery dragon? Please open your divine sense and allow me to use it to investigate the fiery dragon's condition. Won't that stir up trouble? Rest assured, Master. If we encounter any danger, we can confine the fiery dragon within the exquisite demon confinement tower and imprison it alongside the demon emperor Empress. Can that really work? What if we fail to confine the fiery dragon within the demon confinement tower? Wouldn't I be in grave danger? Chu Xia felt that Kai's suggestion was not entirely reliable. A wise man does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. We must be cautious. I've got it. The fiery dragon cannot enter the second level of the underground palace. Chu Xia can retreat to the second level first. That way, even if the fiery dragon attacks, he will be better prepared. With that thought in mind, Chu Xia acted immediately, mounting his sword and flying to the stone gate while simultaneously extending his divine sense. The fiery dragon, engrossed in sharpening its teeth, was instantly alerted. It bared its fangs and lunged forward. Chapter 42, The Murderer is the Emperor as a Fierce Dragon. Engulfed in flames, charged towards him, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped Chu Xia. He swiftly retreated to a safe distance. In the next moment, a deep crimson flame roared forth, instantly sweeping across the entire second level of the underground palace. Chu Xia was inevitably caught in the fiery onslaught. Fortunately, he was far enough away and promptly activated the great Sun Yang divine art to resist the heat. The flames scorched him, though somewhat intense, remained within tolerable limits. Suddenly, a bold idea emerged in Chu Xia's mind. If he could harness the flames spewed forth by the blazing dragon for cultivation, it might yield extraordinary results. Ha ha! Master of the tower, I understand. Came Kai Kai's excited voice. Understand what? Chu Xia inquired. I mentioned that the wicked dragon was suppressed by the ancient Tao sovereign for 500 years, how could it possibly still be alive? It turns out this fiery dragon is not the one that was sealed back then, but rather its offspring. Offspring? Kai Kai continued, though it is also a blazing dragon. It should be no more than 300 years old. It is likely that the wicked dragon was pregnant at the time of its suppression, giving birth to the little blazing dragon during that period. Thus, this little creature has had no contact with the outside world, appearing somewhat naive and foolish. And what of its strength? Chu Xia inquired. At most around the 7th tier. I can easily tame it without much effort, simply by coaxing it like a child. Kai Kai replied with a chuckle, her tone taking on a rather mischievous note akin to that of a peculiar uncle. What does 7th tier equate to in terms of cultivation level? Chu Xia asked. It is roughly comparable to a golden core practitioner. However, the bloodline of the blazing dragon is exceptionally strong. If nurtured well, its 7th tier combat capabilities could rival those of an 8th tier warrior, allowing it to compete with golden core experts. Upon hearing this, Chu Xia's spirit soared. If he could tame this blazing dragon, he would indeed be invincible, dismissing all who fell below the golden core level. Then I shall leave it to you. Rest assured, Master of the Tower. All you need to do is maintain your divine sense, and I will engage with the little one first. Chu Xia nodded and immediately sat cross-legged, fully expanding his divine sense. Before long, the blazing dragon ceased its movements, staring vacantly with its fierce eyes. It appeared that Kai Kai had already initiated negotiations with it. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Xia began his cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and half an hour later, Kai Kai's voice broke through. All settled. Master of the Tower. Through my silver-tongued persuasion, the little blazing dragon has agreed to enter the demon locking tower. Once it steps inside, the rest will be beyond its control. Chu Xia suddenly felt a pang of guilt, as if he were aiding and abetting an evil deed. But after all, it was a genuine dragon. There was no need for hesitation. Chu Xia bravely stepped forward. The blazing dragon displayed curiosity, its eyes gleaming as it scrutinized Chu Xia. Master of the Tower, you only need to touch the blazing dragon's paw, Kai Kai instructed. Chu Xia extended his hand, and the blazing dragon reached out its sharp claw, gently touching his fingertip. In the next moment, the blazing dragon vanished into thin air, appearing inside the exquisite demon locking tower. All done. Chu Xia was taken aback by how effortlessly it had transpired. When the Golden Core experts from the Ascension sect arrived and discovered the blazing dragon had mysteriously vanished, he wondered what their reaction would be. By the way, Master, that demoness has been successfully tamed, you can summon her to test her. Xia Lanqi has been tamed successfully? With a thought, Chu Xia summoned her. And in the blink of an eye, Xia Lanqi stood before him. Upon seeing Chu Xia, a complex emotion flickered in her eyes, and she promptly knelt, humbly prostrating herself. I pay my respects to my master. Your sincerity is lacking, Chu Xia replied coldly. Xia Lanqi trembled slightly, inching forward on her knees until she reached Chu Xia's feet, cradling his boot and kissing the back of it. Observing her abject submission, a sense of satisfaction welled within Chu Xia. He crouched down, grasping her delicate chin, lifting her exquisite face to meet his gaze. Answer me, why did you poison me? This question had long plagued Chu Xia, and he needed clarity. Xia Lanqi's face shifted to one of anxiety and fear. Master, forgive me. I was wrong. I was too greedy and thought you could not provide the future I desired, which led me to contemplate poisoning you. I implore you to forgive me. From now on, I shall serve you wholeheartedly, never daring to defy your commands. So, there is no other reason? You simply despised my lack of strength and sought to eliminate me for a new preference? Xia Lanqi nodded with difficulty. Ha ha. That answer pleases me greatly. Chu Xia continued to hold her chin. This way, I can control you without burden, commanding you to work tirelessly for me. To serve you is an honor for Lanqi, she replied with a smile. How obedient. If you had always been this compliant, you wouldn't have found yourself in such a predicament today. He paused, then asked, by the way, I have another question. Do you know of any secrets surrounding my father's death? Xia Lanqi replied, Master, Chu uncle did not die in battle. He was killed by the chief eunuch, Eunuch Shan, under the emperor's orders. Eunuch Shan? Chu Xia's mind instantly conjured the image of that smirking eunuch. It was him. No, Eunuch Shan was merely the executor. The true mastermind is the emperor. I should have suspected it. But why would the emperor do such a thing? The might of the divine martial army is no longer what it was. There is no possibility of overshadowing the throne. My father's strength was not particularly formidable among the masters. He posed no threat to the royal family. Why? Chu Xia pressed on. Xia Lanqi shook her head. This servant does not know. The emperor's thoughts are inscrutable. If I were to speculate, it may have something to do with the Empress. The Empress? How does she come into play? Master, are you unaware? The late Empress, Meng Wanqing, the former Prime Minister of the Great Qian, Li Wenchang, your father, Zhu Hao, and the Emperor, the four of them traveled to the Ascension sect together for guidance 30 years ago. Is that so? Chu Xia was taken aback. His father had never mentioned this before. However, he recalled that the former Prime Minister, Li Wenchang, was indeed well acquainted with his father and had frequently visited the general's residence during his youth. It seemed he had resigned last year due to illness and returned home for recuperation, but had passed away within a few months. His father had even made a special trip to Jiangnan to pay his respects. So, of the four who sought guidance together, 3 are already dead? Chu Xia's brow furrowed deeply. This situation was becoming increasingly intricate. Did the Ascension sect hold some special significance? Xia Lanqi replied. I have heard my mother mention that while the Ascension sect may be small, its connections are not insignificant, seemingly tied to the former empress, the Xianin Empress. Jiang Yunji. Ah. Chapter 43, The Fiery Dragon Robe. How did this become intertwined with Jiang Yunji once more? Truly, even when one is absent from the world, their legends persist everywhere. What is your purpose in allying with Su Xia of the Ascendant sect? Chu Xia's eyes shifted, as if she had sensed something. Xia Lanqi replied. Maintaining a good relationship with Su Xia can yield 2 significant benefits. Firstly, I can leverage his support to navigate the Grand Dragon Festival successfully and ascend as the Empress of the Dechen dynasty. However, this is merely a secondary strategy. Becoming an Empress is not my true desire. What I yearn for is to become an unparalleled cultivator, soaring through the heavens and traversing the seas, unbound by fate and unrequiring the pity of others. The starting point for all this is to first enter a cultivation sect and receive the authentic teachings of cultivation. Su Xia is my most advantageous ally on this path. Chu Xia fell silent. To pursue cultivation, one may resort to any means necessary. Anyone who obstructs her, even a fiancé, must be eliminated. In a sense, Xia Lanqi indeed possessed a resolute spirit. Had she not encountered Chu Xia, she might have truly succeeded. But now, she might as well spend her life atoning for her sins. Have you given him anything? Chu Xia whispered into Xia Lanqi's ear. Xia Lanqi quickly shook her head. A woman's first time is the most precious, it must command a good price. Chu Xia paused for a moment, unable to restrain a laugh. All right. How very pragmatic of you. However, this was for the best. If Xia Lanqi were to lose her purity, even serving as Chu Xia's servant would render her unworthy. Without further ado, Chu Xia waved her hand, drawing Xia Lanqi into the demon locking tower. Just as she was about to depart, a voice from Kai Kai reached her ears. Master of the tower, the fiery dragon has been successfully tamed. However, the process was somewhat clever. So its loyalty will not be very high for the time being. It cannot yet fight to the death for you, though it should manage minor tasks without issue. Primarily, Your current cultivation is too weak to earn the respect of the proud dragon race. This will require gradual improvement. By the way, before you leave, you may wish to check the third floor. The little Saint Lord mentioned that its mother hid some treasures there. The little Saint Lord was the name given to the young fiery dragon by its mother. Chu Xia nodded and promptly flew into the stone door, re-entering the third floor. She summoned the little Saint Lord, which emitted a clear dragon cry before turning and flying deeper within. In the blink of an eye, they reached the innermost part of the underground palace. Here lay a vast lake of lava, the scorching red magma rolling incessantly, with a vortex of lava at its center, beneath which seemed to lie another world. Roar! The little Saint Lord called out again, then positioned itself before Chu Xia. Shall I ride you? After a moment's hesitation, Chu Xia mounted. So hot! The dragon scales of the little Saint Lord were even hotter than a red-hot iron. However, once accustomed, resting upon it was quite comfortable. Roar! The little Saint Lord soared upward, diving directly into the lava vortex. Under the protection of the true dragon spirit, Chu Xia remained unharmed by the magma and soon reached the bottom of the lava lake. To her astonishment, it was a colossal dragon's nest. Looking around, the nest's diameter exceeded 500 meters, crafted from a type of red ore, appearing somewhat crude. Within the nest lay the massive skeletal remains of a dragon, at least 600 meters long, a testament to its former grandeur. The little Saint Lord flew over, sweeping its tail over its mother's bones, emitting a mournful low roar, seemingly bidding farewell. Chu Xia's attention was drawn to a mountain of rare treasures piled nearby. More specifically, a vast collection of dragon scales and other precious ores. Just as she prepared to investigate, the divine cauldron trembled once more. A thought crossed Chu Xia's mind as she approached and touched a dragon scale. The divine cauldron swiftly devoured it. Not enough. She continued to touch other scales, and soon thousands were consumed. Then, a cloak flew out from the divine cauldron. This cloak was black on the outside and red on the inside, adorned with subtle dragon patterns on the black side and inscribed with runes on the red side, shimmering with a faint golden glow. It appeared quite extraordinary. The fiery dragon robe, a high-grade treasure. A treasure? Chu Xia inquired. Kai, how are treasures classified? Returning to the master of the tower, treasures are divided into 4 grades: spirit tools, precious tools, Taoist tools, and immortal tools. Chu Xia's absolute sword was a high-grade spirit tool, yet this fiery dragon robe was a high-grade precious tool, a full grade superior. It was undoubtedly a remarkable item, far beyond Chu Xia's current capacity to wield. She understood well the principle of possessing precious items is a crime. If this fiery dragon robe fell into the hands of other cultivators, it would likely lead to a plot of murder and treasure theft. Of course, possessing treasures without utilizing them would be a waste, but they must remain discreet. She was uncertain of the robe's effects. A cloak as a treasure was likely defensive in nature. As a high-grade precious tool, its defensive capabilities would undoubtedly be formidable, but the specifics required testing. She decided to investigate further later. With a wave of her hand, she stored the other ores within the demon locking tower. Once the little Saint Lord finished its farewell, the duo exited the underground palace. Retracing their steps through the original pit, Chu Xia summoned Xiaolanqi once more, disguising her as the ghostly old woman to return her to the camp. However, she noticed the absence of Su Zhu and the others. Upon inquiry, she learned that they had hastily departed after emerging. Upon returning to her tent, Chu Xia settled down and asked, "What are your plans next?" "All depends on your command, Master," Xiaolanqi replied, kneeling beside Chu Xia, exuding a submissive demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xia realized that keeping Xiaolanqi by her side was clearly inappropriate. Her identity still held considerable value. "I will assign you 2 tasks. Firstly, continue to play your role as the 6th princess and participate in the Grand Dragon Festival, gathering intelligence on the other princes and princesses as much as possible. Secondly, find a way to investigate my father's cause of death and ascertain the Emperor's intentions." Xiaolanqi nodded. "I understand what must be done. Please await my good news, Master." "Good." Chu Xia lifted Xiaolanqi's chin. The latter's eyes immediately became misty, a hint of longing emerging as she leaned in, seemingly desiring a kiss. Previously, Xia Lanqi had always held her identity with pride, using various excuses to avoid any intimacy with Chu Xia, never allowing her to gain any advantage. But now, she presented herself as if ready to be plucked at will. Now, that was more like it. Chu Xia sampled her lips a few times, left wanting more, pressing Xia Lanqi's head down gently. Half an hour later, Chu Xia departed alone. After a considerable time, Xia Lanqi finally emerged from the tent, her hair slightly disheveled, her cheeks flushed, giving her an alluring appearance. Your Highness, the offerings have been gathered, a cold-faced dragon abyss guard reported, bowing deeply. Xia Lanqi's lips curled into a faint smile. Let's conclude this. Though the Grand Dragon Festival is no longer significant to me, I have more important goals now. Chapter 44, The Grand Princess's Audience when Chu Xia returned. The results of the hunting trial were being announced. He had delayed his exit, wishing to linger a bit longer in the demon lair to see if he could gather more beast specimens. Regrettably, throughout the entire day, he encountered nothing but worthless creatures, devoid of any taming potential. He did manage to capture a few, though they were hardly of any use. Nonetheless, they could serve as reserve provisions. The hunting expedition had come to an end, with congratulations bestowed upon the Grand Princess for her commendable first-place achievement. The Emperor's decree was proclaimed, instructing the Grand Princess to personally present herself to the Wulong Hall upon her return to the palace. At that moment, Eunuch Shan was announcing the results of the hunt. Chu Xia's brow furrowed deeply, were it not for the mask that concealed his face. The murderous intent in his eyes would have been unmistakable. With the presence of the flame-winged demon and the young saint, eliminating Eunuch Shan would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist, even if General Zhonghai attempted to intervene. Yet, Eunuch Shan was merely an executor of orders. The true culprit behind his father's death was the treacherous emperor, who remained his ultimate target. To eliminate Eunuch Shan now would only serve to alarm the enemy and hinder his subsequent investigations. With this contemplation, Chu Xia reached a conclusion. He suppressed his murderous intent and approached Xia Zixuan, joining her in the imperial carriage as they commenced their return journey. Congratulations, Your Highness, he teased lightly, causing Xia Zixuan's previously furrowed brows to relax. With her enchanting eyes, she shot him a playful glare. Thanks to your esteemed self, I have garnered the opportunity for an audience. How should I express my gratitude? Purchase a mineral smelting factory for me, Chu Xia replied. Xia Zixuan paused, then nodded in agreement. That is not difficult. There are several underperforming smelting factories on the outskirts of the capital that can be acquired for a modest sum. Do you have any other requests? Indeed. May I accompany you during the audience? Chu Xia inquired. Xia Zixuan hesitated momentarily before shaking her head. It is not that I refuse, but the Dechen dynasty has regulations. Only one person may attend the audience, without any attendants or guards. No weapons are permitted. And even storage bags must be temporarily relinquished, with strict standards for hairpins and attire. Why such stipulations? Has the emperor been assassinated before, making him wary? That I have not heard of. The affairs of the emperor are largely beyond our comprehension. Besides the regular court sessions, he spends most of his time in the Wulong Hall, rarely making an appearance on non-significant days. Upon hearing Xia Zixuan's words, Chu Xia's suspicions deepened. The treacherous emperor certainly harbored secrets. However, his cautiousness would make it all the more challenging to approach him. Would brute force suffice? No. The Dechen Palace was teeming with hidden talents, and the masters were not the greatest threat. After all, the royal family possessed cultivation techniques. Despite the prerequisites of talent and spiritual roots for cultivation, the royal family's resources could easily produce several cultivators. A royal lineage with 500 years of heritage should not be underestimated. Why did you not take action against Xia Lanqi? Are you perhaps still harboring old feelings? Xia Zixuan suddenly remarked. Noticing the radiant smile on Xia Lanqi's face upon her return, Xia Zixuan had been slightly taken aback. She trusted Chu Xia's strength. If he chose to act, he would not return empty-handed. Yet, Xia Lanqi had returned without Chu Xia's timely arrival, which had concerned her for a while. When Chu Xia had appeared suddenly, her anxieties were finally alleviated. But she was also curious as to why he had not acted against Xia Lanqi. The childhood sweetheart fiancée, indeed, is not easily discarded, she mused. If I truly were to rekindle old feelings with Xia Lanqi and seek refuge in her Lanqi hall, how would you respond? Chu Xia countered with a playful inquiry, studying Xia Zixuan's reaction. Xia Zixuan's gaze flickered slightly. In that case, I would shake hands with Xia Lanqi, rallying the strength of my Ziyue hall to assist her in ascending to the throne as empress. I despise Xia Lanqi. Yet here I am, enamored with you, you rogue. Faced with Xia Zixuan's unexpected confession, Chu Xia was momentarily taken aback. What a bold and passionate grand princess! She was refreshingly direct, devoid of any pretense. Who could possibly resist such a spirited woman? Leaning closer, he whispered softly into her ear, my final request. Allow me to travel home in comfort. Home? She repeated, likening Ziyue Hall to a home. Xia Zixuan's face broke into a radiant smile. Your wish is my command. The return journey was smooth, without any ambush or assassination attempts. However, General Zhong Hai remained vigilant throughout, only departing once the royal offspring were safely returned to the Deqian Palace. Upon entering the palace, Eunuch Shan gathered the 7 princes and princesses in a secluded side hall. He shook his head solemnly. With less than a year remaining until the reopening of the ancestral Dragon Forbidden Land, I must express my honest opinion, the performance of the 7 of you has been unsatisfactory, far inferior to the last ancestral dragon festival. The Emperor is extremely displeased and intends to raise the difficulty of the final trial. In the spring of next year, the 3rd level of the 10,000 Calamities trial will formally commence, with the 10,000 Calamities Demon Cave reopening after a century. I implore you all to focus on enhancing your strength and expanding your teams within these next 6 months. As someone who has experienced this, I advise you. The danger of the 10,000 Calamities Demon Cave exceeds your imagination, even masters face perilous odds within. Having said this, Eunuch Shan turned to leave. The atmosphere in the side hall grew heavy with tension. The name of the 10,000 Calamities Demon Cave was already notorious. It was astonishing that their father had prepared such a formidable challenge for them. The 3rd prince, Xia Zheyan, forced a chuckle. The 2nd prince, Xia Ruiming, furrowed his brows, mumbling discontentedly, though his words were barely discernible. The other 3 princes wore expressions of varying complexity, tinged with anxiety. Only the Grand Princess and the 6th princess remained calm and composed, seemingly untroubled by the impending trial. They exchanged a glance, an unspoken communication passing between them. Ziyue Hall. It was not until nightfall that Xia Zixuan returned from her audience with the Emperor. Upon her return, her expression appeared serious and stern, maintaining a composed demeanor throughout her journey. The dragon abyss guards she encountered were intimidated by her aura of strictness, daring not to approach within a 10-meter radius. Upon entering her chamber and closing the door, she finally revealed a hint of a smile upon seeing Chu Xia, who sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed in meditation. What did the Emperor say? Chu Xia inquired, his curiosity piqued regarding Xia Zixuan's audience. He did not mention the ancestral dragon festival but feigned concern for my well-being, telling me that my mother left an inheritance in Jiangnan for me to explore when I have the opportunity. Chapter 45, Exceptional Celestial Routes. Are you planning to go to Jiangnan? Chu Xia inquired. Xia Zixuan hesitated for a moment. The Meng family, where my mother was born, is a prominent clan in Jiangnan, a lineage of martial arts that has persisted for over 1,000 years, producing countless masters. My grandfather, Meng Longhe, is now over 170 years old and still holds the position of the family head, known as the King of Jiangnan. As she spoke, Xia Zixuan's tone shifted. However, I have never met my grandfather. My mother severed ties with the Meng family at the age of 14 and ventured alone to the capital. Even after she became the revered Empress, the Meng family never sent anyone to visit her. Outsiders claim that my mother's rise to become the Empress of Deqian was solely due to the support of the Meng family. Yet, who knows that when my mother was at her lowest, sleeping on the streets and unable to afford a warm meal, the Meng family did nothing to assist her. It was only when she descended into madness that they sent someone to take a look, and thereafter, no one came again until her burial. A palpable resentment towards the Meng family colored Xia Zixuan's words. Chu Xia was taken aback by the circumstances of the Empress's background. Then it would be unwise to go. Your mother distanced herself from the Meng family long ago. What inheritance could you possibly claim? It would likely be a futile journey. No, I must go. Xia Zishuan's gaze suddenly hardened. Regardless of the outcome, it is my mother's legacy, be it a piece of furniture, a jade pendant, or even a tattered garment. I must reclaim it. When do you intend to depart? Early next month. My grandfather's 180th birthday is approaching, and since I have decided to go, that date is undoubtedly the most fitting. We shall set off 3 days in advance and enjoy the beautiful scenery of Jiangnan along the way. We? Who said I would accompany you? Chu Xia chuckled lightly. Xia Zishuan leapt forward, embracing Chu Xia and playfully pleading, please go with me. Just consider it as keeping me company. The Meng family has many formidable individuals. As a mere weak woman, I would be utterly defenseless. With you by my side, I would feel much more at ease. Well. Chu Xia smiled, I suppose I could view it as a chance to unwind. It was difficult to resist the charm of a princess in such a playful mood. One must admit, Xia Zishuan wielded her gentle persuasion with remarkable skill. However, Chu Xia's prompt agreement was also influenced by his own considerations. From what he gathered, the once mighty divine martial army was now fragmented, yet several strong factions remained cohesive. One such faction was stationed in Jiangnan, boasting a force of 2,000 soldiers. While they may not be formidable on their own, 2,000 elite troops could accomplish a great deal. Moreover, Chu Xia intended to send his younger sister, Chu Baiwei, to Jiangnan. It was far too perilous for a young girl to remain in the capital alone, with 2,000 divine martial soldiers guarding her. Chu Xia could alleviate many of his concerns. In the following days, Chu Xia spent nearly all his time in the training chamber. The spiritual energy of the honey crystal was entirely refined by him, allowing his cultivation to surge to the 8th level of the profound realm. The results, however, were slightly less than he had anticipated. He had hoped to reach the 9th level. Master of the Tower. Possessing a pure young physique and an exceptional fire attribute celestial root, your innate talent is extraordinary, and your consumption is naturally greater than that of others. However, this is indeed a positive aspect, as it signifies that your foundation will be more solid, benefiting your future growth. Kai began to flatter him once more. Can you discern my physique and celestial root? Chu Xia asked. When we shared consciousness, did you glimpse something? I hope you won't mind. Not at all. Please elaborate on the matter of celestial roots. Celestial roots are the most crucial threshold for cultivators, indeed of utmost importance. They are primarily categorized into the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, ranked from lowest to highest as mundane, inferior, medium, superior, and heavenly celestial roots. Of course, there are also legendary celestial roots. But those are exceedingly rare and I have yet to encounter one. Furthermore, a singular celestial root yields the best results, followed by dual element roots that are compatible, such as fire and metal or fire and wood, which are considered to have a high degree of compatibility. Having both does not pose significant issues. But a tri-element root is much harder to harmonize perfectly, while a 4-element root is even more lamentable. Even if they are all exceptional celestial roots, they would still be deemed worthless when combined. A singular attribute heavenly celestial root in the realm of cultivation is already regarded as top-tier talent, and any sect would welcome such individuals with open arms. Upon hearing Kai's explanation, Chu Xia gained a profound understanding of celestial roots. It appears that my aptitude for cultivation is quite commendable. You are too humble, Master of the Tower. If you possessed only a singular heavenly celestial root, it would suffice. However, the fact that you also possess a pure young physique, characterized by its affinity for fire, aligns perfectly with your fire attribute celestial root. The combination of your physique and celestial root is truly a paragon of excellence. With your qualifications, even those ancient sects with millennia of lineage would vie for your attention. One must admit, Kai's flattery was indeed quite pleasing to Chu Xia. After this explanation, he felt reassured. A slower breakthrough was not necessarily a disadvantage. As the saying goes, those capable must bear more burdens. His innate talent was already formidable. If his cultivation speed were to increase further, it would leave little room for others. However, Chu Xia overlooked the fact that he had ascended from the refining god realm to the current 8th level of the profound realm in just over a month. His rate of advancement was already astonishingly rapid, so much so that few would dare to believe it. In the outskirts of the capital, at a mineral smelting plant, Bai Ji was assisting Chu Xia with the transition of ownership. After signing the necessary documents, the smelting plant, covering over 30 acres, successfully changed hands to Chu Xia. Following this, under the guidance of the previous owner, Chu Xia briefly toured the facility. The plant featured 4 smelting workshops, each containing 3 large furnaces, all constructed from heat-resistant fine iron. These 12 large furnaces constituted the most valuable assets of the entire smelting plant. After familiarizing himself with the operational processes, Chu Xia decided to extract a batch of black iron ore for smelting. Due to the high density of the ore, the melting process was quite challenging, resulting in a slower pace. Chu Xia patiently awaited the results. After a full 2 hours, the first batch of black iron was finally smelted. Bai Ji picked up a cooled iron ingot and examined it closely. The purity is slightly lacking. It can only be considered barely acceptable. The smelting process may need some improvements. I can arrange for 2 experienced Long Yuan guards to oversee the operations, which should resolve the issues. Please assign more Long Yuan guards to the plant. I wish for it to be managed in a fully enclosed manner. Bai Ji hesitated briefly but, recalling the princess's prior instructions, readily agreed. Chapter 46 Journey south with sister. As Bai Ji departed from the smelting factory, she had already summoned 20 members of the Long Yuan Guard to secure the premises. Before leaving, Chu Xia extracted all the mysterious iron ores, filling several large warehouses to capacity. He vividly recalled the exaggerated expression on Bai Ji's face at that moment, finally understanding why she held such high regard for the smelting factory. Processing such a vast quantity of mysterious iron was no trivial matter, for this material was an exceptional choice for crafting the finest weapons and armor. The amount of refined iron produced could sufficiently equip an army of tens of thousands. If word leaked out, it could potentially alarm the military headquarters of Diqian. Even with the protection of the princess, it would still pose a significant dilemma. Thus, it was prudent to conduct affairs discreetly behind closed doors. Inside the carriage returning to the palace, Bai Ji cast curious glances at Chu Xia, several times on the verge of speaking but hesitating. If you wish to say something, just say it, I won't bite, Chu Xia remarked. Bai Ji quickly shook her head. Never mind, I shall refrain from asking, the less I know, the safer I am. You've certainly become more astute, he replied. Bai Ji chuckled but soon realized the implication of his words, which seemed to suggest her previous lack of intelligence. October swiftly approached its end. The northern weather had begun to cool, and Xia Zixuan's arrangements for her journey south were set to commence the following day. After days of seclusion and diligent cultivation, Chu Xia had finally attained the 9th level of the Xian realm, nearing the threshold of the transformation realm. Yet, this final hurdle remained quite challenging, akin to the transition from the body refinement realm to the qi refinement realm. With no one to guide him and relying solely on his own exploration, a smooth breakthrough was not easily achievable. Although Kai could offer some guidance. As a member of the demon clan, her cultivation methods were fundamentally different from those of humans and could not be emulated. Fortunately, Chu Xia was not in a hurry. He decided to head to Jiangnan first and ponder solutions gradually. Given his innate talent, overcoming the minor challenge of the transformation realm should not pose a significant issue, perhaps. If he allowed things to unfold naturally, the breakthrough would come effortlessly. On a crisp morning, a convoy of carriages exited the southern gates of the imperial capital. Xia Zixuan's journey south was understated, accompanied by only 50 Long Yuan guards, 10 maidens, 10 eunuchs, and 5 cooks. Traveling along the official roads, the route to Jiangnan spanned 3 provinces and 6 districts, covering a total of 2,700 miles. The daily travel requirement was 900 miles. Which was not overly far, however, excessive speed in the carriage could induce discomfort. If one were to ride a horse, particularly a swift steed like the renowned Shuema, one could easily cover the distance in a single day. Reclining comfortably in the carriage, Xia Zixuan held a freshly steamed meat bun purchased from the southern street, still emitting warmth. Chu Xia also held several buns but refrained from eating, instead gazing out the window in search of something. Before long, he spotted a slender girl in simple clothing standing beneath a roadside tree. Beside her was an elderly man and a dozen middle-aged individuals. Stop! Chu Xia exclaimed as he leaped from the carriage, hastening towards the girl. Xia Zishuan's expression shifted, and she leaned forward to peer out the window. She witnessed the lively girl rushing into Chu Xia's embrace, twirling in joy as they laughed together. It was none other than Chu Baiwei, a girl of tender age, possessing the beauty of a rare gem. Clearly, Chu Xia cherished his sister dearly, and his willingness to accompany her south was likely motivated by his affection for her. As Xia Zishuan analyzed the situation, she discerned the implications at play. Without hesitation, she rose and stepped out of the carriage, approaching the duo. "Little Baiwei, how adorable you are! Just as your brother described, you are indeed a striking beauty. Though you may be a bit frail, with proper care over the next few years, you shall blossom into a graceful maiden, leaving even your sister feeling a bit envious." "Brother!" Chu Baiwei was slightly startled and instinctively retreated behind Chu Xia, clutching his arm tightly. "Do not be afraid, this is Princess Zhang," he reassured her. Upon realizing Xia Zishuan's esteemed identity, Chu Baiwei's eyes sparkled with awe. The princess's noble status assured her that no flattery would come from her lips, her words would undoubtedly hold weight. "Could it be that I will truly grow into a great beauty?" she pondered. "Take Baiwei back to the carriage first, I will join you shortly," Chu Xia instructed. After entrusting Chu Baiwei to Xia Zishuan, he greeted the steward Su Shu and exchanged pleasantries with several elder relatives. The general's household was not particularly bustling, as most of the clan's warriors had dispersed with the divine martial army, leaving behind only the elderly and the weak. With a mere dozen individuals present, not a single warrior could be found. This was concerning. Although the journey south posed minimal danger, unforeseen events could still occur. Chu Xia summoned Xingyu and requested her to arrange for a few Long Yuan guards to escort the general's family southward. Xingyu promptly agreed, bringing forth 2 experts from the transformation realm and 3 from the Xian realm. "We are honored to assist, and you need not worry about the journey. We shall ensure the safe arrival of your kin," they assured him. With Chu Xia's esteemed position in the Ziyue Palace, he commanded considerable respect. Although the exact nature of his relationship with the princess remained unclear, his commendable performance in the demon's den had earned him the admiration of the Long Yuan guards. The convoy resumed its journey. Upon returning to the carriage, Chu Xia found Xia Zishuan and Chu Baiwei engaged in lively conversation. As expected of a princess, Xia Zishuan easily charmed the young girl. Upon seeing Chu Xia return, Baiwei promptly leaped into his arms. "Brother, I adore Princess Zhang. I dislike the previous sister-in-law." Chu Xia felt a wave of embarrassment and shot Xia Zishuan an incredulous glare. "What kind of spell did you cast on Baiwei to have her turn against me so quickly?" "You wouldn't understand, it's a bond among women," Xia Zishuan replied, her tone brimming with pride. Shrugging his shoulders, Chu Xia offered the warm bun to Chu Baiwei. "Here, eat this. Afterward, get some good rest. You look exhausted with those dark circles under your eyes." With a bright smile revealing her pearly whites, Chu Baiwei giggled. Chu Xia shook his head in resignation. His sister was indeed a beauty, albeit with a somewhat naive disposition. It seemed unrealistic to cultivate her into a wise and graceful goddess. Her aptitude for martial arts was lacking, and scholarly pursuits were evidently not her forte. Kai, can you assess whether my sister possesses spiritual roots?" Kai readily agreed and, after a brief observation, remarked, "Not bad, she has superior water and would dual spiritual roots. It appears the bloodline of the Tower Master is quite potent, perhaps there were formidable cultivators in her ancestry." "Ancestry?" Chu Xia mused, pondering the implications. His father had never shared such tales, and he himself was not well informed. However, it was evident that the Chu family, having established the divine martial army, must have experienced a glorious past. Chapter 47, Enhancing my sister's spiritual roots. Given that my sister possesses spiritual roots and her aptitude is commendable, it is imperative to cultivate her as a practitioner of the mystical arts. The most crucial aspect of beginning this journey is the acquisition of techniques. However, I currently lack an appropriate method for Chu Baiwei to practice. The spirit-enhancing pill could elevate her water spiritual roots, it should be suitable for Baiwei. With a spark of inspiration, I retrieved the spirit-enhancing pill and urged Chu Baiwei to ingest it. Although perplexed, Baiwei has always been obedient to my words, never questioning my intentions. Upon receiving the pill, she swallowed it without hesitation. Moments later, a mist of water vapor began to emanate from her being. Sensing a change, she instinctively sat cross-legged to refine the pill. Initially, both Chu Xia and Xia Zixuan watched with curiosity, but as the humidity within the carriage became overwhelming, they opted to disembark and ride horses instead. After approximately 2 hours, upon hearing Baiwei's call, I returned to the carriage. "Brother, what kind of pill did you give me? I feel immensely stronger. I could certainly fell a cow with a single punch," Baiwei exclaimed, her small face brimming with delight. "Do not concern yourself with the specifics. Rest assured that whenever I come across something of value, you shall be the first to benefit. For now, focus on being well-fed and healthy." Upon hearing this, Baiwei pouted. "I refuse. Being chubby is unattractive. I wish to be beautiful to bring honor to you, brother. Enough of your playful banter. Last time, you failed to gain the 10 pounds I instructed you to. For the next few days, I shall supervise your meals. If you skip a meal, be prepared for consequences." "No, brother." Xia Zixuan, observing the playful exchange between the siblings, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Although she had several younger siblings, they either wished her ill or plotted against her. Such pure familial affection was something she had never dared to hope for. 3 days swiftly passed. In Jiangnan, near the southern banks of the Luoshui River, at Qinglian Ferry, a large ferryboat was busily loading several horse-drawn carriages. I took the opportunity to disembark and breathe in the fresh air while admiring the picturesque scenery of Jiangnan. Jiangnan, as defined by the Great Qin dynasty, refers to the region south of the Luoshui River and north of the Turbid Sea. Characterized by its flat terrain and fertile soil, it is considered the granary of Great Qian and the most populous area. Even at this ferry, one could glimpse the prosperity of Jiangnan. Merchant caravans were incessantly arriving and departing, and the adjacent town was bustling with towering buildings and well-connected roads. On the river, exquisitely designed flower boats drifted by, accompanied by enchanting melodies and coolly dressed women beckoning patrons. Be cautious. This East Sea coral tree is a priceless treasure. A gift for the elder of the Meng family's birthday. Should you damage it, you shall bear the consequences. At that moment, 2 massive white elephants came into view, strenuously hauling a large cart covered with a thick red cloth, indicating its considerable worth. The leading escort was a formidable warrior, muscles rippling as he wielded a long whip that cracked sharply in the air. It was evident that the Meng family held an esteemed position in Jiangnan, as even the birthday gifts warranted the protection of an entire escort group. Xia Zixuan nodded, stating, "Although I have no fondness for the Meng family, I must acknowledge that under their dominion, Jiangnan has indeed flourished more than the north. The Great Qian has established 3 military districts north of the Luoshui to amass 1 million troops, solely to guard against the clan powers in Jiangnan, fearing they may harbor rebellious intentions. It is not uncommon for rulers to be suspicious," I mused with a light chuckle. Their conversation, however, did not go unnoticed by a passerby. Across the rushing Luoshui, a woman walked upon the water, traversing the river with grace. Clad in flowing white garments reminiscent of clouds, she cradled a rusted ancient sword, her figure light as a swallow, seemingly carried by the wind. Her eyes were sharp and cold, exuding an aura of righteousness, embodying a fierce disdain for evil and a carefree spirit. "You two possess considerable courage to discuss matters of the emperor in broad daylight. Are you not afraid of incurring the wrath of treason?" What a stunning beauty she was, akin to a heroine of the martial world, her voice melodious and refreshing, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Xia Zixuan's eyes sparkled as she greeted her. "Fair maiden, you are truly striking. May I inquire your name?" "I am Ling Xuanhua, sent by my master to wish the elder of the Meng family a happy birthday." "How fortuitous. We are also en route to the Meng family. Perhaps we could journey together for mutual support." Xia Zixuan's outgoing nature surprised me. It seemed the esteemed princess was quite sociable. Yet, I hesitated to engage in casual conversation. To my astonishment, Ling Xuanhua promptly declined. "No, my master advised me that the world beyond the mountains is filled with malevolence. Though you seem harmless, one cannot discern a person's character merely by their appearance. It is wiser for me to travel alone." With that, Ling Xuanhua soared into the air. executing a light-footed maneuver and vanishing without a trace. Xia Zixuan paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. This girl is rather amusing, she appears somewhat naive. Perhaps on her first journey into the world. Yet, she possesses considerable skill, her lightness of foot suggests she has reached at least the transformation realm. Given her youth and such capability, she indeed has potential. We shall devise a plan to engage with her upon reaching the Meng family, if the opportunity arises. I shall recruit her into the Long Yuan Guard. I felt relieved, it appeared her intentions were to seek allies. After a brief respite, the caravan departed from Qinglian Ferry, continuing southward towards Tangzhou, situated 50 miles away. Tangzhou is the most prosperous city in Jiangnan and the stronghold of the Ming family. The journey was lively, as throngs of well-wishers traveled from the north to celebrate the elder's birthday. As we approached 10 miles from Tangzhou, the roads became congested. A mere 10-mile stretch took over an hour to traverse. Upon reaching the city gates, several disguised members of the Long Yuan Guard approached urgently. Master, all the inns and taverns within the city are fully booked. Even at exorbitant prices, we could not secure accommodations. We have only managed to temporarily rent a few private courtyards. Upon hearing this, I exclaimed in disbelief. The entirety of the city's lodgings was at capacity. The number of guests arriving to celebrate the elder's birthday was astounding. Such is the influence of the Jiangnan king. Alas, we arrived hastily without proper preparations. It will suffice for our short stay to have a place to rest, Xia Zixuan waved her hand dismissively. Despite her royal status, she held no extravagant expectations regarding her accommodations, embodying a simplicity uncommon among royalty. The Long Yuan Guard, relieved, promptly took the lead to guide us. Chapter 48, The King of Jiangnan on the first day of November, a day of great fortune. The ancestral residence of the Meng family in the northern part of Tangzhou was adorned with vibrant decorations. The streets outside were bustling with a continuous stream of visitors arriving to celebrate the birthday. With the appointed steward for gifts tirelessly recording them from dawn until the late morning, the ink of his pen nearly smoking from overuse. The Zhou family from Longchuan sent 36 pure gold longevity peaches, along with an 18-foot-long painting titled Wanshen Ding, and a millennium-old dragon head ginseng. The Muyu Bank presented 9 ninth-grade Yuan Ling pills and a low-grade spiritual artifact. The Jiangnan provincial government sent their regards. The Tianding Martial Arts Academy also sent their congratulations. The housekeeper of the Meng residence had lost his voice from shouting, staring blankly at the seemingly endless line of well-wishers. Even the most extravagant gifts no longer sparked his interest. Meanwhile, in a modest courtyard to the north of the city, Chu Xia and Xia Zixuan were just setting out. Had it not been for the incessant sound of gongs and drums echoing through the streets, Chu Xia believed that the princess could have slept for at least another hour. Their visit to the Meng family was merely a pretext. Their true intention was to retrieve the inheritance left by her mother. Thus, Xia Zixuan had no intention of revealing her identity and planned to visit her grandfather discreetly, collect the inheritance, and depart. Naturally, this was the most optimistic scenario. However, reality proved to be more complicated. Gazing at the seemingly endless procession of guests, Xia Zixuan forced a wry smile. She had miscalculated, she had not anticipated such a large turnout. If she did not reveal her identity, they might not gain entry to the Meng residence until evening. Shall we take a shortcut? Asked Chu Xia. Xia Zixuan's eyes lit up as she saw Chu Xia draw out the Jusha sword. Yes, she could have Chu Xia fly her into the Meng residence. But her intention to keep a low profile would be compromised, arriving by flying sword would not be discreet but rather ostentatious. The news of a cultivator attending the Meng family's birthday celebration would surely spread like wildfire across the Jiangnan region. Even if Chu Xia did not mind, Xia Zixuan was reluctant to expose his strength prematurely. This was her trump card, one that needed to be kept hidden. No, it would be too conspicuous. I have a plan, she said, waving her hand. Qingyu promptly arrived with several members of the Long Yuan Guards. Xia Zixuan handed a token to Qingyu and instructed, "Go to the city lord's mansion and summon Lin Xuanma to see me." Lin Xuanma was the governor of Tangzhou, the highest official in the region. Regardless of personal relations, there was a public prohibition against excessive interaction between officials and martial families. So even for the grand birthday of the Meng family patriarch, Lin Xuanmo would not attend in person, at most, he would send a gift. However, no matter how powerful the martial families were, the authority of the imperial government reigned supreme across the territory of the Dacian dynasty. In places like Tangzhou, the powers granted to a governor by the court were substantial. Lin Xuanmo, originally an official from the capital, had been dispatched to Tangzhou clearly on a mission, thus wielding even greater authority. Xia Zixuan knew Lin Xuanmo and was aware of his considerable influence in Tangzhou. To enter the Meng residence, she needed his assistance, although it was somewhat irregular. As the eldest princess of the Dacian dynasty, her requests were, in certain respects, expected to transcend conventional protocol. If she were a little more willful, she could summon an army of at least 200,000 men in Jiangnan with just her appearance. In less than 15 minutes, Lin Xuanmo hurriedly arrived with a large entourage. He was a lean middle-aged man, appearing not too old, yet his hair was already flecked with gray, and dark circles under his eyes suggested he had not slept well for several days. It was evident that he had been restless in his efforts to maintain order in Tangzhou. "Your humble servant Lin Xuanmo pays his respects to your highness the eldest princess." Lin Xuanmo began to kneel, but Xia Zixuan waved her hand to stop him. "Governor Lin, it has been 3 years since you were assigned to Tangzhou, and you appear much more haggard than the last time we met." "I am grateful for your service," Xia Zixuan said with concern. "Thank you for your concern, your highness. Serving the Dacian is my duty, even if it means facing fire or sacrificing my life," he replied. After a brief conversation, Xia Zixuan got to the point. "You should be aware of my connection to the Meng family. I have returned to retrieve my mother's relics, but I wish to keep this low-key. Thus, I asked Governor Lin to escort me into the Meng residence to see my grandfather." Upon hearing this, Lin Xuanmo readily agreed without hesitation. "It is an honor to serve your highness." Lin Xuanmo was not foolish. Despite being in Tangzhou, he kept himself informed of events in the imperial capital. The eldest princess had achieved first place in the recent hunting trial, making her a leading contender in the ongoing struggle for succession. It was possible that by this time next year, her title would elevate from eldest princess to Empress of the Dacian. He had long felt out of place in Jiangnan and had been troubled by the lack of opportunity to return to the capital. Now, aligning himself with the eldest princess represented his greatest opportunity. He would not hesitate to escort the eldest princess into the Meng residence. Nor would he flinch at the thought of mobilizing 1,000,000 troops to flatten it if necessary. "Then let us depart at once," Xia Zixuan said. Lin Xuanmo immediately stepped forward to lead the way. The city patrol captain following behind quickly organized his men to clear a path. And soon the sound of drums echoed loudly, even overshadowing the festivities at the Meng residence. Countless curious eyes turned to witness the scene. "Is that not Governor Lin? What brings such a significant figure here, and with such fanfare? Something must be amiss, let us follow and find out." Before long, Lin Xuanmo and his entourage arrived at the gates of the Meng residence. The housekeeper of the Meng family, upon seeing this grand procession, was filled with suspicion, unsure of Lin Xuanmo's intentions. Yet, given his position as the highest official of Tangzhou, even the Meng family, with its current prominence, dared not offend him. "Ah, Governor Lin. What brings such a distinguished personage to our humble abode? Please, come inside. Governor Lin, you are too kind. I am merely a martial artist. I do not deserve such grand wishes. If I can live another 20 years, that would be enough for me," responded an imposing elder, striding forth from the Meng residence. Dressed in a grayish-blue traditional long robe and simple cloth shoes, his robust voice and steady gait belied his age of 180. This man was none other than the head of the Meng family, the revered martial master known as the King of Jiangnan, Meng Longhe. Chapter 49. The Queen's relics. Meng Longhe exuded an astonishing aura, captivating the attention of all present upon his arrival. Some individuals even knelt before him, bowing their heads in reverence as if he were a divine being. Such elevated esteem left Lin Xuanmo inwardly astonished. In the region of Jiangnan, Meng Longhe was a prestigious figure. Even the emperor's influence would pale in comparison. Lin Xuanmo maintained his composure and approached with a smile, remarking, "Elder Meng, you appear remarkably spry. I dare say you could live for several more centuries." After exchanging pleasantries, Meng Longhe invited Lin Xuanmo to discuss matters in the main hall. The presence of officials was rarely without purpose, and Meng Longhe, despite his formidable power and esteemed status, was cautious not to offend them. Especially since Lin Xuanmo was the appointed governor from the imperial capital, representing the royal family and tasked with overseeing the Meng clan. The ensuing conversation would undoubtedly need to be conducted discreetly. Lin Xuanmo nodded in agreement but did not rush away. Instead, he glanced at Xia Zishuan. And upon receiving her nod of approval, he followed Meng Longhe into the main hall of the Meng residence. The hall was filled with various prominent figures. Heads and elders from the major martial arts families of Jiangnan, each a notable individual well known to Lin Xuanmo. Collectively, they wielded significant influence. Effectively monopolizing the martial prowess of the region, their power formidable. Isn't that the governor Lin? Even he has come to celebrate Elder Meng's birthday. The Meng family truly has reason to boast, a voice laced with sarcasm suddenly echoed through the hall. The speaker was a burly man with a fierce demeanor, Zhao Biao. The leader of the Blood Wolf Gang, Jiangnan's largest criminal organization, which dominated the gambling and brothel industries, rapidly rising to a position that could challenge the Meng family. Rumor had it that the Blood Wolf Gang and the Meng clan had been at odds in recent years. Why, then, was Zhao Biao present for Meng Longhe's birthday? His tone suggested he was not there to celebrate but rather to disrupt the festivities. Zhao Biao, speak with civility, do not be so sarcastic here. Admonished an elder with a goat-like beard, rising in indignation. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Zhao Biao retorted, angrily hurling a handful of peanuts at the elder. His strength was formidable, the peanuts whistled through the air, shattering the tables and chairs around the elder. Zhao Biao, you seek death. The Meng family members surrounding the scene erupted in outrage, brandishing their weapons to encircle Zhao Biao. Stand down, Meng Longhe commanded, raising his hand. An invisible force compelling the Meng clan members to retreat. Furrowing his brow, he said, Leader Zhao, I shall consider your proposal carefully. Tomorrow, I will personally visit you to provide an explanation. Humph, if only you had said so sooner, Elder Meng, Zhao Biao scoffed, turning to leave. Simultaneously, several other patriarchs from Jiangnan's prominent families rose to follow Zhao Biao, causing the hall to feel markedly emptier. Lin Xuanmo, observing silently, felt a surge of shock. What was unfolding? It appeared that the Meng family was in a position of vulnerability. Was Jiangnan on the cusp of a significant upheaval? Not daring to linger on such thoughts, Lin Xuanmo focused on the pressing matter at hand. Elder Meng, may we step aside for a more detailed discussion? The shadow of discontent on Meng Longhe's face quickly dissipated as he replied with a smile, I apologize for the disturbance, Governor Lin. Let us converse in the guest chamber. Shortly thereafter, Meng Longhe led Lin Xuanmo to a secluded guest room, with Chu Xia and Xia Zishuan following closely behind. It was then that Meng Longhe noticed the two beside Lin Xuanmo and was about to speak when Lin Xuanmo suddenly knelt before Xia Zishuan, saying, Your Highness, the Crown Princess, I shall leave you here, the matter is now in your capable hands. I will wait outside. With that, Lin Xuanmo respectfully withdrew. Meng Longhe's expression shifted slightly as his gaze scrutinized Xia Zishuan. You are Zishuan? Does my grandfather not recognize me? Have you forgotten even the visage of my mother? Xia Zishuan asked coolly. Given her resemblance to her mother, Meng Wanqing, Xia Zishuan had anticipated that Meng Longhe would immediately recall her mother and deduce her identity. However, it appeared that Meng Longhe did not recognize her at all. It seemed her grandfather had entirely forgotten her mother, a realization that stirred a pang of sorrow within Xia Zishuan. Despite having expected this, a wave of sadness washed over her at that moment. In response to Xia Zishuan's inquiry, Meng Longhe remained silent. He quietly opened a storage pouch and handed her an exquisite brocade box. This is a relic left by your mother. I now return it to you. Take it and leave Jiangnan, you are not welcome here. Upon hearing her grandfather's cold and brusque words, Xia Zishuan felt her heart constrict. And she was about to storm out. Yet, Chu Xia interjected, Elder Meng seems to care for his daughter, carrying her relic with him. If that is the case, why adopt such a frigid demeanor? Xia Zishuan paused mid-step, pondering Chu Xia's words. Her mother had passed over 20 years ago. And Meng Longhe could not have known she would return seeking her relic. This suggested that Meng Longhe had carried her mother's belongings with him all along. A notion that seemed illogical. Did some deeper truth lie beneath the surface? Determined, Xia Zishuan turned back to Meng Longhe. Grandfather, could you explain? Even in her madness. My mother often uttered your name, I know she has always remembered you. At the mention of Wanqing, Meng Longhe's body trembled slightly, as if stirred by a memory. However, this emotional shift was fleeting, quickly suppressed by his stern demeanor. The Meng family has no daughter like you, nor do we have a granddaughter. If you wish to avoid my wrath, leave at once. Yet, the change in his expression did not escape Chu Xia's observant gaze. She sensed profound secrets in this interaction. And Meng Longhe's aversion to discussing them was palpable. But, grandfather. Xia Zishuan began, but before she could finish, Chu Xia grasped her arm. Let us depart. Since the elder wishes us gone, it would be unwise to linger. With that, Chu Xia forcibly led Xia Zishuan away. Outside, Lin Xuanma, witnessing the scene, promptly followed, escorting the two women out of the Meng residence. Only after they had exited did Xia Zishuan break free from Chu Xia's grip, looking at her in confusion. Why did you stop me? If I do not clarify these matters today, I may never have the chance again. Enough of this, hand over the brocade box. Chu Xia demanded, extending her hand. Xia Zishuan hesitated, for that box contained her mother's relics, and she had not even looked inside. Yet, despite her reluctance, she complied and handed the box to Chu Xia. Without delay, Chu Xia opened the brocade box, revealing a sheet of gilded paper within. Chapter 50, The Art of the Condensed Divine Symbol. Upon seeing the gilded paper within the ornate box, Xia Zishuan was taken aback. What could this be? Your expression suggests familiarity. Chu Xia offered no explanation. Instead, he produced an identical piece of gilded paper, albeit with slight variations. The runic structures on the two sheets differed, suggesting they could be interconnected. At that moment, Chu Xia finally comprehended why he had struggled for so long to grasp the significance of his own gilded paper. He had only acquired a fragment. Only by obtaining the other could he piece together the complete narrative. As the two sheets of gilded paper touched, a faint golden radiance burst forth. The runes inscribed upon the paper seemed to awaken, instantly binding together, their golden glow swirling to form a flawless cycle of the Great Zhou. Concurrently, a series of intricate runes emerged on the gilded surface, their complexity surpassing Chu Xia's expectations. Merely gazing upon them for a few moments left him feeling dizzy. Xia Zishuan fared no better. After a single glance, her heart raced, her hands trembled, and her complexion paled. Chu Xia hastily stowed the gilded paper away, yet unexpectedly, it did not enter his storage pouch. Instead, the divine cauldron intercepted it mid-flight, devouring both sheets. Immediately thereafter, an exceedingly profound piece of information was forcibly implanted in Chu Xia's mind. This was the art of the condensed divine symbol from the mysterious gate. Once he absorbed the knowledge coursing through his thoughts, Chu Xia was astounded. The runes imprinted on the gilded paper were, in fact, an introductory treatise on the refining of divine symbols. The formation of symbols and arrays was a unique technique among cultivators, far more esoteric and valuable than alchemy or artifact forging. What puzzled Chu Xia was how Meng Wanqing's inheritance could pertain to divine symbols. Even within the cultivation realm, it was rare for a typical sect to possess a divine symbol master, yet the Meng family was merely a martial arts lineage. Let us return first. I will explain everything to you, Chu Xia suggested. Xia Zishuan nodded and called over Lin Xuanma, saying, Lord Lin, I appreciate your assistance today. Regardless of any negative repercussions, I will bear the responsibility alone, so you need not worry. The princess is too kind. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Though my martial prowess is lacking, with the military symbols at my disposal, I can readily mobilize 100,000 elite troops. No matter how entrenched the martial arts family's background, they are but smoke and shadows beneath the might of military authority, Lin Xuanma replied. Evidently determined to stand firmly by the princess's side, especially given her less than cordial conversation with Meng Longhe. Xia Zishuan nodded. Please investigate the Blood Wolf Gang and the Meng family. Report back to me as soon as you have clarity. Your humble servant will comply. Upon returning to their temporary lodgings, the hour was still early. Xia Zishuan pulled Chu Xia into the room, eager to inquire about the events that had transpired. Chu Xia candidly recounted the divine symbol techniques inscribed on the gilded paper. Did your mother know any cultivators? Chu Xia asked. Xia Zixuan pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I truly do not know. However, I have heard that my mother traveled in her youth with the emperor, who had yet to ascend the throne. During those years, it seems they experienced quite a bit. Although she never displayed her abilities publicly, she appears to have possessed the strength of a master. Chu Xia immediately recalled the information provided by Xia Lanxi. Could it be that this divine symbol art was something Meng Wanqing acquired from the Immortal Ascension sect? Had she deliberately split the knowledge, sealing one part within a portrait while entrusting the other to Meng Longhe, awaiting the day Xia Zixuan would discover it and inherit the legacy? Wait, the news of the Empress's inheritance within the Meng family was disclosed to Xia Zixuan by the emperor. What, then, was the emperor's intention? The situation had inexplicably grown more complex. Chu Xia shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it for now. The divine symbol techniques were now in his possession. And with the divine cauldron having consumed the evidence, even if the emperor had ulterior motives, they were rendered insignificant. If he were to target Chu Xia would not hesitate to allow the flame-winged demon and the little holy monarch to wreak havoc within the great Qian palace. With these two formidable allies by his side, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. So, you mean to say that my mother wished for me to become a divine symbol master and had paved the way for me in advance? Xia Zixuan mused. Although I have little understanding of divine symbols, since it is my mother's wish, I am willing to give it a try. With that, she spread her hands, gazing expectantly at Chu Xia. What? What about the 2 sheets of gilded paper? I've used them. Chu Xia's response left Xia Zixuan in a state of bewilderment. What do you mean you've used them? They were just in your hands. I don't know. I intended to store them in my pouch, but instead, the gilded paper imparted enlightenment upon me regarding the divine symbol techniques, and then they simply vanished, Chu Xia declared with a straight face. Xia Zixuan was taken aback. Do not jest with me, this is my mother's inheritance. Chu Xia shrugged. You can search for yourself if you don't believe me. Xia Zixuan, of course, did not actually search her body. She harbored no doubts about Chu Xia's honesty. However, the situation was rather, could I see what the divine symbol techniques are capable of? Chu Xia was eager to test it as well. He promptly summoned Xingyu, instructing her to procure some yellow paper, cinnabar, and brushes. Xingyu, though puzzled, immediately set off to the market upon receiving the princess's nod. Her efficiency was remarkable. Within the span of a tea break, she returned with everything in hand, even bringing extra supplies just in case. Chu Xia handed her the cinnabar, saying, Add water and grind it. Certainly. This is my forte, Xingyu replied cheerfully, busily preparing the materials. Before long, everything was ready. Chu Xia closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment. Suddenly a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He picked up the brush, now saturated with the cinnabar liquid. And with a sweeping motion, he elegantly inscribed a symbol upon the paper. The symbol appeared as intertwining flames, and during the process, the temperature within the room noticeably increased. In no time, a fire symbol was completed. Chu Xia handed the symbol to Xia Zixuan, instructing, channel your spiritual energy into it and throw it outside. Do not set the house ablaze. Xia Zixuan, perplexed, looked at the symbol before infusing her spiritual energy into it and tossing it out the door. The symbol flew 10 meters before suddenly igniting with a brilliant light, the runes erupting into a fiery sphere approximately half a meter in diameter. The heat was intense. Though it flared briefly before vanishing, it left the ground charred and the nearby thatch and eaves smoking. Xia Zixuan's eyes widened in astonishment, such formidable power. The devastation wrought by this instant explosion could likely overwhelm even a master-level cultivator up close. After her moment of wonder, Xia Zixuan turned to Chu Xia, her gaze tinged with melancholy. This was clearly an opportunity left to me by my mother. And now it seems you have reaped the benefits. Chapter 51, Serendipitous Encounter with Ling Xuanhua. Though somewhat uncomfortable, Xia Zixuan did not allow genuine anger to take root in her heart. Deep down, she perceived this as perhaps a fortuitous circumstance. The art of divine symbols is intricate and unfathomable, not a skill that just anyone can master. Chu Xia is a true prodigy. His talent in swordsmanship surely extends to the mastery of divine symbols as well. In contrast, her own abilities are rather mediocre. And even if she were to wield this art, she might only harness a fraction of Chu Xia's potential. Thus, the current situation is quite satisfactory. Chu Xia's inadvertent usurpation of the opportunity prepared by her mother will undoubtedly leave him with a sense of guilt towards her. This may not only allow her to subtly manipulate him but could also encourage him to treat her with greater kindness. Perhaps this is simply her fate. With a soft sigh, Xia Zixuan feigned a look of pity. Although she suspected that Xia Zixuan might be putting on an act, Chu Xia felt a twinge of embarrassment. From now on, should you desire any divine symbols, I shall provide them without hesitation. Additionally, feel free to make a request as compensation. It is not in Chu Xia's nature to take without giving. He felt compelled to offer Xia Zixuan some form of sweetness. Upon hearing his promise, Xia Zixuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Now that sounds reasonable. If my mother were aware, she would surely not hold it against you. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Zixuan's face flushed slightly as she leaned close to Chu Xia's ear and whispered a few words. Chu Xia was taken aback. Are you certain? Is that truly your request? You do not wish to amend it? Xia Zixuan nodded. I have been at your service, today it is my turn to indulge. Chu Xia shrugged. Very well, seafood sounds delightful, a change of pace is indeed welcome. As night descended upon Tangzhou, while lacking the bustling vibrancy of the imperial capital, the gentle beauty and tranquility of the Jiangnan waterways were, in Chu Xia's eyes, equally splendid. Compared to the imperial capital, he found the environment here far more to his liking. It felt more conducive to living, imbued with a richer sense of life. He was leisurely wandering through the soft night of Tangzhou when Xia Zixuan, though initially intending to accompany him, found herself too weary to walk and had to rest instead. Indeed, she was both inept and playful. As he strolled, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. Although he wished to maintain his tranquility, his gaze was drawn by a familiar figure. It was indeed the white-clad heroine he had encountered at the ferry the previous day, Ling Xuanhua, if he recalled correctly. Curiosity piqued, he approached. Before him, Ling Xuanhua's striking visage was as cold as ice as she held her sword against a disheveled middle-aged man, scolding him fiercely. You wretched gambler! Your family at home suffers from hunger, yet you squander your possessions at the gambling den. You bring shame upon your role as a father and husband. Today, I shall sever all 10 of your fingers, so you shall never gamble again. The filthy gambler turned pale, fear overtaking him, as he nearly wet himself. Just as Ling Xuanhua prepared to strike with her ancient sword, a woman rushed forward, positioning herself protectively in front of her husband. Heroine, please refrain. If you sever my husband's fingers, he will no longer be able to earn a living for our family. You would be condemning us all. I merely asked you to teach him a lesson, I did not wish for you to harm him. If you frighten him to death, you will be held accountable. You foolish woman! My master taught me that gamblers are beyond redemption, only by severing their hands is there any hope for reform. You are truly exasperating. Ling Xuanhua stomped her foot in frustration, deciding to abandon the matter entirely and turning to leave. However, as she took a few steps, the woman suddenly knelt before her, clasping her leg tightly. Help! Someone has assaulted my husband. This wicked woman has driven him mad. Neighbors, please intervene on my behalf. As the woman's cries echoed, more and more onlookers gathered, pointing fingers at Ling Xuanhua with growing hostility. I was merely trying to help you, how could you repay my kindness with such ingratitude? Ling Xuanhua stood in shock. Her master had warned her about the perils of the world, advising caution when venturing out. How could her act of righteousness lead to such misfortune? This was not the outcome she had anticipated. As the crowd swelled, panic set in for Ling Xuanhua. Though these were unarmed commoners and could not hinder her, to flee now would tarnish her reputation as a heroine before she even had the chance to establish it. How could she continue to do good in the future if her name was sullied from the outset? It seemed she had no choice but to compensate for the man's injuries. However, upon reaching for her purse, she found herself bewildered once more. Where has my ample purse gone? At this moment of despair, a steady and imposing figure approached. He exuded an invisible pressure, and with a mere glance, the once boisterous scene fell into an abrupt silence. Will this gold ingot suffice to compensate for your husband's fingers? It was Chu Xia, his tone devoid of warmth. The sight of the shimmering gold ingot captivated the woman's attention, and she instinctively swallowed hard, failing to grasp the weight of his words as she eagerly reached out to seize it. It seems you have made your choice, Chu Xia remarked with a light chuckle. In the next instant, a flash of the sword illuminated the night as the downcast gambler let out a piercing scream. He raised his hands in disbelief, only to find that all 10 of his fingers had been severed, blood gushing forth. The woman, now grasping the significance of the ingot's weight, was taken aback. This single ingot could sustain her family for years. The man before her radiated the aura of a formidable warrior, someone far beyond her capacity to offend. Without uttering another word, she hurriedly assisted her injured husband and fled in a panic. On the stone bridge, Ling Shuanghua savored a skewer of candied hawthorns with evident delight. Your name is Chu Xia, correct? I shall remember it. Thank you for your assistance earlier, however. You should not have compensated so generously. Sudden wealth can bring misfortune, that family will likely squander it. Not at all, Chu Xia replied with an air of indifference. The path is one's own to traverse, I have extended an opportunity. What they make of it is no concern of mine. Ling Shuanghua regarded him with curiosity. You are quite an intriguing individual. I have encountered many warriors along my journey, yet they all seem to possess brawn without wit, akin to beasts of the forest. Finishing the last of her candied hawthorn, Ling Shuanghua leaped down from the bridge railing. Thank you once more for extricating me from that predicament. I currently lack the means to repay you, but should we cross paths again, I shall compensate you double. I, Ling Shuanghua, am a woman of my word. No sooner had she spoken than she stepped lightly upon the water and vanished into the night. In terms of her swift departure, Ling Shuanghua indeed bore the essence of a chivalrous heroine, though she lacked the experience and resilience that time would hone. Dusting off the remnants of candied sugar from his hands, Chu Xia swallowed the final piece of hawthorn and made his way toward a brightly lit brothel. Let me discover what treasures lie hidden in this realm of indulgence that could pique the interest of the divine cauldron of all gods. Chapter 52. The Bodhi tea tree. Chu Xia certainly did not seek an excuse to visit the brothel. The Wanshen Ding indeed trembled slightly, although the quiver was not intense. The objects that could pique the interest of the Wanshen Ding were few and far between. Once discovered, they were certainly not to be overlooked. Ah! What a handsome young man! Ladies, come and see this striking fellow. As soon as Chu Xia stepped into the brothel, he heard the loud voice of the matron. Glancing up, he noticed that dozens of fair-skinned, beautiful young women had already gathered at the railing of the second floor, chattering incessantly and unabashedly commenting on Chu Xia from head to toe. He's really tall, must be nearly 9 feet. With red lips and white teeth, and eyes so clear. Undoubtedly from a wealthy family. His gait is steady, he must be a skilled practitioner. I dare wager that this young man has remarkable foundational skills. Chu Xia possessed extraordinary hearing, and despite the noisy environment, he could discern the discussions of the brothel girls. He felt rather embarrassed, finally understanding the sentiments of those women who were subject to such scrutinies. However, what surprised him more was that, although the brothel appeared to be of modest size, the standards of the women were exceedingly high. Any girl chosen from the second floor would be of above-average beauty, with several even being exceptionally exquisite. The girls on the first floor, though slightly more ordinary, were still far from unattractive. Ah, this young sir looks unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to our immortal pavilion? May I inquire what you desire? The ladies here are all gentle and obedient, guaranteed to meet your expectations. The matron smiled as she scrutinized Chu Xia. Immortal pavilion? Such an ambitious name, are you not afraid of failing to live up to it? Chu Xia replied indifferently. The matron, beaming with pride, responded, Ah, young sir. You are unaware of our esteemed background. Let me assure you, even the Meng family must show us a measure of respect, and the officials keep their distance from us. Oh? I am curious, could you elaborate? He discreetly slipped a gold ingot into the matron's sleeve. The matron's expression shifted slightly. Such a lavish gesture indicated that this youth was of remarkable origin and deserved special attention. Do not fret, young sir. We shall discuss this in detail upstairs. I will arrange for the most beautiful ladies to ensure your utmost comfort. Very well, Chu Xia nodded. With the Wanshen Ding sensing abilities located on the second floor, he decided to explore further. A moment later, Chu Xia was led to a luxurious room on the second floor, where 5 elegantly charming young women surrounded him. "Young sir, would you like some grapes? How about a toast with me?" Chu Xia felt as though he had entered a realm of feminine allure. After a brief exchange, he called for the matron. "Pray, tell me more about the esteemed background of this immortal pavilion." "The Blood Wolf Gang, I wonder if you have heard of it?" "Zhao Biao?" Chu Xia's expression shifted as he recalled the arrogant master he had encountered at the Meng family estate. "Ah. So you are acquainted with our Blood Wolf Gang's leader. You should know that in Jiangnan, all gambling houses and brothels are under our control. Please elaborate on the Blood Wolf Gang." "You have indeed chosen the right person to ask. My brother serves in the Qinglong Hall of the Blood Wolf Gang, and he holds a stake in this immortal pavilion. He possesses quite the business acumen and is highly regarded by leader Zhao." The matron, once she began to speak, was incessant, sharing her insights until she realized she had divulged too much and took her leave. Chu Xia's brow furrowed deeply. From her account, he gleaned a crucial lead. While the Blood Wolf Gang had existed for many years, it had only recently risen to prominence in the last 2 months, coinciding with the arrival of the Divine Martial Army. It appeared that he could not afford to remain uninvolved if there was a connection with the Divine Martial Army. He felt a duty to clear the way for his father. As thoughts of vengeance stirred within him, a chilling wind swept through the room. The candle extinguished, plunging the space into darkness. When the light returned, Chu Xia had vanished without a trace. Where did he go? Why does it feel so eerie behind me? Surely I haven't encountered a ghost. Do not be foolish, the young sir must be a martial artist, coming and going like the wind. Under the cover of night, Chu Xia strolled through the streets and alleys, cradling a pot of tea saplings in his hands. Within the brothel, guided by the Wanshen Ding, he had discovered a historically significant tea cake. This pot of tea saplings was what remained after the Wanshen Ding consumed the cake. Though seemingly unremarkable, the tea sapling bore a resonant name, the Bodhi tea tree. It was a rare and extraordinary treasure. Once matured and harvested, its leaves produced Wudao tea, known for its invigorating and enlightening properties. Such treasures far surpassed the rarity of spiritual herbs and minerals, and the value of the Bodhi tea tree might exceed Chu Xia's imagination. On his way home, Chu Xia also purchased some snacks for Xia Zishuan and his sister to enjoy. The next day, the steward Su Shu and other elders safely arrived at Tangzhou under the protection of the Long Yuan Guard. Chu Xia had specifically rented a large courtyard to accommodate everyone temporarily. As he returned, the governor Lin Xuanma happened to arrive. After paying his respects to the princess, he promptly shared the intelligence he had gathered overnight. The affairs concerning the Blood Wolf Gang and the Meng family were not overly complex. In brief, a scion of the Meng family had killed a few minor leaders of the Blood Wolf Gang, incurring their wrath, which led to retaliatory strikes against the Meng family's interests in Tangzhou. Initially, the Meng family underestimated the Blood Wolf Gang, believing them to be no match for their long-standing heritage. However, after several confrontations, they suffered considerable losses. Although the Meng family was filled with experts, the Blood Wolf Gang boasted a larger number of members, exceeding 5,000, many of whom were reckless and fierce. When push came to shove, they fought with abandon, making them formidable opponents. The Meng family, despite its wealth and influence, found itself constrained and realized that a direct confrontation with the Blood Wolf Gang would come at a hefty price. Reluctantly, the Meng family agreed to the Blood Wolf Gang's demands for negotiation, which included ceding a portion of their family assets. This morning, Elder Meng was to personally visit the Blood Wolf Gang to negotiate with Zhao Biao. Given the timing, it was likely that the negotiations had already commenced. Where is the negotiation taking place? Xia Zishuan asked, her brow furrowed. At the Honghu Villa in the southern suburbs, Lin Xuanma replied. He had expended considerable effort to obtain this intelligence and, in his quest to fulfill the princess's commission, had gone without sleep, leaving him looking rather haggard with deep circles under his eyes. Dismissed. Your humble servant takes his leave. After Lin Xuanma departed, Xia Zishuan's furrowed brow remained unchanged. as if she were deep in thought. Are you considering aiding your grandfather? Chu Xia discerned her intentions. I am uncertain. Perhaps you could help me decide. Chu Xia. Chapter 53, A heavy hand. When one recalls the bonds of kinship, it is undeniable that despite any grievances between your mother and your grandfather, the ties of blood remain unalterable. Your grandfather will forever be your grandfather, should the Meng family face disgrace. You too shall find it impossible to extricate yourself from the consequences. Chu Xia elaborated on the intricacies of their situation to Xia Zishuan, concluding with a pivotal point: if you aspire to become the Empress of Deqian in the future, a solid backing is indispensable. The elderly Mr. Meng, with time's relentless march, will inevitably depart this world, and when that day comes, what grounds do you have to deny your rightful place as the head of the Meng family? To seize control of the Meng family is tantamount to wielding dominion over a significant portion of the martial forces in Jiangnan. Clearly persuaded by Chu Xia's reasoning, Xia Zishuan pondered deeply before declaring, "Let us proceed to Honghu Villa." Chu Xia nodded, a look of profound satisfaction gracing her features. In the southern outskirts of Tangzhou, by the banks of Honghu, within a lavishly adorned villa, tensions escalated as both sides stood poised for confrontation, the atmosphere thick with hostility. Behind Zhao Biao loomed hundreds of elite members of the Blood Wolf gang, each a fearsome warrior, bare-chested to display the Blood Wolf insignia etched upon their shoulders and chests, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Their presence suggested that none among them were unaccustomed to spilling blood. Opposite them stood the Meng family, led by Meng Longhe. Although their ranks also comprised formidable martial artists, most surpassing the threshold of the Tongshan realm, their collective spirit appeared markedly diminished. Some members displayed overt signs of fear. Despite their efforts to maintain composure, their trembling forms betrayed them. Witnessing this, Meng Longhe felt a profound disappointment. The Meng family had grown too accustomed to peaceful days, their former valor and tenacity seemingly eroded. "Old man, are you truly unwilling to cede Lian Mountain?" Zhao Biao, unfazed, casually munched on peanuts, a silver glimmering blade resting on his shoulder, his gaze sharp and aggressive. Few dared to make eye contact with him for more than a fleeting moment. Zhao Gang leader, I know not how you came by the information regarding Lian Mountain, but I can assure you, the Blood Wolf gang shall not lay claim to it. The Meng family may seek to avoid conflict, but that does not equate to fear of strife. Should you persist in your obstinacy, we shall see the truth revealed beneath the blade. Meng Longhe's cold snort resonated like a tiger's roar, unleashing an invisible aura that caused the surrounding spiritual energy to tremble violently, fissures spreading across the stone floor, the table before him reduced to dust. With a sudden motion, Zhao Biao thrust his long knife into the ground, the force of his strike cleaving the hall in twain, the beams and walls splintering apart. "Old fool! You dare to give me face yet act ungratefully, truly believing yourself a lord of Jiangnan? Since you are so stubborn, I shall send you swiftly to the underworld." As his words fell, hundreds of elite Blood Wolf gang members surged forward like a tidal wave, filling the hall with a cacophony of blades and chaos. Many within the Meng family were caught off guard, struggling to comprehend why the Blood Wolf gang had so readily resorted to violence. The Meng family, a martial lineage enduring for a millennium, typically evoked trepidation in their adversaries, yet the Blood Wolf gang appeared entirely unbound by decorum, behaving like street thugs. The descendants of the Meng family, however, had forgotten that in the realm of martial artists, strength alone dictated the discourse. "Kill!" Meng Longhe erupted with fierce intent, leading the charge. "You shall face me, old fool." Zhao Biao brandished his knife, unleashing a potent wave of blade energy that stirred the very air. As the heavens and earth responded to its might, Meng Longhe furrowed his brow, recognizing the peak of a master. "I underestimated you." His voice boomed, resonating like a dragon's roar, shattering the glass tiles overhead. Zhao Bao's expression hardened. Meng Longhe, renowned as Jiangnan's foremost martial master, despite nearing his twilight years, could still summon such formidable spiritual energy. Had it been 2 months prior, he would have been no match for Meng Longhe. However, now, Zhao Biao scoffed, his gaze darkening, the blade energy tinged with a sinister red, his aura surging to new heights as he unleashed a strike that overwhelmed Meng Longhe, who could only wrap his arms in protective energy to withstand the blow. With a thunderous crash, Meng Longhe was hurled backward, crashing through the hall's walls, collapsing amid the rubble, blood gushing from deep wounds exposing bone. patriarch, grandfather, ancestor. The sight horrified all the Meng descendants. However, the Blood Wolf gang showed no mercy, launching a renewed assault. The air filled with the chilling sound of blades, the crimson hue spilled forth, more vivid than that of Honghu's waters. This was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Kill, kill, kill. Leave no survivors. Zhao Biao's eyes blazed with fury as he laughed maniacally. The Meng warriors, ill-prepared for such brutality, began to flee in terror. Though the direct descendants fought valiantly, their strength was insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the Blood Wolf gang, who advanced relentlessly. Meng Longhe, despite his injuries, struggled to rise from the debris, yet despair gripped his heart as he surveyed the chaos. The Meng family was destined for ruin. Suddenly, a gleaming sword ray descended from above with untraceable speed, slicing through the foremost members of the Blood Wolf gang, dispatching them with lethal precision. Dozens fell simultaneously, their lifeblood spilling forth. This breathtaking display of skill stunned all present. The sight of a bloodless flying sword arcing through the air dissuaded any remaining elite from advancing. Silence enveloped the hall, broken only by the sound of rapid, anxious breaths. Both the Blood Wolf gang and the Meng descendants were drenched in sweat, stricken with palpable tension. Who dares to meddle? Zhao Biao roared, his blood surging with fervor, his voice echoing with indignation as he prepared to strike once more. But just then, he felt a searing heat emanating from behind him. With a swift motion, a claw pierced through Zhao Biao's chest, lifting him high into the air. The claw had pierced his heart, and dark, crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain. The infernal winged demon, reveling in mischief, spun Zhao Biao like a windmill, scattering droplets of blood as if it were a rain of crimson. A heavy fist descended, striking the infernal winged demon squarely on the head. Return! As the command was issued, the demon was drawn back into the exquisite demon locking tower, leaving behind Zhao Biao's still-warm corpse to plummet to the ground, a lifeless mass. Amidst the remnants of the elite Blood Wolf gang, Chu Xia stood, a serene smile gracing her lips as she addressed the onlookers. My apologies, my pet was a tad too vigorous and inadvertently dispatched your leader. Chapter 54, Mastering the Dragon rather than the sword. With a fleeting smile, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Chu Xia's eyes. As compensation, I can only send you to the underworld to meet him. The absolutist sword emitted a sharp cry. Swiftly maneuvering, the sword's brilliance twisted, and in an instant, the 300 elite members of the Blood Wolf gang were slaughtered as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. In the blink of an eye, the battle concluded, leaving behind a ground littered with severed limbs. Not a single survivor remained. There was simply no need for it. Upon seeing Zhao Biao, Chu Xia had already made up his mind. He had taken drugs, a special elixir known as the Blood Ignition Life Extension Pill. This was a potion exclusively supplied to the Divine Martial Army, intended for severely wounded soldiers on the battlefield. It could ignite their bloodlines and unleash their latent potential, allowing them to survive for several more hours while surpassing their previous limits. Even uninjured soldiers could consume it, accelerating their vitality, albeit at the cost of significantly shortening their lifespan and hastening their aging. Now, Chu Xia could ascertain that the sudden rise of the Blood Wolf gang was undoubtedly backed by the Divine Martial Army in the shadows. Little brother, you are the Dragon Abyss Guard by Xian's side? Meng Longhe clasped his hands over his wounds, staunching the bleeding as he trembled towards Chu Xia, his eyes wide with shock. Although he had heard tales of the Dragon Abyss Guard harboring exceptional talents and masters, the power Chu Xia had just unleashed transcended the limits of martial artists. Was he perhaps a cultivator? He is my man. At that moment, Xia Zixian slowly entered the room. She had witnessed Chu Xia's actions and, while astonished, was not entirely surprised. After all, he was the man she had chosen. Her judgment could not be wrong. Seeing Xia Zixian, Meng Longhe was at a loss for words, his heart a tumult of emotions. He never anticipated that in the end, it would be she who saved the Meng family. Wansheng, I owe you enough already. Now your daughter has once again rescued the Meng family. This is truly not my intention. You two chat. I have some matters to attend to. Chu Xia lifted the barely conscious Zhao Biao and walked out of the hall, casually informing Xia Zixian. He had no interest in the Meng family's affairs, and given the deep rift between the grandfather and grandson, he was even less inclined to waste time there. The Honghu mountain villa was vast, and Chu Xia randomly selected a room, tossing Zhao Biao inside. With a ruptured heart and a body turned black. If it weren't for the effects of the blood ignition life extension pill, he would likely be dead by now. Though he lived. He had completely lost the ability to move, his eyes filled with fury as they fixed on Chu Xia. Tell me the whereabouts of the divine martial army, and I can grant you a swift end. As soon as Chu Xia spoke, Zhao Biao's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he possibly know about the divine martial army? Who was he? I am Chu Xia, the young marshal of the divine martial army. Chu Xia seemed to understand Zhao Biao's thoughts, providing a response that was beyond Zhao Biao's wildest imagination. Zhao Biao's expression shifted to one of resignation. So that was it, it made sense now. Trembling, he raised his arm and pointed southwest. Moments later, his gaze dulled, his body completely stiffened, he had finally passed away. Chu Xia rummaged through Zhao Biao's pocket and found a storage bag. Upon opening it, he discovered a substantial amount of gold ingots, 10,000 taels to be exact. The sight of 1,000 gleaming gold ingots was indeed striking. The Blood Wolf gang monopolized both the gambling and brothel industries, amassing a significant fortune. As for the other items in the storage bag, while they held some value, they paled in comparison to the gold ingots. He retained only the gold and the elixirs, discarding everything else. After securing his spoils, Chu Xia soared into the sky on his sword, gazing southwest. Before him lay an expanse of endless hills, shrouded in ominous miasma, evoking a sense of unease. Yet, without the slightest hesitation, he flew into the mountains. Taking advantage of the vastness of the world, with no signs of civilization, Chu Xia seized the opportunity to test the maximum speed of his sword flight. Not as fast as I anticipated. While certainly swifter than a galloping horse, the difference was not pronounced. However, horses can run tirelessly with just a bit of fodder, whereas Chu Xia's spiritual energy was a tangible resource. Sustained sword flight would inevitably exhaust him, the maximum duration would only reach about an hour. After flying for a while, Chu Xia stopped atop a mountain peak. In the next moment, the temperature at the summit surged dramatically, and the little holy lord appeared, enveloped in flames. With a roar that resonated through the heavens. The mountains trembled, birds plummeted, beasts cowered, and even snakes, insects, and rodents shivered in fear, immobilized. The surrounding area became eerily silent. This was the might of the dragon. Chu Xia marveled in awe. Had it not been for their remote location, he would not have dared to unleash the little holy lord. After all, the visage of a true dragon rarely graced the mortal realm, and its mere presence could incite chaos. Master, good. The little holy lord turned to Chu Xia, even greeting him in human speech. The contrast between its sweet, childlike tone and the earlier powerful roar was stark. You can speak human language? Chu Xia inquired, intrigued. Kai taught me, still not proficient. True to its nature. The dragon possessed not only extraordinary power but also an intelligence that surpassed that of ordinary beasts. Fly me towards the southwest, and take care to avoid human settlements. Chu Xia instructed. Okay. The little holy lord nodded excitedly. Having lived a life of confinement, this was its first venture into the outside world. Gazing at the boundless skies, the little holy lord's spirit soared, eager to explore. Once Chu Xia stabilized himself on its back, the little holy lord darted forth like an arrow, soaring above the clouds at astonishing speed. The wind whipped against Chu Xia's face. Despite the protection of his spiritual energy, the sensation was far from pleasant. The speed was exhilarating, yet the comfort level left much to be desired. Fortunately, after the initial thrill subsided, the little holy lord reduced its speed, gliding gracefully through the clouds. Meanwhile, Chu Xia constantly scanned the ground below. After about the duration of an incense stick, he spotted a relatively flat area among the mountains. To his surprise, it was home to numerous primitive structures, resembling an ancient village. Nearby, a multitude of tents were set up, with heavily armored soldiers engaged in training. Retrieve. Chu Xia first summoned the little holy lord back into the Linglong Lock Demon Tower, then unsheathed the absolutist sword, approaching the vicinity of the ancient village. He landed on a high mountain, carefully surveying the surroundings to grasp the situation. As expected, it was indeed this individual, within the entire divine martial army. Only he would dare to collude with a gang to monopolize gambling and brothel enterprises. Without further hesitation, Chu Xia leaped into the air and soared down the mountain. Luo Penghai, come out and face your death. Chapter 55, Luo Penghai in an unremarkable thatched cottage within an ancient village. A woman of enchanting beauty counted the gold ingots in a chest, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. Penghai, our venture southward has truly paid off. Everyone claims that the clans of Jiangnan are powerful and that outsiders cannot intervene, yet we merely leveraged a tiny blood wolf gang to pry open Jiangnan's gates. I initially believed these clans to be formidable, but they turned out to be nothing more than empty vessels, easily intimidated into submission. The woman beamed with delight. Envisioning a splendid future, at the current rate of wealth accumulation by the blood wolf gang, we shall amass enough fortune within a year to squander for lifetimes. At that point, we can leave Dakian and soar to a carefree existence. Seated on a straw mat, the man furrowed his brow. Xue Mei. Did we not agree to use this money to recruit soldiers and bolster the divine martial army? Once we achieve victory, I too could test the waters of emperorship and savor the pleasures of a harem of 3,000 beauties. The woman shot Luo Penghai a disdainful glance. With your lackluster demeanor, even if you had 3,000 beauties, you could only gaze upon them, not partake. Moreover, the Dakian royal family's fate has not yet run its course. To rebel recklessly would be courting death. Instead, let us flee far and wide. Seek a sect for immortality, pave our way with wealth, and perhaps, with fortune on our side, we could cultivate a semblance of power. Once we establish our foundation, we could live for 200 years, far more blissful than any emperor. You make a valid point, but we cannot ignore the enmity towards the great commander. Zhou Xuemei scoffed. Luo Penghai, do you genuinely consider yourself a loyal hound? Were it not for my strategies behind the scenes, would you even hold the position of commander of the divine martial army? What capability do you possess to command 20,000 elite soldiers? Merely relying on your flabby physique? Stung by her words, Luo Penghai felt a surge of anger, yet he found himself at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, his frustration dissipated into a sigh. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. After a lifetime of warfare, it is indeed time for me to enjoy some comforts. He grasped the woman's arm, pulling her into his embrace, hastily lifting her skirt. After a brief interlude, with a heavy sigh, Zhou Xuemei rose to adjust her skirt, resuming her cheerful tally of the gold ingots. Come out and face your doom, Luo Penghai. Suddenly, a sharp shout rang out. Luo Penghai's expression changed dramatically as he sprang upright from the mat, his corpulent frame trembling. That voice, it belonged to the young commander. And he was still alive. Initially, joy washed over Luo Penghai, but panic soon took its place. Just as he was about to dress and exit, Zhou Xuemei stopped him. You should feign illness and hide. I will deal with Chu Xia, just a brash young lad. If necessary, I can simply bribe him. She hurriedly stashed the chest of gold ingots into her storage pouch, gracefully fanning herself as she sauntered toward the door. In the next moment, Zhou Xuemei froze. Before her stood a strikingly handsome young man, seemingly descending from the heavens, his presence ethereal and commanding. What a splendid figure, what an elegant demeanor. For a moment, she was entranced, unable to tear her gaze away. She had seen Chu Xia before, but the youthful lad she encountered previously was now a strikingly handsome individual with a radiant smile and piercing gaze, a remarkable transformation. Step aside. It was only when Chu Xia's cold voice pierced through the air that Zhou Xuemei regained her wits. A blush crept onto her alluring face as she silently appraised him, instinctively swallowing hard. Chu Xia frowned slightly. He recognized this woman as Luo Penghai's mistress. He had attended Luo Penghai's 50th birthday celebration with his father last year and had left with a vivid impression of this flamboyantly adorned and strikingly made-up woman. However, the way she now looked at him filled him with distaste. Xuemei greets the young commander. Penghai has fallen ill due to the miasma and is bedridden. If you have matters to discuss, I can represent him fully. Zhou Xuemei lightly bit her tongue, using the pain to quickly regain her composure. Yet, within her mind, her thoughts had undergone a profound transformation. She needed to devise a way to keep Chu Xia here. What do you think you are? How dare you aspire to lead the divine martial army? Chu Xia's gaze turned icy, an invisible aura of menace emanating from him. causing Zhou Shuimei to shudder involuntarily, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Such a potent aura of death. Such overwhelming pressure. In just a year, the young commander of the divine martial army had grown to such a height. This was the kind of man worthy of me, Zhou Shuimei. Yet, he seemed to possess quite the temper. No matter, he was merely an inexperienced youth. Once he shared my bed, I would ensure he would be utterly compliant. Why is the young commander in such a foul mood? Who has offended you? Tell me, and I shall avenge you, Zhou Shuimei cooed, clutching Chu Xia's arm, her figure curving like a serpentine water snake. However, before she could get close, Chu Xia had already positioned his sword, the Jusha sword, against her neck. Zhou Shuimei, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your instigations involving Luo Panghai. Do you know that among the iron laws of the divine martial army, anyone who colludes with civilian forces and engages in treachery shall be executed without mercy? The sword-esque glint reflected off Zhou Shuimei's face, causing her complexion to drain of color. Although her cultivation was on par with Chu Xia's, she could not withstand the intent of a superior-grade spiritual weapon. As the fear of death blossomed within her, Zhou Shuimei felt ice-cold, her senses fading, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Stop! At that moment, a corpulent figure rushed out of the thatched cottage, swiftly pulling Zhou Shuimei back. Luo Panghai shielded Zhou Shuimei behind him, his imposing frame confronting Chu Xia. Young commander, if there is to be punishment, let it be directed at me. Snow Mei is in no way implicated. Moreover, you need not invoke the iron laws of the divine martial army to intimidate me. Those laws also state that we must be flexible. I led 20,000 soldiers southward, enduring countless hardships, and barely managed to establish a foothold in Jiangnan. I, Luo Panghai, believe that my merits cannot be dismissed by a mere utterance from you. To put it bluntly, with the great commander deceased, the divine martial army exists only in name. These 20,000 elite soldiers were all nurtured by me. I address you as young commander out of respect. Should I choose to withhold that respect, you are nothing. Luo Panghai's voice remained thunderous, his posture resolute, showing no sign of contrition. Were the divine martial general still alive, he would certainly not dare to challenge Chu Xia's authority. But times had changed. This mere Chu Xia, likely struggling to ensure his own survival, had no right to act brazenly before him. Very well, it appears you have made your choice. Chu Xia's expression remained indifferent. If so, let us resolve this matter according to the customs of the divine martial army, a duel on the arena, with a signed contract of life and death. What? Luo Panghai was taken aback. Chu Xia wished to challenge him to a duel? A mere boy, audaciously confronting a master of martial arts, how dare he? Chapter 56, Breaking Through the Transformation Tribulation amidst the mountains. At the training ground, the soldiers of the divine martial army were gathering outside the village. Word had spread that the young marshal had returned. Could it be that he aimed to reorganize the divine martial army? It was difficult to say. After the death of the great marshal, the young marshal's authority had diminished significantly, and General Luo would not easily relinquish command. In my view, these days are quite pleasant. There are no worries about food or drink, and one does not have to go into battle. Hurry! The young marshal and General Luo have signed a life and death agreement and are to duel in the arena. Is that true? The young marshal is being too impulsive. General Luo is a master of great strength, while the young marshal has only trained for a few years. We must hurry. For Chu Xia is the only son left by the divine martial general, and we cannot afford any mishaps. In a short while, nearly 20,000 soldiers had gathered outside the village. On the makeshift arena, Chu Xia and Luo Panghai had already signed the life and death agreement. Rest assured, Chu Xia. I will show mercy, Luo Panghai said with a disdainful expression. Chu Xia, this is what you have sought, he continued. Once the agreement is signed, even if I accidentally kill you in the arena, you cannot blame me. Chu Xia remained silent, merely feeling the surge of spiritual power within him. The opportunity to break through to the transformation tribulation lay within this battle. If he wished to cleanse the faction, killing Luo Panghai and Zhou Shuimei would be an effortless task. However, some matters require a show of strength. To reclaim military authority, one must first establish credibility. Chu Xia was still too young. The title of young marshal was merely a fade, devoid of real power. In the eyes of the soldiers of the Divine Martial Army, he was primarily the son of the Divine Martial General, and with his father now deceased, the title of young marshal was effectively obsolete. Thus, Chu Xia needed a resounding victory to legitimize his claim to the title. He recalled the long-standing tradition of the Divine Martial Army to resolve disputes through dueling. In the army, strength represented everything, all rules and regulations would yield to power. This atmosphere of reverence for the strong had been cultivated through countless battles on the battlefield. For war demands an unscrupulous pursuit of victory. Defeat signifies death. And the dead possess no voice. No need for you to hold back, let us begin. Chu Xia provocatively beckoned Luo Penghai to attack first. Luo Penghai felt his masterly dignity insulted, his gaze turned icy. With a sudden stomp, his corpulent form trembled, and in an instant, he burst forth with astonishing speed, vanishing from Chu Xia's sight. Though his physique did not suggest one adept in speed, few knew that Luo Penghai had initially joined the Divine Martial Army as a scout. Scouts often traversed 800 miles overnight to gather intelligence. Luo Penghai's training focused primarily on likeness skills, and his appearance could confuse foes, while his sudden burst of speed left them unprepared. This innate talent had allowed him to achieve numerous victories, gradually ascending to one of the 5 main generals of the Divine Martial Army. I have merely employed a slight tactic, what do you possess to contend with me? Luo Penghai's mocking voice reached Chu Xia's ears, audible only to him. Is that so? A faint voice echoed in Luo Penghai's ear. In a moment of distraction, a fist imbued with profound spiritual energy crashed down upon him. Boom! Caught off guard, Luo Penghai was struck squarely on the forehead. The sound of cracking bones resonating as his 300-pound body was sent flying, crashing outside the arena. Silence! The entire assembly fell into an astonished hush. Each soldier stunned into breathlessness. Had General Luo truly been defeated? And with but a single move. When did the young marshal's strength grow to such formidable heights? Lying on the ground, Luo Penghai was bewildered. The pain was secondary, what astonished him was that Chu Xia had outperformed him in the very domain in which he excelled, speed. He had not even been able to catch a glimpse of Chu Xia's movements, completely unaware of how Chu Xia had approached him. How could a mere junior defeat a martial arts master like me? No. It must be due to my own carelessness. Chu Xia is but a wet-behind-the-ears boy. The last time I saw him, he was merely at the gathering chi stage. Even if his growth rate is astonishing, he should at most have reached the refining spirit stage. How could he possibly be a match for a master? Turning back, Luo Penghai saw the soldiers regarding him with questioning eyes. When the strength of a martial arts master comes into doubt, it is an overwhelming disgrace. Ignoring the rule that a fall outside the arena counts as a loss, he leaped back onto the stage. That does not count, let us go again. Luo Penghai, acting like a rogue, dismissed any thoughts of leniency and unleashed his full speed, transforming into a blur once more as he charged toward Chu Xia. The fury of a martial arts master escalated the danger exponentially. Chu Xia furrowed his brow, his spiritual energy surging, forming a thick layer of protective energy around him. And he countered with a speed and agility that matched Luo Penghai's, engaging him in direct confrontation. Boom! 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 In an instant, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. The ferocity of their clash caused the arena to tremble, quickly approaching a breaking point. Yet the battle raged on. Luo Penghai gritted his teeth, his fighting spirit soaring as he grew increasingly emboldened. Chu Xia relied on his advantage in spiritual energy, matching Luo Penghai in strength and speed, albeit lacking in combat experience. However, after several exchanges, Chu Xia's remarkable insight and perception allowed him to discern Luo Penghai's techniques, immediately devising countermeasures in his mind. Yet Chu Xia did not hurry to end the battle. Instead, he feigned weakness several times, enticing Luo Penghai to intensify his attacks. In the midst of their repeated collisions, Chu Xia fully mobilized his spiritual energy, using Luo Penghai's relentless offense as a means of honing his own skills, refining himself through the strength of a master. Suddenly, the meticulously honed spiritual energy underwent a qualitative transformation. Chu Xia's aura began to surge dramatically. He had broken through. Utilizing Luo Penghai's strength, Chu Xia successfully stepped into the realm of transformation tribulation. First level of transformation tribulation. The surge of Chu Xia's spiritual energy sent waves of shock through Luo Penghai. What was happening? He had clearly begun to show signs of defeat. Why was his strength suddenly surging? Luo Penghai, come and meet your demise. Chu Xia bellowed, delivering a powerful punch directly at Luo Penghai's face. With a resounding crash, Luo Penghai's massive form was propelled into the air, crashing down over 10 meters away. His forehead had caved in completely, the skull fractured, and blood and brain matter spilled forth. Peng Hai. Zhou Xueme, who had been watching from the sidelines, rushed forward. Her scream piercing the air as she beheld Luo Penghai lifeless, her entire demeanor collapsing in an instant as she dropped to her knees. How could this be? How could Chu Xia be so powerful as to kill a martial arts master? What shall I do now that you are dead? Zhou Xueme suddenly came to her senses. No, this is not the time to mourn Luo Penghai. If she wished to survive, she must cling tightly to Chu Xia's side. Congratulations, young marshal. Congratulations, young marshal. With the elimination of the scourge that was Luo Penghai, there is hope for the divine martial army now that the young marshal has returned. Zhou Xueme's expression shifted dramatically as she scrambled to Chu Xia's side to offer her congratulations. Chapter 57, Heavy Armored Cavalry. Zhou Xueme's intentions were commendable, yet she faced Chu Xia. With a flash of swordlight, the Juetia sword shot forth, piercing through Zhou Xueme's chest and pinning her beside the corpse of Luo Penghai. The intense agony compelled Zhou Xueme to let out a wretched scream. However, Chu Xia paid her no heed. Instead, he turned to address the soldiers. According to the rules of the Divine Martial Army, having triumphed over Luo Penghai in this life and death duel, I have acquired command over the Third Army. If anyone has objections, they may step forward to challenge me. There were no dissenters. With the young commander at the helm, the resurgence of the Divine Martial Army was imminent. Well done. Both Luo Penghai and Zhou Xueme deserved their fates. The Divine Martial Army exists to confront our enemies on the battlefield, not to squander our youth in vain. Forever supporting the young commander. Perhaps it was the awe inspired by Chu Xia's prowess, or perhaps a genuine sense of belonging to the Divine Martial Army. But the 20,000 soldiers present erupted in thunderous cheers, their morale soaring. Chu Xia nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, the blood of the Divine Martial Army still runs strong. My father, if he watches from above, will surely feel comforted. In the village of Da Huang, the village chief's home had been temporarily requisitioned by the Divine Martial Army. Chu Xia was attentively listening to his subordinates' reports, meticulously reviewing the myriad developments that had transpired since his father's demise. The briefing lasted for half an hour. Upon its conclusion, Chu Xia fell into a prolonged silence. The current state of the Divine Martial Army was one of complete disarray. The 100,000 troops had scattered in 5 directions, fleeing to various corners of the Great Qian Empire. The Third Army was in relatively good condition, as Jiangnan was a prosperous region that had supported the Blood Wolf Gang, ensuring an ample supply of resources. However, the fortunes of the other factions were less favorable. Some had retreated to desolate lands, while others had ventured to distant islands. It was said that the elite First Corps of the Divine Martial Army, under General Guan Yuer, had crossed the Tianshan Mountains into a neighboring country. Chu Xia's desire to reunite the Divine Martial Army seemed a daunting task that could not be realized in the short term. Zhao Biao, the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang, had been slain by my hand. Henceforth, the Divine Martial Army would sever all ties with the Blood Wolf Gang. Chu Xia's gaze swept across the faces of his subordinates, and he continued, from this day forth, your sole mission is to train diligently, to enhance your strength, and to await the moment, a moment for vengeance against the Divine Martial General. A moment to erase all past humiliations and grievances. Chu Xia's voice rang out with conviction, resonating deeply within each heart, stirring their spirits. Vengeance. The officers, once trusted confidants of the Divine Martial General, understood well that his demise was shrouded in mystery. Hearing Chu Xia's words, they immediately recognized that he must have uncovered something significant. Though Chu Xia did not spell it out, they were not fools. Within the entire Great Qian dynasty, there were few who would dare to strike against the Divine Martial General. And the one with the most motive was undoubtedly the highest authority. A wave of indignation surged among them, igniting a fervent desire to march northward with weapons drawn. The soldiers were filled with youthful vigor, none among them were cowards. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xia felt a profound sense of relief. These were the warriors his father had nurtured. How could they disappoint him? However, he first sought to calm their fervor. The divine martial army would not engage in battles without certainty of victory. When they did strike, they would shatter their enemies. I have prepared some gifts for you. Come with me outside. Chu Xia strode out confidently, and the officers exchanged glances before following in his wake. Upon reaching an open space outside, Chu Xia waved his hand. And glittering ingots of mysterious iron cascaded down. In no time, 30,000 gene of mysterious iron had piled into a mountain before the officers. Everyone stared in astonishment. This is mysterious iron. So much of it. Previously, I had procured some from the Ministry of Construction. This material is exceedingly precious. Worth 100 times more than refined steel. Whether for crafting weapons or armor, it is of the highest quality. It is said that heavy cavalry fully clad in mysterious iron armor could even contend with masters in combat. Once the discussion subsided, Chu Xia finally spoke. How many heavy cavalry can we forge from this batch of mysterious iron? 3,000 cavalry would be ample. No, 5,000 would suffice, in my estimation. Once more. The group engaged in lively debate. Ultimately, they arrived at an astonishing conclusion, if utilized properly. This batch of mysterious iron could indeed forge a force of 10,000 heavy armored cavalry. What does 1,000 heavy cavalry signify? On the battlefield, it would be akin to a divine presence. At least within the Great Qian Empire, no one had ever heard of an army of 10,000 heavy cavalry. Even the great military god, General Zheng Hai, commanded only 5,000 heavy cavalry at the height of his power. With those 5,000, he had been able to secure the stability of the Great Qian Empire. If we could forge a force of 10,000 heavy cavalry, would our divine martial army not become invincible? Yet, such claims must be tempered with reality, even with sufficient equipment. We lack a sufficient number of spirit-level warhorses and martial artists at the transcendent stage. Moreover, a single heavy cavalry unit requires at least 5 accompanying infantry and 5 light cavalry to unleash its full potential. Currently, we are far from possessing these conditions. Indeed, under our present circumstances, assembling a heavy cavalry unit of 300 would be the utmost limit. The expenses associated with maintaining a heavy cavalry unit are staggering. Akin to a bottomless pit, without immense wealth and resources, it is unsustainable. As the discussion unfolded, the officers' excitement waned into despondency. While imagination is often splendid, reality can be harsh. Even the royal family of the Great Qian dares not maintain more than 5,000 heavy cavalry. The divine martial army's ambition to sustain a heavy cavalry unit is fraught with challenges. Even during the tenure of the divine martial general, such aspirations were not entertained. Nonetheless, the mysterious iron presented by the young commander had ignited a flicker of hope among them. With ample financial resources, this grand endeavor might not be entirely impossible. Listening to their discourse, Chu Xia smiled quietly. He was well aware of the challenges in establishing a heavy cavalry unit. He remembered, from his youth, when his father, in the height of his vigor, would often gather with friends at home, brainstorming how to construct a heavy cavalry force with formidable combat prowess and mobility at minimal cost. He even devised numerous plans, yet none were realized due to the exorbitant costs involved. At that time, the court had already begun to suppress the military salaries of the divine martial army. Without sufficient financial backing, the dream of heavy cavalry was unattainable. Chu Xia still vividly recalled the look of melancholy and regret on his father's face during those discussions. This regret, Chu Xia vowed to rectify on behalf of his father. To forge an invincible heavy cavalry. 10,000? That was merely the beginning. Armed with the divine cauldron, Chu Xia envisioned a future that would not confine him to the modest boundaries of the Great Qian Empire. His envisioned heavy cavalry could effortlessly dismantle a secular dynasty and even challenge the foundations of immortal sects. Daunting as it may be, for Chu Xia, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Chapter 58, the princess's confession. Having departed from the ancient village, it was already deep into the night. Before leaving, Chu Xia appointed several generals, who had been nurtured by his father, to manage the divine martial army, intensifying their training tasks, proposing a superior talent selection mechanism, and reforming the ethos of the army. Additionally, Chu Xia discovered a storage pouch on the corpse of Zhou Xuemei, containing a staggering 20,000 taels of gold. Coupled with the gold ingots retrieved from Zhao Biao, Chu Xia now possessed an impressive sum of 30,000 taels of gold. This fortune was certainly substantial. It would suffice to sustain a divine martial army of 20,000 for quite some time. However, to train heavily armored cavalry, such wealth would fall short. Thus, he needed to devise ways to earn more money and resources. Perhaps if the Meng family could lend a hand. Lost in thought, Chu Xia ascended into the sky on his sword. Just as he was about to summon the little Saint Lord, a sharp cry suddenly pierced the air from above. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a celestial figure gliding gracefully through the moonlit night, soaring eastward on her sword. The enchanting fairy, draped in ethereal robes, shimmered under the moonlight. Her gossamer dress cascading like a shower of fine silver sand, trailing behind her like the tail of a shooting star. She moved with such speed that, in the blink of an eye, she vanished beyond the horizon, leaving Chu Xia scarcely enough time to glimpse her beauty. Impressive! Chu Xia was taken aback. She was undoubtedly a genuine cultivator of remarkable prowess. Such a powerful being could not possibly exist within the borders of the Deqian dynasty. Was she merely passing through? As he pondered, a melodious voice suddenly reached his ears. Little Taoist, what place is this? The unexpected voice startled Chu Xia. He turned abruptly to find that the celestial maiden had returned, gracefully alighting before him. Up close, he finally discerned her features. She was strikingly beautiful, yet exuded an air of aloofness. Despite being mere inches apart, she seemed worlds away. While she may not surpass Jiang Yunji, her unique aura evoked an irresistible desire for conquest, assuming one possessed sufficient inner strength. Those lacking such fortitude would likely find it difficult to even meet her gaze. Her presence was overwhelmingly powerful. In response to the fairy's inquiry, he replied, "This is the southern region of the Deqian dynasty." Deqian? I have not heard of it, she mused, hesitating before continuing. This place was known as the Eternal Dynasty 500 years ago. What? This is Jiang Yunji's territory? Her voice rose 2 octaves, the previously serene demeanor giving way to an expression of alarm. Is Jiang Yunji's reputation truly that fearsome? Chu Xia wondered. The fairy cast a wary glance around before swiftly producing a pill from her sleeve and handing it to him. Take this. And do not reveal that I have been here. With that, she ascended once more, darting away as if fleeing for her life. In an instant, even her silhouette was lost to sight. Dumbfounded, Chu Xia stared at the pill in his hand. Though the fairy was unfamiliar with the Deqian dynasty, her knowledge of Jiang Yunji suggested she was at least 5 centuries old, likely a figure of considerable strength within the realm of cultivation. Yet, her timidity was almost pitiful. He wondered about the grade of the pill. As he pondered, the myriad god's cauldron suddenly trembled, devouring the pill in his grasp. Moments later, a golden pill appeared in his hand, the Jade Blossom Pill, a 7th-grade spiritual pill with properties to enhance meridians and nourish the muscles and bones. Quite useful indeed. Chu Xia promptly consumed the Jade Blossom Pill and summoned the little Saint Lord, who carried him back to the Red Lake Manor. Upon arriving at the manor, Chu Xia was drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked. The pill's effects were quite potent. He felt a significant improvement in his circulation. His meridians sturdier, and his strength noticeably increased. Furthermore, he experienced an unexpected revelation. After consuming the Jade Blossom Pill, the method for its refinement emerged in his mind. Likely a result of the medicine god technique. Although the pill was of considerable grade, its refinement method was surprisingly simple. If he could procure a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs, he might be able to produce them in bulk. Amassing enough Jade Blossom Pills to train the divine martial army would greatly enhance their overall strength. With the little Saint Lord dismissed, Chu Xia gracefully landed back at the Red Lake Manor, where the light shone brightly. The hall had been completely consumed by flames, leaving only a charred ruin. Xia Zishuan remained there, eagerly awaiting his return. Upon seeing Chu Xia, she could no longer contain herself and rushed towards him. In that moment, her expression was filled with an endearing charm, radiating sweetness that left Chu Xia slightly taken aback. How did your conversation with your grandfather go? Let us return first. I will explain everything in due time, Xia Zishuan replied, linking her arm with his. Very well, it is getting late, Chu Xia nodded. And together they ascended on their sword, flying back to Tangzhou City. The dark night provided ample cover from prying eyes. Upon returning to their residence, Bai Jiqing and a few members of the Long Yuan guards awaited them in the courtyard, where a warm meal had been kept ready, and a large bucket of hot water prepared for bathing. "Let us eat first, then take a bath together." Without any pretense, Xia Zixuan clung to Chu Xia, her voice tender and inviting. This scene left the twins utterly astonished. Although they had long suspected the relationship between the princess and Chu Xia to be special, witnessing such unabashed affection was a first. It seemed they were no longer pretending. The two exchanged glances and ushered the other Long Yuan guards away to stand guard around the residence. Inside, the warmth of the hearth enveloped them, the flickering flames illuminating Xia Zixuan's face, leaving one to wonder if it was the fire that flushed her cheeks or her own embarrassment. "Actually, I am not a descendant of the Meng family," Xia Zixuan suddenly confessed. Chu Xia, who had been savoring his meal, looked up in surprise, his gaze fixed on her. "My grandfather revealed to me that my mother is not his biological daughter, but rather an adopted one. Her true identity is that of Yin Haoran's illegitimate daughter, the Grand Elder of the Ascension sect. Over 40 years ago, after my mother was born, Yin Haoran sent her to Jiangnan to be raised by Mang Longhe, with the promise that she would be sent to the Ascension sect for cultivation upon reaching 16. However, this has been a complete deception from the start. My mother, the Meng family, even the emperor, everyone has been deceived. Yin Haoran's sole intention was to seize my mother's innate spiritual bone. The true culprit behind my mother's death is my actual grandfather, Yin Haoran. No, I cannot call him my grandfather, he is merely a beast with a human face." As she spoke, Xia Zixuan's fury intensified, her beautiful eyes brimming with hatred, a murderous intent burgeoning uncontrollably. "Chu Xia, do you know? There are over 300 daughters like my mother in the Ascension sect. 300 lives raised only to be slaughtered. What difference is there between them and the pigs awaiting slaughter in a butcher's yard?" Chapter 59. Do not bully Sister Zixuan. Xia Zixuan, emotionally agitated, found it somewhat laborious to explain her predicament. In response, Chu Xia took it upon himself to soothe her. And after a thorough discussion, the sequence of events was finally unraveled. In essence, the higher echelons of the Shangxian sect practiced nefarious techniques, indiscriminately sowing their influence by selecting offspring with innate spiritual roots from their own bloodlines. They nurtured these progeny through a scattered upbringing, only to later lure them back with the promise of imparting cultivation techniques. Upon their arrival at the Shangxian sect, the newcomers were warmly welcomed and taught the ways of cultivation, but this was merely a fade. In reality, they were subjected to rigorous assessments to evaluate their potential, allowing the sect to extract their spiritual roots, bones, bloodlines, and even vital organs, leaving no viable resource unexploited. Empress Meng Wanqing, possessing considerable talent, became a primary focus of the Shangxian sect's attention. Consequently, after 2 years within the sect, she had her spiritual bones harvested and her roots plucked, resulting in a complete loss of her cultivation potential. Furthermore, the extraction process inflicted severe damage to her brain and vitality. Although the palace physicians exerted all their efforts to heal her upon her return, it proved futile, culminating in her loss of reason and eventual demise. After digesting this harrowing information, Chu Xia felt a tumult of emotions within him. A prestigious sect, engaging in practices more ruthless than those of malevolent cults. While it is true that cultivators often risk everything in their pursuit of fortune, such conduct is not something a legitimate sect would indulge in. The Shangxian sect is most likely a den of evil, Chu Xia asserted. His maternal grandfather, Lord Meng, had also sought intel on the Shangxian sect through various channels, but alas, the sect had concealed its true nature too deeply, masquerading as a legitimate cultivation force. No matter how many spies were dispatched, not a shred of useful information could be uncovered. With a sigh, Xia Zixuan continued, even if we were to expose the malevolent actions of the Shangxian sect, what could be done? Unless a more formidable sect intervenes for justice, even the combined might of the entire Deqian Empire would struggle to shift the Shangxian sect even a fraction. The armies of the mundane world appeared as insignificant as ants in the eyes of airborne and earthbending cultivators. It was no wonder Xia Zixuan spoke in despair. The reality was indeed grim. While the Shangxian sect might be a trivial entity within the broader cultivation realm, in the eyes of the Deqian Empire, it loomed like an insurmountable mountain. However, what if it were 500 years ago, during the reign of the Eternal Dynasty under Zhang Yunji? Judging by the attitude of the female cultivator encountered today, as well as the favorable regard shown by the ancient Taoist lord of the Linglong Demon Lot Tower towards Zhang Yunji, it seemed that a force like the Shangxian sect could be obliterated with a mere wave of the hand. There is still hope, Chu Xia stated. As long as you triumph at the ancestral dragon festival and ascend as the Empress of Deqian, there remains a chance for vengeance for your mother. Is that truly so? While others might dismiss such words as mere consolation, when spoken by Chu Xia, they bore significant weight. Chu Xia chose not to elaborate further. You shall see in due time. A sleepless night passed. The following morning, Chu Xia escorted his sister and the elders of the general's residence, enlisting a few members of the Longyuan guards to assist in procuring supplies. He also intended to visit the garrison of the Divine Martial Army to deliver essential goods such as rice seeds and farming tools, ensuring that his family was adequately settled. For the time being, the Divine Martial Army would remain stationed in the deep mountains, necessitating a viable agricultural plan to ensure their sustenance. Feeding 20,000 mouths was no trifling matter, and since Chu Xia had resolved to take command of the military, he could not afford to be negligent. Once all arrangements were made, Chu Xia took his sister, Chu Baiwei, to the Meng residence. Suddenly, Chu Baiwei tugged at his arm. Brother, could you please refrain from bullying Sister Zixuan? Chu Xia looked at her in confusion. What prompts this concern? Last night, I heard you yelling at Sister Zixuan. She sounded quite pained and kept pleading for mercy. Chu Xia ruffled her hair. Dear child, do not trouble yourself with such matters, we were merely jesting. Oh. At the Meng residence, upon encountering the elderly Lord Meng Longhe once more, Chu Xia noted a marked decline in his vitality. On the day of his grand birthday celebration, he had appeared robust and vigorous, but merely a day later, his energy seemed considerably diminished, lacking the previous exuberance. For one who is not a cultivator, reaching the venerable age of 80 signifies the ultimate exploitation of one's physical potential. However, destiny is unyielding. Without cultivation to defy fate, Meng Longhe's lifespan was drawing to a close, with his remaining days contingent solely upon his fortune. The calamity of the previous day had adversely affected Meng Longhe's fortune, draining his spirit. Regaining his former vigor would prove a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, upon seeing Chu Xia, he still displayed great warmth. High-ranking members of the Meng family had been summoned to express their gratitude to Chu Xia. His singular feat of vanquishing 300 elite members of the Blood Wolf Gang had spread like wildfire throughout the Meng family. Although his identity remained a mystery, it did not deter their profound admiration for the young man. After exchanging pleasantries, Chu Xia and Meng Longhe retreated to the reception hall for a more in-depth discussion. The conversation, though not lengthy, lasted the duration of an incense stick before they emerged one after the other. Meng Longhe appeared somewhat revitalized and repeatedly bowed to Chu Xia. Young Master Chu, please take care. The matters you entrusted to us will be pursued with utmost diligence, we shall spare no expense. Chu Xia waved his hand. There is no need for the Meng family to deplete its resources. With the fall of the Blood Wolf Gang, the criminal enterprises must be taken over by someone. It would be far better for the Meng family to profit from this golden opportunity, ensuring order and propriety in the process. Your words ring true. I have been too conservative in my thinking. From this day forth, the Meng family must adapt its strategies and abandon the rigid adherence to tradition. With that, Meng Longhe beckoned a man in his 30s, possessing an elegant and serene demeanor. Allow me to introduce our family's eldest grandson, Meng Qiushu. Upon my passing, he shall assume command of the Meng family. Turning to his grandson, Meng Longhe added, this esteemed young Master Chu is a great benefactor of our Meng family. A rare gem in a millennium. You must cultivate a good relationship with him. After I am no longer here, seek his counsel on all major decisions, and humbly learn from him. Only then can the Meng family endure. Meng Qiushu, seemingly taken aback by his grandfather's high regard for this young man, though puzzled, advanced towards Chu Xia and bowed deeply. Qiushu pays his respects to young Master Chu. Meng Qiushu exuded a pure and unblemished aura, his martial prowess evident as he had reached the transcendent stage, embodying the essence of a true dragon among men. It was hardly surprising. A prestigious lineage with a history spanning a millennium would undoubtedly prioritize the cultivation of its heirs, nurturing them meticulously from a young age. Although wealthy families may be rife with wayward youths, true power holders are invariably those rare, finely honed talents. Chapter 60, Palace Coup. After a brief conversation with Meng Qiushu, Chu Xia departed from the Meng residence with his sister. As noon approached, the group convened and set forth, escorted by a convoy into the southern mountains. The rugged terrain presented numerous challenges, while flying with swords rendered these difficulties imperceptible. Traversing the mountains on foot revealed many inconveniences. Without well-defined paths, the carriages struggled to proceed, compelling most of the journey to be made on foot across the hills. In densely wooded areas, miasma and toxic substances were ubiquitous, with mosquitoes and leeches relentlessly pursuing those who dared to enter. The environment was so harsh that ordinary people could not endure it. Even martial artists needed to take protective measures when venturing deep into the forest. Chu Xia, not one to suffer silently, summoned all the gold-digging beasts from the demon-slaying tower after experiencing the hardships of the mountains. With each person riding a gold-digging beast, they could navigate the woodland with ease, as if walking on flat ground. "Brother, what is the name of this big dog?" Chu Baiwei asked excitedly. The other members of the Chu family, however, were not as naive as Chu Baiwei. Witnessing Chu Xia skillfully commanding a group of demon beasts sparked waves of astonishment within them. "This is called a gold-digging beast, a creature used for mining. If you like, you can choose a pair to keep," Chu Xia replied with a smile. It was only natural for him to indulge his dear sister a little. Furthermore, the gold-digging beasts were not only useful for mining but also for logging and road construction. Their strength as fourth-tier demon beasts made them quite formidable, making them suitable as bodyguards for Chu Baiwei. "Wonderful! I want to choose one male and one female so they can give me many, many little gold-digging beasts," Chu Baiwei exclaimed joyfully, already scanning the area to make her selections. With the assistance of the gold-digging beasts, the group finally arrived at the ancient village before sunset. Chu Xia gathered his officers to distribute some supplies acquired that day and then set up tents in an open area outside the village to temporarily serve as shelter for his sister and family. The gold-digging beasts were released to begin clearing and paving the land overnight, while also scouting for nearby mineral veins. After sharing dinner, the evening transitioned into a prolonged session of meetings and discussions. Everything was progressing in an orderly fashion. The conditions promised by the Meng family would be fulfilled in due time. The way the officers regarded Chu Xia began to shift. Although he had previously gained command through strength, his youth had led to skepticism regarding his capabilities as a sudden military leader. However, after witnessing his swift thinking and clear organization, they realized that even when faced with unfamiliar topics, he could quickly grasp concepts and formulate detailed plans with just a brief explanation. As night deepened and Chu Xia departed, the officers remained in contemplation for quite some time. "A genius. The young commander is truly a genius. The divine martial general must be watching from above, feeling immensely gratified. With the young commander leading us, the divine martial army will soon rise once more." The following day, Chu Baiwei clung to Chu Xia's arm, reluctant to let him go. "Brother, will you come to see me often?" she asked. Chu Xia embraced his sister with a warm smile, instilling in her a profound sense of security, akin to basking in sunlight. "Remember, wherever the divine martial army is, that is our home." "Of course, I will often return to see you." Chu Baiwei felt a pang of emotion, and just as she did, a large hand pressed down on her head, ruffling her hair playfully. When she looked up again, Chu Xia's figure had already soared into the air, disappearing into the distant mountains. "Humph, you annoying brother, even as you leave, you can't resist showing off." The journey to the south was nearing its conclusion. Xia Zishuan had obtained her mother's relics and uncovered the truth behind her mother's death, successfully thawing relations with the Meng family. This trip could be deemed a success. Yet, she harbored lingering concerns. For instance, why had her father urged her to return to the south to retrieve her mother's belongings, thus leading her to the truth? Xia Zishuan began to waver in her previous thoughts. Is my father truly a villain? In the face of a formidable entity like the sacred immortal sect, did he ever attempt to resist, only to fail in the end? A couple who met and fell in love at the tender age of 16 or 17 surely shared genuine feelings. Xia Zishuan felt it necessary to have an honest conversation with her father upon her return to the palace. Before departing, They visited the Wanshen Shrine in the western suburbs of Tangzhou. This shrine had been built by the descendants of the late Prime Minister Li Wenchang in his honor. Once a powerful figure whose edicts could influence the livelihoods of millions, he could determine the fates of others with a mere word. Yet, in death, all that remained was a dilapidated shrine, with few remembering his existence. During holidays, only his descendants would come to pay their respects and burn paper offerings. Such is the fate of mortals. Once dead, all is ephemeral, and existence fades away. 3 sticks of purple incense were lit in the shrine. Chu Xia bowed deeply before Li Wencheng's portrait and then returned to Xia Zixuan's side. Li, the prime minister, was diligent during his tenure, setting an example for officials, establishing the state for the monarch, and seeking peace for the populace. He is indeed a man of great virtue. Your visit to honor him shows your thoughtfulness, Xia Zixuan remarked. He was a close friend of my father, Chu Xia replied, offering no further explanation. Xia Zixuan seemed unaware that Li Wenchang had once studied alongside her mother at the ascending immortal sect. The lack of knowledge suggested that Meng Wanqing wished to keep this from her, and thus, Chu Xia saw no need to elaborate. After paying their respects to Li Wenchang, the two turned to leave the shrine, boarding a carriage for their journey northward. The return trip took 5 days in total. The extra 2 days were spent enjoying the scenic beauty along the way. Upon arriving in the imperial capital, the sky was overcast and a light rain began to fall. Outside the southern city gate, the gate stood open, yet eerily, not a single figure could be seen. Just as the princess's convoy was about to enter the city, a troop of several hundred elite soldiers suddenly emerged, encircling the convoy. Bai Ji and Xingyu, sensing danger, immediately drew their swords to protect the carriage. Hearing the commotion, Xia Zixuan slowly lifted the curtain and peered out. Yang Yunchen, why do you obstruct my return to the capital? Xia Zixuan questioned the leading officer. Yang Yunchen, an imperial guard and deputy commander of the Longyuan Guard, was a trusted subordinate of the emperor, a master of martial arts. His presence filled Xia Zixuan with a sense of foreboding. Without dismounting, Yang Yunchen called out from 10 meters away, Long Princess, the emperor is gravely ill. The third prince has sealed off the entire city. Currently, the city is under martial law. Without the emperor's summons, no one may enter the palace. I kindly request that the Long Princess remain stationed outside the city and await further news. What? Xia Zixuan gasped in shock, pushing aside the curtain to step out. I suspected that the palace would not be peaceful, but I never imagined that the one instigating the coup would be this thick-browed fellow. Chapter 61, Chu Xia. Aid me in becoming emperor. The third prince, Xia Zheyan, has initiated a palace coup? Chu Xia found this quite surprising. Although he had only met Xia Zheyan a few times, the prince exuded an unwavering dedication to martial arts, seemingly indifferent to the power struggles around him. If it had been Xia Ruiming, the palace coup would have made sense. It was something he might do. However, the fact that it was Xia Zheyan who took the lead in this upheaval was rather unexpected. It was no wonder that Princess Xia Zixuan was equally astonished. This truly exceeded expectations. Your Highness, I apologize. The situation is complex now, and I hope you can bear with it without causing me difficulty, Yang Yunchuan said, bowing deeply. His demeanor was humble, yet the spear blocking their path remained unwavering. What if I insist on entering the city? Xia Zixuan inquired, her brows slightly furrowed, emanating an air of unyielding authority. Yang Yunchuan felt the pressure and hesitated momentarily. He could not afford to offend the third prince, nor could he risk alienating the princess. If she insisted on breaking through, he could not resort to violence. Move! Xia Zixuan commanded sharply. Bai Ji, with a swift motion, guided the carriage forward without hesitation. The other members of the Longyuan guards brandished their weapons, radiating a fierce aura. Yang Yunchuan gritted his teeth and chose to obstruct them, but just then, a clear sound of a sword ringing echoed through the air. A searing sword energy surged from the carriage, rippling with light and forcing Yang Yunchuan to retreat step by step, creating a gap through the layers of obstruction. Retreat! As a master warrior, Yang Yunchuan instantly recognized the dire situation. There was a formidable presence beside the princess, likely a powerful swordsman. With their strength, they could not be stopped. If he did not withdraw, his life could be at stake. Thus, he decisively commanded his subordinates to disperse. The princess's convoy surged forward, entering the imperial capital. Into the palace, Xia Zishuan ordered. She was eager to see what audacity had driven the third prince to rebel. Due to the city being under martial law, the streets were devoid of any figures, allowing the convoy to gallop forward without slowing down until they swiftly reached the gates of the Dacian palace. The palace gates were shut, and a row of archers stood atop the gatehouse. Arrows whistled through the air, imbued with a dominating spiritual force, striking the ground and exploding into sparks, creating a pit nearly half a person deep. Bai Ji quickly reined in the reins, halting the carriage and gazing up at the gatehouse. A figure cloaked in black stood there, eyes filled with provocation. Regardless of who you are, you shall not step into the Dacian palace today. Wait until the new emperor ascends tomorrow to pay your respects. How could it be him? Bai Ji exclaimed, alarmed. Xia Zishuan, too, recognized the man in black atop the gatehouse, her expression darkening with concern. Who is he? Chu Xia inquired. The Grandmaster of the Wujizong, Wanshen. Wujizong? Chu Xia had heard of it. It was the largest martial arts sect within the Dacian dynasty. Although it did not teach the ways of immortality, the body-refining techniques passed down through generations were exceptional, wielding significant influence among the populace. Many martial artists in Dacian had sought training there. Wujizong was also the best path for commoners to ascend to higher echelons through martial prowess. As long as one possessed sufficient talent and diligence, joining Wujizong would guarantee recognition. The leader of Wujizong was undoubtedly a paramount figure in the martial world of Dacian, both in strength and prestige. The fact that the Grandmaster himself had come to stand guard for Xia Zheyan indicated that the third prince possessed considerable means. Wang Zhongzhu, what benefits has Xia Zheyan promised you to warrant such loyalty? Xia Zishuan stepped down from the carriage, inquiring slowly. Wang Chan leapt down from the gatehouse. As a mentor, assisting my disciple requires no promises of reward. Does the esteemed princess believe I am merely a mercenary seeking profit? As he spoke, Wang Chan's longbow trembled slightly, and an arrow shot forth, striking down a Long Yuan guard concealed on a rooftop hundreds of meters away. It seems that Wang Zhongzhu holds my younger brother in high regard. Xia Zishuan remarked, her thoughts racing as she struggled to devise a countermeasure. Even among master warriors, there were distinctions in strength. Wang Chan was undoubtedly among the elite of the Dacian dynasty's martial masters. Xia Zishuan suspected that Wang Chan might possess spiritual roots, indicating potential for immortality. Otherwise, it was improbable for him to manifest such overwhelming spiritual power solely through martial talent. I have a great fondness for this child Zheyan. Among the royal offspring, I see in him the makings of an emperor. Princess, if you are wise, you will withdraw now, and I shall not impede your departure. Should you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame me for being ruthless, Wang Chan warned, his bow now aimed at Xia Zishuan. However, at that moment, a tall figure stepped in front of Xia Zishuan. Wang Zhongzhu, I advise you to stand down. Chu Xia's tone was calm, devoid of any warning. Yet it conveyed an irresistible authority. For the first time, Chu Xia revealed his true identity within the Dacian palace, unmasked. Wang Chan's expression shifted, as if he recognized Chu Xia, yet could not recall where he had seen him. Who are you? General of the Divine Martial Army, Chu Xia. Wang Chan was taken aback, then burst into derisive laughter. So, you are the son of General Chu Hao. Even if your father were alive, he would not dare speak to me in such a tone. What are you, but a mere whelp? Chu Xia disregarded Wang Chan's scornful words, turning to Xia Zishuan. Your Highness, should you command, I shall clear the obstacles in your path. He offered her the choice. This woman was intelligent but lacked decisiveness. Sometimes, she needed to make the decision herself. Once they entered the palace, she might face a choice that could lead to fraternal conflict. She needed to commit to her resolution. Xia Zishuan's beautiful eyes flickered, as if she grasped the gravity of the moment. After a brief silence, her expression hardened with determination. Chu Xia, assist me in becoming emperor. Very well. Chu Xia replied, a smile gracing his lips. I am eager to see what prowess you possess, you audacious youth. Wang Chan, feeling slighted by Chu Xia's disregard, was further incensed by his audacious words. With a swift motion, he drew back his bowstring, releasing a silver glimmering arrow aimed directly at the back of Chu Xia's head. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as the arrow was sliced in midair by a swift flash of swordlight, never reaching Chu Xia. Wang Chan furrowed his brow. Disbelief etched across his features. Who possesses such swordsmanship? He immediately suspected external assistance, but could not fathom that it could be Chu Xia. After all, the aura he exuded was merely that of the transformation realm. How could a mere transformation realm warrior wield such sword techniques? With enemies before you, yet you look around. Wang Chan, do you truly think you are fit to partake in rebellion? Chu Xia's mocking voice rang out beside him. Wang Chan's pupils constricted as he beheld Chu Xia, who seemed to have appeared as if by teleportation. Cold sweat drenched him in an instant. Is he controlling the sword? How could this be? Chapter 62, My fate is in my own hands. Although there are distinctions in strength among martial arts masters, even the most formidable among them cultivate martial arts techniques, not celestial methods. Chu Xia, despite being at the transformation realm, appeared to be at a significant disadvantage compared to the masters. However, in reality, it was merely a difference between the early and late stages of chi refinement. Setting aside the factors of physical constitution, the disparity was simply in the intensity of spiritual energy. Yet, having practiced the Great Sun Yang God technique and possessing a pure Yang Dao body, Chu Xia far surpassed other cultivators of the same realm in both physique and spiritual energy intensity. Against martial artists, he wielded overwhelming dominance. With a single strike, Wang Chan could discern the power of Chu Xia. Yet, he could not evade it. This was the testament to Chu Xia's prowess. Had he not broken through to the transformation realm, Wang Chan might have needed some clever tactics to overcome Chu Xia. But now, such measures were unnecessary. A single blow was sufficient to crush. Boom! The bowstring snapped. Wang Chan's body was sent flying backward as though struck by cannon fire, crashing heavily against the sealed palace gate, fracturing it. A spurt of fresh blood erupted from his mouth. Wang Chan was left dazed. He had exerted all his effort to activate his protective spiritual energy at a critical moment, yet the lethality of Chu Xia's strike exceeded his expectations by far. Had his reflexes been even slightly slower, he would have been cleaved in two. Fire! Wang Chan bellowed, channeling all his strength. In an instant, the archers atop the city tower aimed at Chu Xia, unleashing a torrent of arrows in rapid succession. Chu Xia merely snorted, and his sword intent radiated like a brilliant light. The great Sun Yang flame descended like a golden crow, spreading out and igniting the city tower in an instant. The golden flames surged dozens of meters high. The archers, engulfed in the great Sun Yang flame, wailed as they leaped from the tower, desperately rolling to extinguish the flames. Yet, this divine fire was inextinguishable, and they could only watch helplessly as the golden flames seared their skin, flesh, and even bones. The chorus of cries and screams sent chills down Wang Chan's spine. These archers were elite warriors he had brought from the martial extreme sect, each having reached the transformation realm and trained as death warriors since childhood. Such a unit could withstand the assault of an army of thousands. Yet, with a single sword strike, Chu Xia effortlessly dismantled them. The sight of the golden flames was blinding. Merely looking at them felt as though one's eyes would be scorched. Chu Xia was not merely a swordsman, he had also cultivated celestial methods. He was a genuine cultivator. A wave of despair rapidly spread through Wang Chan's heart. In the martial world, he had never feared anyone. Yet, against a cultivator, he found himself utterly powerless. A chasm lay between martial artists and cultivators. Martial artists were destined to gaze upward at the figure of a cultivator, and even with all their might, they could scarcely hope to graze the heels of a celestial being. As Chu Xia approached step by step, Wang Chan suddenly roared in fury, My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. Not even a cultivator shall take my life. With that, under Chu Xia's astonished gaze, Wang Chan forcefully struck his palm against his forehead. With a crack, he shattered his own skull, dying on the spot. Chu Xia was taken aback by Wang Chan's desperate act. The leader of the martial extreme sect indeed possessed some resolve. He preferred to take his own life rather than surrender his head to Chu Xia. One must admit, there was a measure of spirit within him. In the next moment, a cross-shaped sword light swept through. The palace gate was torn apart with a thunderous sound. Chu Xia gestured and stepped forward. Bai Ji and Xingyu quickly regained their composure, hastily leading the convoy through the palace gates into the great Qian palace. Xia Zishuan hurried over to keep pace with Chu Xia. Chu Xia, have you descended like a divine being? Noticing the delight in Xia Zishuan's eyes, Chu Xia smiled silently and affectionately ruffled her hair. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Ji and Xingyu were captivated, their eyes sparkling. They mused how perfectly matched they seemed. Chu Xia was so manly, it was no wonder the eldest princess had fallen for him. If it were me, I would have already thought of names for the children. Do you think if the eldest princess were to marry, we might be considered as accompanying handmaidens? Bai Ji speculated. I wouldn't mind, if I could warm Lord Chu's bed. I would wake up smiling in my dreams. Xia Zishuan, unable to hold back any longer, halted and shot a glare at Bai Ji and Chengyu. The twin sisters were immediately startled into silence. Where to next? Chu Xia inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Zishuan replied, first to the imperial Qian palace. I need to ascertain whether the third prince truly conspired against father. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Father's strength should not be weak. And he is surrounded by numerous martial arts masters in both open and covert protection. With just the third prince and the martial extreme sect, it is unlikely they could successfully instigate a palace coup. Chu Xia nodded in agreement, sensing the oddity of the situation as well. The great Qian emperor was in his prime, wielding absolute authority over the realm, not indulging in extravagance, nor swayed by treacherous ministers. While he may not have been particularly ambitious, he managed the state with order and stability since his ascension. Thus, the sudden occurrence of a palace coup, especially in his frail state, seemed highly implausible. The palace was eerily silent. As they walked, they encountered neither maidservants nor eunuchs. The carriage came to a halt outside a palace. Suddenly, Xia Zishuan's expression shifted to one of horror, instinctively covering her mouth. Following her gaze, Chu Xia beheld a man in splendid attire hanging lifelessly from the main hall's entrance, his body already turning blue. This was the youngest seventh prince, Xia Musheng. Xia Zishuan rushed inside in haste, and Chu Xia followed closely. Upon entering, Chu Xia found the courtyard littered with the bodies of the Longyuan guards, the air thick with the scent of fresh blood. Bai Ji and Xingyu immediately approached to lower the seventh prince's body, conducting a cursory examination. He's gone. He's been dead for at least 2 hours. There are signs of struggle, he was hanged alive, Bai Ji stated solemnly. Xingyu inspected the bodies of the Longyuan guards nearby. These were the seventh prince's personal guards, one master and several at the transformation realm, all dead. They were killed in one blow, their meridians shattered. The assailant was ruthless and powerful, not a common martial artist. Xia Zishuan's expression darkened. Cover the body of the seventh prince with a white cloth and continue on to the imperial Qian palace. As Chu Xia prepared to depart, he suddenly raised an eyebrow, swiftly unleashing his sword intent to slice through the air toward the courtyard's exit. Moments later, a scream pierced the silence. The group rushed outside to find the absolute kill sword pinning a middle-aged man in a blue robe against an ancient locust tree. He struggled desperately to protect his heart meridian, yet the absolute kill sword had already pierced through his heart. Death was inevitable. Who is this? I've never seen him before. His attire suggested he was neither from the palace nor the martial extreme sect. Scanning the man, Chu Xia sensed an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from him, unlike that of a typical martial artist. A cultivator? Not quite, his power was too feeble. It appeared he had practiced celestial techniques but lacked the aptitude for spiritual roots, placing him slightly above martial artists, yet not at the level of a true cultivator. Just as Chu Xia intended to inquire further, the man could no longer bear the strain, his breath fading and life extinguished. Chu Xia promptly searched the man's body, discovering a jade talisman hidden in his sleeve. The talisman bore the inscription "Ascend to Immortality" on one side and a carving of a black rabbit on the other. Upon seeing the talisman, everyone's expression shifted with astonishment. The Ascend to Immortality sect. Chapter 63, Re-entering the Forbidden Land of the Ancestor Dragon. Suddenly, a cultivator from the Ascension Gate appeared, catching Chu Xia off guard. Logically, a sect like the Ascension Gate should not involve itself in the power struggles of the secular empires. There must be hidden motives at play. At that moment, Chu Xia noticed that Xia Zixuan's complexion was rather pallid. Is something wrong? Chu Xia inquired, gently patting her shoulder. Xia Zixuan regained her composure and replied, I can't shake the instinctual feeling that the Ascension Gate School may be the forbidden land of the ancestor dragon. Why do you say that? Chu Xia asked. Think about it, the Ascension Gate, despite its prestige, should not have any motivation to engage in the secular empire's struggle for power? While the most enigmatic and valuable asset of the Deqian Empire is undoubtedly the forbidden land of the ancestor dragon, it is the only thing that could pique the interest of the Ascension Gate. That makes sense, but it's curious that the Ascension Gate chose this precise moment to appear. Xia Zixuan's eyes brightened with a thought, could it be that Xia Lanqi brought them here? It was entirely reasonable for Xia Zixuan to entertain such a notion, especially since Xia Lanqi had formed a connection with the Holy Son of the Ascension Gate. Among the young royals of the Deqian Empire, she was the most likely to garner support from the sect. Chu Xia shook his head. It cannot be her. Upon hearing Chu Xia's unwavering conviction, Xia Zixuan seemed to sense something and chose not to elaborate further. Chu Xia accepted the Ascension Gate's Black Rabbit token. When soldiers come, let them battle. When water comes, let it flow. It's nothing of great concern. With that, he continued towards the direction of the imperial palace. After traversing a long slope, as he reached the summit, Chu Xia's gaze sharpened. Before him stood a grand and magnificent palace. However, what captured his attention was not the palace itself, but the dark silhouette coiling on the horizon behind it, resembling a dragon. The forbidden land of the ancestor dragon. The emperor's palace was indeed built against the backdrop of the forbidden land. Chu Xia had never realized this before. From this vantage point, the size of the forbidden land exceeded his imagination. It appeared to be even larger than the entire Deqian Palace. That was the Dragon Vein Mountain. Starting from its foothills and delineated by the Imperial Palace, the entire area belonged to the forbidden land of the ancestor dragon. It had once been the palace of the Eternal Dynasty, but due to an unfortunate event, the entire palace fell into an eerie aura of spiritual energy, where any living soul that dared to enter faced certain peril. Xia Zixuan approached Chu Xia, gazing at the scene with a mix of awe and trepidation. Before they could ponder further, dozens of figures rushed out from the imperial palace. Leading them was none other than the second prince, Xia Ruiming, accompanied by his servant Wu Yushan. Xia Zixuan? Upon seeing her, Xia Ruiming paused, evidently caught off guard. Xia Zixuan, too, was taken aback. What are you doing here? Where is Xia Zheyan? How would I know? When I barged in with my men, Xia Zheyan had already fled. Father has also been taken away, I have no idea where he has gone. Xia Zixuan furrowed her brows. What is this situation? A rebellion and a palace coup, yet it seems extreme to abduct father. Suddenly, a violent tremor emanated from the forbidden land of the ancestor dragon. From a distance, a cluster of eerie green flames shot into the sky. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Hey! Hey, hey! Could it be that the third brother has taken father to the forbidden land? What is he thinking? Xia Ruiming exclaimed in panic. The forbidden land of the ancestor dragon was a taboo for the entire Deqian royal family, its dangers beyond imagination. No one dared to enter, except during the official commencement of the Ancestor Dragon Festival. Now, with the preparations for the festival yet to be completed, entering the forbidden land was tantamount to courting death. What has gotten into the third brother to be so audacious? I doubt this is the work of the third brother, Xia Zixuan remarked thoughtfully. She did not elaborate. But Chu Xia knew she was likely suspecting the Ascension Gate. At this moment, it seemed the only plausible explanation. After a moment of contemplation, a foreboding feeling gripped Chu Xia. Could the Ascension Gate be after Zhang Yunji? I'll investigate, you all stay cautious. With that, Chu Xia soared into the air on his sword, darting past Xia Ruiming and heading straight for the Forbidden Land. Wait! Xia Ruiming exclaimed, startled. His eyes were wide with fear. Flying on a sword? Besides Xia Zixuan, a member of the Long Yuan Guard had revealed himself to be a formidable sword cultivator. Wu Yushan's eyelids twitched at the sight. The Long Princess had concealed her strength exceptionally well, hiding such a powerful ally without it ever being revealed. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xia had flown several hundred meters, crossing the imperial palace and arriving at the boundary of the Forbidden Land. Here, a towering red palace wall stood over 10 meters high, completely isolating the Forbidden Land from the imperial palace. As he crossed the palace wall, Chu Xia felt the surrounding spiritual energy become volatile and agitated. This was not his first time entering the Forbidden Land. But this time the sensation was far more intense than before. Perhaps it was due to his enhanced cultivation, allowing him to perceive the essence of the heavens and earth with greater acuity. As he surveyed the Forbidden Land, remnants of crumbling walls and collapsed palaces lay strewn about, with decayed gardens exuding an unmistakable stench of rotten death. This is as far as you go. A figure suddenly ascended into the air, intercepting Chu Xia, and unleashed a palm strike from a distance, which erupted with brilliant blue lightning arcs, crackling and forming a net of thunder to ensnare him. This is not good. A strong sense of danger surged within Chu Xia. He dared not underestimate the threat and summoned all his spiritual energy, simultaneously calling forth the flame-winged beast to shield him with its massive form against the lightning net. Crack! The lightning net enveloped the flame-winged beast, bursting forth with countless sparks. Fortunately, the beast's scales were exceptionally thick and resilient, allowing it to withstand the onslaught without injury. Chu Xia seized this moment to retreat to a safe distance. A 6th-tier demon beast? Are you a disciple of the beast-taming sect? The assailant inquired, his brow furrowed. Only then did Chu Xia clearly discern the man's appearance. He was clad in a grayish-blue robe, exuding an air of ethereal grace at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, one could see a necklace of eye-shaped beads hanging around his neck, 2 skulls beneath his feet, and a bone sword fashioned from vertebrae at his waist, radiating in eerie malevolence. He was no benign figure. Chu Xia's mind raced, realizing the sinister man had likely mistaken his identity. Yet, he saw no harm in leveraging this misunderstanding. Since you know who I am, why don't you step aside and not obstruct my path? The old man snorted disdainfully. You young fool, do not be so arrogant. This is not the territory of your beast-taming sect. You have no right to act recklessly in the domain of the Ascension Gate. Ha! I'm here precisely to act recklessly. What can you do about it? Chu Xia leapt into the air, standing atop the flame-winged beast, his words dripping with provocation. The sinister man was instantly incensed, brandishing his bone sword as thunderous spells erupted from him. With a swift motion, he lunged at Chu Xia, unleashing a sword strike that filled the air with a cacophony of thunder, echoing like a chorus of cicadas, a symphony of birds soaring through the heavens. Chapter 64. The Xianin evil bone cultivators primarily wield the arts of the 5 elements, with thunder techniques being relatively rare. Even the most rudimentary thunder techniques pose significant challenges for practitioners, while advanced thunder arts necessitate the rarest of thunder roots for mastery. This evil practitioner possesses considerable strength and talent. Relying solely on a flame-winged demon, he may find it challenging to prevail. Just as Chu Xia hesitated over whether to summon the little Saint Lord, the divine cauldron surged violently. Chu Xia's gaze sharpened as he observed the bone sword in the evil practitioner's hand. Could this bone sword be some treasure, capable of eliciting such a potent reaction from the divine cauldron? Perhaps the sudden scheme sparked in Chu Xia's mind. He commanded the flame-winged demon to engage in battle while swiftly donning the blaze dragon garb. Previously, he had conducted a simple test, allowing the little Saint Lord to attack it, and the blaze dragon garb had remained unscathed. The defensive capabilities of this high-grade treasure were undeniably reliable. However, such a precious artifact should not be exposed. Once revealed, the enemy must be eliminated without a trace. Boom! A blinding flash of lightning erupted from the flame-winged demon, accompanied by a piercing scream as it was forced back. The evil practitioner was enveloped in a cocoon of lightning, and the bone sword in his grasp radiated an even more brilliant thunderous glow, charging towards Chu Xia. In an instant, he was before Chu Xia. The deafening roar of thunder sent a jolt of tension through Chu Xia, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he surged forward to confront the evil practitioner. Arrogant wretch! Allow me to demonstrate the might of my evil law thunder. Lightning erupted instantaneously, nearly engulfing Chu Xia entirely. The evil practitioner let out a sinister laugh, convinced that no one could withstand his evil law thunder and emerge unscathed. But the next moment, the evil practitioner's smile faltered. There stood Chu Xia, seemingly unharmed amidst the tempest of thunder. He was shrouded in a faint red glow, which the evil law thunder could not penetrate. The evil practitioner, well versed in the arcane, quickly discerned that this red glow emanated from Chu Xia's cloak. What an impressive artifact! A surge of alarm coursed through the evil practitioner as he instinctively attempted to distance himself, only to feel an unexpected resistance in his hand. Chu Xia had seized the bone sword from him, a malicious grin playing upon his lips. In the blink of an eye, the bone sword vanished from the evil practitioner's grasp. What? The evil practitioner gasped in shock. The Seven Fiends' sword was a precious spiritual weapon he had labored for decades to forge. How could it simply vanish? The moment the Seven Fiends' sword disappeared, the radiance of the lightning surrounding the evil practitioner began to wane rapidly. Just as he realized the precariousness of his situation, a claw struck from behind. The flame-winged demon had launched its attack. The evil practitioner was caught off guard, unable to defend himself, and was propelled forward by the force of the strike. Seizing the moment, Chu Xia summoned the absolute destruction sword. The evil practitioner collided directly with it, and his body was pierced, creating a gaping wound. If it had merely been a sword wound, the evil practitioner might have had means to contend with it. However, the instant the absolute destruction sword pierced his chest, a burst of golden flames erupted from the blade, violently scorching his internal organs. In a heartbeat, it severed the evil practitioner's life force. You! The evil practitioner gazed at Chu Xia in disbelief, the light fading from his eyes until they turned a ghostly white. Chu Xia nonchalantly withdrew the absolute destruction sword and, before the blazing sunfire reduced the evil practitioner to ashes, swiftly rifled through his belongings. He discovered a token and a storage pouch. And although the eyeball necklace around the evil practitioner's neck and the skeleton at his feet emanated a sinister aura, Chu Xia did not overlook them, collecting them all. In an instant, the golden flames consumed the evil practitioner, leaving nothing but ashes. Chu Xia examined the token, and indeed, it identified the evil practitioner as a member of the Ascension sect. However, the reverse side of the token bore the image of a black fox rather than the expected black rabbit. Rabbits, foxes. Could this signify a hierarchy within the Ascension sect? A bold notion struck Chu Xia. What if the Ascension sect was composed entirely of transformed beastmen? This revelation was exhilarating. If that were the case, his Linglong demon locking tower could once again prove invaluable. Having dealt with the evil practitioner, Chu Xia pressed deeper into the depths of the ancestral dragon Forbidden Land. The further he ventured, the more pronounced the restlessness of the spiritual energy became. The air grew increasingly murky. Although the rain had ceased, visibility was now worse than before, and the temperature continued to drop. Perhaps due to his pure yang physique, Chu Xia gradually acclimated to the environment, experiencing no further discomfort. Suddenly, Chu Xia comprehended why he had been able to survive in the deepest recesses of the ancestral dragon Forbidden Land. It was likely due to his pure yang physique. Without such a unique constitution, an ordinary person would have perished long ago. Boom! Another violent explosion reverberated through the air, sending emerald flames soaring into the sky. This time, Chu Xia observed keenly, the explosion originated from the deepest part of the ancestral dragon Forbidden Land, where Jiang Yunji was sealed. He vaguely recalled that place was called the Palace of Defeat. A rather ostentatious name only the undefeated could seek defeat. Just as he intended to hasten his pace, an unusual stir emanated from his dantian. This is the bone. A bone as translucent and lustrous as a gem, radiating a resplendent crimson glow. The Xianin evil bone? The information provided by the divine cauldron regarding this bone was scant. After examining it for a while, Chu Xia found no discernible use for it. Xianin. I recall that Jiang Yunji's title is the Xianin Empress. This bone must be intended for Jiang Yunji. A thought struck Chu Xia as he retrieved a red string and bound the thumb-sized Xianin evil bone, fashioning it into a bracelet to wear. He then continued forward, making his way toward the Palace of Defeat. As he neared the Palace of Defeat, Chu Xia noticed 4 gray-robed cultivators patrolling the area. Judging by their auras, their strength surpassed that of the evil practitioner. Suddenly, Chu Xia noticed an individual sprawled on the ground. Although he could only see the person's profile, he recognized him to be the third prince, Xia. Though he bore no apparent external injuries, his aura was exceedingly feeble, giving the impression that his soul had been drained, leaving his eyes rolling back in his head. Chu Xia furrowed his brow. Given the circumstances, it seemed the Ascension sect had dispatched a considerable number of individuals. The little Saint Lord could no longer remain hidden. If Chu Xia did not release him, he would be utterly incapable of handling the situation alone. "Come forth, little Saint Lord." As Chu Xia called out, flames erupted skyward. And the little Saint Lord sprang forth, twisting his tail in excitement, exuding a magnificent aura of draconic majesty. "What is this? A dragon?" The 4 Ascension sect cultivators guarding Xia were instantly paralyzed with shock. Suddenly confronted by a true dragon, who could remain composed? Little. Just as Chu Xia began to issue commands, the little Saint Lord took the initiative, charging forth with an exuberant roar, engaging fiercely with the 4 Ascension sect cultivators. Chu Xia's lips curled in embarrassment. So be it, as expected of a dragon, he was indeed unruly. It was a long shot to expect the little Saint Lord to obediently follow orders given his strength. Yet, as long as he could fight, it was not a significant concern. Dragons were inherently combative, they thrived in battle. Wait, hold on. The individual on the ground is not. Chapter 65, Zhang Yunji's illusion as Xia was sent flying several dozen meters by the little holy monarch's sweeping tail, crashing into a pile of rubble. Chu Xia couldn't help but smack his forehead in frustration. Although he held no concern for Xia's fate, he certainly did not wish for him to perish by his own hand. Moreover, today's event seemed rather peculiar. Xia might possess some crucial information. And Chu Xia had intended to question him. Boom! The battle between the little holy monarch and 4 cultivators from the ascending immortal sect raged on. The little holy monarch exhibited formidable strength, yet the 4 were no pushovers, their cultivation likely reached the golden core stage, and their teamwork was impeccable. Unleashing a barrage of magical treasures and techniques that allowed them to hold their ground against the little holy monarch. However, it was evident that the little holy monarch was merely toying with them, treating them as mere punching bags. Observing this, Chu Xia promptly summoned a gold digger beast to dig a tunnel and retrieve Xia. Surely he must still be alive. Chu Xia checked for Xia's breath. There was a faint trace of life. Yet, why did it seem as though his breaths were more shallow than deep? Without hesitation, Chu Xia produced several unknown healing pills obtained from Zhao Biao and hastily administered them to Xia. Whether he would survive now depended on fate. No sooner had he spoken than Xia's body began to convulse violently, his qi and blood surging, his complexion shifted from pale to a deep purple. His eyes trembled, and veins bulged, as if he were on the verge of exploding. Chu Xia instinctively took a few steps back. However, after a moment, Xia miraculously began to recover. Though still exceedingly weak, he regained consciousness and weakly sat up. "Who are you?" Xia gazed at Chu Xia, bewilderment evident in his eyes. His attention was soon drawn to the scene of the little holy monarch battling the 4 ascending immortal sect cultivators. And his pupils widened in shock. Am I hallucinating? How could there be a dragon? Suddenly, he shut his eyes tightly and collapsed to the ground. I need to sleep for a moment. Slap. Chu Xia smacked him awake. Xia stared at Chu Xia with wide eyes, utterly confused. So you're rebelling, huh? Chu Xia retaliated with another slap. I'm not. I didn't. Xia, frightened, quickly covered his face to explain. It was my father. He taught me to do this. Your emperor taught you to stage a coup? Are you joking? Chu Xia chuckled, feigning another strike. Please spare me. I swear I'm not lying. 3 days ago, my father summoned me to the imperial palace. He said that a great change would befall the great Qin dynasty in 3 days, and that only by following his commands could I avert this crisis. That's why I initiated the coup, claiming my father was gravely ill and sealing off the imperial city. Everything was coordinated by my father's people, without his backing. How could I have executed such a plan? Xia Zheyan displayed a keen self-awareness. His words did indeed hold some merit. And what of your master, Wan Chan? Chu Xia inquired. My master, he was confused. Upon hearing of my coup, he hurriedly brought experts from the martial extreme sect to the imperial city, claiming he wanted to assist me in achieving great things. I couldn't reveal my father's orders, so I let him stay, intending to explain later. You need not explain further, your master is already dead, Chu Xia replied coolly. Wang Chan's fate was indeed unfortunate. He sought to achieve great merit but ended up encountering Chu Xia. Yet, even without Chu Xia, his ultimate fate would likely have been no better. Striving for advancement can sometimes lead to perilous outcomes. Dead? Xia Zheyan exclaimed in shock. Who did it? My master was a top-tier powerhouse in the great Qian martial arts realm. Who could possibly have the ability to kill him? I did, Chu Xia stated matter-of-factly. Xia Zheyan immediately lost his temper, his gaze turning hollow as he looked at Chu Xia, words escaping him, ultimately resulting in a resigned sigh. It's better this way. The more of these old fools that die, the more room there is for us young ones. Chu Xia paused, then patted Xia Zheyan's shoulder. You're quite the talent. Assist the Grand Princess well, and I assure you, your life will be free from worry. Upon hearing this, a flicker of realization crossed Xia Zheyan's face. I understand now, you are Master Xia Chu. Chu Xia smiled without a word and stepped forward. At that moment, the battle involving the little holy monarch had concluded. The 4 cultivators from the ascending immortal sect lay sprawled on the ground, 2 dead and 2 gravely injured, utterly motionless. The little holy monarch was exuberantly flipping about, gleeful as a child of 300 years. Taking pleasure in slaughter is a hallmark of ferocious beasts. While true dragons are typically auspicious creatures, the little holy monarch's bloodline derives from the sacred fire immortal. Perhaps influenced by his mother, his temperament has grown more ruthless. A trait not inherent but rather a result of nurture, likely difficult to alter. However, on the flip side, a touch of ferocity in the little holy monarch is advantageous for Chu Xia, provided he does not turn against his master. Roar! The little holy monarch opened his mouth. Sparks flying. It seemed he intended to reduce his enemies to ashes before ceasing his rampage. Chu Xia quickly intervened, taking the opportunity to search the floor for items. Uncovering 4 insignias bearing the image of a black tiger in 4 storage bags, while also confiscating their magical treasures. A moment later, a pillar of fire descended, incinerating the 4 into ash. Standing atop the little holy monarch's head, Chu Xia soared toward the Palace of Defeat. Shortly after, the man and dragon landed outside the grand hall of the Palace of Defeat. Eerie green flames licked at the door, scorching a gaping hole into it. Inside lay a dark abyss, peering in appeared as if one might be consumed. With a wave of his hand, Chu Xia first stored the little holy monarch and the flame-winged demon within the Linglong Tower, then ventured alone into the entrance, entering the Palace of Defeat. Upon stepping into the grand hall, the surroundings became illuminated. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air, and the hall was filled with the harmonious sounds of musical instruments. Countless elegantly dressed men and women appeared like ethereal spirits. In a daze, Chu Xia seemed to see Jiang Yunji approaching in her imperial robe, seated upon the dragon throne. Flanked by 6 high-ranking ministers on either side, each holding jade tablets, sequentially reporting to Jiang Yunji. What they spoke was unclear to Chu Xia, but the admiration evident on each face was unmistakable. Such is the grandeur of a thriving dynasty. Yet, all of this was but a fleeting illusion, long since relegated to the past. An illusion, perhaps? Chu Xia furrowed his brow in contemplation, then strode purposefully toward Empress Jiang Yunji. Who goes there? Stop him. The palace guards rushed forth, each a formidable cultivator. As Chu Xia approached the Empress, they brandished magical weapons, ready to strike. Let him approach. Jiang Yunji's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of intrigue crossing her features. This man, though she had never met him, evoked a sense of familiarity. With unwavering focus, Chu Xia continued to advance toward Jiang Yunji. Up close, her beauty was breathtaking, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Even having seen her unguarded, he could not deny that such a woman was unparalleled in the world. Suddenly, Chu Xia reached out, cradling Jiang Yunji's exquisite face, and passionately kissed her alluring lips. The kiss sent waves of shock through Zhang Yunji, and the entire court was left in stunned disbelief. After an eternity, their lips parted. Chu Xia gazed at the bewildered Zhang Yunji and said, "Stop dreaming, awaken at once." Chapter 66, the Emperor's gaze. The gentle voice of Chu Xia echoed in Zhang Yunji's heart, causing her to momentarily pause, as if recalling something significant. "It is you, Chu Xia. But no, why am I here? This is my past, my memory." Just as Zhang Yunji's thoughts began to swirl, the opulent scenery around her receded like a tide. In its place stood a vast, dark, cold, and desolate hall. Zhang Yunji had not vanished, her form gradually faded, transforming into a semi-transparent spirit. "You are dead?" Chu Xia inquired, astonished. The Zhang Yunji before him was clearly a ghost. Yet, during their last dual cultivation, she had possessed a corporeal body. Could it be that his previous experience was merely a dream? "You are the one who is dead. This is one of my 3 souls, the fetal light soul. How intriguing. I shall see who dares to covet my soul while I slumber." In an instant, Zhang Yunji's eyes sparkled with ethereal light. The dark hall brightened once more. A shadow swiftly retreated, transforming into a wisp of ghostly green flame that was on the verge of dissipating. "Come out," Zhang Yunji chided. And the entire hall of seeking defeat seemed to come alive, rippling beneath her feet, uprooting the shadow and sending it flying onto the steps of the hall. Chu Xia focused intently, observing that the figure wore a green robe, with wrinkled, aged skin and sunken eyes, resembling a corpse. "Damn it, you've thwarted my plans, perish!" The green-robed old specter widened its eyes, unleashing a ghostly glow. In that fleeting moment of their gaze, Chu Xia felt as though his very soul was being drawn away. Yet, the next second, with a mere flick of Zhang Yunji's hand, Chu Xia regained his composure. Quickly reacting, Chu Xia summoned the absolute killing sword to strike. The green-robed specter attempted to dodge, but was immobilized by an inexplicable force. With a sharp sound, the blade pierced through its forehead, spilling forth a pool of black blood. "Is it truly dead?" Chu Xia was taken aback. He had anticipated a fierce battle, yet this green-robed specter appeared far too feeble. Still uneasy, he continued to wield the absolute killing sword, delivering several more strikes until the specter was reduced to a mere mass of flesh. Now it must be thoroughly dead. He approached, crouching down to examine the remnants, retrieving a token and a storage pouch. "Is this a standard set for cultivators?" The token bore the image of a black tiger on its reverse side. Chu Xia pondered, recognizing the pattern of black rabbit, black fox, and black tiger as indicators of different ranks within the Ascension sect. Was this green-robed specter of the same standing as the 4 gatekeepers outside? He had hoped to encounter a higher-ranking individual. "What is the origin of this person?" Zhang Yunji inquired. "My knowledge is rather limited." Chu Xia relayed all he knew to Zhang Yunji. Upon hearing this, she displayed a look of confusion. "The Ascension sect? I have never heard of it. It must be a third-rate sect that has only emerged in the last 500 years. How could they possibly know of my existence?" Her form dimmed slightly. She yawned. "I must return to my slumber. When you have the time, investigate the Ascension sect and discern their intentions towards me." With that, she prepared to depart. Chu Xia hastily called out to her, presenting a bone from his wrist. "Do you find this item of use? The bone of calamity?" Zhang Yunji's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest. "It may be small, but it possesses value. I cannot utilize it, yet it may aid you." "Useful to me? For what purpose?" "Hand it over." Zhang Yunji extended her palm. Chu Xia did not hesitate, placing the bone of calamity into her hand. Zhang Yunji pressed it gently with her thumb. And in the next moment, the surface of the bone shimmered with spiritual light, revealing tiny inscriptions. "I have inscribed the first volume of the Xiantian Sutra upon this. Once you return, refine the bone of calamity while practicing the Xiantian Sutra. This method will ensure your cultivation reaches the nascent soul stage without issue. Once you achieve that, I shall assist you in obtaining the second volume." Hearing of the opportunity to cultivate, Chu Xia's spirit soared. Anything that allowed for cultivation was a treasure, especially one that could lead to the nascent soul stage. The Xiantian Sutra was undoubtedly a profound technique within the realm of cultivation. As he accepted the bone of calamity, ready to express his gratitude, Jiang Yunji blinked and vanished without a trace. How peculiar, she departed so swiftly this time. Not a word about our dual cultivation. Is this truly Jiang Yunji? Chu Xia's expression shifted to one of suspicion. Yet, he dismissed the thought. After all, who among us does not awaken with a touch of irritability? Jiang Yunji had been abruptly roused from her slumber by the Ascension sex illusions. She likely felt quite displeased. Determined to leave. Chu Xia shivered slightly as he prepared to exit the Hall of Seeking Defeat. Upon his departure, he searched the hall briefly but found no sign of the Dog Emperor. Strange, was not the Dog Emperor captured by the Ascension sect? Where could he have been taken? Ah, Xiaoroming had mentioned that it was Xia Ziyuan who abducted the Dog Emperor. He had forgotten to inquire further. Without lingering, Chu Xia promptly exited the Hall of Seeking Defeat. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had darkened outside. The heavens were devoid of twinkling stars, only the mournful winds howled through the night. A pitch-black void enveloped him, where no hand could be seen before one's eyes. Chu Xia swiftly summoned the great sun yang flame, its golden light illuminating a radius of 100 meters. A glance revealed Xia Ziyuan nearby, accompanied by a towering middle-aged man. It was none other than the Emperor of Deqian, Shamu. Dog Emperor? A surge of murderous intent erupted within Chu Xia as he approached, gripping the absolute killing sword tightly. Master Xia Chu, Xia Ziyuan exclaimed, his expression brightening as he moved to greet him. However, at that moment, several figures emerged from the shadows, obstructing Chu Xia's path. Among them was the eunuch Shan Gonggang, alongside others whose presence exuded a potent aura, surpassing even that of Shan Gonggang. None were to be trifled with. Yet, this was not merely a matter of strength. When Shamu turned to regard Chu Xia, his gaze was one of profound indifference. As if he could command the entire world with a mere thought. This was the gaze of an emperor. Though such a gaze alone would not intimidate Chu Xia, he sensed an unusual glimmer in Shamu's eyes. He was a cultivator. And an extraordinarily powerful one, beyond imagination. At that moment, a voice filled with urgency echoed from within the Linglong locking demon tower. Master of the tower, do not engage. This individual is formidable. At least a late-stage golden elixir cultivator, perhaps even a nascent soul expert. The little Saint Prince is no match for him. Understood, I am aware. Chu Xia gradually tempered his murderous intent, concealing the absolute killing sword within his sleeve. Shamu lowered his gaze, no longer regarding Chu Xia, and addressed Xia Ziyuan. Little Seven is dead. Someone took advantage of the chaos. You are to investigate this matter. Uncover the murderer within 3 days. Or you shall take your own life as penance. Chapter 67, Cultivating the Xintian Canon. After giving his orders, Xia Yu turned and stepped into the darkness. Eunuch Shan and the other master guards dispersed as well. In the blink of an eye, only Chu Xia and Xia Zheyan remained. Xia Zheyan's brow furrowed deeply, his features etched with concern. The death of the 7th prince had taken him by surprise. But being tasked by the emperor to investigate the cause of his brother's demise left him feeling utterly bewildered. The situation within the Great Qian Palace was tumultuous. Chaotic enough to be described as a dance of demons. There were numerous individuals with motives to murder a prince, making the task of investigation daunting. Was it possible that the inquiry was merely an excuse from the emperor, and the true intent was for him to take his own life as an act of penance? In that moment, Xia Zheyan felt engulfed by darkness, unable to discern even a glimmer of hope. Are you planning to remain alone in the ancestral dragon's forbidden land? Chu Xia's voice pulled Xia Zheyan back to reality. Seizing the opportunity as if it were a lifeline, he hurried to match Chu Xia's pace. Master Chu, you must help me. If the murderer is not found, I am certain to meet my demise. The emperor would not hesitate to carry out such an act. Chu Xia wielded the daylight flame in his hand, illuminating the path ahead with a radiant golden glow. In the current predicament, the identity of the murderer was no longer of paramount importance. What mattered was how to bring this farce to a close. The emperor was testing your ability to see the bigger picture, gauging whether you could navigate this palace upheaval to a satisfactory conclusion. Upon hearing Chu Xia's words, Xia Zheyan's expression shifted, revealing a contemplative demeanor. Yet, despite grasping this understanding, he could not suppress his sighs of despair. Chu Xia. I never anticipated that the 5 tigers of the Immortal Gate would meet their demise at your hands. Chu Hao, you truly raised a remarkable son. Xia Yu stood upon the remnants of a crumbled wall, gazing at the ancestral dragon's forbidden land shrouded in twilight. His thoughts swirling as if he were transported back to his youth. Your Majesty, your waist token, Eunuch Shan said reverently, presenting a finely carved purple jade token before Xia Yu. The token bore the inscription Ascend to Immortality on one side, with a majestic azure dragon coiled across the mountains etched on the reverse. Xia Yu's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. He did not take the token but commanded, take my token to the Ascend to Immortality sect and inform sect Master Qianma that the time is not yet ripe, and she must endure a little longer. Your Majesty. The immortal Qianma has not much time left, she may not be able to endure. Endure she must, this pertains to the fate of our great Qian. If she cannot grasp reason, then I shall enlighten her. As he spoke, a terrifying imperial aura emanated from Xia Yu. Eunuch Shan fell silent, not daring to utter another word as he vanished into the night with the token. A gentle breeze stirred. A swordsman clad in white appeared behind Xia Yu, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, the fire dragon has been subdued by Chu Xia. Shall I retrieve it? Do not concern yourself with him, he is but an inconsequential character, unable to stir any significant turmoil. Once the abyss of 10,000 calamities opens, we shall ensnare them all at once. With that, he paid no further attention to the man behind him, instead gazing silently in the direction of the Hall of Seeking Defeat. The following day, warm sunlight streamed through the window. Chu Xia stretched comfortably, brushing aside Xia Zixuan's fair arm as he rose to stand by the window, practicing the daylight sun god technique under the brilliant morning sun for an hour. After his cultivation, he felt invigorated and mentally refreshed. He then took out the Xianyin bone and began to comprehend the first volume of the Xiantian canon. The Xiantian canon was a cultivation method established by the ancient Xiantian emperor, encompassing the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Practitioners could penetrate the mysteries of the universe and wield dominion over creation. The first volume, titled Initial Condensation of Xianqi, required one to utilize the Xiantian heart method to draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, condensing it into Xianqi, which would then flow through the meridians and form the Xian pill, awakening the Xian soul. At the pinnacle of cultivation, one could open a small world within oneself, containing boundless Xianqi, achieving unity with Xiantian and resonating with the cosmos, capable of invoking celestial phenomena with a mere gesture. Ultimately, one could attain the status of Xiantian Supreme, transcending life and death and mastering the myriad worlds, achieving the supreme path. Upon grasping the essence of the Xiantian canon, Chu Xia was left in awe. The power of the Xiantian canon was unparalleled. This was not merely a cultivation technique, it was a bona fide imperial method. The Xiantian emperor, who created this canon, had transcended the heavens at 18 and attained the position of immortal emperor at 40, a true paragon of strength. Although the Xiantian canon was crafted in his early years, its intricacies rivaled those of the techniques from the immortal realm. Zhang Yunji truly possessed extraordinary insight. Though only the first volume was at hand, its mere existence could incite a frenzy throughout the cultivation world. Countless individuals would vie for it, risking life and limb in pursuit. Yet, possessing the Xiantian canon alone was insufficient. A special medium was required to aid practitioners in transforming the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into Xianqi. Coincidentally, the Xianyin bone that Chu Xia had acquired possessed the ability to facilitate this transformation. No wonder Zhang Yunji imparted the Xiantian canon to him upon seeing the Xianyin bone. Without it, merely receiving the canon would have rendered Chu Xia unable to cultivate. Chu Xia dismissed further thoughts, placing the Xianyin bone in his palm, his hands coming together as he drew in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the Xianyin bone, commencing the cultivation of the Xiantian heart method. Threads of spiritual energy continuously flowed into Chu Xia's palm, sinking into the Xianyin bone, transforming into streams of Xianqi that coursed through his meridians. Upon experiencing this transformation, he realized that Xianqi was, in essence, spiritual energy, albeit with a higher energy density, akin to the difference between wrought iron and refined steel. Time slipped away unnoticed. Soon, it was noon when Xia Zixuan finally awoke. Noticing Chu Xia engrossed in his cultivation, she refrained from disturbing him and instead prepared herself. arranging for a meal primarily consisting of spiritual meat, ready for Chu Xia to enjoy upon concluding his training. After a while, she departed alone. An hour later, Chu Xia felt a painful strain throughout his meridians, prompting him to conclude his practice. He had not anticipated the considerable strain that Xianqi would impose on his meridians. Given his current meridian strength, cultivating for an hour each day seemed to be the limit. Overexertion would yield diminishing returns. But the Yuhua pill was precisely effective for strengthening the meridians. Although repeated consumption would diminish its effects, it would still provide enhancement. He resolved to procure more spiritual herbs to refine a batch of Yuhua pills and test their efficacy. Regardless of producing excess, it would be beneficial. As Chu Xia intended to use the Yuhua pills to bolster the divine martial army, the more, the better. The challenge lay in acquiring a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs. Suddenly, Chu Xia recalled his inexpensive disciple, Lin Yu, the chief alchemist of the Medicine King Valley, who surely possessed resources for spiritual herbs. However, ever since he had enlightened the old man last time, he had vanished without a trace. Could it be that he had truly retreated into seclusion? While pondering, Chu Xia heard two familiar voices approaching from outside. One belonged to Xia Zixuan, and the other was Xia Lanqi? What was she doing here? Concerned that Xia Zixuan and Xia Lanqi might clash, Chu Xia promptly rose to exit. To his surprise, he found the two women walking together, engaged in lively conversation. Their expressions radiant with joy, leaving him utterly perplexed. Chapter 68, The Auspicious Countenance of a Prosperous Spouse. Empress sister, it's settled then. Let us stroll together at the Lantern Festival on the first day of next month. Indeed. We shall adorn ourselves splendidly and captivate the hearts of all the men in the imperial capital. As they jested, the two arrived at the entrance of the palace. Upon entering, they beheld Chu Xia seated calmly, his discerning gaze fixed upon them. You may continue your conversation, I shall retreat for a brief slumber. With a yawn and a visage full of fatigue, Xia Zixuan entered her chamber. Meanwhile, Xia Lanqi knelt before Chu Xia with a resounding thud. Lowly servant Xia Lanqi pays her respects to the master. Her movements were as fluid as flowing water, suggesting she had practiced diligently. Chu Xia inquired coolly. What were you discussing earlier? Reporting to the master, we were merely engaging in casual conversation with the Empress sister. Inviting her to join us for the Lantern Festival next month. If the master does not mind, you may accompany us as well. Let us discuss this matter later. I am more curious as to why you poisoned Xia Zixuan before, and now wish to reconcile with her, Chu Xia questioned directly. Previously, time had been scarce, leaving many of his inquiries unaddressed. However, today he needed clarity. To answer the master, it was for the sake of the treasure pavilion. I have explained this matter to Empress Sister Zixuan and sworn to her that I would compensate her at any cost. She declared she would not forgive me. But on account of your esteemed presence, she has temporarily spared my life. Ah, how swift of you to seek Xia Zixuan's forgiveness, Chu Xia remarked. Pray tell. You and Xia Ruiming both have your eyes set on the treasure pavilion. What treasures lie within that are worth such pursuit? Xia Lanqi replied. The map of rivers and mountains. What? My mother spoke of it as a relic passed down from the ancient dynasty, likely housing a vast storage space filled with treasures left by that era. This artifact is stored within the treasure pavilion, overseen by the Empress. Xia Lanqi's elucidation astonished not only Chu Xia but also prompted Xia Zixuan, who had been eavesdropping from her chamber, to step out in disbelief. The map of rivers and mountains? Yet I have never laid eyes upon such an item. If it existed, I would surely have discovered it. Xia Zixuan asserted confidently. If the treasure pavilion indeed contained relics from the previous dynasty, her circumstances would not have been so dire before Chu Xia's arrival, nearly failing her first trial. Could it be that she had overlooked something? Xia Lanqi responded, I cannot say. But my mother was adamant that the map of rivers and mountains resides in the treasure pavilion, a treasure brought back by the Empress from the Ascension Gate. Is it truly so? Xia Zixuan hesitated, pondering the possibility. Seeing the two ensnared in silence, Chu Xia interjected. Whether the map of rivers and mountains exists can be determined with a mere glance. He had always harbored curiosity about the treasure pavilion managed by Xia Zixuan. Perhaps there lay something that would pique the interest of the divine cauldron. This presented an opportune moment to investigate. Xia Zishuan deliberated for a moment before acquiescing. Very well. But this must remain a secret. Although I manage the treasure pavilion, it is, in essence, the royal treasury of the Qin dynasty. And all items therein are nominally the property of my father. Then let us visit under the cover of night. Agreed. It is best to go in the latter half of the night, as there are many eyes watching the treasure pavilion, and we must exercise caution. Chu Xia nodded in agreement. I shall return to my slumber, you may continue your matters. Xia Zishuan hastily retreated to her quarters. Chu Xia glanced at the empty maid's quarters beside him and beckoned Xiaolanqi over. She hurriedly stood, carefully following in his wake into the maid's room. What is your command, master? Xiaolanqi's beautiful eyes blinked softly, exuding an inexplicable allure, her slightly parted lips drawing Chu Xia's gaze. Since you are here, I cannot treat you poorly. Allow me to host you for a meal. Thank you for your hospitality, master. Xiaolanqi swallowed hard, half kneeling in gratitude. An hour later, Xiaolanqi exited the Ziyue hall. Chu Xia felt elated as he returned to his chamber, only to find Xia Zishuan absent. Peering out the window, he spotted Xia Zishuan in the backyard, nestled within a warm house woven of flowering vines, bent over a table, engrossed in writing something. Is that talisman paper? Chu Xia mused. Xia Zishuan was studying the art of divine symbols. During their journey back from Jiangnan, she had fervently requested that Chu Xia teach her to draw symbols. And he had imparted some foundational techniques of the Taoist talisman art. Having not seen her practice before, he was surprised to discover her secretly striving for improvement. Chu Xia, maintaining his composure, soared above the warm house, quietly observing. Yet, after a time, he could no longer restrain himself. Are you practicing calligraphy? The essence of symbols lies in their meaning, not their form. Merely sketching and altering will not suffice. You must infuse them with spiritual power and complete them in one breath. Startled, Xia Zishuan hastily gathered the talisman paper and cinnabar from the table. Dejectedly, she lamented. I have disappointed my mother's expectations. I am talentless and incapable, inept at martial arts, cultivation, and even drawing symbols. I am a waste. Ah. Why take such a grim view of yourself? Chu Xia descended swiftly to offer comfort. Everyone possesses their own strengths, you simply have yet to uncover your talents. Do not console me, the world is filled with mediocrity, and I am self-aware. Close your eyes. Puzzled but obedient, Xia Zishuan complied. Kai, I shall release my consciousness. Please assess Xia Zishuan's spiritual root talent. Understood, Master of the Tower. Allow me to see. Alas, Master of the Tower, this young lady is extraordinary, indeed. Chu Xia was taken aback. Could it be that Xia Zishuan's talent was remarkable? Speak quickly. This young lady possesses a withered spiritual root, incomplete bones, and ordinary bloodline. And her intelligence is merely at the level of an average person. However, she is blessed with abundant fortune and profound blessings. Notably, she possesses a prosperous countenance. Whoever marries her would be truly fortunate beyond measure. Hearing Kai's exaggerated tone, Chu Xia nearly suspected she had been swayed by Xia Zishuan's charms. Is there truly no other advantage besides her auspiciousness? Well. Kai pondered for a moment before replying, under normal circumstances. This young lady would lack the aptitude for cultivation, but circumstances dictate otherwise. Especially for one born with great fortune, it would be unwise to judge by conventional standards. As for her future, I can only say to let nature take its course. When the time is ripe, she may not lack the opportunity to soar. How can we first restore a semblance of confidence in her? This is simple, take her to gamble, with her fortune. Any gambler who encounters her will weep tears of joy. Is that feasible? Very well, since we must journey to the Medicine King Valley. I shall take Xia Zishuan along for a change of scenery. If Kai's words bear truth, this could present an opportunity for me to amass wealth. Perhaps even enough to support the divine martial army. Chapter 69, The Leopard's Total Domination. Moments later, Xia Zishuan opened her eyes, gazing at Chu Xia with anticipation. Chu Xia instructed her to close her eyes, leading her to believe a gift awaited her. Yet, nothing appeared before her. Come with me outside the palace, he said. Although puzzled, Xia Zishuan obediently nodded. Before long, the royal carriage from Ziyue Palace slowly made its way beyond the palace gates. The upheaval from the previous day seemed to have left no mark on the dynasty. As they passed the residence of the seventh prince, it was shrouded in black cloth. Xia Jian was frantically digging through the ground, while Xia Ruiming joined the commotion, his eyes reflecting a mocking amusement. However, upon spotting Xia Zishuan, he quickly retreated. Outside the palace gates, the number of guards had increased slightly. The gatehouse had been repaired, and the traces of fire were entirely erased. The air was fragrant, devoid of any scent of blood or smoke. Seeing the crown princess about to emerge, the gate guards respectfully greeted her and ordered the gates to be opened. On the bustling streets, people thronged, and everything appeared normal at first glance. No one seemed to discuss the events of the previous day. Chu Xia remained perplexed about Xia Yu's orchestrated plot and his connection to the Ascension sect. Yet, one thing was clear to Chu Xia: the key to it all rested with Zhang Yinji. Everything that transpired within the Great Qian dynasty and the Ascension sect revolved around her. "How much do you know about the Wangu dynasty?" Chu Xia suddenly inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Zishuan replied, "All historical records and documents regarding the Wangu dynasty were erased at the inception of the Great Qian. Even in folklore, few tales persist, and those that do lack credibility, often fabricated by later generations to obscure the truth. Even remnants of authentic history have long been drowned in a sea of rumors." Chu Xia nodded in agreement. 500 years might not seem lengthy to powerful cultivators, but in the mundane world, it spans several generations. If the royal family deliberately concealed the Wangu dynasty's history, uncovering the truth in the present era would indeed prove challenging. Chu Xia chose not to dwell on it further, believing that the answers would eventually reveal themselves in due time. Unbeknownst to them, the carriage had arrived at the entrance of a bustling alley. Xia Zishuan instructed Bai Ji and Xingyu to guard the carriage while she entered the alley with Chu Xia. This area belonged to the old city of the imperial capital and exuded a lively atmosphere. The Baozi shop at the entrance had been in operation for 3 generations, boasting a history of over a century. Chu Baiwei particularly relished the crab roe buns from this shop, though her small appetite meant she could only manage half, often pleading with Chu Xia to finish the rest. The purpose of their visit, however, was not for the buns. Deep within the alley lay a sizable gambling house. Chu Xia was familiar with this place due to his connection with Lu Qifeng. Years ago, when Chu Xia was still a child and his father was often away on campaigns, the general's household enforced a strict upbringing. Yet, Chu Xia, having lived 2 lives, was unable to contain his restlessness. At that time, Lu Qifeng was responsible for guarding the general's residence, and Chu Xia implored him to let him experience the outside world. Unfortunately, Lu Qifeng was an avid gambler, always dragging Chu Xia to the gambling house for complimentary meals, while he himself would remain at the gambling table until he lost everything. During those 2 months, Chu Xia recalled that Lu Qifeng never won a single round, returning home each time with a dejected expression. Chu Xia, quick-witted, even considered leveraging Lu Qifeng's losing streak to bet against him for some profit. However, he encountered a dealer who wiped him out, costing him half a year's worth of living expenses. Since then, Chu Xia resolutely refused to accompany Lu Qifeng on outings. As they entered the gambling house, Chu Xia noted it had been renovated since his last visit, its standards elevated significantly. Patrons continued to stream in, a diverse crowd of all ages. Chu Xia had no intention of concealing his identity any longer, confidently revealing his true appearance as he entered. In contrast, Xia Zishuan was more reserved, donning a purple veil to avoid recognition. However, her attire and overall demeanor remained strikingly conspicuous, drawing the attention of many upon entry. "This is a gambling house? What are you bringing me here for?" Xia Zishuan inquired, bewildered. "To test your luck," Chu Xia replied, gesturing towards the gambling table. The game before them was a simple dice game, easy enough for even a child to understand. Although Xia Zishuan had never encountered such a game, she quickly grasped it after a glance. Yet, she remained puzzled as to why Chu Xia had brought her here to gamble. Aware of her aversion to such a chaotic gathering, seeing Chu Xia's resolute demeanor, Xia Zishuan decided to embrace the experience, exchanging some currency for chips and placing a casual bet. 4, 5, 6, a straight. Congratulations, miss, you have won a remarkable payout, earning 300 chips. The sudden influx of chips before her left Xia Zishuan astonished. She had only wagered 10 chips, and now she had gained 30-fold in return. With a confused expression, she glanced at Chu Xia, who encouraged her to continue betting. Without overthinking, Xia Zishuan pushed her entire stack of chips forward. Betting on a leopard? This girl is quite bold, some murmured. Such odds were nearly non-existent. Moments later, the dealer trembled, his voice quaking as he announced, 666, a leopard. Congratulations, miss. You've won an additional tenfold on top of your original stake, plus an extra bonus of 1,000, totaling 4,500 chips. As the words left his lips, the dealer's eyes rolled back, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, a stout man with a brutish demeanor rushed over. Excuse me, miss. May I have a word? Xia Zishuan instinctively stood, but Chu Xia firmly pressed her back into her seat. Yanjiao, can't afford to lose? Chu Xia's mocking tone echoed. The bystanders quickly dispersed, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Yanjiao was the gambling house's proprietor, a notable figure in the underworld of the imperial capital, commanding respect even from the highest echelons of society. This young man dared to call out his name directly, suggesting either foolishness or confidence in his backing. Judging by their attire and bearing, it was evidently the latter. May I ask for your esteemed name? Yan Zhao inquired, his brow furrowed. The Divine Martial Army, Chu Xia. He stated plainly. Yan Zhao paused, then erupted into hearty laughter. I thought who it was, turns out it is a stray dog. Chapter 70, I am his master. Amidst the splattering of blood, Yan Zhao's smile froze abruptly. He met Chu Xia's indifferent gaze, which bore the weight of a lifeless stare. Lowering his head, he saw a gleaming blade piercing through his chest. Murder on murder had occurred. With a startled cry, chaos erupted in the gambling den. Some gamblers desperately scrambled towards the exit, while others seized the opportunity to loot the chips from the tables. At that moment, a group of warriors clad in black, wielding long knives, surged in, encircling the casino inside and out. The leader, a burly man with a thick beard, was taken aback upon spotting Yan Zhao sprawled on the ground. Kid, you've gotten yourself into serious trouble. Yet, no one paid heed to his threats. Xia Zishuan was lost in thought, reflecting on the recent events. In 2 rounds of gambling, she was certain she had not cheated, and Chu Xia likely hadn't either. Could it be that purely by chance, she had emerged victorious in these unlikely scenarios? Was her fortune truly this remarkable? Had Chu Xia sensed this beforehand and brought her to the gambling den merely to validate this point? He was indeed thoughtful. Let us go. Accompany me to Yaowang Valley once more. Noticing the spark of understanding in Xia Zishuan's eyes, Chu Xia realized she had grasped the essence of her advantage. This should help her regain her confidence. While immense luck may not directly transform Xia Zishuan into a cultivator, such a mystical force could indeed enable one to manifest their desires and enjoy continuous blessings. Hence, Xia Zishuan had no reason to feel anxious. Thank you, Chu Xia. I will maintain a calm mindset, Xia Zishuan said tenderly, affectionately linking her arm with his as they prepared to depart. The bearded man, witnessing this, erupted in fury, immediately ordering his subordinates to intercept the duo. A myriad of cold blades pointed menacingly at Chu Xia. Stand aside. Chu Xia frowned. An invisible pressure of spiritual power emanating from him. The nearby warriors suddenly rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground. Though the bearded man was the strongest among them, he was merely at the Xian realm, unable to withstand Chu Xia's overwhelming aura. In an instant, he felt as if his heart were being gripped tightly, nearly choking him. It dawned on him that the young man before him was no ordinary individual. However, as a bodyguard for the gambling house, retreating now would jeopardize his position. Especially considering the formidable power behind the establishment, a figure of immense influence he could not afford to offend. With this thought, the bearded man clenched his teeth, relying on sheer willpower to step forward. If you have the ability, kill me. Otherwise, you shall not leave the gambling house. Chu Xia cast a surprised glance at the bearded man. This rugged fellow possessed a commendable tenacity. Very well, I shall oblige you. Chu Xia summoned the Ju Sha sword, cleaving forward. The chilling sword light whistled past the bearded man, cleaving a gaping crack in the wall of the gambling den. The terrifying display instilled a sense of dread in everyone present, rendering them breathless. Common folk had never witnessed such swordsmanship, leaving them utterly bewildered. The bearded man was no exception. Beads of sweat cascaded down his back as his knees trembled. The primal fear emanating from deep within him could not be subdued by will alone. Thud! His knees struck the ground heavily as he fell, rendered weak by terror. Chu Xia and Xia Zixuan strode past him, exiting the gambling den. Ah, the winnings from today's games must not be shortchanged. Prepare them for me. I shall return to collect, he commanded before exiting the alley and returning to their carriage. It's not a large sum, we'll have to come back for it. Which is quite troublesome. Let us forget it. If you're short on funds, I can supplement you, Xia Zixuan said, adopting the demeanor of a wealthy benefactor. Chu Xia chuckled. Do you not believe that the gambling house will prepare at least 1,000 taels of gold for me? And that the proprietor will personally deliver it into my hands? 1,000 taels, that is indeed a substantial amount. 1,000 taels could save a life. But if he is wise, he might prepare 10,000 taels or even more. Xia Zixuan's eyes sparkled. Is your sword truly worth that much? Then we should tour the capital and wield a few more swords, wouldn't he that yield even greater rewards? Chu Xia retorted, that would disrupt the market, driving away wealthy merchants and ultimately proving counterproductive. True, you do consider things thoroughly. In the eastern suburbs, Yaowang Valley. Before the carriage even approached, Chu Xia inhaled deeply, detecting the air thick with the fragrance of various spiritual herbs. Yaowang Valley was expansive, brimming with countless medicinal plants. At the valley's center lay a natural spring, surrounded by ethereal mist, nourishing the herbs within. Unlike artificially cultivated products, the spiritual herbs here were semi-mature specimens gathered from various regions, nurtured collectively to enhance their potency, often surpassing that of purely wild varieties. Although the hour had grown late, merchant caravans continued to stream into Yaowang Valley, transporting loads of spiritual herbs in and out. The valley monopolized at least 1/5 of the spiritual herb market in the Great Qian dynasty. This very advantage attracted a multitude of alchemists to join its ranks. The proprietor of Yaowang Valley, a shrewd individual, had recognized this potential before expanding the business. By continuously recruiting alchemists and offering them shares, he gradually distributed power within the valley. It was said that the current proprietor held merely 10% of the shares and did not partake in its management. All operations within the valley were entrusted to the alchemists themselves. With over 100 esteemed alchemists gathered, even royalty dared not act lightly against Yaowang Valley. These details were shared with Chu Xia by Xia Zixuan along their journey. By the way, do you remember the swordswoman Ling Xuanhua we encountered in Jiangnan? Xia Zixuan suddenly mentioned a familiar name. Chu Xia was slightly taken aback. What about her? The valley's master also bears the surname Ling. And he has a daughter named Ling Xuanhua. I believe it is highly likely they are one and the same. Ah? Chu Xia was indeed surprised. Even though the Ling family held only a fraction of shares in Yaowang Valley, their annual dividends were certainly not insignificant. The Ling family could be regarded as affluent. And given their intelligence, they could foresee a prosperous future as long as they remained prudent. Ling Xuanhua was undoubtedly born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Yet she chose to wander the world, aspiring to become a heroine who aids the suffering. What a commendable character she possesses. Please wait. Beyond this point lies the core of Yaowang Valley, where visitors are not permitted. If you are here for business, you may proceed to the Medicine Fragrance Pavilion in the Southern Valley, where there are designated personnel to attend to you. A plainclothed apprentice herbalist obstructed their path. Chu Xia responded, I am here to find Lin Yu. Looking for Chief Lin? Who might you be? I am his master. Chapter 71, Master. Forgive me, the apothecary's assistant chuckled, you truly dare to forge connections so recklessly. Who doesn't know that Grandmaster Lin is the chief alchemist of the Medicine King Valley? A veritable titan among the alchemists of Great Qian? Are you not afraid of offending the entire Medicine King Valley with such blasphemous words? He waved his hand impatiently, about to shoo them away, when he noticed a man in luxurious brocade robes approaching from afar, leading several distinguished elders who were clearly of high status. The apothecary's assistant, fawning, rushed forward. Young Master Ling, what brings you to the Medicine King Valley? This was none other than Ling Yuntian, the eldest son of the Ling family of the Medicine King Valley. Ling Yuntian stated, quickly inform Grandmaster Lin that several dignitaries have come seeking elixirs. The apothecary's assistant wore a troubled expression. Grandmaster Lin has been in seclusion for over a month. Before secluding himself, he instructed that he was not to be disturbed by anyone. Upon hearing this, the elders revealed disappointed expressions. Young Master Ling, since Grandmaster Lin is in seclusion, perhaps we shouldn't disturb him. We can seek out other alchemists as well. Although Grandmaster Lin specialized in concocting elixirs for longevity and rejuvenation, the Medicine King Valley was teeming with experts, and surely other alchemists were capable. If not, they could wait for Grandmaster Lin to emerge from seclusion and simply make a few more trips. Ling Yuntian, however, felt his prestige was on the line. Others were merely others, but he, Ling Yuntian, was the son of the Medicine King Valley's master, the Ling family's heir. Surely Lin, you wouldn't refuse him this small favor. Go and announce that it is I, Ling Yuntian, who seeks his assistance. The apothecary's assistant dared not offend Ling Yuntian and could only nod in agreement. Then I will inform him now. Please wait here for a moment, young Master Ling, and esteemed sirs. He turned back and saw that Chu Xia and Xia Zixuan had not yet left. He glared at them in annoyance. If he weren't pressed for time, he would have liked to stay and lecture this ignorant youth properly. Esteemed ladies, are you also here to seek out Grandmaster Lin Yu? Ling Yuntian had now noticed Chu Xia and Xia Zixuan. When he saw Xia Zixuan, his eyes lit up involuntarily, utterly captivated. He had seen his fair share of beauties, and he knew most of the beauties in the imperial capital. Yet this woman, possessing such captivating beauty, was a first encounter. She was either a maiden yet to leave her boudoir or a visitor from afar. In his eyes, such maidens were the easiest to ensnare. To Ling Yuntian's disappointment, however, Xia Zixuan seemed to completely ignore him, paying no heed to his greeting, not even deigning to glance at him. Ling Yuntian frowned slightly but quickly regained his composure, taking the initiative to approach. I am Ling Yuntian, son of Ling Zhua, the master of this Medicine King Valley. If the ladies wish to see Grandmaster Lin use alchemy, I can introduce you to him when he arrives. It would be far better than waiting here in vain. A flicker of annoyance crossed Xia Zixuan's beautiful eyes. She was about to refuse when she heard Chu Xia say with a smile, young Master Ling is indeed eager to help others. When Grandmaster Lin arrives, please say a few kind words on our behalf. Of course, of course. Ling Yuntian said nothing more. He knew that pursuing a woman required patience. And with another man present, it was inconvenient for him to make his move. He could use the pretext of alchemy later to find a way to separate the two. Once the lady was alone, he was confident that he could win her over with his skills. Ah, that figure, that bearing, truly unparalleled. Although she wore a veil, his years of experience in the realm of romance told him that the maiden's face was undoubtedly exquisite. Ling Yuntian's heart itched with anticipation, but on the surface, he engaged in lofty discussions with the accompanying elders. The topics were all highbrow: innovations in the imperial examinations, the autumn tax revenue, the direction of the imperial court, and so on. Ordinary people would surely be impressed. However, to Xia Zixuan, it was a case of teaching a fish how to swim. She clearly had no interest in these topics, simply admiring the scenery of the Medicine King Valley with Chu Xia. It had to be said that the Medicine King Valley had the air of a secluded paradise. The environment was pleasant, the air was fresh, and the spiritual spring in the center of the valley was exceptional, constantly releasing spiritual energy, making the spiritual energy concentration in the valley far higher than outside. Given the opportunity, I could build a summer palace here and spend a few days during the spring and autumn seasons, which would be a unique experience, Xia Zixuan remarked. As a princess, she might not be able to accomplish this, but once she ascended the throne and became the Great Qian's Empress, the entire empire would be under her control. Building a summer palace would be a minor matter, requiring only a command. I have said that I am in seclusion and will see no one. Get out. Suddenly, a stern and domineering voice echoed from within the valley. Soon after, the apothecary's assistant stumbled out, his face bearing a look of relief. Young Master Ling, did you hear that? Grandmaster Lin will see no one. I was almost struck to death by his medicinal dregs. Ling Yuntian frowned slightly. Lin Yu's temper was too volatile. Even knowing that he had arrived, he still refused to show him any respect. However, Lin Yu's status was extraordinary. Even his father had to treat him with deference and would not dare to offend him. Young Master Ling, perhaps we should let it go and seek out other alchemists. Indeed, let's not anger Grandmaster Lin. It would not be good for any of us. Young Master Ling's thoughtfulness is enough. We old fellows will remember your kindness, the elders advised. Although Ling Yuntian felt his prestige was on the line, he saw no better option. He nodded and then looked at Xia Zishuan. Ladies, it seems we will not be able to see Grandmaster Lin today. If you have any needs, you may accompany us, and I will take you to Grandmaster Zhang, one of the most renowned alchemists in the Medicine King Valley. The elixirs he concocts are exclusively for the imperial family, so his abilities are definitely reliable. Xia Zishuan did not expect this fly to persist and could not help but look at Ling Yuntian. However, her gaze was cold and ruthless, like a deity gazing upon an ant. A single glance sent a shiver down Ling Yuntian's spine, and he subconsciously took several steps back. He was flustered. This was no maiden in her boudoir. Such a gaze could only belong to someone of high status. This lady's identity was certainly extraordinary, of considerable importance. Chu Xia did not notice this scene. He trusted that Xia Zishuan could handle her own affairs. However, Lin Yu's refusal to emerge from seclusion left him speechless. It was almost dusk, and there was no time to waste. Thus, Chu Xia simply focused his spiritual power into his throat and shouted into the valley, "Lin Yu! Will you not even see your master?" Chu Xia's shout startled the apothecary's assistant, who rushed forward to cover Chu Xia's mouth. "Damn it, if you want to die, don't involve me. I was just lectured by Grandmaster Lin." Chu Xia's still unsettled spiritual power instantly surged forth, creating a wave that kept the apothecary's assistant at bay. That voice. It's Master. Master, why have you come to the Medicine King Valley? Accompanied by a cry of mingled joy and trepidation, Ling Yu hurriedly rushed over. And to the shock of the apothecary's assistant and Ling Yuntian, he slid to his knees before Chu Xia with a thud. "Master, I beg your forgiveness." Chapter 72, The Ling family's favor. The young apothecary was in a state of panic. What is happening? Is this lad truly the master of the esteemed Master Lin Yu? This must be a jest. Master Lin Yu is a figure of immense stature, how could he possibly take a youth as his teacher? It is utterly absurd. Yet, there was no time to ponder these thoughts. He had offended the master of Master Lin, a grave matter indeed. Should the other party pursue retribution, he would find himself in grave peril. With a thud, the young apothecary knelt in reverence alongside Lin Yu. "Master, it is I who am blind to greatness. I beseech your forgiveness." Lin Yu cast a puzzled glance at the young apothecary, quickly grasping the situation, and erupted in a torrent of invective. The young apothecary accepted the reprimand with humility, nodding repeatedly in acknowledgement of his error. "Enough, it is not a matter of great consequence. I have come to seek your assistance in preparing a batch of spiritual herbs. Let us find a suitable place to discuss this further." "Yes, Master. And Your Highness, the Grand Princess, please allow me to escort you to the herb garden," Lin Yu respectfully suggested. Chu Xia nodded and entered the valley with Princess Xia Zishuan. Ling Yuntian stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Wait. What did Lin Yu just call that lady? Grand Princess? How many Grand Princesses could there possibly be in Diqian? Realizing his grievous error, Ling Yuntian's face turned pale, and he became increasingly anxious. This was disastrous. That was none other than the Grand Princess Xia Zishuan, the most prominent contender for the throne, potentially destined to become the new Empress of the Diqian dynasty. He had nearly caused a calamity. If he had truly offended the Grand Princess, it would be a crime punishable by extermination of his entire clan. Ling Yuntian hurriedly recalled that he had not uttered anything overly reckless, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, even so, he was not free from punishment. "No, I must excuse myself, esteemed elders. I need to return home at once." He needed to consult his father on how to remedy this predicament. Furthermore, This was an excellent opportunity for the Ling family to ally with the Grand Princess, and he had to seize it. Uncertain how long the Grand Princess would linger in the Herb King Valley, he needed to act swiftly and return without delay, ensuring he did not miss this opportunity. Within the herb garden, a vast drying area displayed an array of peculiar spiritual herbs being processed. The air was thick with the mingling scents of countless medicinal ingredients. To Chu Xia's astonishment, he found himself capable of identifying the names and properties of most of the spiritual herbs solely by their aromas. The apothecary's art was indeed a remarkable skill, he would need to practice diligently. Master, you require a substantial quantity of heavenly spirit fruits, Xian Huang Ginseng, and dragon breath grass. Chu Xia nodded. These 3 herbs are particularly elusive, you will need to devise a strategy to procure them. The rest can be easily ordered from the market. Lin Yu contemplated swiftly and replied, understood, master. I will find a way. The Herb King Valley has a well-established trading network. These 3 herbs are abundant in the southern regions, and we can easily transport them without significant delay. That is fine. But my demand is considerable. I will provide you with 50,000 taels of gold up front. Please begin gathering a batch, so I can assess their quality. Chu Xia had previously spent the gold ingots he acquired in Jiangnan on the Divine Martial Army, leaving him nearly penniless. However, after eliminating several disciples of the Ascension sect, he discovered a substantial amount of gold within their storage bags, totaling around 50,000 taels. Without hesitation, he presented the entire sum to Lin Yu. Even Lin Yu, given his status, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of such an impressive sum. Master's financial resources are indeed formidable. Even Princess Xia Zixuan was astonished, questioning when Chu Xia had amassed such wealth. Yet, observing his intent to procure medicinal materials, it seemed 50,000 taels might scarcely suffice. Do you require more? I have some personal funds, if you are in urgent need, I can provide them, Princess Xia Zixuan offered. Chu Xia shook his head, there is no need. Once the first batch of elixirs is refined, a steady stream of wealth will flow in. At that point, not only will I not need to invest further, but I shall also profit considerably. Princess Xia Zixuan did not doubt this statement. Apothecaries were indeed a lucrative profession, especially for someone of Chu Xia's caliber. Had he not been so modest, he could easily draw clients and amass wealth daily. After carefully securing the gold ingots, Lin Yu assured, rest assured, master. I will diligently fulfill your request. Within a month, I will gather all the spiritual herbs you require. Chu Xia instructed, once the herbs are collected, they will remain in the Herb King Valley. I will return to refine the elixirs, you simply need to prepare the alchemical furnace. Ah! I shall once again witness Master's alchemical finesse. Lin Yu exclaimed joyfully. After receiving guidance from Chu Xia previously, he had secluded himself in the Herb King Valley, and his skills had indeed advanced significantly. However, he still had some distance to go before breaking through to the realm of Master Apothecary. If he could receive a few more pointers from his master, his success in this endeavor would be nearly assured. Enough with the flattery, there are matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Chu Xia waved his hand, declining Lin Yu's farewell, and departed with Princess Xia Zixuan. On their way back to the capital, the Ling family's entourage hurriedly pursued them. Your Highness, I am Ling Yuntian. I previously acted presumptuously, and I hope for your understanding. My father has sent a cart of spiritual herbs and treasures as a token of our Ling family's goodwill. I implore you to accept them. Ling Yuntian dared not approach, bowing respectfully from a distance of several meters. This fellow is rather bothersome, Princess Xia Zixuan frowned, preparing to instruct Bai Ji and Xingyu to send him away. However, Chu Xia interjected, why refuse a gift? Though Ling Yuntian may be inept, Ling Xuanhua is one of the most formidable martial talents of the younger generation in Deqian. It would be advantageous to maintain a cordial relationship with the Ling family. That is a valid point, Princess Xia Zixuan pondered for a moment before instructing Bai Ji. Inform him that I accept the Ling family's goodwill. I shall overlook his previous offense. Additionally, once Ling Xuanhua returns home, let him know I invite her to visit Ziyue Palace. Understood, Your Highness, Bai Ji responded and approached Ling Yuntian for discussion. Ling Yuntian's face brightened considerably, nodding eagerly in agreement. Inside the cart sent by Ling Yuntian, Chu Xia examined a dry and unremarkable spiritual herb with great interest. This herb resembled ginseng, had the texture of yellow essence, exuded a peculiar aroma, and felt slightly numbing to the touch. It was a spiritual herb Chu Xia did not recognize, indicating that it was of a higher grade than most, distinctly different from ordinary herbs. No wonder the Wanshen Ding reacted. Buzz. In the next moment, the spiritual herb vanished from Chu Xia's grasp. Moments later, a new herb emerged from the Wanshen Ding. It was another ginseng, yet the potency radiating from it was extraordinary. Thunder Essence Ginseng, a low-grade treasure. Chapter 73, Entering the Treasure Pavilion. Much like magical artifacts, medicinal herbs and elixirs are categorized according to the grades of spirit, treasure, Tao, and immortal. Spirit-grade treasures are the most ubiquitous, particularly within the vast realm of the Deqian dynasty, where an abundance of spirit herbs flourishes. These naturally cultivated entities are solely dependent on the concentration of spiritual energy in nature. However, once treasures ascend to the treasure grade, the distinction becomes significant. Spirit herbs can only thrive for a maximum of 1,000 years before they wither and perish. Conversely, only those medicinal herbs that surpass a millennium can be deemed as treasure herbs. The Thunder Essence Ginseng, albeit a low-grade treasure herb, boasts an age of at least 1,000 years, endowing it with formidable potency. Yet, its specific effects remain unknown to Chu Xia. He must further elevate his mastery of the apothecary's art. Shortly thereafter, the caravan returned to the imperial capital. As dusk settled, the city was ablaze with light. At the entrance of the alley housing the gambling den, a throng of anxious individuals awaited something. As the carriage approached, several rushed forward. Could it be that the esteemed Chu Xia is in that carriage? Inquired an elderly man with a goat beard, dressed in antiquated attire, his tone exceedingly deferential. Chu Xia lifted the curtain and cast a languid glance outside. Are you the shadowy proprietor of the gambling den? Not at all, not at all. I am Chu Xia. Fortunate to have garnered the favor of esteemed patrons, allowing me to make a humble living. My subordinates previously offended young Master Chu, they are truly deserving of their fate. I have prepared a modest gift, and I hope young Master Chu can graciously accept it and grant us a reprieve, Chu Xia said with a smile, extending a brocade box with both hands. With a flick of his finger, Chu Xia unleashed a delicate sword chi that opened the box, revealing a thick stack of gold notes, official currency from the Deqian Silver Bank, amounting to nearly 2,000 taels. The offering is rather paltry, Chu Xia remarked, unperturbed, as he accepted the box and added with a smile, may you prosper, Chu Xia. With that, the carriage departed without delay. Chu Xia wiped the cold sweat from his brow and exhaled deeply. Ah, what wind has blown Chu Xia out today? Just then, a hearty voice reached his ears. Upon seeing the young man approaching, Chu Xia's expression shifted to one of surprise as he quickly bowed, I greet young Master Ling. The newcomer was none other than Ling Yuntian. He had not intentionally followed Chu Xia, rather, he was merely passing through on his way home and happened to witness the preceding scene. Ling Yuntian, intrigued, approached to inquire about the connection between the princess and a gambling den owner. After a brief exchange and understanding the situation, he chuckled softly. Chu Xia. You squandered an excellent opportunity. Chu Xia was bewildered. Do you know who is in that carriage? Is it not Chu Xia, the son of the divine martial general? Indeed. But there is another person inside, the esteemed Long Princess. What? Chu Xia's face drained of color. However, realization dawned upon him as he comprehended Ling Yuntian's implication. He had squandered a golden opportunity to befriend the Long Princess. Upon returning to the Deqian Palace, they did not head directly to Ziyue Hall but first went to Lanqi Hall to collect Xia Lanqi. It was late into the night when the three made their way to the treasure pavilion. With Xia Lanqi present, it was essential as neither Chu Xia nor Xia Zishuan recognized the map of mountains and rivers, while only Xia Lanqi was familiar with its appearance. The treasure pavilion was situated in the heart of the Deqian Palace, not far from the emperor's residence in the Yuqian Palace. Though it appeared unremarkable on the surface, its true value lay in the vast underground treasure vault. Upon entering the pavilion, they first traversed a staircase guarded by numerous Longyuan guards, entering the subterranean realm. These individuals were the elite assassins left by the late Empress Meng Wanqing for Xia Zixuan, fiercely loyal and possessing formidable strength. Most of whom were experts of the transformation realm. Even during the recent hunting trial, Xia Zixuan had not brought these skilled protectors, as their sole duty was to guard the treasure pavilion, rarely straying from their post. Greetings, Long Princess. Xia Zixuan nodded, offering no further words as she proceeded to the first underground level. Before them stood a massive iron door, as formidable as a city wall, with a stooped elder silently awaiting Xia Zixuan's arrival. Elder M.O., I seek a particular item. Your assistance is unnecessary today, Xia Zixuan addressed the elder with utmost respect. The elder, known as M.O. Lao, nodded slightly and stepped aside. As he passed Chu Xia, his murky eyes scrutinized him with an air of appreciation and approval. However, his gaze towards Xia Lanqi bore a hint of hostility. Xia Lanqi was not taken aback. After all, her mother had been a sworn enemy of Empress Meng Wanqing. Once M.O. Lao withdrew, Xia Zixuan retrieved a purple jade pendant, activating it with her spiritual energy to dismantle the magical array sealing the treasure pavilion's entrance. The door slowly creaked open, illuminating the vault within, where treasures extended as far as the eye could see. Chu Xia's divine cauldron began to tremble with excitement. The treasure pavilion held countless intriguing items that caught the attention of the divine cauldron. Nevertheless, Chu Xia managed to suppress his fervent desire. Although Xia Zixuan managed the pavilion, every item within was meticulously catalogued in the National Treasury records, necessitating registration for storage and retrieval, with regular audits conducted. Now was not the opportune moment. However, once he supported Xia Zixuan to ascend the throne and she became the Empress of Deqian, accessing the treasures within the pavilion, and indeed the entire national treasury, would be of no concern. This level was primarily stocked with tributes from various regions, primarily intended for the royal family. The lower level contained a hodgepodge of items accumulated over the years, including some belongings left by the late Empress. Thus, Xia Zixuan led them directly to the second level. They arrived at a stone chamber resembling an elevator, where Xia Zixuan activated the array with a key, allowing the mechanism beneath their feet to engage and descend to the second level of the vault. This area was seldom visited even by Xia Zixuan herself. Upon entry, Chu Xia beheld a colossal windmill-like shelving apparatus, continuously rotating. The windmill comprised over 30 compartments, each housing several treasures. There were at least 20 such windmills, captivating Chu Xia's attention. Among the treasures that stirred the divine cauldron's agitation, there were more than 10 items. Resisting the impulse to seize everything, Chu Xia began to examine each treasure meticulously. Chapter 74, The Unveiling of Treasures. The array of dazzling treasures, while initially astonishing, did not quite live up to Chu Xia's lofty expectations upon closer inspection. This was, however, entirely reasonable, as the Deqian dynasty was merely a secular empire, with few cultivators across the realm. The treasures collected were predominantly mundane artifacts, with the finest among them being a few millennia-old medicinal herbs and several commendable spiritual artifacts. The remaining treasures, although rare, held little practical value for cultivators, which left Chu Xia somewhat disheartened. Have you found the map of mountains and rivers? Asked Xia Zixuan. Xia Lanqi shook her head in response. I have not seen it. Could it be that my mother deceived me, and the map is not here? Or perhaps it has already been taken by someone else? Since I have overseen the treasure pavilion, I maintain a detailed inventory of every item entering and leaving the vault. The likelihood of such an occurrence is minimal, unless the map of mountains and rivers has been disguised as another treasure. That possibility cannot be dismissed, Xia Lanqi nodded thoughtfully. Chu Xia's gaze swept the room once more, focusing intently on the dozen or so items that had caused the commotion with the divine cauldron. Most of these items were spiritual herbs or various ores. Not only was the map of mountains and rivers absent, but even the picture of streams and bridges eluded them. Wait a moment. Chu Xia calmed his mind, carefully attuning to the vibration frequency of the divine cauldron. It seemed that the cauldron's response was particularly pronounced towards a specific treasure. Following the vibrations, he approached a windmill shelf and instructed Xia Zixuan to stop the windmill and retrieve a piece of amber. This amber, the size of a human head, encased a rare blue-winged dragonfly, making it a unique specimen worthy of collection. Yet, neither the amber nor the dragonfly seemed capable of captivating the interest of the divine cauldron. Igniting the sunfire with his fingertips, Chu Xia illuminated the amber and scrutinized it closely. To his surprise, he discovered something intriguing. On the wings of the dragonfly, faintly visible, were some runic structures, albeit arranged in a peculiar and seemingly incomplete manner. If the 4 wings of the dragonfly could be combined, his thoughts sparked. And without hesitation, Chu Xia summoned the absolute killing sword, meticulously slicing through the amber. After considerable effort, he finally extracted the blue-winged dragonfly intact. As perspiration beaded on his forehead, both Xia Zixuan and Xia Lanqi simultaneously offered their handkerchiefs to wipe his brow. They exchanged a brief, awkward glance. And Xia Lanqi was the first to retract her handkerchief. Xia Zixuan gently dabbed the sweat from Chu Xia's brow and inquired, "What have you discovered? Is there something special about this dragonfly?" "I'm not certain yet, I need to experiment further." Chu Xia proceeded to detach the 4 wings, attempting to rearrange them in various configurations. After several attempts, he sighed and shook his head. "This is far more complex than I anticipated. The arrangement of the runes is too chaotic, it may require substantial time to deduce the correct sequence." "Do you believe the map of mountains and rivers is concealed within the dragonfly's wings?" "There is a possibility." "Then we should bring the dragonfly back for further examination." "It's merely a piece of amber, I can easily replace it later, as its value is negligible, and no one will inquire." "That's unnecessary, the wings are not the key. The runes are what matter. Bring me some paper and a brush." Upon hearing this, Xia Zixuan promptly retrieved the talisman paper and brush she had intended to use for practicing runes. Chu Xia carefully cut the talisman paper and inscribed a segment of the runes on each sheet, resulting in a total of 160 runic symbols. It appeared he would need to dedicate some time to mastering the art of concentrating divine runes. A sudden headache washed over him as he realized the multitude of disciplines he needed to cultivate: the Sun God technique, the Supreme True Sword technique, the Xiantian scripture, the apothecary technique, and the art of concentrating divine runes. He lamented the insufficient time at his disposal, wishing for a special space that could slow the flow of time solely for cultivation. After securing the talisman paper, Chu Xia reignited the sunfire, restoring the amber to its original state. Though the restoration was not flawless, it was inconspicuous enough upon casual inspection. Once the amber was returned to its place, the trio departed the treasure pavilion. "Sister Lanqi, it's getting late. Would you care to spend the night at my Ziyue palace?" Xia Zixuan teased Xia Lanqi. A flicker of excitement crossed Xia Lanqi's face, yet she hesitated to respond directly, seeking Chu Xia's approval with her gaze. "Do as you wish." Xia Lanqi's face brightened. "Then I shall thank you, dear sister." Upon returning to Ziyue Palace, Xia Zixuan immediately instructed her servants to prepare a room next to her own. Smirking mischievously as she said, "Sister, please don't mind, Ziyue Palace is not as lavish as your Lanqi Palace, so you must make do for one night." Xia Lanqi dared not voice any complaints, readily agreeing that it was of no concern. Just as Chu Xia was about to speak, Xia Zixuan pulled him back into the bedroom. "Wait, what are you doing? At least let me take a bath first." The following day, at the break of dawn, a sleepless Xia Lanqi hastily departed Ziyue Palace. She could not endure another moment in that place. "Xia Zixuan, you are truly shameless. You lured me here only to subject me to this? If I ever believe another word you say, I am a fool." In the bedroom, Chu Xia patted Xia Zixuan's face. "Now that she has left, how long will you continue to put on a brave face?" Xia Zixuan lethargically turned over. "I'm going to sleep, regardless of what happens today, do not disturb me." Chu Xia shrugged, rising to the basement to retrieve the talisman paper, beginning to piece together the runes. Soon, the floor was covered with talisman sheets, resembling a challenging jigsaw puzzle. After a while, he grew frustrated and abandoned the effort. He realized he needed to enhance his mastery of the divine runes first, otherwise, blind attempts would yield no results. Sitting cross-legged, he calmed his mind and commenced his training in the art of concentrating divine runes, as countless runic symbols rapidly materialized in his consciousness. Unbeknownst to him, several hours slipped by. Only when his head grew heavy and his awareness began to fade did Chu Xia conclude his practice. Returning to his room, he found Xia Zixuan still buried in slumber. Feeling somewhat hungry, he ventured out in search of sustenance. After satisfying his appetite, although he felt somewhat rejuvenated, a lingering drowsiness remained. As evening fell, casting a dreamlike twilight, Chu Xia stepped out of Ziyue Palace, intending to take a leisurely stroll. He soon arrived at the shores of Yangxin Lake. The sight of the lake reflecting the setting sun was exquisite, prompting him to wander towards a pavilion situated at the lake's center to enjoy the breeze. Upon entering the pavilion, he was surprised to find someone already seated there, none other than an old acquaintance, Lu Qifeng. Chu Xia had not donned a mask. Lu Qifeng recognized him, momentarily stunned before hesitating, seemingly reluctant to acknowledge him. In just a year, Chu Xia had transformed so significantly that he seemed like a different person altogether. "Brother Feng, do you not recognize me?" Chu Xia greeted with a smile. Only when Chu Xia took the initiative to greet him did Lu Qifeng spring to his feet, his expression one of disbelief. "You? Young commander, is it truly you?" Chapter 75, The Crime of Deceiving the Emperor. Of course, it is I. And there can be no doubt about it. Although Lu Qifeng has now allied himself with Xia Ruining, Chu Xia remains unfazed. The greatest threat to his identity, Xia Lanqi, has already become his demon servant. Despite the formidable prowess of the Dog Emperor, he poses no immediate danger to Chu Xia, allowing him to avoid undue concern for the time being. Moreover, having known Lu Qifeng for a long time, he is well aware of his character. Aside from a slight penchant for gambling, he possesses no major flaws and is known for his loyalty, especially towards his father. Unexpectedly, Lu Qifeng's eyes redden. "It's wonderful that you, the young marshal, are still alive. With the divine martial army having a successor, I can depart in peace." Chu Xia furrows his brow. "Brother Feng, what have you done?" He senses that something is amiss with Lu Qifeng, who is sitting alone by the lake at night, reeking of alcohol. Clearly, something significant has transpired. Lu Qifeng does not conceal the truth from Chu Xia and recounts the series of events that have unfolded since his entrance into the palace. Upon hearing this, Chu Xia is left in utter shock. "You mean to say, you killed the 7th prince, Xia Masheng?" For the past few days, Xia Zhiyuan has been frantically searching for the murderer, and the culprit is right in front of me, and one of our own? Chu Xia's confusion deepens. But Xia Masheng, despite his youth, is protected by master-level warriors. How did you accomplish this? Leaning against the bench, Lu Qifeng takes a swig from the jug on the ground. "Young marshal, did you forget? My master is General Guiying, the most adept at assassination in the divine martial army. I was not alone. Over 30 of us infiltrated the palace disguised as various individuals, embedding ourselves within the camps of several princes. We even had our own people lying in wait among Xia Masheng's retinue." While Lu Qifeng speaks nonchalantly, Chu Xia envisions the immense difficulty of attempting to assassinate a prince protected by master-level warriors with only 30 men. Yet, as he mentioned, success was indeed possible. Especially since Lu Qifeng chose to strike on the day of the palace coup, thereby increasing the odds of success. But what could have compelled Lu Qifeng to take such drastic action? Chu Xia voices his bewilderment. "But young marshal, you infiltrated the palace as well. So you must have uncovered the connection between the death of the divine martial general and the emperor. Thus, your assassination of the prince was an act of vengeance for your father." Lu Qifeng offers a bitter smile. "My abilities are limited. I do not even have the qualifications to approach Yuqian Palace. Therefore, I can only do what I can to diminish the royal family's power." Although the 7th prince is the youngest, he participated in the ancestral dragon festival. While he may not have had the opportunity to seize the throne, his death would escalate the pressure on the other princes. I initially planned to create obstacles for the other princes after the trial of the cataclysm began. Unfortunately, with the 3rd prince, Xia Zhiyuan, investigating so thoroughly these past few days, my identity is likely to be exposed soon. To avoid implicating the other divine martial army members, I must die. After hearing Lu Qifeng's original plan, Chu Xia falls into a long silence. While he cannot judge whether Lu Qifeng's actions are right or wrong, his loyalty to the divine martial army is beyond doubt. "Brother Feng, do you remember Luo Panghai?" Suddenly hearing the mention of Luo Panghai, Lu Qifeng appears surprised. Of course. I remember he led the 4th Army south. He is dead, and I killed him. What? Lu Qifeng's eyes widen in disbelief. Despite his disdain for Luo Panghai, he was undeniably a genuine master-level warrior. How could Chu Xia have killed him? Yet, Lu Qifeng knows well that the young marshal is not one to speak falsely. If he claims it, it must be true. I have another identity in the palace, known as Xia Chu. You are the alchemist Xia Chu who refined the spirit-level dragon blood pill that day? Lu Qifeng is truly dumbfounded. What? What have you experienced during this time? I mention this to reassure you, I am well, and you need not seek death. Gather the brothers of the divine martial army. Tonight, I will escort you out of the palace. Bring along any brothers you can contact, and we will head south to rendezvous with the 4th Army. Lu Qifeng's expression shifts. Young marshal, do you intend to? Do not overthink it. The divine martial army is our foundation. Naturally, I wish to provide my brothers with a better future. We cannot continue living under the shelter of others. Lu Qifeng feels the fervor in Chu Xia's gaze. In that moment, he seems to see the figure of the divine martial general. He stands upright, saluting with a military salute. Rest assured, young marshal. I will accomplish this task. In the deep of night, under the escort of the carriage from Ziyue Palace, Lu Qifeng and over 30 soldiers from the divine martial army are gradually sent out of the palace gates by Chu Xia. Outside the southern suburbs, before their departure, Chu Xia hands Lu Qifeng the 2,000 taels of gold he acquired yesterday. Purchase more supplies on the way. The conditions in the mountains are still quite harsh for now, but they will soon improve. Understood, young marshal. You must take care of yourself in the palace. The brothers will await your return. Upon returning to the palace, Chu Xia does not head directly back to Ziyue Palace but first visits the 7th prince's residence. Xia Zhiyuan sits despondently on the steps outside the door. How could they have escaped? I had finally tracked down the lead. Now I am doomed. Who could grant me a cup of poison to allow me to depart with dignity? Listening to Xia Zhiyuan's lamentations, Chu Xia finds himself at a loss for words. This fellow certainly seems to be plagued by misfortune. Let me ask you, who is the greatest enemy of Deqian right now? Chu Xia sits beside Xia Zhiyuan. Xia Zhiyuan is taken aback, then, after a moment of contemplation, he responds. Deqian is strategically positioned, with no neighboring dynasties. To the south lies the southern frontier. To the east the Zhangxi, to the north the ascending Immortal Gate, and only the western nomadic tribes occasionally invade, plundering the wealth of Deqian's citizens. Then it's settled. Identify a tribe you are displeased with, and pin the blame for the murder of the 7th prince on them. Evidence is abundant. When you go to see the emperor tomorrow, proactively request to lead an army against the tribe, seeking to redeem yourself through merit. If you strike hard enough, there will be no witnesses, and the emperor, seeing your achievements, would certainly not bestow upon you the death penalty. Xia Zhiyuan is astonished. But that would be the crime of deceiving the emperor. This audacious proposition flows so effortlessly from Chu Xia's lips. However, upon further reflection, Xia Zhiyuan realizes that this may indeed be his only path to survival. If executed properly, it could not only quell the emperor's anger but also showcase his military talents, winning his father's favor. This idea is truly remarkable. Master Xia Chu, thank you for your guidance. I know what to do now. Xia Zhiyuan's eyes shine with renewed vigor, and after bowing gratefully to Chu Xia, he hurriedly departs. Chapter 76, Exceedingly warm upon returning to the Purple Moon Palace. The night was already profound. The Grand Princess's chambers were brightly illuminated. Xia Zishuan was seated at her desk, diligently scribbling and sketching, practicing the art of divine runes. It was evident she had no intention of relinquishing her efforts. Given her innate deficiencies, she sought to compensate through assiduousness. Chu Xia found this tenacity quite admirable. Consequently, Chu Xia relinquished all 160 rune papers to Xia Zishuan. Take these and contemplate them. The Grand Princess lifted her gaze in astonishment, seemingly taken aback. Have you conceded? She had presumed Chu Xia to be omnipotent. Apparently, there were matters that could stymie him. My time is of paramount importance. Since you are comparatively idle, You may as well dedicate more time to this endeavor." With those words, Chu Xia retreated to the underground chamber for secluded cultivation. The Grand Princess remained taciturn. "So? My time is deemed worthless, is it? Just you wait. With my prodigious luck, I might stumble upon the solution and piece together the complete rune matrix. Then, the rivers and mountains divine altar map will be mine. And the treasures of the eternal dynasty will be at my disposal." Xia Zishuan cleared the desk, meticulously arranging each rune paper. Her left hand supporting her chin as she concentrated intently. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. During this period, Chu Xia had scarcely left the Purple Moon Palace. Once immersed in cultivation, the passage of time became inconsequential. In Chu Xia's perception, merely a day or two had transpired. Throughout this period, he primarily focused on the Xian Heaven scripture, converting all the spiritual energy within his body into Xian Qi. The Xianin calamity bone had also diminished considerably during the cultivation of the Xian Heaven scripture, now only half its original size. To be precise, it was not consumed but rather fused with the Xian Qi and assimilated into Chu Xia's body. Upon introspection, he could vaguely discern that the strength of his entire skeletal structure had been augmented, and the bone tissue had undergone a transformation, exuding a faint, chilling aura. An ordinary individual might find this unbearable. However, Chu Xia possessed a pure Yang Dao body, his innate Yang energy surpassing even that of a wild tiger, rendering him impervious to severe cold. This subtle chilling aura would not harm Chu Xia, instead, it would aid in lowering his body temperature, enhancing his comfort. After a month of cultivation, Chu Xia's most significant realization was that the potency of Xian Qi was indeed far superior to that of spiritual energy. Of course, the power generated by Xian Qi after circulating through the body still qualified as spiritual energy. However, this spiritual energy, compared to what Chu Xia had previously mastered, possessed greater purity, resilience, tensile strength, and penetrating power. Chu Xia dubbed it Xian spiritual power. With the assistance of Xian spiritual power, Chu Xia's cultivation progressed rapidly during this month, achieving 2 breakthroughs. Chu Xia's current cultivation level was now the Tribulation Transformation Realm, 3rd level. This time, he had not relied on any auxiliary elixirs or treasures. Given Chu Xia's current alchemy prowess, if he were to refine elixirs to enhance his cultivation, his progress would be even more accelerated. He might already be at the Tribulation Transformation Realm, 5th level. However, Kai had cautioned Chu Xia that it was inadvisable for nascent cultivators to consume too many elixirs, as this could lead to forced growth and potential harm. Chu Xia's natural aptitude was already exceptionally high, resulting in rapid cultivation. Pursuing efficiency through elixirs would be counterproductive. Chu Xia did not fully comprehend these intricacies, but he sensed the validity of Kai's words. Since the ancestral dragon ceremony was still several months away, Chu Xia was in no hurry. Achieving the Grandmaster realm was undoubtedly within reach. However, since Zhang Yunji had imparted the Xian Heaven scripture to him, was the task of breaking through to the Grandmaster realm too facile? As a man of ambition and drive, Chu Xia resolved to increase the difficulty of his advancement. Upon his next encounter with Zhang Yunji, he must attain at least the late stage of the Grandmaster realm, preferably the Great Perfection stage. Within a year, he would establish himself at the pinnacle of the martial arts world. If he could present such an accomplishment, Zhang Yunji should be satisfied. As for the Foundation Establishment realm that followed the Grandmaster realm, it was not that Chu Xia was unwilling, but Kai had mentioned that human cultivators were classified into different tiers during Foundation establishment. The higher the tier, the greater the potential for future growth. Chu Xia, without guidance, might haphazardly establish his foundation, potentially affecting his future development. Therefore, even if the opportunity arose, Chu Xia would not attempt foundation establishment lightly. He would need to seek Zhang Yunji's counsel and have her personally guide him through the process. His future was at stake, and he could not afford to be careless. Exquisite. Chu Xia stepped outdoors, stretching luxuriously. Winter had arrived, and delicate snowflakes were swirling outside the Purple Moon Palace. The carriage is prepared. Shall we depart now? The Grand Princess leaned against the gilded Nanmu balustrade, her amethyst gauze sleeves cascading down her alabaster wrists, revealing a pair of gold-inlaid celadon jade bracelets. A gossamer shawl fashioned from twilight cloud silk, billowed in the breeze, resembling the ethereal clouds left behind by a celestial maiden. A gold phoenix, crafted from filigree and bearing an oriental pearl in its beak, adorned her hair, accentuating the vermilion on her lips. Lin Yu had dispatched a messenger yesterday to inform Chu Xia that he had procured all the spiritual herbs that Chu Xia had requested. Today, they were to journey to Medicine King Valley to concoct elixirs. However, Chu Xia had not anticipated the Grand Princess to be so exquisitely attired. On ordinary days, she presented a languid, even somewhat disheveled image. But with a touch of adornment, the Grand Princess's peerless beauty was unveiled without reservation. Chu Xia could not help but steal a few extra glances. "Are you accompanying me?" "Indeed. Today is the first snow day in the imperial capital. The palace is warm, and snow hardly accumulates on the ground. But the scenery outside the city is different. It must be a pristine white expanse now. Would it not be a waste of such a glorious day if we did not behold it? Perhaps due to the change in attire." Xia Zixuan's tone and demeanor differed significantly from her usual self. She was putting on airs. "Then let us depart." As long as he could refine the jade bloom pill, the medicine god formula could advance to the second level, ushering in another wave of refinement in Chu Xia's alchemy skills. He was eager to begin. Soon, the two were seated in the carriage. The Grand Princess had thoughtfully prepared a brazier, but she soon realized that her preparation was superfluous. Chu Xia himself was akin to a furnace, merely being in his proximity kept the chill at bay. Xia Zixuan promptly discarded the brazier to Bai Ji and Qingyu, who were driving the carriage outside, while she snuggled against Chu Xia. "Chu Xia, do I look beautiful today?" Xia Zixuan inquired with affectionate eyes. Chu Xia nodded. "Then why don't you hold me tighter?" "Oh no," the Grand Princess's eyes are glazed over. "It's only been a month of secluded cultivation without touching her." "How did she become so deprived?" "Women." Chu Xia reclined, interlacing his fingers behind his head. "I'll give you half an hour." "Do as you please." "Half an hour. It's a bit short. But it's better than nothing." Xia Zixuan's face immediately lit up with joy, and she pounced upon him with impetuousness. Outside Medicine King Valley, braving the fierce wind and fine snow, Bai Ji and Qingyu huddled around the brazier. Squatting on the snow-covered ground a few meters away from the carriage, shivering. "This weather is getting colder every year," Bai Ji grumbled. Qingyu patted Bai Ji and pointed to the carriage. "It's exceedingly warm in there. Would you like to inform the Grand Princess that you wish to enter and warm yourself? Are you trying to get me killed?" Chapter 77, Breakthrough of the Divine Medicine Formula. As the sun ascended toward midday, Chu Xia finally encountered Lin Yu after stepping out in the morning. The Medicine King's Valley remained shrouded in a thick mist of spiritual energy, now adorned with a blanket of pristine snow, resembling a celestial paradise. Inside a sturdy wooden cabin, Lin Yu was meticulously cataloging a variety of spiritual herbs for Chu Xia. The heavenly spirit fruit had been harvested from an eastern island, each specimen exceeding 500 years in age. The Xianuang ginseng and dragon breath grass were procured from several renowned apothecaries in Jiangnan, each also over 300 years old. Should these spiritual herbs fail to meet the master's standards, a journey to the southern frontier would become necessary. Chu Xia inspected the quality of the herbs one by one. Although they fell slightly short of expectations, they would suffice for the task at hand. "Let us proceed with these. Is the alchemical furnace prepared?" "It is ready," Lin Yu replied. "As per the Master's specifications, it has been forged from black iron, ensuring ample durability." However, Chu Xia interjected. "But the black iron is heavy and rigid, lacking the thermal conductivity of a conventional alchemical furnace. Without sufficient heat in the Medicine King's Valley, I may struggle to utilize it, correct?" "Not at all, Master. I would never dare question your capabilities." Lin Yu quickly shook his head. Noticing Chu Xia's calm demeanor, he realized his concerns were unwarranted. After all, the master was the youngest alchemist in the history of the Great Qian dynasty, while he himself had merely brushed the surface of alchemical mastery. His sole duty was to seize this opportunity to learn from the master's expertise. Moments later, under Lin Yu's guidance, they ventured deep into a man-made cavern within the valley. The cave was warm and dry, equipped with all necessary facilities. And there stood an imposing alchemical furnace crafted from black iron, its metallic sheen reflecting an aura of cold strength. This black iron was not sourced from Chu Xia's own foundry, his supply was too precious and should remain concealed for the time being. Although black iron was scarce in the market, Lin Yu, with his esteemed status, found it no challenge to acquire some. As for the financial expenditure, it was considerable. Yet Lin Yu had chosen to bear the cost himself, believing that as a disciple, he should regularly express his filial piety, otherwise, how could the master impart his true skills? With a firm knock, Chu Xia rapped on the furnace, recognizing its solid construction. This furnace weighed no less than 7 or 8 tons and was immensely valuable. His senior disciple had indeed put in considerable effort. Suddenly, with a powerful strike, Chu Xia unleashed a stream of golden flames from his fingertips, enveloping the entire furnace. Under the terrifying heat of the blazing sun, the furnace quickly glowed red, causing the temperature within the cave to soar. Xia Zishuan soon found the heat unbearable and retreated outside. Though Lin Yu was also drenched in sweat, he grit his teeth and remained steadfast within the cave. "Fetch all the herbs," Chu Xia commanded. "Understood." Lin Yu scampered off. And upon stepping outside into the cold wind and snow, the discomfort on his face dissipated. Moments later, he returned with numerous herb gatherers, delivering basket after basket of sorted spiritual herbs into the cavern. The commotion soon drew the attention of other alchemists within the Medicine King's Valley. News of Lin Yu acknowledging a young master had already spread, and many were eager to witness the abilities of the young man who had so captivated the esteemed Master Lin. However, upon seeing Chu Xia intent on using a black iron furnace to concoct elixirs, several alchemists shook their heads in disbelief, denouncing it as folly. "Is this a game for children? Who in their right mind would use black iron for an alchemical furnace? That could be wielded as a siege weapon, capable of devastating entire swaths of land. Master, should we clear the area?" Lin Yu inquired cautiously. "Do as you wish," Chu Xia replied nonchalantly. Without hesitation, Lin Yu stepped outside and bellowed, dispersing the crowd. "What nonsense! I have finally gained a rare opportunity to observe the master's self-alchemical process up close. How could I allow you youngsters to witness it for free?" Unaware of his old disciple's intentions, Chu Xia began to shape flames with his bare hands, preparing the herbs for the alchemical process. The breakthrough of the divine medicine formula required crafting elixirs without any external assistance. To ascend to the second level, he needed to refine a 5th-tier spiritual elixir or higher by hand. The Yuhua pill, a 7th-tier elixir, clearly met the requirements. Thus, for the first Yuhua pill, Chu Xia could not use the furnace, he was required to refine it by hand. The challenge would undoubtedly be magnified, yet with ample materials at his disposal, he felt no pressure. Especially after a month of cultivating the Xiantian scripture, his control over spiritual energy had significantly improved. This nuanced control was precisely the skill most essential for an alchemist. Not a problem, Chu Xia assured himself as he focused intently on refining the Yuhua pill. Yet, this scene left Lin Yu utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping. "Master, you are refining pills by hand? What kind of miraculous technique is this?" His mind struggled to comprehend what his eyes witnessed. Lin Yu felt overwhelmed. Was this truly the distinction between ordinary individuals and prodigies? He had labored to learn alchemy himself, gaining fame as a herbalist by 18, yet had never succeeded in producing even a single elixir. Meanwhile, his master not only could concoct spiritual tier elixirs but could do so without any external aid. How could he justify this disparity? As time passed, Chu Xia's pace in refining the Yuhua pill was slow. To ensure absolute precision, he meticulously controlled the circulation of spiritual energy and the temperature of the blazing sun to the utmost limit, adhering strictly to the alchemical formula, leaving no room for error. Although the efficiency was low, the priority was stability on the first attempt. After a full hour, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air as Chu Xia opened his palm to reveal a crystal-clear Yuhua pill, glistening like white jade. Success at last. Filled with joy, Chu Xia promptly consumed the Yuhua pill, eager to experience the effects of the elixir he had personally refined. Compared to the Yuhua pill produced by the Wanshen Ding, this one as potency is slightly inferior. Yet, this is understandable. Refining by hand imposes significant limitations. Utilizing the alchemical furnace would undoubtedly enhance both efficiency and quality. Upon invoking the divine medicine formula once more, a torrent of alchemical knowledge flooded into Chu Xia's mind. The breakthrough to the second tier was achieved seamlessly. No longer would spiritual tier elixirs pose any challenge to him, they would now be effortlessly within reach. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xia called for Lin Yu and Xia Zishuan, along with Bai Ji and Qin Yu, summoning them to his side. Each of you will be responsible for 5 types of herbs. Listen closely and prepare to add them to the furnace as instructed. Let us work diligently throughout the night to utilize every last herb. Seeing the bewildered expressions of the group, Chu Xia added, upon completion, each of you will be rewarded with a Yuhua pill. Chapter 78. The princess hands over her private savings. Throughout the entire night, the 4 individuals did not dare to close their eyes for even a moment. Engaged in a fervent flurry of activity, their movements of collecting and tossing herbs having almost developed into muscle memory. By the break of dawn the following day, all but Chu Xia had succumbed to exhaustion. With only a few remaining spiritual herbs, Chu Xia, in resignation, took it upon himself to refine the last batches of Yuhua Dan. Once the spiritual herbs were depleted, an impressive pile of medicine bottles surrounded him. Each bottle contained 10 Yuhua Dan, summing up to 86 bottles, equating to a staggering total of 860 pills. This level of efficiency was truly astonishing. Xia Zishuan, feeling utterly drained, crawled beside Chu Xia, resting her head on his thigh. Where is my reward? The sight of the princess pleading for elixirs was unexpectedly endearing. Yet, Chu Xia found himself wanting to offer her something else. Ahem, let us spare her for now. He retrieved a Yuhua Dan and placed it in the princess's mouth, tossing 3 more to Lin Yu and the twins. After ingesting the elixirs, the medicinal power of the 7th tier spirit potion rapidly permeated their bodies, reviving their previously fatigued forms at a visibly accelerated pace. Even Lin Yu regained his vigor. This elixir appeared to have a remarkable effect on the meridians, causing a delightful tingling sensation throughout their bodies, and the circulation of spiritual energy became remarkably smooth and unobstructed. This was indeed a treasure. The Yuhua Dan, a 7th tier spirit potion, bolsters the meridians and nourishes the muscles and bones, enhancing the strength of martial artists and elevating their potential for cultivation. The efficacy speaks for itself. One merely needs to experience it personally. Chu Xia handed 10 bottles of Yuhua Dan to Lin Yu. Please help me promote this batch of Yuhua Dan and seek appropriate buyers. As for the price, let us start at 3,000 taels of gold per pill. Remember to sell in small quantities multiple times, rather than revealing too much at once. This will prevent causing a stir and create an impression of rarity that suggests missing out on this opportunity means losing out entirely. Lin Yu accepted the bottles with humility. Rest assured, master. In a few days, the Medicine King Valley will be holding a pill auction, and I will present some Yuhua Dan as the highlight. Chu Xia nodded, calling for Xia Zishuan and the twins to prepare for their return home. After a night of labor, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and it was time for a well-deserved rest. In the carriage back to the city, Xia Zishuan nestled in Chu Xia's embrace. I've only just realized how lucrative the alchemy profession is. With spiritual herbs costing 50,000, your refinement has multiplied the value over 100-fold, it's simply outrageous. Remarkably, Xia Zishuan perceived the price of 3,000 taels of gold for each Yuhua Dan as rather reasonable. 7th tier spirit medicines are already rare, and considering the Yuhua Dan's caliber, it should be worth at least 2,000 taels. After all, rarity begets value. In the realm of cultivation, 7th tier spirit pills may not hold such high esteem, but within the Deqian Empire, even the priciest of such rarities will find eager buyers. This is merely the beginning. The profits are still insufficient for substantial gains, and the market for Yuhua Dan is somewhat limited, catering primarily to moderately skilled martial artists. Even affluent ordinary individuals cannot truly benefit from them. Henceforth, I must concoct longevity and beauty-enhancing elixirs, which will be the true windfall. Upon hearing this, the princess's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, she retrieved a delicate box from her storage pouch and presented it to Chu Xia. What is this? All of my private savings left by mother are here, totaling 360,000 taels. I hand it all over to you, spend it as you wish, for however long you desire. Hearing the princess's generous declaration, Chu Xia couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed she was envious of his newfound wealth. Nevertheless, given her willingness to invest, he didn't mind allowing her to earn a little alongside him. No problem, I'll borrow this sum for a year. And I'll return it to you double. With this batch of yuhuadan, Chu Xia anticipated he would have ample capital moving forward. The princess's 36,000 taels would nearly be an embellishment to his resources. However, since she was so sensible, allowing her to earn a little would not be detrimental. Had she wished to extract money from him without investing, that would have been unacceptable. Upon returning to the Ziyue palace, Xia Zishuan led Chu Xia to the bathhouse. You've worked hard today, master. Please sit still while I attend to your bathing and changing, she said with a bright smile, rubbing her hands together. How practical yet. It must be said that having the princess attend to his bath certainly added emotional value to his experience. After a restful slumber until evening, Chu Xia shook his head, reflecting on how his days had turned upside down. Noticing that Xia Zishuan was still in a sleepy haze, he chose not to wake her and ventured out alone. Before long, he arrived at the Lanqi Palace. With newfound wealth, it was time to indulge in a shopping spree. While Lin Yu could procure spiritual herbs, he could not assist with other items. Given that Chu Xia's time was precious, he needed someone to help him spend his money. Currently, Xia Lanqi was the most suitable candidate. As a tamed demon servant, Xia Lanqi was utterly loyal to him, and her intelligence, combined with her noble status as the sixth princess, made her a reliable choice for expenditure. Have you noted everything down? Chu Xia inquired, gazing at Xia Lanqi. Xia Lanqi respectfully nodded. Rest assured, master. I will ensure the task you've entrusted me with is completed. The procurement list consisted mainly of various cultivation techniques, alongside an array of equipment to aid martial artists in their training, as well as a significant quantity of spiritual meat, all intended for the cultivation of the divine martial army. Given the number of prohibited items on the list, it would have been acceptable for Xia Zishuan to handle the procurement otherwise. Maintain discretion. If this matter leaks, it could be detrimental to you, Chu Xia cautioned, adding, here are 60,000 taels in gold notes for you to take. If it's insufficient, you may cover any shortfall. Thank you for your concern, master. I will be cautious if money is not a problem. I have inherited a considerable amount from my mother, Xia Lanqi replied with a gentle smile, then added, master. Su Xia sent a message today, inviting me to the Lantern Festival on the 15th of this month, hoping to introduce me to some friends from the cultivation world. Should I attend? Chu Xia furrowed his brow. Could it be that this woman, now his servant, still harbored feelings for Su Xia? Master, please don't misunderstand. I merely wish to gain insight into the Ascension Gate and the cultivation world, which would benefit you. Moreover, Su Xia is quite clean in his dealings and will not overstep any boundaries with me. Xia Lanqi nestled herself into Chu Xia's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. If you're not at ease, you could accompany me. With you by my side, I would feel much safer. Chu Xia pondered this. Gaining a deeper understanding of the Ascension Gate through Su Xia could indeed be a clever strategy. Very well, I shall discreetly accompany you and observe. With a decision made, Chu Xia led Xia Lanqi to the kitchen of Lanqi Palace. He showcased a bit of his culinary skill, preparing a delicious and nourishing rice porridge for her, improving her diet. After all, Xia Lanqi's situation was rather unique. She harbored the soul of a 13th-tier great demon within her. As she was currently undergoing the fusion phase, maintaining her health was paramount, requiring regular nourishment. This would also further solidify Xia Lanqi's loyalty, ensuring her complete allegiance to Chu Xia. In the future, when her demon soul fully awakened, she would likely remain devoted to him. After all, the best way to capture a woman's heart is to first capture her stomach. Chapter 79, The Purple Mist Nectar. Upon returning to the Ziyue Palace, Chu Xia continued his secluded training. For several consecutive days, he did not venture outside, not even attending the auction at Yaoang Valley. Perhaps he had discovered the true joy of cultivation, as he now seemed indifferent to all else, feeling that only the path of training could bring him solace and satisfaction, akin to the intoxicating allure of forbidden fruit. It was utterly captivating. It was not until the 15th day, When Xia Zixuan inquired whether he wished to visit the Lantern Festival, that Chu Xia remembered there were still matters to attend to. However, since there was plenty of time, he decided to accompany Xia Zixuan to the festival. In the Imperial City, on Wuwang Avenue, as night fell and the lights began to sparkle, the streets were bustling with crowds, filled with laughter and chatter. Lanterns of various hues were suspended high, some blooming like lotus flowers, others resembling dragons and phoenixes in flight. The flickering candlelight cast a kaleidoscope of colors throughout the alleyways. Vendors called out, their stalls brimming with intricate lantern riddles, enticing passers-by to stop and ponder. Children, clutching rabbit-shaped lanterns, chased each other in playful glee, their laughter ringing through the air. In the distance, a grand lantern tower loomed majestically, ablaze with light, reminiscent of a celestial palace descending to earth. On the river's surface, lotus lanterns drifted along with the current, their reflections casting a starry sheen upon the water. How beautiful! The last time I attended the Lantern Festival was with my mother, it feels like ages ago. The princess, adorned in splendid garments, looked enchanting, her eyes shimmering with nostalgia. She gently waved her fan and approached Chu Xia, her lips curving into a smile, her voice smooth as silk. I have reserved a table at the Riverside Tavern. Would you care to join me for a drink? The ambience is delightful, and the private rooms offer great intimacy. Chu Xia was slightly taken aback. The location Xia Lanqi had informed him of was also the Riverside Tavern. This establishment was renowned for its exclusivity, only accessible to nobles, and was not open to common folk. It was said that the spirits served there were procured from the Ascension Gate, while the dishes were exquisite delicacies from all corners of the realm, with a single meal costing more than an ordinary person's lifetime savings. Then let us go. Chu Xia nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the Riverside Tavern, Chu Xia had reserved the entire space. Here, the elite gathered individuals of great renown and power within the Dechen dynasty. Yet, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Each guest sat upright, silence enveloping the room, with no one daring to speak. It was well known that Chu Xia, the son of the Ascension Gate, held significant influence, and a mere word from him could dictate the fates of these mere mortals. Outside, they were formidable figures, surrounded by capable subordinates, while commoners could scarcely dream of encountering them. Yet, in the presence of true cultivators, they felt insignificantly small, akin to ants. The suddenness of this gathering left everyone uncertain of Chu Xia's true intentions, leading to an air of apprehension among the attendees. The 6th princess, Xia Lanqi, arrived. Chu Xia's demeanor shifted as he rose to greet her. Upon seeing the elegantly dressed Xia Lanqi, his eyes sparkled with admiration, exclaiming, "Your beauty today, Lanqi, is akin to the moon in the night sky, casting its serene glow upon the earth, captivating all who behold it." Xia Lanqi smiled radiantly, "Your flattery makes me blush, Su Gongzi." "You deserve such praise," Chu Xia replied, gesturing for her to sit beside him. "Our friends from the immortal realm shall be arriving shortly." Xia Lanqi nodded and took her seat beside Chu Xia. At that moment, a series of piercing sword cries echoed in the air. Suddenly, 3 figures on swords descended gracefully. These young men, clad in immaculate white, exuded an ethereal aura. Chu Xia beamed and stepped forward to welcome them. "Brother Yuni, Brother Qingshan, and Brother Changfeng. It has been too long," he exclaimed. "The last time we met was 6 years ago at the Qingqiu Sword Conference. Now, you, Chu Xia, have become the son of the Ascension Gate, with an unlimited future ahead. I look forward to your continued support." "Ha ha! Chu Xia, you are indeed flourishing. I hear you are on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core stage." "Congratulations," one of them replied. "Recalling our adventures together across mountains and rivers still brings joy to my heart." These 3 were friends Chu Xia had met during his travels. Though they had since joined different sects, their camaraderie remained strong. However, Xia Lanqi felt a hint of surprise. She had expected Chu Xia to introduce her to disciples of the Ascension Gate, not to old acquaintances. Could it be that Chu Xia truly viewed her as one of his own, harboring intentions for further development? Regardless, she decided to observe the unfolding events. Gathering information on other sects would suffice in the absence of intelligence on the Ascension Gate. Soon, everyone was seated, and the banquet commenced. Noticing the guests were silent, Chu Xia raised his cup and said, You are all prominent figures of the Qin dynasty, well-connected and informed. Today, I have invited you all to seek your assistance in investigating a matter. A generous reward will be offered upon its successful resolution. Though he did not specify the nature of the request, Chu Xia's words eased the tension in the room. The attendees, sharp in intellect, stood up to toast Chu Xia. Engaging in conversation with him, the atmosphere brightened considerably. The three friends exchanged glances, sensing that Chu Xia's invitation held deeper significance than mere reunion. Nevertheless, this was beneficial for them. In the realm of cultivation, relationships were often transactional, sustained by mutual benefit. As long as they held value in Chu Xia's eyes, their bond could endure. Once they became forgettable, the relationship would inevitably fade. Meanwhile, a well-dressed, congenial middle-aged man emerged from the riverside tavern to greet the princess. "Your Highness, please allow me to guide you inside." "There's no need for excessive formalities, Manager Yi. Please lead the way," she replied. Upon entering a cozy and elegantly decorated private room on the third floor, Chu Xia noted its intimate ambience, perfect for a romantic rendezvous. Shortly after, the dishes and drinks were served. Xia Zixuan poured a glass of wine and then nestled into Chu Xia's embrace, saying, "This wine is called Purple Mist Nectar. You must taste its exquisite flavor." Chu Xia placed his hand gently around the slender waist of the princess and savored the wine she offered. The taste was not overpowering. Rather, it was a delightful blend of sweetness, with hints of fruit, cream, and wood. Despite his usual indifference towards alcohol, Chu Xia found himself willing to indulge further. "There are many ways to enjoy this purple mist nectar. Would you care to explore other methods?" Xia Zixuan said with a playful smile, sipping from her glass before leaning closer to Chu Xia. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Chu Xia chuckled. "Indeed, this method enhances the flavor." "And what else?" she teased, slightly pulling down her collar to reveal her delicate, fair collarbone, pouring some purple mist nectar into the hollow of her neck. Chu Xia couldn't help but smile. The princess's romantic novels had certainly served her well. Her alluring techniques were quite effective. After another round of tasting, the temperature in the room seemed to rise noticeably. Xia Zixuan's cheeks flushed slightly. "Now it's your turn to feed me." "Very well," Chu Xia replied, bringing the wine jug beneath the table. Xia Zixuan instantly grasped his intention, biting her lower lip as she slowly knelt down. Amidst the inky canvas of the night, pyrotechnics erupted, scattering iridescent sparks that streaked across the firmament like fleeting comets. The crux of the matter lies in the exceedingly savage and brutal nature of this cinder dragon. Its mere presence among mortals portends unmitigated calamities, culminating in a tragic decimation of life. I implore each of you to mobilize your respective networks and scour the entirety of the Great Qin dynasty for the whereabouts of the cinder dragon. Leave no stone unturned in this endeavor, intoned with grave solemnity. Driven to desperation, he conceived the notion of enlisting external aid. The sect leader's fruitless expedition to the desolate expanse of the ancient wasteland had left him crestfallen. Fortunately, sect master refrained from reprimanding him, instead tasking him with the mission of locating the cinder dragon as atonement. For a considerable period, he had led the ascendant immortal sect disciples across the vast expanse of the Great Qin, yet the cinder dragon remained elusive, as if it had vanished into thin air within the ancient wasteland. How could such a magnificent creature simply disappear? After much deliberation, concluded that his limited manpower was insufficient for a comprehensive search. Hence, he resolved to leverage the influence of the Great Qin dynasty's elite. Although the martial prowess of these native inhabitants was questionable, their intimate familiarity with the land rendered them invaluable assets. Their involvement would ensure that no trace of the cinder dragon would be overlooked, assuming it remained within the Great Qin dynasty. A mere trifle of elixirs will suffice to appease these mundane natives, who will undoubtedly shower us with gratitude. However, the strength of the natives alone was insufficient to ensure success. Therefore, he extended invitations to 3 of his former comrades, all disciples of the beast-taming sect, renowned for their expertise in locating mythical beasts. The cinder dragon, while not a mythical beast per se, shares similar traits, and these 3 should prove invaluable. Rest assured, Immortal Master, we shall not fail in our duty. The malevolent dragon's machinations pose a grave threat to humanity. Assisting the immortal sect in its pursuit is our solemn obligation. I shall return this very night to mobilize my entire clan to gather intelligence. I shall immediately dispatch personnel. Please await my auspicious tidings, immortal master. Eager to ingratiate themselves with, the dignitaries engaged in a feverish competition, and soon departed. Nodded with satisfaction. Turning to, and, he remarked, "Now that we are free from prying eyes, I have a matter of utmost importance to discuss with you. Speak freely, brother. I wonder if you have heard tell of the Blood Moon Demon Lord." Upon hearing the name of the Blood Moon Demon Lord, the three were visibly startled. My master mentioned it in passing. This Blood Moon Demon Lord is a golden core demon who escaped from the myriad tribulation demon cave. It surfaced in the Nanzhao Kingdom last month, leaving 3 cities in ruins and claiming the lives of at least 1 million civilians. The Nuwa Palace of the Nanzhao Kingdom dispatched dozens of elite sword cultivators, but all failed to vanquish the Blood Moon Demon Lord, who managed to elude capture. Brother, why do you suddenly bring up the Blood Moon Demon Lord? Could it be that this Blood Moon Demon Lord has encroached upon the Ascendant Immortal Sect's territory? Nodded gravely. A few days ago, someone spotted the Blood Moon Demon Lord in the southern frontier. Its Crimson Blood Demon core has reached its zenith, necessitating the consumption of vast quantities of vital essence to facilitate its breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. The sect leader surmises that the Blood Moon Demon Lord will soon appear within the Great Qian dynasty, selecting several of the most populous regions for a grand slaughter. Currently, the sect's upper echelons have deployed to Jiangnan in advance, preparing to encircle and exterminate the Blood Moon Demon Lord. This is a rare spectacle involving golden core grandees. It would be an invaluable experience to witness. However, it may prove too perilous. We mere minnows risk being caught in the crossfire. Furrowed his brow. What are your plans? Brother? Knew that sudden mention of this matter must be for a reason. However, such a clash between titans could not possibly involve the 3 of them, unless he had designs on their respective beast-taming sects. I have heard that the Grand Elder of the beast-taming sect arrived in the Great Qian dynasty today. Mused S intelligence is truly remarkable. Indeed. The Grand Elder has come to search for a rare sea demon in the Songhai Sea. Could you possibly introduce me? I fear that would be inappropriate. The Grand Elder is reclusive and rarely interacts with others. We have only met him a handful of times. Had anticipated this, and continued. I possess a piece of exclusive intelligence that I believe real person will find exceedingly intriguing. Well, I can relay your message. But whether or not it succeeds depends on the Grand Elder's disposition. It matters not. Your assistance in conveying the message is sufficient. Will undoubtedly repay you handsomely in the future. Have you had your fill? Yes, I have. Gently brushed her fingertip across her lips. Her expression one of contentment. Alas, women can be such a distraction. Rest for a while. I'm going out for a stroll. Responded obediently. Upon exiting the room, immediately employed the heaven-stealing sun-swapping art, concealing his presence to the utmost degree, and ascended to the top floor. At that moment, he happened upon and emerging from a room, accompanied by 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. Thank you for your hospitality today, brother. I shall provide you with a response by tomorrow morning at the latest, regardless of the outcome. Then I shall await your auspicious tidings, brother. The 3 immediately mounted their swords and soared out of the window, disappearing into the night. Only and remained. Young master. Thank you for granting me this opportunity to become acquainted with 3 esteemed predecessors from the immortal cultivation world. I still prefer to hear you call me brother. Gazed intently at, his eyes burning with possessiveness. Sensed fervent gaze and subtly retreated half a step. Brother, are you feeling weary? I am fine. I know what you desire. Although I cannot yet bring you back to the Ascendant Immortal Sect, I have acquired a cultivation technique for you. With this technique, you will undoubtedly cross the threshold into the world of immortal cultivation. With that, presented with a cultivation technique. Although harbored a strong yearning for immortal cultivation, she was also aware that accepting's technique would inevitably entail a price. This was an impossibility. What? Are you not satisfied? Probed, advancing further. Retreated another step. Nearly backed into a corner, and a sense of apprehension arose within her. she feared that if she did not leave, would succumb to temptation. She would not allow him to touch her, even in the slightest. Now, her heart belonged solely to TSK, a mere lower-grade spiritual technique. And you expect to win the heart of the great Qian's sixth princess? The ascendant immortal Sec's holy son is certainly playing his cards shrewdly. Who's there? S. brow furrowed. His heart filled with alarm. Someone had approached without him detecting the slightest trace. Could it be a master? Upon arrival, felt an immediate sense of reassurance. As if her anxieties had been dispelled. Overwhelmed, she rushed into his embrace, a display witnessed by whose inner world was shattered. Though his affection for was superficial. Valuing her beauty and status, he believed his partner should be an accomplished cultivator. Seeing his perceived prey embrace another man ignited a profound rage within him. Feeling both betrayed and scorned. A desire to kill welled up inside. Depart hence and seek on the third floor, instructed, patting Spack. Sensing's murderous intent and deciding to resolve the matter. Having already slain several ascendant sect cultivators, one more was of little consequence. Reluctantly left's embrace, heading downstairs, cautioning, "My lord. Be vigilant." Ignoring her, fixed his gaze on. "Identify yourself, I do not slay the nameless." "My appellation is reserved for the living," retorted with a grin. As the sword materialized. "A superior spiritual artifact," exclaimed, his expression hardening. He cast a sword incantation, simultaneously summoning his own flying sword in retaliation. A dragon-like hum resonated as the swords clashed, producing brilliant sparks. The initial exchange was evenly matched, yet was surprised. His strength rivals my own. Why would seek my aid to enter the world of cultivation when she has such a powerful ally? Born of humble origins and having ascended to the position of Holy Son, was naturally suspicious. He considered various possibilities, the most plausible being, was she sent by? Was taken aback by the question but soon realized had made an erroneous assumption. Must be his adversary or rival, likely another disciple of the ascendant sect. If was a holy son, his opponent would be of similar stature, perhaps a holy maiden. Such friction between prominent young cultivators was commonplace. Seizing the opportunity, shrugged and said with disdain, "That is beyond your concern." So, she is indeed affiliated with. Concluded. Had directly answered, he might have doubted. But the ambiguous response solidified his conviction. Very well, if desires to play games, I shall indulge her. With that, unleashed the soaring dragon sword technique. Launching a fierce assault on. Breaking through a window, soared into the sky, heading towards the city's outskirts, within relentless pursuit. His advanced cultivation allowed him to quickly close the gap, his sword strikes resembling shooting stars against the night sky, creating immense pressure. Though spiritual power was comparable, the difference in cultivation realm was significant. The tribulation realm was equivalent to the initial Qi training stage, a world apart from the late foundation establishment stage. As drew near, calmly produced a handful of fire talismans and scattered them, causing a dazzling explosion. "Mommy, look, big fireworks!" exclaimed onlookers. Yes. Make a wish for success and service to the nation. Emerged from the inferno, his hair singed, cursing, "Damn it, these fire talismans are expensive. To waste so many." Typical of. After his tirade, resumed his pursuit. Eventually, they arrived on a nameless peak in the western outskirts of the imperial capital. Landed and patiently waited. After a brief pause, arrived. "Holy Son, you are not as formidable as I thought. Cease your insolence and prepare to battle." Roared. Launching a swift sword attack aimed at its throat. Deftly sidestepped, deflecting the attack with the sword. With a flick of his wrist, the sword transformed into a flurry of blades. Targeting's vital points. Instead of retreating, altered his stance, his sword tracing an arc in the air, condensing into a cyan blade that descended. With a grave expression. Blocked with his sword, creating a metallic clang and sparks. As they exchanged blows, their swords created a storm of energy, shattering rocks and felling trees. At the height of the battle, let out a cry, his sword generating a massive cyan energy that transformed into a roaring azure dragon, lunging at. Seeing's true strength. Knew he could not prevail alone. In the next instant, a red light erupted, accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar. The lesser holy sovereign materialized. Shattering's azure dragon with a claw and glaring menacingly at. Incandescent fire dragon. Stammered, completely stunned. The incandescent fire dragon he had sought was here, summoned by another. So, it was not an escape, but capture. But why him? With a swift strike, the dragon's claw pierced through, slamming him into the ground. Overwhelmed by pain, he could not utter a sound. As a late Foundation establishment cultivator, he stood no chance against a true dragon. My promising future. Cut short so soon? The lesser holy sovereign, seemingly unsatisfied, prepared to strike again, opening its jaws to devour. Halt! Commanded, attempting to restrain the dragon. However, the lesser holy sovereign turned its head, fixing with a chilling gaze, as if to say, if I cannot consume him, I shall consume you. Shuddered. This demonic dragon is indeed untamable. Best to confine it. With a wave, banished the lesser holy sovereign back into the demon-locking tower. What is happening? Such intense malevolence. Tower Master, this is dire. The lesser holy sovereign has tasted human blood, unleashing its demonic nature. The demon-locking tower cannot contain it. Quickly! Move it to the cage holding the demon sovereign Empress, or it will devour the beast. Exclaimed urgently. Chapter 82, Painting a Dream for the Demon Empress. What? Upon hearing Kai's words, Chu Xia quickly turned his attention inward to the demon locking tower. There, he saw the little holy monarch with eyes blazing red, frantically darting around the tower. It was about to leap into the resting area of the gold-digging beasts, causing them to scatter in panic, cradling their heads and trembling with fear. Chu Xia sensed the impending disaster and hastily summoned the power of the exquisite demon locking tower, transporting the little holy monarch to the top level, where it was unceremoniously cast beside the demon Empress. The little holy monarch, however, was oblivious to the surroundings. Upon noticing a woman lying before it, it opened its mouth to bite. The slumbering demon Empress, sensing the disturbance, abruptly opened her eyes. Their gazes locked, and the little holy monarch froze mid-air, paralyzed with fear. Upon closer inspection, Chu Xia noticed that the little holy monarch's pupils seemed shrouded in a misty veil, devoid of any sign of life. Could it be? Had my dragon pet been killed? Without hesitation, Chu Xia unleashed a storm of lightning upon the demon Empress. As a muffled groan escaped her lips, the little holy monarch regained its mobility, yet it was too late. It plummeted to the ground, appearing to have fainted. How ruthless! Just a glare nearly claimed the life of a true dragon. The strength of the demon Empress was staggering beyond imagination. Chu Xia had no time to ponder further. The mere presence of the little holy monarch had likely drawn attention. They could not linger here and needed to escape swiftly. With a sweep of his hand, Chu Xia ignited the mountaintop in flames and soared back to the imperial capital on his sword. Upon returning to the riverside tavern, he adjusted his somewhat disheveled attire and entered the private room. Inside, Xia Zishuan and Xia Lanqi were seated across from each other, silent, the atmosphere oddly tense. Chu Xia took a seat between them and took a hearty sip of the purple mist wine. Why the silence? Weren't you two planning to enjoy the Lantern Festival together? How about we go now? Sure, let us go together. It seems livelier across the river, and there are performers showcasing their skills, Xia Zishuan said. Affectionately linking her arm with Chu Xia's, Xia Lanqi, of course, did not refuse and eagerly stood up as well. Before long, it was already deep into the night. The Lantern Festival had concluded, and the streets were now sparsely populated. The three of them boarded a carriage heading back to the palace. After a night of festivities, Xia Zishuan, weary, leaned against Chu Xia and fell asleep. Meanwhile, Xia Lanqi was recounting the intelligence she had gathered that day. Upon learning that a formidable Blood Moon Demon Lord was possibly appearing in Jiangnan, Chu Xia furrowed his brows. While it was not uncommon for malevolent creatures to prey on humans, a demon as powerful as the Blood Moon Demon Lord, capable of causing mass casualties, was indeed alarming. If this were to happen elsewhere, it might be manageable, but Jiangnan, its fertile lands and dense population made it an enticing target for the Blood Moon Demon Lord. Moreover, the Divine Martial Army was stationed there. If the Blood Moon Demon Lord were to unleash havoc in Jiangnan, it would pose a threat to them as well. After all, 20,000 vigorous warriors would undoubtedly be a tantalizing feast from the perspective of a predator. Concern began to gnaw at Chu Xia. However, Since the higher-ups of the Ascension sect had already set up ambushes, they clearly would not let the Blood Moon Demon Lord escape. Despite having just killed the sect's holy son, Chu Xia hoped that the Ascension sect would emerge victorious this time. And what of the Dog Emperor? Dechen was his dominion, couldn't he possibly turn a blind eye to the demons rampaging through his realm? Yet relying on others was ultimately unreliable. He would need to take matters into his own hands to ensure safety. Master, the news of the Blood Moon Demon Lord won't remain concealed for long. Soon the entire Dechen dynasty will be aware, and Jiangnan will surely descend into chaos. My father may dispatch troops to maintain order, and at that time, I could request to lead an army southward, showcasing my capabilities. Xia Zishuan, who should have been fast asleep, suddenly opened her eyes and said to Chu Xia, I can do it too. Chu Xia smiled gently, alright, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but let us observe the situation for now, there is no need to rush. After all, hurrying won't yield results. The little holy monarch's situation is still unclear, and even if it survives, in its current state, it may not be able to assist me much. Releasing it now would only risk it becoming the next Blood Moon Demon Lord. A true dragon unleashed could pose an even greater threat than the Blood Moon Demon Lord itself. When they returned to the Purple Moon Palace, Xia Zishuan, too weary to freshen up, lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Chu Xia, however, was not fatigued. He entered the bathroom for a refreshing bath, and once more, his consciousness returned to the exquisite demon locking tower. Master, why aren't you wearing any clothes? Kai gazed at Chu Xia with an odd look. Chu Xia was taken aback and glanced down, realizing the chill. Isn't this a projection of my consciousness? So, while I bathe, my consciousness also sheds its garments? How realistic. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off. The exquisite demon locking tower was entirely his domain. What did it matter if he was unclothed in his own space? After all, the only other occupant was the demon Empress, and what harm was there in her seeing him? With a flicker, Chu Xia appeared at the top level of the tower. He transferred the still unconscious little holy monarch to another cage and instructed Kai to bring over a chair. He settled down outside the cage, scrutinizing the appearance of the demon Empress. Though he had seen her numerous times, her beauty never failed to astound him. The innate charm she exuded, combined with her regal demeanor, created a striking contrast that stirred a deep desire for conquest within him. Having just endured a thunderstrike, the demon Empress was in a foul mood. Yet, instead of feigning sleep, she sat on the ground, staring intently at Chu Xia. Their gazes clashed, neither willing to yield an inch. Isn't your glare lethal? Why not use that against me, just like before? Chu Xia squinted, taunting her. Do you take me for a fool? Were it not for your control over the exquisite demon locking tower, do you think I would let you off so easily, insect? Such a bold tone, Chu Xia waved his hand, summoning a bolt of lightning thicker than a barrel, which crashed down upon the demon Empress. She gritted her teeth, enduring it, but after a moment, she could no longer withstand the torment and let out a pained cry, collapsing to the ground, unable to move for quite some time. Why bother? We could converse peacefully, there is much to discuss. Your continuous resistance only invites suffering upon yourself, Chu Xia sighed. The demon Empress tightly shut her eyes, pretending to be dead once more. Evading the inevitable will yield no results. You are in my grasp, and I seek to gain some advantage from you. We possess ample room for cooperation. If only your attitude were more amicable, your treatment could improve significantly. Wasn't the nectar from last time delightful? Don't you wish to savor more culinary delights from outside? Or perhaps don some new garments? Wouldn't you like to read a book to pass the time? Chu Xia's words flowed like an enchanting melody, incessantly penetrating the ears of the demon Empress. The confines of the cage were too small for her to ignore him. Perhaps unable to bear Chu Xia's incessant chatter any longer, the demon Empress finally rose from the ground. What is it that you desire? Chapter 83, The Art of Void Control. Upon hearing the demon Empress finally relent, Chu Xia felt a wave of relief wash over him. There was no fear in failing to reach an agreement, only anxiety in the unwillingness to engage in conversation. The fact that the demon Empress had spoken indicated that the grand vision he had painted for her was indeed to her liking. She sought to improve her confinement, while Chu Xia aimed to extract benefits from her, thus, their interests aligned perfectly. I am not one to be picky, I welcome any techniques or elixirs. And the more rare treasures, the better. With your status and strength, you could easily spare me something of use, Chu Xia remarked with a sly smile. Yet, his ambitions extended far beyond mere trinkets. His ultimate goal was to subjugate the demon Empress, transforming her into his loyal servant. However, given his current capabilities, taming her would require a gradual approach. You will be disappointed. Long before I was suppressed by the ancient Tao sovereign, I faced great calamity and was besieged by the 12 demon lords of the demon kingdom. All my storage artifacts were destroyed. And I am now left with nothing but my own existence. Even a grain of sand cannot slip through my fingers, she replied. Wait. Are you telling me that the esteemed demon Empress is impoverished? Chu Xia's expression soured instantly. He had harbored high hopes of profiting from this encounter, only to discover that she was a mere pauper. However, my life spans over 7,600 years. The memories I possess are invaluable treasures to most. The demon Empress asserted, her gaze suddenly sparkling with newfound confidence. Chu Xia conceded that this was indeed a valid point. But you look far younger than your age. He chuckled. The demon Empress furrowed her brows slightly, sensing a hint of disdain in his eyes. How dare he? For mortals, 7,000 years was an unfathomable lifetime. But in the realm of cultivation, it was hardly significant. If she were to break through to the realm of demon immortals one day, her 7,000 years would merely mark the beginning of her journey. Moreover, she had never married. Calling her a young, unmarried demon immortal would not be an exaggeration. Despite her internal grievances, the demon Empress refrained from further explanations to Chu Xia. After all, he was merely a lowly cultivator in the qi refinement stage. Had it not been for his unexpected acquisition of the Linglong Demon Lock Tower, he wouldn't even have the right to converse with her. Enough idle chatter. Do you still wish to trade? She pressed. I do, but mere words won't suffice. You must present something intriguing, he countered. The demon Empress furrowed her brow in thought. Bring me paper and a pen. Chu Xia nodded and promptly provided her with the requested items. She began to write fervently, filling an entire night with her elegant script, which was both beautiful and pleasing to the eye, though written in a minuscule font that tested one's vision. Upon completion, she tossed the paper towards Chu Xia. This is the void control technique I acquired from a duel with someone in the Taishu Palace. It is simple to practice. Even those of average talent can master it within 3 days. Its effects are remarkable, significantly increasing the speed of sword flight, with enhancements varying by individual, at least a 30% increase, and potentially up to 60% for those of exceptional talent. An increase in sword flight speed? That is indeed a valuable asset. Chu Xia recalled his earlier duel with Chu Xia, where he nearly suffered defeat due to his lack of speed. In the battles of cultivators, possessing superior speed could ensure victory, even against stronger foes. What do you desire in exchange? I'm offering you the first part of the technique. In return, prepare me 10 sets of clothing, 500 pounds of meat, 500 pounds of various fruits, and 500 pounds of honey. Once I receive those, I will transcribe the second part for you. As she stated her conditions, the demon Empress instinctively swallowed, her longing for food palpable. After 500 years, her palate had become almost desolate, despite her ambition to rule the demon race. Her immediate desire was simply to enjoy a sumptuous meal. Chu Xia was taken aback by her demands. The value of what she sought was hardly comparable to the worth of the technique she offered. What she requested was worth at most a single ingot of gold. Even the finest spirit meat would not hold great value. This left him momentarily at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he had to negotiate. I can prepare the 10 sets of clothing for you, but for the rest, I can only offer you 5 pounds of each. It was not that he was particularly stingy, but his ability to persuade the demon Empress stemmed from the desires that had arisen within her. And the craving for food was the simplest to satisfy. If she were to be overindulged, she would lack further intense desires for future negotiations. Thus, it was crucial to leave her somewhat wanting, akin to taming a beast. Maintaining a sense of hunger would foster dependency and encourage her to seek him out for future trades. 5 pounds? That is utterly insufficient. It wouldn't even fill the gaps in my teeth. You might as well be throwing me scraps. The demon Empress was incensed, her fury barely contained. Had she not been imprisoned, she might have been tempted to strike Chu Xia down. Dear sister, please recognize the reality. While the void control technique is commendable, I am merely a novice in the chi refinement stage, lacking even the capacity for sword flight. I am willing to trade. So rejoice in your good fortune, and yet you demand so much? It seems you are not truly hungry. Let us postpone our discussion for another time, he retorted. Who are you calling sister? Do not presume a bond. The demon empress shot him a glare, though a hint of unease flickered within her. Indeed, he was merely fortunate. Possessing inadequate strength, a novice in the early chi refinement stage. The technique she offered, no matter how powerful, could not yield immediate results for him, thereby diminishing their perceived value. Fine, 5 pounds it is, she begrudgingly conceded, her teeth clenched. Upon uttering those words, she was suddenly engulfed by a sense of despair. After navigating the treacherous waters of the cultivation world for 7,000 years, betrayed by her subordinates and reduced to a prisoner, now she found herself bartering for mere sustenance. Was there anyone in the 13th rank of great demons who fared worse than she? She felt the urge to weep. Very well, I shall prepare it for you now. Chu Xia, realizing he had left the demon-locked tower, took his time, enjoying a soothing bath and changing into clean clothes before entering his chamber. Glancing at the sleeping Xia Zixuan, he shook his head. No, the size difference is too great. The demon empress certainly cannot wear her garments. The others are even less suitable. I shall wait until tomorrow to procure ready-made clothing. Turning to the basement, Chu Xia resumed his practice of the Xian scripture. Chapter 84. A gentleman should be cautious. The following day, Chu Xia spent the entire morning engaging in a fervent shopping spree within the imperial city. He amassed a plethora of garments, food, snacks, daily necessities, and books, filling an entire cell in the lowest level of the demon suppression tower to the brim. Remarkably, all of this only cost him 16 taels of gold. Just as Chu Xia was about to return to the palace, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Looking up, he spotted several figures of cultivators soaring through the low sky on their swords. They were disciples of the Ascension sect. Among them was one whom Chu Xia recognized, having last seen him in the Wangu wilderness alongside Chu Xia. Chu Xia was not surprised. After all, Chu Xia was the saint son of the Ascension sect, brimming with potential and highly regarded by the sect. His mysterious death would certainly not be taken lightly by them. Were it not for the fact that the higher-ups of the Ascension sect were currently stationed in Jiangnan, preparing to hunt down the Blood Moon Demon Sovereign, the scene would likely be even more chaotic. However, Chu Xia felt no apprehension. The only person privy to the truth, Xia Lanqi, would undoubtedly remain loyal to him. As for any suspicion directed towards her, it was unlikely. Being merely a Tribulation Realm warrior, no one would believe Xia Lanqi possessed the capability to kill Chu Xia. Moreover, Chu Xia had considerable confidence in her acting skills. If an investigation were to reach her, she would certainly be able to craft a victim's persona. Before long, Chu Xia returned to the Ziyue Palace. Eager to enter the Linglong Demon Suppression Tower, he sought to conduct a transaction with the Demon Empress. What is your taste? Can this belly band even be considered clothing? The Demon Empress questioned Chu Xia, her gaze filled with skepticism, suspecting him of harboring ulterior motives. Chu Xia retorted. I'm not asking you to wear it outside. Why are you being so fussy? Do you still wish to trade? You. The Demon Empress inhaled deeply, striving to quell her murderous intent. She retrieved paper and pen, swiftly transcribing the latter portion of the Tai Siu Kong technique before handing it to Chu Xia. Upon receiving it, he promptly exited the Demon Suppression Tower and began his cultivation. The Tai Siu Kong technique did not fall under the category of martial arts but rather represented a form of divine supernatural skill. Its profundity lay in harnessing the might of heaven and earth to enhance oneself, thereby reducing spatial resistance and increasing speed while flying on a sword. Indeed, it was not difficult. In less than 3 days, Chu Xia had essentially mastered the Tai Siu Kong technique. After a brief test, he discovered that it had improved his sword flying speed by over 70%, nearly doubling it. This revelation filled Chu Xia with delight, affirming his astonishing talent. As he left the basement, he glanced at the Demon Empress, who had consumed all the food from their transaction and was now staring blankly at the garments before her. Why not change your clothes? Chu Xia's voice unexpectedly drifted into her ears. With a slight furrow of her brows, She merely gathered the clothing and closed her eyes in meditation. Chu Xia, somewhat puzzled, scrutinized her closely and quickly understood. After 500 years without a bath, she was likely concerned about getting the new clothes dirty. Ah, since I have a kind heart, I'll bring you a bucket of water to wash up. Chu Xia entered the bathroom, filled a wooden tub with hot water, and delivered it to the demon empress's cell. As she observed the steam rising from the tub, the demon empress felt a flicker of temptation. Yet, the thought of Chu Xia watching her made her exasperated. Do you think I won't notice if you peek while I bathe? She thought. Not going to bathe? Then I'll take it away. Chu Xia's voice echoed again. The demon empress scoffed, suddenly moving like lightning into the tub. As the hot water enveloped her, a dense mist of steam erupted, quickly cloaking the entire cell in obscurity. How can one be so guarded against a gentleman? Chu Xia shook his head, wondering where the trust between humans and demons had vanished. He became curious about what expression the demon empress would wear if he were to remove the tub at that moment. Never mind, I'll spare her some dignity. With a flick of his thought, he retrieved some dried flower petals from the storeroom and scattered them over her head before leaving the demon suppression tower. Sensing Chu Xia's presence departing, the demon empress slowly emerged from the water. The next moment, a rain of flower petals began to fall. The demon empress paused, instinctively cupping her hands to catch the petals. This beautiful sight had not graced her eyes in many years. By the way, demon empress, would you like some soap to wash up properly? Chu Xia's voice returned. The demon empress's expression shifted, retreating back into the water, her teeth clenched in frustration, yet unable to suppress a hint of amusement. The thoughts of a young man were all too easy to decipher, although exasperating. This brief experience was far more entertaining than her 500 years of confinement. After tossing a bar of soap, Chu Xia finally departed from the demon suppression tower. By this time, night had fallen. Xia Zixuan had just awakened. Why is it dark again? I suppose I'll continue sleeping, she mumbled, turning over and quickly drifting back to sleep. Chu Xia admired her ability to sleep soundly. A princess who could eat and sleep so well, no wonder her fortune was remarkable. She was clearly destined for a life of ease. Cultivation. Cultivation. Still more cultivation. Days passed swiftly. Apart from his training, Chu Xia remained ever vigilant of the happenings in Jiangnan. Until one day, before dawn, a eunuch from the Wulong Hall arrived at Ziyue Palace, summoning Xia Zixuan to attend the morning court. Your Highness, the Emperor has stated you may choose to go or not, the decision is yours. With that, the eunuch turned and left Ziyue Palace. Xia Zixuan frowned slightly. I suspect this is related to the situation in Jiangnan, I must go. With that, she hurriedly made her way out. Chu Xia contemplated and decided to follow. Although he lacked the qualifications to attend the morning court, listening in close proximity would not be an issue. Shortly after stepping outside, he encountered Xia Ruiming and the fourth prince, Xia Jincheng, who were also hastily heading toward the Wulong Hall. Meanwhile, Xia Lanqi and the fifth prince, Xia Yuanfang, arrived as well. With the exception of the late seventh prince, Xia Muxing, and the disgraced Xia Zhiyuan, everyone had gathered. However, they had little time for conversation before witnessing the civil and military officials entering the court. The group promptly joined the procession into the Wulong Hall, followed by the resounding cries of "Long live the Emperor!" Chu Xia crouched beside a stone lion to shield himself from the wind. Unfortunately, the gusts were too strong, making it difficult to discern what was being discussed in the grand hall. Just as he was growing weary of waiting, he suddenly felt the Wanshen Ding tremble. Why is there a response all of a sudden? Chu Xia's expression shifted as he followed the Wanshen Ding's guidance, only to find a patrol of Long Yuan guards outside the hall. To his astonishment, among the patrol, he spotted a familiar figure. Leading the group was a lieutenant clad in red soft armor, her high ponytail swaying as she moved with grace and vigor. It was none other than Ling Shuanghua, who aspired to be a heroine. What? Why is it her? Chu Xia was taken aback. You've abandoned your dream of becoming a heroine and instead aligned yourself with the court as a watchdog? Quite the contrast. Chapter 85, Castration is Inevitable. The unexpected appearance of Ling Shuanghua took Chu Xia by surprise. Yet what astonished her even more was the reaction of the divine cauldron to Ling Xuanhua. What treasures could she possibly possess? It was imperative that she devise a means to engage with her. However, given that Ling was currently on patrol, it would be unwise for Chu Xia to approach her indiscriminately. At that moment, the morning court had concluded, and the officials, along with the princes and princesses, began to emerge from the Wulong Hall. Upon finding Chu Xia, Xia Zishuan promptly exclaimed, "Just as I suspected, my father has learned of the Blood Moon Demon Sovereign. He intends to initiate an additional trial before the cataclysmic trials, assigning each of us 6 princes and princesses to lead 100,000 elite troops southward to eliminate the Blood Moon Demon Sovereign and ensure peace in Jiangnan. Using troop mobilization as part of the trial, it seems quite reasonable. Fine, since I had planned to head south anyway, we shall proceed together." Chu Xia spotted Ling Xuanhua once more within her line of sight and immediately urged Xia Zishuan, "Find a way to engage with Ling Xuanhua and invite her to the Ziyue Palace for a visit." Her? Xia Zishuan was equally taken aback upon seeing Ling Xuanhua again. She harbored some admiration for the valiant young woman. Yet, why was Chu Xia suddenly so invested in her, insisting that she extend the invitation? Could it be that he harbored ulterior motives? "Why are you looking at me? Hurry, before she leaves." Chu Xia pressed. "Why don't you go yourself?" Xia Zishuan replied, her expression sulky. "Although we lack any formal ties, you should at least consider my feelings. I am a dignified princess of the Deqin dynasty, and here I am, assisting my man in wooing another woman. What kind of propriety is that?" "Ah." Observing Xia Zishuan's bashful demeanor, Chu Xia realized her misunderstanding. "What are you thinking?" "I merely wished to inquire about certain matters with her, but I feared she might decline my approach. However, if you, the princess, were to speak, she would not dare refuse." "Is that truly the case?" Xia Zishuan asked, her skepticism evident. "Absolutely," Chu Xia affirmed. A smile involuntarily crept onto Xia Zishuan's lips as she made her way towards Ling Xuanhua. Before long, Xia Zishuan returned to inform Chu Xia, "It's done. I invited her to dine at Ziyue Palace at noon." "Such grace, princess!" Chu Xia praised, giving her a thumbs up. Xia Zishuan placed her hands on her hips, striding forward with an air of triumph. Ling Xuanhua felt quite bewildered. After her recent lesson in Jiangnan, she came to a profound realization of her inexperience, which was insufficient to sustain her aspirations of chivalry. In pursuit of self-improvement, she entertained thoughts of enlisting in the military, seeking to experience a new life amidst hardship. However, her father seemed to have misinterpreted her intentions, assigning her to the Longyuan Guard. While this might have been acceptable, she inexplicably garnered the favor of her superiors, was transferred to the imperial palace, and had now become a junior officer in the patrol division. That was not the end of it. On her first day of patrol, she unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, an enchanting sister she had met in Jiangnan, who turned out to be the current princess. The princess even invited her to lunch. Ling Xuanhua initially intended to decline the invitation, but the image of Chu Xia inexplicably surfaced in her mind, and she found herself agreeing. Surely, Chu Xia must be a guard by the princess's side, which meant she would have the chance to see him again. This thought only heightened her anxiety, as she still owed Chu Xia money. Having just begun her duties, her salary had yet to be disbursed, leaving her unable to repay her debt. Perhaps, in the worst-case scenario, she could return home and ask her father for assistance. Upon returning to the Ziyue Palace, Xia Zishuan eagerly retrieved several military texts and commenced a hasty study session. It was her first time leading troops, and she felt a surge of excitement. "When will we depart for battle?" Chu Xia inquired. "We set off tomorrow morning. The army is already stationed across various locations in Jiangnan. The forces we will be deploying are drawn from General Zhong Hai's Tianyuan army, a truly elite force of the Deqin dynasty, with an average strength reaching the 4th level of the Profound Realm. Their combat prowess is formidable," Xia Zishuan explained. "To be honest, I can hardly contain my excitement. General Zhong Hai is actually deploying his meticulously trained Tianyuan army for the trial of the princes and princesses? That certainly reflects considerable audacity. Then you should focus on your studies. While last-minute cramming may not be particularly effective, it is certainly preferable to heading into battle unprepared, Chu Xia advised. I was just thinking the same. Yet, this military strategy is indeed rather obscure and challenging to grasp. Chu Xia. Do you think my remarkable luck will allow me to command haphazardly on the battlefield and still achieve victory? If anyone else had uttered such words, Chu Xia would have undoubtedly urged them to face reality and abandon their dreams. However, having witnessed Xia Zixuan's extraordinary fortune, he hesitated to dismiss her claim. Perhaps, with her luck, she might indeed find divine assistance on the battlefield. There was much to anticipate. As noon approached, outside the Ziyue Palace, Ling Xuanhua hesitated for a moment before summoning her courage to knock on the door. The door was opened by Bai Ji. You must be Miss Ling Xuanhua. The luncheon has been prepared, please follow me, she said, leading the way, while Ling Xuanhua cautiously followed behind. Before she could marvel at the palace's grandeur, she arrived at the dining room designated for receptions, where Xia Zixuan and Chu Xia awaited her. Miss Ling, what a pleasure to see you again. Chu Xia greeted with a warm smile. Ling Xuanhua offered an awkward smile in return. Young Master Chu, I regret to inform you that I am currently unable to repay the money I owe you. I kindly ask for your understanding for a few more days. It is no trouble. Inviting you here unexpectedly was a rather presumptuous act on my part, please do not hold it against me, Chu Xia replied, his gaze sweeping over Ling Xuanhua. He had come to the conclusion that the treasure must be contained within the storage pouch at her waist. It had not been there during their last encounter, indicating that she had recently acquired it. However, he needed to ascertain its true nature by opening the pouch. Further investigation was necessary. If Ling Xuanhua was aware of the treasure's origins and effects, Chu Xia would not dare to seize it from her. However, if she remained in ignorance, he could not afford to miss this opportunity, especially considering the strong reaction from the divine cauldron. Meanwhile, Xia Zixuan had caught wind of the underlying tension. What is this debt you speak of? I am completely unaware of this matter. It was evident that Chu Xia and Ling Xuanhua shared a closer relationship than she had realized. He is keeping secrets from me. Feel free to continue your conversation, I have other matters to attend to, Xia Zixuan said, her irritation palpable as she turned to leave. Ling Xuanhua felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Is the princess upset? Are we in danger of losing our heads? Do not concern yourself with her. She is on the verge of departure for battle tomorrow and is likely preoccupied with anxiety about the meal, Chu Xia reassured her, inviting Ling Xuanhua to take a seat as they engaged in light conversation. When the topic of Ling Yuntian arose, Ling Xuanhua suddenly recalled something. During my last visit home, my brother mentioned that someone important in the palace wished to meet me. I now realize it must have been the princess, though I am unaware of the specifics. My brother is a typical second-generation heir who relishes making connections with unsavory characters and engaging in bullying behaviors. If he has offended the princess or young Master Chu in any way, please do not hesitate to take action. I wholeheartedly support any necessary measures. Chapter 86, Subduing Ling Xuanhua. As expected, Ling Xuanhua is indeed the sister of Ling Yuntian. However, their sibling relationship is rather strained. Given Ling Xuanhua's character, which is fiercely antagonistic towards evil, it is quite restrained of her not to eliminate Ling Yuntian herself upon their first encounter in the martial world. It's not as severe as that, there is no need for castration, a couple of burly men with a penchant for men would suffice. Chu Xia chuckled. Ling Xuanhua couldn't help but let out a laugh, you're even more ruthless than I am. However, your words have piqued my interest. If such an opportunity arises, I would indeed like to witness it personally, even if it dirties my eyes. After some light-hearted banter, the atmosphere became much more amicable. Seizing the moment, Chu Xia began to recount events that transpired after their last parting in Jiangnan. Since that day, I've reflected a great deal and realized that the martial world is not solely about combat, it encompasses human emotions and social intricacies. Thus, I returned to my master to express my grievances. My master provided guidance and suggested I gain experience in officialdom. But I am aware that I am not cut out for a bureaucratic career. Consequently, I intend to pursue a military path, though there has been a slight change in plans. Understanding Ling Xuanhua's recent experiences, Chu Xia was quite surprised. This young lady, despite her tender age, displayed remarkable initiative. She was decisive and unambiguous, a person capable of achieving great things. During their conversation, Chu Xia learned that Ling Xuanghua was only 16 years old yet had reached the 5th level of the transformation realm, while he was merely at the 3rd level. Still a ways from the 4th. It must be said that Ling Xuanghua's martial talent was undoubtedly among the finest Chu Xia had ever encountered. Kai. Please assess Ling Xuanghua's spiritual roots. Chu Xia was quite curious to see if Ling Xuanghua possessed any aptitude for cultivation beyond her martial talent. Very well. Master of the Tower. It would be best to establish some physical contact with her for a more accurate assessment, Kai's voice responded. Physical contact, you say? Chu Xia's mind sparked with an idea as he suddenly grasped Ling Xuanghua's hand, curiously examining her finger and wrist bones. I had no idea, Miss Ling. Your bone structure is extraordinary. No wonder you have achieved such remarkable martial accomplishments at such a young age. I believe you may reach the realm of a master by the age of 20. Ling Xuanghua was taken aback by Chu Xia's sudden flattery. Before she could respond, he had already withdrawn his hand. She harbored no suspicions, merely smiling modestly. You flatter me, Sir Chu. You are not lacking either. I can sense that your strength surpasses mine significantly. I may not even withstand a single strike from you. That is indeed the case. Chu Xia replied with a faint smile. Ling Xuanghua felt awkward. You must be jesting. If that were true, you would be lacking in humility. A martial artist should never become complacent. At that moment, Kai finally completed her assessment. Master of the Tower, this young lady possesses commendable talent. She has an earth attribute spiritual root. While it may not be of the highest quality, a singular attribute spiritual root is already quite rare in the cultivation world. After all, not everyone can possess a top-tier spiritual root like you, Master of the Tower. Sai's words instantly invigorated Chu Xia's thoughts. A singular attribute spiritual root undoubtedly signifies exceptional cultivation potential. In the cultivation realm, she would certainly be a coveted candidate among various sects and powers. This is an opportunity not to be missed. Since fate has brought her to him, he must ensure she remains by his side. After all, Xia Zixuan also wished to recruit Ling Xuanghua into the Longyuan Guard, and she certainly did not fancy her current position patrolling the palace. Miss Ling, would you consider joining the Longyuan Guard? Chu Xia gazed intently at Ling Xuanghua. I am already part of the Longyuan Guard. The patrol division is indeed a subordinate agency of the Longyuan Guard. Chu Xia shook his head. That is not what I meant. I am asking if you wish to serve under the Crown Princess. You must have heard of the Ancestor Dragon Festival, right? Within a year, the Deqin dynasty will establish a new ruler, and the Crown Princess has a significant chance of ascending as the Empress. By joining now, you would gain merit and reap immense benefits for your future. Ling Xuanghua pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I apologize, Sir Chu. But I am not interested in seeking merit. I care little for who becomes emperor. My only goal is to refine my inner self and accelerate the growth of my martial will, as I aim to break through to the master realm within a year. Beyond that, I have no interest. Oh dear. It seems he has encountered a true martial fanatic. While unexpected, it was not entirely surprising. Discussing achievements and glory with a 16-year-old girl was indeed premature. However, Chu Xia was not one to easily concede. Then you should join us even more. Remaining in the patrol division is akin to squandering your life. The palace is a stagnant pond, stirring no waves. Everything revolves around the royal family. And your experiences only teach you how to be a qualified subject and servant. But here, it is different. With me, you have the opportunity to encounter far more. Tomorrow, we will head south to partake in matters concerning the lives of millions. After that, we will venture into the abyss of despair to confront evil, and ultimately, we will enter the forbidden grounds of the Ancestor Dragon to meet the former Empress face to face. Do you think such experiences can be found in the outside world? Chu Xia grew increasingly animated, suddenly grasping Ling Xuanghua's shoulders. Miss Ling, opportunities must be seized by oneself. His words indeed struck a chord with Ling Xuanghua. It sounded rather intriguing, at least far more engaging than the monotonous patrol around the palace. I will think about it, she replied. breaking free from Chu Xia's grasp and hastily exiting the Ziyue hall. As Ling Xuanhua made her swift exit, Chu Xia suddenly remembered that he had yet to inquire about the most crucial treasure. Ah well, he mused, feeling certain that Ling Xuanhua would not escape this time. Once she joined the crown princess, there would be ample opportunities, there was no need to rush. Hey! Why did she leave without eating? Bai Ji approached with a drink. Perplexed by Ling Xuanhua's hasty departure, Xingye chuckled, Sir Chu, you are quite bold, daring to act so intimately with another woman right under the crown princess's nose. If this reaches her ears, I wonder how you will explain yourself. Chu Xia shot a glance at the twins, sit down and keep me company while I eat. Dining alone is rather dull. The following day, before dawn, Xia Zixuan had already prepared herself. Donning a set of purple soft armor that transformed her usual demure and elegant lady image. Are you still waiting for that Ling girl? It's time to depart. She will not come, Xia Zixuan said through clenched teeth. Not necessarily, Chu Xia replied with a slight smile, just as Ling Xuanhua's figure gracefully approached. Your Highness. I pay my respects. I am willing to serve under you. After a night of deep contemplation, she ultimately made her decision. Excellent. Though Xia Zixuan was unaware of the details, she readily agreed. This expedition would be fraught with danger, and Ling Xuanhua's strength would prove invaluable. As for the ambiguous relationship between her and Chu Xia, overthinking would only lead to confusion, so it was better to let them be. Chapter 87, Re-entering Jiangnan. Outside the Great Qian Palace, 5 teams had assembled. Currently, Xia Zheyan was still engaged in battles against various tribes in the western regions and would not be able to depart for a few more days. Leading the expedition was still General Zhong Hai. Additionally, Emperor Xiaoyu had dispatched his exclusive Longyuan guards. This contingent comprised 2,000 soldiers, each adorned in golden armor and mounted on heavily armored warhorses, fully equipped to the teeth, with only their bright eyes visible. These were the true elite among the Longyuan guards, the Longyuan Iron Cavalry. In his youth, Chu Xia had accompanied his father to witness the Longyuan Iron Cavalry charge into battle. The sight of their formidable force, like dark clouds pressing upon the city, remained etched in his memory. His ambition to forge a heavy armored cavalry for the divine martial army was largely inspired by the Longyuan Iron Cavalry. The princes and princesses present were equally captivated by the emergence of the Longyuan Iron Cavalry, recognizing it as the pinnacle of the Great Qian dynasty's military might. With a total of only 5,000 soldiers, all personally trained by Zhong Hai, their strength was entirely within the Transcendence realm, with numerous master-level warriors among them. The deployment of 2,000 Longyuan Iron Cavalry indicated the great importance Emperor Xiaoyu placed on this operation. As the expedition commenced, General Zhong Hai rode his towering steed to the front of the assembly, his voice booming as he called out. Just then, a dark shadow appeared in the sky. Following that, a heavily armored warship, several dozen meters long with shimmering lights on both sides, rapidly descended. What was this? A flying ship? Was it some sort of magical artifact? Even the princes and princesses were left speechless, completely unaware of the ship's origins. Zhong Hai offered little explanation, merely stating it was a military secret, but assured them that it could travel 3,000 miles a day. And they would reach Jiangnan by nightfall under the protection of the warship. Only then did the assembly begin boarding the vessel. However, space on the warship was limited. So the 2,000 Longyuan Iron Cavalry did not board and instead galloped southward. In a moment, the warship ascended into the air, rising into the clouds as it began its southern journey. For those who had never experienced such a novel occurrence, astonishment filled the air. The Grand Princess was no exception. Yet, she was also curious, having never heard of such a treasure existing within the Great Qian dynasty. Where had it come from? Chu Xia, observe, she remarked, this warship, though newly refurbished, still bears the marks of great antiquity. Could it possibly be a relic from a previous dynasty? Chu Xia nodded in agreement, it is highly probable. Given the national strength of the Great Qian dynasty, it is unlikely they could have constructed such a flying warship. The formation required for its flight is exceedingly intricate and complex, with significant resources needed to maintain it, something beyond the means of a typical secular dynasty. General Zhong, sensing the curiosity, was soon asked by Xia Ruiming, can you tell us about the Blood Moon Demon Lord? The Great Qian dynasty has mobilized such a massive force to hunt down a single demon. Its power must be extraordinary. The others turned their attention to Zhonghai, as most had only learned about the Blood Moon Demon Lord during yesterday's court session. Although disturbances caused by demons were not uncommon in the realm, most were not particularly formidable and could typically be dealt with by a master-level warrior. However, this situation was markedly different. The main forces of the Great Qian dynasty were mobilized, and it was rumored that the Ascension sect had also dispatched a significant number of personnel to garrison Jiangnan, an unprecedented display of force. Zhonghai furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding, "As for this demon, my knowledge is limited. I am aware that it previously wreaked havoc in the Nanzhao kingdom, causing immense disaster with casualties exceeding 1 million. Its threat is perhaps the most severe that the Great Qian dynasty has faced since its founding. This is why His Majesty places such importance on this mission, preparing in advance to protect the people of Great Qian from demonic harm." Xia Weiming's expression darkened, recognizing the gravity of the situation. What he had initially thought would be an exciting expedition commanding an army of 100,000 now appeared to be anything but a comfortable task. A moment's carelessness could cost them their lives. "There is no need for excessive worry," Zhonghai reassured them. "The Great Qian is currently strong, with a flourishing national fortune. A mere demon cannot shake the foundation of our realm, especially with the warriors of the Ascension sect leading the charge. Our primary duty is to safeguard Jiangnan. We may not even have the opportunity to engage directly with the demon. For now, you can all rest easy. Once we arrive in Jiangnan, I will gather more detailed intelligence to share with you. Until then, please return to your cabins to conserve your energy and prepare for the challenges ahead." The assembly nodded in agreement and retreated to their assigned chambers within the ship. Though the rooms were modest in size, they were lavishly decorated, exuding a royal air. After taking her seat, Xia Zixuan felt a twinge of anxiety. She picked up a military manual and studied it diligently, yet her mind remained restless. In contrast, Chu Xia appeared relaxed and carefree, sitting by the window basking in the sunlight as he began his cultivation. After such a long period of practicing the Xiantian scripture, he had made considerable progress, though he had only mastered the first part, which was insufficient for profound advancement. He decided to continue cultivating the Great Sun Yang divine art to further elevate his prowess. Indeed, high above the clouds, the sun was radiant, filling the atmosphere with vibrant energy. As Chu Xia practiced, he soon sensed an opportunity for breakthrough. With a surge of spiritual power resonating within him, he effortlessly advanced to the 4th level of the Transcendence realm. At the same time, Ling Xuanhua, also engaged in her cultivation, suddenly opened her eyes wide in astonishment as she regarded Chu Xia. "He has broken through already? Young Master Chu seems to be an extraordinary talent in martial arts," she mused. It struck her as peculiar that he was nearly 2 years her senior yet exuded an air of maturity and composure, as if he had experienced much in life, far surpassing her in wisdom. Despite this, Ling Xuanhua remained confident in her abilities. A 16-year-old at the 5th level of the Transcendence realm was exceedingly rare in the 500 years of the Great Qian dynasty. While she may not match him in worldly matters, she believed that in martial arts, Chu Xia would not surpass her. Time passed swiftly, and by evening, the armored warship had flown over the Luoshui River, entering the Jiangnan region. Ahead lay Tangzhou. Chu Xia leaned out of the window to observe, relieved to find that the warship's flight path did not intersect with the territory of the Divine Martial Army. Had General Zhong discovered the army stationed in the mountains, the mission might have shifted from hunting the Blood Moon Demon Lord to confronting the Divine Martial Army. An hour later, the armored warship began its descent. Below lay the heart of Jiangnan, its most prosperous city known as Lanling. Surrounded by water, the city's intricate network of rivers was adorned with ancient bridges, while peach blossoms bloomed and willow catkins danced in the breeze, creating an enchanting scene reminiscent of a vibrant oil painting. While the northern snows had yet to melt, Jiangnan was already awash in the warmth of spring. Chapter 88, The Dragon Goddess Vigil. Lanling is renowned as the water capital of Jiangnan, and it is said that this land was once a dragon's lair, blessed by draconic energy that nurtured countless heroes. It is also the ancient city with the richest history in the Dacian dynasty, flourishing even during the previous era, and now stands as the most populous city in Jiangnan with a population exceeding 10 million within an 80-mile radius. In an age where a city can boast such a vast populace, it is indeed remarkable. The fertile soil and abundant resources of Jiangnan support this population, a feat unattainable in many other regions. At this moment, the area where the armored warship descended was the heart of Lanling, adjacent to the city lord's mansion. Situated by a small water body known as Panlong Stream. This stream may be modest in size, but it carries a resonant name. For beneath its surface lies the skeleton of a true dragon. However, under the cloak of night, the water appeared dark and foreboding, leaving Chu Xia uncertain of the reality beneath. As they disembarked, the governor of Lanling, Yanquan, had already arrived with a multitude of officials to extend their greetings. A sea of at least 300 to 400 officials gathered, creating a grand spectacle. Citizens across the river peered from the night market, curious to discern which eminent figure had arrived in Lanling, stirring such a gathering of high-ranking officials. Under the arrangements of Zhonghai, the eldest princess was the first to step off the armored warship. By virtue of her status, she was undoubtedly the most esteemed, destined to be the first to receive homage wherever she went. "I am Yanquan, governor of Lanling, paying my respects to your highness the princess," he proclaimed, followed by a chorus of officials bowing in reverence. Xia Zishuan, accustomed to such displays, waved her hand dismissively. "No formalities are necessary, the circumstances are exceptional. Let us proceed directly to the city lord's mansion for a detailed discussion." "Understood." With that, Xia Zishuan, Xia Lanqi, 3 princes, and General Zhonghai were ushered into the city lord's mansion by Governor Yanquan. Other officials remained behind to make arrangements for the visiting dignitaries. The city lord's mansion had been vacated the previous day, with all rooms meticulously prepared for the princes and princesses. Chu Xia, accompanied by Ling Xuanhua and the twin brothers leading a contingent of Longyuan guards, settled into the mansion. The Longyuan guards commenced their patrols and cleaning. Having no immediate tasks at hand, Chu Xia seized the opportunity to wander outside. His curiosity was piqued by the recent stirrings of the divine cauldron, which had abruptly ceased. Hoping for fortune, he sought to uncover treasures. After a fruitless exploration around the city lord's mansion, Chu Xia was about to abandon his search when he felt the divine cauldron tremble once more near Panlong Stream. This disturbance, was it from the depths of the water? His expression shifted as he meandered along the lake's edge, eventually discovering a secluded spot beneath a bridge. Without hesitation, he shed his garments and plunged into the water. The night air rendered the lake's water somewhat chilling, yet for Chu Xia, whose body was pure yang, it was rather invigorating. He took his time swimming, reveling in the cool embrace of the lake before diving deeper. Though Panlong Stream appeared shallow, its depths were significant. And after descending 200 meters, he still had not reached the bottom. Fortunately, Chu Xia's robust physique allowed him to withstand such depths. Illuminated by the radiance of the sun's flames, he surveyed the aquatic environment, which was remarkably clear, teeming with lush aquatic plants, numerous fish and shrimp, and even a few sizable turtles. He encountered several massive dragon-like creatures as well. At last, he reached the bottom, where instead of mud, he found a soft, white sandy floor that felt delightful beneath his feet. Following the guidance of the divine cauldron, he began to sift through the sand. His fingers brushed against a large, hard object. No, upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably a nearly petrified bone. Indeed, there were remnants of a true dragon. The legend was real. And Chu Xia felt a surge of surprise, for such folklore often proved unreliable. Wait. Could it be that the object attracting the divine cauldron was this very dragon bone? Just then, a powerful force emanated from the cauldron. And as he unearthed a corner of the bone, it was swiftly consumed by the cauldron. How astonishing! Yet the cauldron's tremors did not cease. It seemed intent on devouring the entire skeleton. Gritting his teeth, Chu Xia realized he could endure for another 10 minutes, time was of the essence. Resolute, he quickly harnessed his spiritual energy to stir the sediments at the lake's bottom, using the currents to reveal the concealed bones, bit by bit. 10 minutes later, gasping for air, Chu Xia surfaced, his face flushed from the exertion. After resting briefly on the shore, he turned his attention inward to his dantian. Floating above the divine cauldron was an exquisitely crafted bone talisman. Engraved on one side was the inscription Dragon God, while the reverse bore the words Vigil of Heaven. Flanking the talisman were 2 vividly carved dragons, one blue and one white. Their eyes imbued with a soulful essence that exuded an intense pressure. Gazing at the talisman, Chu Xia felt perplexed, its purpose eluded him. He examined its material, which resembled both jade and bone, yet possessed remarkable strength, impervious to the edge of his sword and unaffected by the heat of the sun's flames. He attempted to establish a bond through blood and spirit, but to no avail. Reluctantly, he decided to set it aside for future contemplation. Returning to the city lord's mansion, he found Xia Zixuan and Xia Lanqi already there, engaged in conversation. Chu Xia has returned. Let us prepare a meal, for we must replenish our strength for tomorrow's endeavors, Xia Zixuan warmly invited. Xia Lanqi, ever attentive, approached with a warm towel, dutifully assisting Chu Xia in cleaning his hands and face, her service meticulous. Were there others present? One could only imagine the astonishment at witnessing the two princesses of the Dacian dynasty so humbly attending to him. What is the current situation? Chu Xia inquired. Xia Zixuan replied, as of now, there is no concrete news regarding the Blood Moon Demon Lord, but recent disturbances in Jiangnan indicate unrest. Beasts from the mountains have begun to invade villages, and creatures seldom seen have been sighted among humans. Fortunately, no large-scale casualties have occurred. Yet it feels like a calm before the storm. Starting tomorrow, we shall each lead troops to various locations in Jiangnan for defense. I am responsible for the southern region of Jinju, which has a dense population of 5 million. If the Blood Moon Demon Lord intends to feast upon humans, Jinju is likely to be a prime target. Xia Lanqi added, I will primarily oversee the defense of Lanling. After meeting with the soldiers tomorrow, I will focus on strengthening the city's defenses. With the numerous rivers and lakes surrounding Lanling, effective fortification poses a challenge. Should the Blood Moon Demon Lord choose to invade via waterways, it will be a formidable task to counter. As Xia Zixuan spoke, her expression turned grave. Let us eat first, we must be well rested to tackle whatever awaits us tomorrow, proposed Chu Xia. In the heart of Jiangnan, a region renowned for its expansive waterways, lies the ancient land of Wangu Yuan, a place of spiritual significance. Here, where the Luo, Song, Tua, and Hang rivers converge, the land is nourished by millennia of sacred waters. As night descends, an ancient temple emerges from the depths of Wangu Yuan, its venerable presence evoking a sense of timelessness. Suddenly, cerulean beams erupt from the temple, illuminating the surroundings with an ethereal glow. Echoes of dragon roars reverberate through the air, heralding the return of the dragon god's decree and the restoration of Wangu Yuan's spiritual veins. The time has come to seek the new dragon god. We must not allow the ancient legacy to fade into oblivion. Let us expend our remaining strength to revive the Wangu dynasty. The resounding voice awakens an age-old resolve. Chu Xia experienced a peculiar dream, where a seductive white serpent and an alluring green serpent entwined around him, their forked tongues whispering secrets. Startled, he awoke to the first light of dawn. Xia Zixuan had already risen, donned her elaborate armor, and departed to rally the troops. Ling Xuanhua and the twins had also left. Alone, Chu Xia felt a sense of unease, recalling the dream. He retrieved the token he had acquired the previous night. Identical. The two dragons coiled upon the token mirrored the serpents in his dream, one white and one green. Could this portend something significant? Chu Xia pondered, then dismissed his concerns and began his daily cultivation. At noon, Xia Zixuan and her entourage returned, travel-worn. Lanling is truly a remarkable place, she remarked. The people are so welcoming, supporting our defenses and showering us with fish. Bai Ji and Xingyu followed, laden with baskets brimming with fish, shrimp, crabs, and peculiar shellfish. Xia Zixuan presented Chu Xia with a thick, sea cucumber-like creature. What is this? He inquired. The fishermen call it dragon ginseng, she whispered, renowned for its potency. I acquired some to invigorate you. Chu Xia's face flushed. Do I appear to require such enhancement? Nevertheless, he discreetly accepted the dragon ginseng. Ling Xuanhua entered, laying down her sword. Jiangnan is a land of abundance, and Lanling epitomizes this prosperity. The rivers teem with fish, providing ample sustenance for martial artists. The abundance of meat strengthens their bodies, making martial arts cultivation easier. Xia Zixuan added, moreover, some of the aquatic creatures in Lanling's waters possess innate spiritual energy, rivaling that of demonic beasts. However, the martial arts families of Jiangnan have monopolized these resources. The common folk, reluctant to consume them, sell them to these families. fostering a thriving fishing industry. The waters are calm and safe, unlike the turbulent seas, and rarely troubled by demonic beasts. She continued. I've heard tales of rare and valuable spiritual fish, the most prized being the dragonfish. A single catch could yield a fisherman a decade's worth of income. Chu Xia was not surprised, having sensed the spiritual energy while diving the previous night. Bai Ji, Xingyu. Prepare some of the seafood for lunch and distribute the rest among the dragon guards, Xia Zishuan instructed. The twins promptly set to work in the kitchen. Soon, a lavish feast was prepared. The seafood proved to be delectable, and Chu Xia devoured 18 fish, 100 shrimp, and countless crabs. He even consumed the shells. His teeth strong enough to handle them. After their meal, Xia Zishuan and her companions departed to continue their citywide defense preparations. In the afternoon, Chu Xia strolled through the streets, hoping to acquire more dragon ginseng. He arrived at a bustling fish market. Boats unloaded their catches, and the air was filled with the cries of vendors. Old Zhang, you've struck it rich. A basket of scarlet luo fish. That must be 200 or 300 pounds. A crowd gathered, and Chu Xia joined them. Old Zhang beamed, acknowledging his good fortune. Soon, several well-dressed members of martial arts families arrived and purchased the scarlet luo fish for 5 taels of gold. Chu Xia examined the fish, noting its potent spiritual energy, surpassing even that of wild beasts. He considered buying some fishing nets to catch fish himself but decided against it. Instead, he purchased a fishing rod and bait, intending to indulge in a leisurely afternoon of angling. Young man, you seem new to these parts, the fishing tackle vendor remarked. If you're looking for a good fishing spot, I recommend Yunlai Fishery, east of the city. The waters there are teeming with spiritual fish, and you might even catch a dragonfish. An hour later, Chu Xia arrived at Yunlai Fishery. The place was crowded with anglers. The entrance fee was steep, 1 tael of gold per hour, but the potential rewards justified the cost. As he cast his line, a nearby angler offered unsolicited advice. Young man, you're not casting correctly. Let me show you. Before he could finish, Chu Xia's rod jerked violently. He instinctively pulled back, and a golden fish leaped from the water. A dragonfish? The first dragonfish of the day. A throng of anglers descended upon Chu Xia, clamoring to become his disciple. Chapter 90. Capture Me. Chu Xia gazed at the lively dragonfish before him, feeling a twinge of surprise. Is this what they call a beginner's protection period? This was his first serious fishing endeavor, and he possessed no prior experience. The dragonfish indeed appeared quite magnificent, its golden scales shimmered brilliantly under the sun, exuding an aura of draconic energy. Delicate tendrils resembling dragon whiskers adorned its lips. And upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of a dragoness demeanor. Young man, I'll offer you 50 taels of gold for that fish. 50 taels? How dare you? I'll give 80. Enough of this bickering. I'll pay 100 taels. Young man, this is a fair price. Selling it to me would not be a loss. Chu Xia merely smiled and remained silent, securing the fish before casting his line once more. Though youthful, he exuded an air of sophistication, suggesting either great wealth or nobility, causing those around him to hesitate in their attempts to haggle further. However, just as the crowd began to disperse, his fishing rod twitched again. With swift reflexes, Chu Xia reeled in yet another golden dragonfish. This one even larger than the first. Unlike the previous exclamations of awe, a profound silence enveloped the fishermen around him. While the Yunlai fishing ground was known for its bounty, it was unheard of for anyone to catch dragonfish consecutively. There's a bite. Quickly, drop your lines. A voice rang out, prompting a flurry of activity as the fishermen rushed back to their spots, casting their lines frantically. News spread like wildfire. And soon a throng of anglers encircled the area, the spectacle becoming quite grand. Yet, despite the fervent fishing, only common fish were caught, with the elusive spirit fish scarcely appearing. Chu Xia found himself bewildered. No, I assure you, I am not cheating. He had even forgotten to bait his hook on the second cast. It was all quite strange. Was there something about him that uniquely attracted dragonfish? After a moment's hesitation, he cast his line again, this time without bait, and within 3 seconds, the rod twitched once more. With a decisive pull, another brilliant flash emerged from the water. The third dragon fish. The other anglers, now in disbelief, were utterly astonished. What is happening? Is the dragonfish here to repay a debt? My goodness, this one is even larger, perhaps weighing 3 to 4 pounds. Could it be worth 500 taels of gold? In this short time, he has earned 1,000 taels. The wealthiest in Lanling City cannot match his fortune. As word spread, the entire fishing community of Lanling City was stirred, with a throng of spectators gathering outside the fishing ground. Reluctant to pay the entrance fee, they leaned against the barriers, eager to observe. Members of martial arts families inquired and soon arrived, seeking to purchase dragonfish from Chu Xia, who paid them no mind. He sensed something was amiss. Kai, do you know what is going on? Chu Xia extended his spiritual awareness to Kai, hoping it could discern the underwater conditions. The dragonfish had taken the bait 3 times, as if it were all a performance, leading him to suspect some mysterious force was at play. However, Kai's response astonished him. Everything is normal underwater. Not only are there dragonfish, but many spirit fish rich in spiritual energy also gather in the waters before you. Eager to bite but unable to compete with the dragonfish. Once these are caught, it will soon be their turn. No. More dragonfish are being drawn in. This. After careful consideration, Chu Xia concluded that if he possessed a natural talent for attracting fish, he should have noticed it during his dive the previous night. Excluding that possibility, the only explanation left was that these dragonfish and spirit fish were drawn in by the dragon god token he had acquired. This token undoubtedly held great significance. Yet now was not the time for contemplation. Why ponder so much? Let us focus on making money. Chu Xia cast his line again. As expected, another dragonfish bit. This one was even larger, weighing over 10 pounds, its golden sheen remarkably striking, even under the sun. The aura it radiated was extraordinarily potent, devoid of any fishy odor. Replaced instead by a faintly sweet fragrance. 10-pound dragonfish? This must be over 1,000 years old. Dragonfish grew slowly, reaching just 1 pound after 100 years. This fish was worth a fortune. The major martial arts families would surely pay handsomely for it. Chu Xia remained silent, continuously casting his line. One dragonfish after another was pulled from the water, and before long, half an hour had passed. On average, he caught a dragonfish every minute. Totaling 62 dragonfish, which he stored in the demon ceiling tower for temporary care. During this time, he also learned about the uses of dragonfish. The scales, bones, and whiskers could be used in medicine, while the fish meat possessed remarkable nourishing and longevity properties. The most valuable part was the fish heart, which greatly enhanced a martial artist's vitality. If he were to sell these 62 dragonfish, they could fetch around 50,000 taels of gold. Previously, he might have considered selling them for cash. However, with the 360,000 taels in gold notes contributed by the princess, even after giving 6,000 to Xia Lanqi, he still had a substantial 300,000 left. Furthermore, Xia Lanqi was not short of funds. If he needed to borrow from her, she could easily arrange for 20 to 30,000 taels. With no need for money, selling them lost its appeal. Keeping them for himself seemed far more advantageous. Yet just as Chu Xia was about to pack up and leave, a throng of individuals surged into the Yunlai fishing ground. They were all martial artists, and their strength was formidable. At the very least, they were at the profound realm. The Zhao family has arrived, as I suspected. The Zhao family was the foremost martial arts family in Lanling, commanding thousands of martial artists and monopolizing half of the fishing market in the city. With so many dragonfish appearing simultaneously, only the Zhao family possessed the capacity to consume such a bounty. However, that young man would likely have to pay a price. The Zhao family was notorious for their ruthless dealings, and even 1/10 of the market price would be considered generous. So what? He must sell, or he faces dire consequences. Although the murmurs were hushed, Chu Xia's keen hearing captured their words distinctly. The Zhao family. He recalled hearing of them on his way here. While they wielded significant power, primarily through the fishing industry, their influence was limited to Lanling City and its surroundings. In the grand scheme of Jiangnan, the Meng family, led by the formidable Meng Longhe, held greater sway. Compared to the Meng family, the Zhao family paled in comparison. Yet in Chu Xia's eyes, there was little distinction between the two. You caught 62 dragon fish? Come here, capture him. A young man, surrounded by admirers from the Zhao family, stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Xia before barking orders. In an instant, dozens of Zhao family martial artists encircled Chu Xia, their fierce demeanor signaling an intent to detain him. Chapter 91 Enlightenment upon witnessing the imposing Zhao clan warriors encircling him. Chu Xia furrowed his brow. The Zhao family's arrogance exceeded his expectations. There was no need to search for justifications, they approached with the intent to detain him. It appeared that the allure of the 62 dragon fish had blinded these Zhao youths with greed. They likely perceived Chu Xia, a solitary outsider, as an easy target, desiring to seize everything for themselves. Were it anyone else in such a predicament, they might have resigned themselves to misfortune, surrendering the dragon fish to preserve their lives. However, Chu Xia would not tolerate such indignity. With a resounding thud, the foremost Zhao warrior was sent flying by a single punch from Chu Xia, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. The remaining Zhao warriors gasped in horror, hastily drawing their weapons and charging at Chu Xia. Yet, his agility was astonishing. Their attacks barely grazed his attire. Like a darting dragon, Chu Xia weaved through the crowd, each strike resonating with thunderous force, as Zhao warriors fell one after another, their screams echoing through the air. In mere moments, all the Zhao warriors lay on the ground, wailing in agony. Chu Xia deemed it unnecessary to even employ his lethal sword against such wretched foes. Not bad, you possess some skill, I underestimated you, thought the young man, excitement igniting in his downcast eyes. He spread his arms, and his attendant promptly removed his luxurious robe, revealing a physique defined by powerful muscles. I am Zhao Yulong. I seek your guidance. Just as Chu Xia anticipated a duel with Zhao Yulong, two figures soared in, flanking him. These two exuded profound energy, their gazes deep and serene, standing with hands clasped behind their backs. A mere junior in the transformation realm, capable of injuring so many Zhao warriors, indeed possesses some strength. Alas! You have crossed the Zhao family, you face only death. The two advanced simultaneously, emanating an invisible pressure, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, showcasing their formidable spiritual power. Both were masters of the realm. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun were among the most ruthless of the Zhao family's masters. Even when an enemy surrendered, they would not relent until their opponent lay dead. It's over, this youth has exhausted his luck, he likely cannot escape calamity today. Best to withdraw and avoid the fallout. The onlookers scattered in fear of trouble. Zhao Yulong raised an eyebrow, his demeanor arrogant. If you fear for your life, hand over the dragon fish now, and I shall show you mercy. However, Chu Xia paid no heed to Zhao Yulong's threats. His gaze fell upon Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun, disdain evident as he declared, "Come at me together, I am pressed for time." Still defiant even in the face of death. I shall relish tearing your insolent mouth apart. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun surged forward, their speed like lightning, closing in on Chu Xia in an instant. Zhao Qian unleashed a fierce punch aimed directly at Chu Xia's face, while Zhao Kun circled from the side, his palm striking like a blade towards Chu Xia's abdomen. With a swift motion, Chu Xia stood immovable as a mountain. Both Zhao warriors were sent hurtling backward, blood gushing from their wounds, each bearing numerous sword marks. They gritted their teeth in silence, but the terror in their eyes was unmistakable. What a terrifying sword intent! Such fierce and domineering swordsmanship is beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. The Zhao family had clearly encountered a formidable opponent. What are you two doing? You can't even handle a mere transformation realm junior? Zhao Yulong's face darkened. He had not anticipated that summoning two masters would still prove futile against Chu Xia. Now, he found himself in a precarious situation. Had he known Chu Xia's strength from the outset, he would not have acted so recklessly. Young master, retreat. Leave this to us. Zhao Qian inhaled deeply, his muscles tense as he forced his wounds to staunch, while Zhao Kun consumed a pill that instantly halted his bleeding. His aura surging as the veins on his forehead bulged, heartbeat thundering audibly. You both hold on, I will summon help. Zhao Yulong realized the gravity of the situation and turned to flee. However, Chu Xia would not allow him the chance. With a swift motion, the absolute death sword flew through the air, slicing cleanly through the back of Zhao Yulong's neck. In an instant, blood gushed forth. Zhao Yulong fell to the ground. Shock etched across his face, warmth pooling on his cheeks. Terror, regret, and unwillingness flashed through his mind, but it was too late. The sight of Chu Xia slaying Zhao Yulong left both Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan in stunned disbelief, while the onlookers were equally astonished. Zhao Yulong was the youngest son of Zhao Wujing, the head of the Zhao family. Though not the favored child, he was still held in high regard. His death would undoubtedly provoke a fierce response from the Zhao family. This youth, while skilled, would find it insurmountable to challenge the entire Zhao clan. Even several lives would not suffice. The Zhao family boasted 2 to 3 dozen master warriors, with Zhao Wujing himself standing at the pinnacle of the master realm. A formidable figure in the Jiangnan martial arts community, rivaling the prowess of the Meng family patriarch in his youth. You've landed yourself in serious trouble. Not even a deity can save you now. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan stared at the fallen young master, panic gripping their hearts. It was all over. They were uncertain of Chu Xia's fate, but theirs was undoubtedly grim. 2 master warriors tasked with protecting the young master had failed. Allowing him to be killed before the eyes of many, for this, they would face dire consequences. When the master goes mad, even the heavens can be pierced. They thought. Lamenting the death of a frivolous, arrogant scion. Chu Xia chuckled derisively, his tone dripping with contempt. From the moment Zhao Yulong set his sights on him, his fate was sealed, there would be no escape. Quickly, inform the family head. Zhao Qian shouted, and he and Zhao Kuan positioned themselves to encircle Chu Xia once more. As if fearing his escape. They knew that with Chu Xia present, the family head's wrath could be unleashed upon him. Should he flee, they would bear the brunt of the master's fury. Rest assured, I shan't flee, Chu Xia replied, calm and collected. He even retrieved his fishing rod and cast it once more. Observing Chu Xia's nonchalance amidst the chaos, the onlookers couldn't help but admire him, silently commending his audacity. This young man's background must be extraordinary if he dared to confront the Zhao family. The fishing rod twitched slightly. Chu Xia's expression brightened as he felt another catch. With a splash, a resplendent golden dragon fish leaped from the water. Goodness, the 63rd dragon fish. It appears this youth's fortune has not yet run dry. Today truly is a day of enlightenment. Chapter 92, Strength not matching temperament. Chu Xia remained silent, diligently reeling in his fishing line. After catching several dragon fish, he reached a total of 70. It seemed as though the fish in the water had been completely fished out, as they ceased to bite. Just as the fishermen collectively exhaled in relief, Chu Xia relentlessly pulled one spirit fish after another from the water. These were the octagonal fairy-patterned fish. The starlight fish. It was his first time encountering such a large specimen. Remarkably, he had even caught phantom fish, which surpassed dragonfish in delicacy. In a short time, Chu Xia had caught dozens of spirit fish. Eventually, he even stopped waiting. As soon as he cast his line, he would immediately reel in a fish. Absurdly. He even caught a black tortoise weighing over 200 pounds. Typically shy and alert, this tortoise surprisingly approached Chu Xia, refusing to budge even when nudged. Chu Xia simply sat on the tortoise's shell, using it as a seat, and continued to fish. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed outside the fishing ground. A throng of 300 to 400 people surged in, all elite warriors from the Zhao family, appearing quite formidable. Leading them was a man clad in a flowing black robe, his presence commanding and his expression stern, exuding an aura as sharp as a drawn sword. He was Zhao Wujia, the head of the Zhao family, a peak master of the 9th level. Who dares to harm my son? His voice boomed like thunder. Filled with fury, Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan promptly pointed at Chu Xia, exclaiming, Master, it was he who killed the young master. Take his life. Zhao Wujie, furious as a tempest, swiftly advanced behind Chu Xia and struck down with a palm. The force of his strike was as heavy as a mountain, mixed with fierce energy, creating waves on the water's surface. It was no wonder Zhao Yulong was so brutal, he had a father to model his behavior after. With effortless grace, Chu Xia extended 2 fingers and effortlessly pinched Zhao Wujie's descending hand. The overwhelming energy of a peak master was effortlessly neutralized, dissipating like autumn water without leaving a trace. Only by mastering one's power to such an extent could this be achieved. Silence enveloped the fishing ground, the air thick with tension. Zhao Wujie's face turned crimson. veins bulging on his forehead, clearly exerting all his might. Yet, no matter how he summoned his internal energy, his hand could not advance an inch. As if held down by an invisible mountain. How is this possible? Zhao Wujie was filled with disbelief. A young man had easily subdued him. A peak master, with just 2 fingers, shattering his understanding of strength. Chu Xia's demeanor remained calm, his gaze as tranquil as water. As if everything before him was under his control. He raised his eyes slightly to Zhao Wujie, a hint of mockery in his tone. Zhao family head. Your strength seems unworthy of your temper. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie's expression darkened further, his rage threatening to consume him. He abruptly withdrew his hand and retreated several steps, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Brat, you've brought this upon yourself. Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Wujie's internal energy surged violently, his aura spiking as if a ferocious beast had awakened. With a roar, he thrust both palms forward, conjuring a massive energy palm print that bore down on Chu Xia with destructive force. Supreme Dark Palm. Zhao Wujie bellowed, unleashing his most powerful technique. One that had rarely met an opponent in Jiangnan. He believed this strike would utterly crush Chu Xia. However, even in the face of such a titanic blow, Chu Xia remained unperturbed. He gently raised his right hand, fingers slightly spread, as if grasping at the air. Boom! The immense energy palm print halted just a few feet from Chu Xia, as if it had collided with an invisible wall. It began to tremble violently. And before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, it shattered, dispersing into countless specks of light. This cannot be. Zhao Wujie's eyes widened in disbelief. His prized technique had been effortlessly dismantled by Chu Xia. Chu Xia slowly lowered his right hand, looking at Zhao Wujie with a calm gaze. Tinged with a trace of pity, Zhao family head, your strength is still insufficient for me to take you seriously. Initially, Chu Xia had thought Zhao Wujie's strength might warrant a measure of seriousness, but it was evident now that such a consideration was unnecessary. After cultivating the Xiantian scripture, Chu Xia's spiritual power had reached a level far beyond that of a master warrior. Zhao Wujie's fierce energy, while seemingly formidable, appeared to Chu Xia as mere sand. Easily dispersed upon contact. This illustrated the fundamental disparity between cultivators and warriors. The intensity of spiritual power was in an entirely different league. Zhao Wujie felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He had never imagined he would be so thoroughly defeated, without even having touched his opponent's clothing. Was he truly just a mere transformation realm warrior? A realization struck him, and horror filled his eyes. You are. Before he could finish, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed from outside. In an instant, a troop of war horses thundered in, their presence overwhelming. The officials are here. Run! But it was too late. A large contingent of cavalry had already encircled the fishing ground. Zhao Wujie frowned at this development. Why had the officials arrived? According to the rules of the martial world, the authorities typically did not intervene in disputes among warriors. Young master, are you all right? A graceful figure rode up swiftly. It was Bai Ji. Chu Xia was slightly taken aback. What brings you here? I heard news from the patrolling Longyuan guards and immediately brought troops to assist. The Grand Princess will be arriving shortly. At this revelation, everyone present was struck with astonishment. The Grand Princess was coming? It was common knowledge that she had arrived in Lanling the previous night, leading 100,000 Tianyuan troops stationed in the city, seemingly for an important event. No wonder this young man was so formidable. It turned out he was close to the Grand Princess. Furthermore, the fact that she would personally come to his aid signified her extraordinary regard for him. Zhao Wujie's expression soured further. Though the Zhao family held significant power in Lanling, they were still overshadowed by the Meng family in Jiangnan. Let alone the entire Dechen dynasty. The Grand Princess's esteemed status was unparalleled, even most master warriors could not approach her, and he, too, would be required to kneel before her. Moreover, the Grand Princess commanded an elite force of 100,000 well-trained troops. With just a command, they could easily reduce the Zhao family to ruins. This young man had indeed entangled himself in a grave predicament. Amidst a deafening cacophony of thundering hooves, a vast, somber assembly of ironclad cavalry galloped towards Yunlai fishery. In a fleeting moment, the fishery found itself entirely besieged by hundreds of these mounted warriors. Though not as exquisitely equipped as the Imperial Dragon Abyss cavalry, these horsemen constituted the core strength of the Tianyuan army, their might undeniable. Following closely behind the vanguard of cavalry were thousands upon thousands of Tianyuan soldiers. The spectacle was enough to instill trepidation in the hearts of onlookers, stifling any courage to meet it head-on. Under the gaze of the multitude, Xia Zishuan, adorned in a regal purple robe, arrived, astride a snow-white steed. She exuded a spirited elegance, her countenance bearing a hint of sternness, her eyes gleaming with acuity as she surveyed the assembly. Her arrival seemed to hush the fishery. Even the clamor of hooves softened. As the great Qin dynasty's eldest princess, Xia Zishuan's innate regal aura, cultivated since childhood, was undeniably imposing. However, as her gaze settled upon Chu Xia, a radiant smile graced her lips. With a graceful leap, she dismounted, circling Chu Xia as if to ensure his well-being. "You shouldn't have come," Chu Xia murmured. Xia Zishuan's unique status rendered her susceptible to criticism for involving herself in the disputes of martial arts families. Moreover, her arrival with troops could signal the imperial family's intent to crack down on these families, potentially inciting rebellion throughout Jiangnan. Yet, despite these concerns, Chu Xia was gladdened by her prompt, unconditional arrival. Who could resist a woman so utterly devoted? "It's fine. I conferred with General Zhonghai before coming. He suggested I seize this opportunity to chasten these martial arts families, lest they hinder us when the Crimson Moon Demon Lord arrives," Xia Zishuan responded with a captivating smile. "I see. In that case, there's no issue. Still, some matters are best handled personally," Chu Xia remarked, a smirk playing on his lips. He stepped forward, addressing Zhao Wuji. "Why the silence, clan leader Zhao? Are you naturally introverted?" Chu Xia's words flushed Zhao Wuji's face crimson. Despite the torrent of anger and resentment within him, he dared not express it. His defeat at the hands of a mere Transformation Realm Junior had already cost him considerable face. Any further defiance would risk reducing the Zhao family to a footnote in Lanling City's history. With immense resolve, Zhao Wuji forced a smile, more akin to a grimace. "Heroes emerge from youth. Young brother, your strength is truly astonishing. I, Zhao, am utterly impressed. I concede defeat. I will no longer pursue the matter of my son's death. I shall host a banquet at the Zhao residence tonight, inviting you and Her Highness the Princess to grace us with your presence. I assure you, I will offer the utmost sincerity, leaving no room for disappointment." For Zhao Wuji, the domineering patriarch of Lanling City for decades, to humble himself to such an extent was a complete surrender. Yet, Chu Xia remained unimpressed. Zhao Yulong's demise was entirely his own fault. "You dare seek retribution? Your Zhao family is known for its tyranny. Now, faced with a formidable opponent, you feign deference, attempting to gloss over your misdeeds. Such convenience is unheard of. Dealing with those accustomed to wielding power requires even greater force and dominance, crushing them mercilessly, leaving no room for resurgence. Only then can true deterrence be achieved. Otherwise, upon my departure, the Zhao family will revert to their tyrannical ways, perhaps even more so, causing further suffering." Zhao Wuji was taken aback that his humble apology had yielded no effect, fueling his inner rage. "Boy, do you truly intend to clash with my Zhao family to the very end? Even with the princess's backing? Shaking the Zhao family's foundation in Lanling will come at a price," Zhao Wuji stated, his tone laced with veiled threats. He knew he couldn't provoke the princess, but he couldn't swallow his pride. He was gambling that the princess wouldn't unconditionally side with this youth and offend a martial arts family with an unshakable position in Lanling. In Lanling, countless commoners relied on the Zhao family for their livelihoods. Even the princess would have to consider the consequences of opposing the Zhao family. However, he underestimated Chu Xia's importance in the princess's eyes. Xia Zishuan's brow furrowed slightly. "Zhao Wuji, is it? I've heard that the Zhao family monopolizes 40% of Lanling's fishing industry, extorting exorbitant protection fees from fishermen, nearly half of whose earnings go to the Zhao family, or else face ruin. How many harbor resentment towards the Zhao family? How many martial arts families in Lanling would gladly take your place?" These words caused Zhao Wuji's expression to shift dramatically. He hadn't anticipated the princess's unwavering stance. willing to go to such lengths for a mere youth. She showed no intention of seeking reconciliation. Zhao Wuji regretted his miscalculation. The already dire situation had now worsened. Even relinquishing a portion of the Zhao family's interests might not resolve this matter. Your Highness, I was wrong. With a thud, Zhao Wuji knelt heavily. Pleading in a humble tone, I am willing to accept any punishment your Highness deems fit. Only begging your Highness to spare the lives of the Zhao family's thousands of members. Xia Zishuan regarded Zhao Wuji coldly, unmoved by his apology. She knew that individuals like Zhao Wuji only yield to absolute power and would revert to their old ways given the chance. Chu Xia watched Zhao Wuji with a cynical smile. Clan leader Zhao, how adaptable you are. But do you truly believe a few words of apology can erase your family's years of wickedness? Chu Xia's tone was icy. The people of Lanling have suffered under your oppression for too long. If we don't settle accounts today, you will undoubtedly become even more tyrannical in the future. Zhao Wuji's face contorted in anger. He knew that the Zhao family was doomed this time. But he couldn't bring himself to surrender so easily. I'll fight. Zhao Wuji roared. His muscles bulging, tearing his skin and causing blood to gush out. His form swelled, transforming him into a towering giant over 2 meters tall, his eyes bloodshot. His nostrils flaring. In an instant, he unleashed terrifying speed, charging straight at Chu Xia. Only by killing this man could the Zhao family have a chance. The princess would never turn against the Zhao family for a dead man. Prepare to die. A wave of intense, domineering force crashed down, threatening to crush Chu Xia into oblivion. Truly incorrigible, Chu Xia scoffed, meeting Zhao Wuji's charge with a sword strike. The great Sun Yang flame clung to the sword's edge, instantly engulfing Zhao Wuji in golden flames. Moments later, the flames dissipated. Zhao Wuji had seemingly vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a pile of ashes. Carried away by the wind. Chapter 94, The Efficacy of the Dragonfish. The sudden demise of Zhao Wuji left everyone present in shock. A pinnacle master of his generation. Reduced to ashes in an instant? What a terrifying display of power. Had the young man been holding back all along? Was this his true strength? The art of fire manipulation. Such a technique is no ordinary martial artist's skill. Could he possibly be the fabled cultivator of legend? Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Zishuan was momentarily taken aback. She quickly regained her composure and commanded, "Detain all Zhao family martial artists present. The rest of you, accompany me to the Zhao residence. Inform Prefect Yan Quan to conduct a thorough investigation of the Zhao family and bring justice to the people of Lanling." Although Xia Zishuan had not initially intended to execute Zhao Wuji, with his death, a shift in strategy was imperative. This was an opportunity to decisively dismantle the Zhao family. After all, the Zhao family's rise was far from honorable, and a cursory investigation would surely uncover a plethora of incriminating evidence. At this juncture, a decisive strike was necessary to ensure the Zhao family's complete downfall and eliminate any future threats. Moments later, a grand procession set forth towards the Zhao residence. The fishermen at Yunlai fishing grounds emerged, as if they had just witnessed a grand spectacle, murmuring in astonishment. Today was indeed an eye-opener. They had encountered a living cultivator. Initially, they had even boasted of instructing this cultivator on fishing techniques. How fortunate they felt to have fished alongside a cultivator. They could boast of this for a year. The task of dismantling the Zhao family proved straightforward. Despite the presence of 30 or so martial masters, upon learning of Zhao Wuji's demise, they exhibited no inclination to resist and promptly surrendered. After taking control of the Zhao residence, the responsibility now fell to Prefect Yan Quan, who would lead the officials in a thorough investigation that night. Such developments delighted Yan Quan. The day after the princess's arrival in Lanling City, Zhao Wuji had been swiftly eliminated, a most welcome turn of events. Having served as the prefect for many years, he was well aware of the Zhao family's tyranny. Bolstered by their numerous martial masters, the Zhao family had often disregarded his authority, creating significant antagonism. Now, with the princess's intervention, the Zhao family's reign was crumbling. With the departure of this local tyrant, the ensuing power vacuum would undoubtedly be filled by the influence of the government, greatly benefiting the rule of the great Qian dynasty. Truly, the princess's decisiveness was admirable. Despite the Zhao family's esteemed lineage, she showed no hesitation in uprooting them. However, The martial families across Jiangnan would likely express considerable dissent against this action. Yet, that was of no concern to him. His only obligation was to diligently execute the tasks assigned by the princess. As night fell, Xia Zixuan returned to the city lord's residence, eager to bathe and refresh herself. After a day of exertion, fatigue washed over her, prompting her to retire early, for an early rise awaited her the following day. In contrast, Ling Xuanhua was brimming with energy. Upon returning, she eschewed food and rest, instead opting to meditate in the courtyard. Chu Xia shook his head at this display of diligence. Even prodigies work tirelessly in this competitive era. He turned his attention to the kitchen, selecting a dragon fish weighing 7 to 8 pounds. After removing the scales, whiskers, and heart, he meticulously filleted the fish, preserving the bones. These parts were rich in spiritual energy and could be used medicinally. However, they required drying before they could be utilized for alchemy. He set them aside for future use. Chu Xia then minced the remaining fish meat to prepare a fish ball soup. He also provided several spirit fish to Bai Ji for her to prepare. Before long, dinner was ready. As he summoned everyone to partake, they praised the exquisite flavor of the dragon fish. The spiritual energy it contained warmed their insides, providing immense comfort. It was no wonder the Zhao family coveted it with such envy. For martial artists, this dragon fish was indeed a rare delicacy. Regular consumption could even elevate an ordinary person to the status of a martial master. Yet, with a single fish commanding a price of over 1,000 taels of gold, it remained a luxury beyond the reach of common folk. Speaking of the fishing experience, the guests were filled with awe. Xia Zixuan couldn't help but grasp Chu Xia's arm, scrutinizing him as if seeking to uncover the source of his extraordinary allure to the spirit fish in the river. Chu Xia shrugged. I honestly have no idea. Ling Xuanhua hesitated for a moment before addressing him. Young Master Chu, would you be willing to sell me a few dragon fish? I possess only 3,000 taels of gold notes, you may take them all. The Ling family had some standing, and Ling Xuanhua's offer was not unreasonable. Her keen interest in the dragon fish, to the point of depleting her savings, suggested it held significant benefits for her. Of course, Chu Xia responded, presenting her with 5 dragon fish. He advised her that the heart was particularly effective, and if she had no use for the bones and scales, she could sell them back to him or exchange them for an additional dragon fish. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xuanhua opted to acquire 1 more dragon fish, recognizing her uncertainty in utilizing the other parts and deeming it wasteful to keep them. Once everyone was satiated, Chu Xia indulged in a relaxing bath, deciding against venturing out that night and retiring early. However, barely had he settled down when Xia Zixuan stealthily entered his room, deftly slipping beneath the covers. I'm still hungry, she said, looking expectantly at Chu Xia. With a sigh, he had no choice but to return to the kitchen and prepare a bowl of rice porridge to satisfy the princess's appetite. She reciprocated by cooking a seafood porridge for him as a late-night snack.